a young boy traverses the realm of Dragon Ball, becoming the Scion dailies, yet devoid of any system or golden finger. Witness how he, endowed with the memories of the plot, carves out an extraordinary path as a Scion. Chapter 1. The Crossing. In the year 3060, in Jiangcheng, a heavily delusional youth named Su Bufan is emulating the techniques of energy manipulation learned from the anime Dragon Ball, striking various poses upon his sofa. Were these antics to be observed by outsiders, they would undoubtedly suspect him to be a lunatic who has escaped from a psychiatric hospital. While Su Bufan immerses himself in his training, he is oblivious to the ominous transformation of the sky above Jiangcheng, where dark clouds gather with eerie swiftness, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in a great mountain, a group of elderly men clad in white lab coats are continuously striking a high-tech apparatus, when a mechanical voice suddenly resonates. Device calibration complete. Shall we proceed? With the issuance of the command yes, the apparatus erupts in a blinding flash of white light, only to fall silent thereafter. No one notices that far away, a young boy vanishes amidst a thunderclap, swallowed by the radiant beam. In the vast expanse of a universe, a streak of light pierces the void as a spherical object crashes heavily onto an unknown planet, leaving behind a deep crater. As a mechanical sound echoes, the spherical object slowly reveals a door, disclosing a bewildered boy with a tail. After a considerable time, a startled exclamation of "What the hell?" reverberates through the wilderness as Su Bufan, in a daze, touches his tail, unable to comprehend the situation. Was he not at home watching anime? How did he suddenly arrive in this unfamiliar place? Glancing around and then down at the circular object beneath his feet, Su Bufan suddenly feels a surge of excitement. Is this not the spaceship from Dragon Ball? Reflecting on the tail he has just touched, he exclaims inwardly, "Have I crossed over? Am I a Scion?" Once he regains his composure, a hint of confusion arises regarding his identity. Having watched the entirety of Dragon Ball, he distinctly remembers that Son Goku was sent to Blue Star. Observing his surroundings and the several colossal, celestial bodies above, he cannot convince himself that this is indeed the Blue Star of the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, Broly was exiled alongside Paragus, and he clearly does not belong to that narrative. Furthermore, he is no longer an infant, though he remains uncertain of his current age. While pondering this, a sudden sharp pain strikes his head. As the discomfort subsides, Su Bufan's mood darkens. He has inexplicably become the villain dailies from the Dragon Ball saga, a character who, in the memories he possesses, is ultimately slain by Son Goku. Yet, there is little time for despair. He must first absorb the remnants of Dailies' memories and adapt to this Scion body, which is of utmost importance. After an indeterminate period, Su Bufan finally masters this body, discovering through memory that he is now 14 years old. Eagerly, he swings his fist, watching the gusts of air produced by his punches, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. From this day forth, I, Su Bufan, shall be known as the Scion Dailies. However, he remains uncertain of the current timeline. The priority is to enhance his strength, ensuring he possesses sufficient power for self-defense in this world. For in the latter parts of Dragon Ball, everyone wields the ability to obliterate the universe. Su Bufan contemplates utilizing the Bukong technique to ascend, surveying his surroundings before swiftly launching himself in a chosen direction. With no knowledge of cosmic coordinates or those of other planets, he finds himself momentarily trapped on this celestial body, prioritizing the resolution of his sustenance needs. After flying for a while, Su Bufan discovers a valley adorned with a waterfall that roars mightily, surrounded by a plethora of wildlife in the adjacent forest. Deciding to temporarily settle here, he resolves to devise a plan for departure once he finds a means to escape. After locating a place to reside, he returns to the spaceship to retrieve it, for the craft boasts communication and healing functions essential for his training and potential departure. Most importantly, there exists within the spacecraft a seed from a spirit fruit tree that was acquired in the past. In the ensuing days, Su Bufan engaged in self-training, drawing upon memories of Master Roshi's teachings to Suin Wukong and Kellen from the Dragon Ball, enduring the impact of a waterfall to simulate weight resistance, and honing his reflexes and combat skills against various creatures from an unknown planet. Unbeknownst to him, a year slipped by. During this time, Su Bufan received no messages from the cosmos, which allowed him to focus his mind on rigorous training, emerging each day battered and bruised, yet persevering thanks to the healing capabilities of the spacecraft. Nevertheless, the training proved effective as a combat power detector revealed that he possessed over 1,000 in battle strength. However, lacking systematic training and mastery over the manipulation of chi, Shu Bufan found himself somewhat disheartened. Moreover, the current training methods had yielded diminishing returns. Without discovering alternative approaches, his abilities would stagnate. After reaching a plateau in his strength, Shu Bufan ceased his training, spending his days aboard the spacecraft attempting to signal the outside world, hoping for a passing ship to bring news. Yet, he soon fell into disappointment, even despair, as no information arrived in the following years. Throughout these years, while Shu Bufan's strength saw little advancement, his combat techniques improved significantly, providing him with a modicum of solace. Chapter 2. Departure from the unknown planet. Time passed unmeasured as Shu Bufan savored the taste of dinosaur tail when the spacecraft suddenly emitted a series of beeping sounds. Startled, he instantly materialized within the confines of the ship to investigate the source of the disturbance. To his astonishment, he discovered a message indicating that the Kafu planet was under siege by adversaries and that the remaining inhabitants were fleeing, accompanied by the planet's coordinates. A hearty laugh escaped him. At last, he could escape this wretched, desolate planet. However, before his departure, he realized the barren world still held potential. With this thought, Shu Bufan retrieved the seeds of the spirit fruit tree, selecting a random spot to unleash a beam of white light from his hand, which promptly carved a deep pit into the ground. He cast the seed into the newly formed hollow, and in an instant, a magnificent tree surged forth from the earth. Growing at a visible pace, its branches soon adorned with clusters of verdant fruits. Simultaneously, the vibrant greenery of the unknown planet began to vanish at an alarming rate. Rivers and lakes dried up, signaling that as the fruits ripened, the planet's lifespan would inevitably draw to a close. Shu Bufan vigilantly stood guard beside the spirit fruit tree. And when the last hint of green faded from the planet, the fruits within the tree transformed to a brilliant red, perhaps due to the planet's diminished energy. Only 10 fruits were produced, alongside the central seed of the spirit fruit tree. Each fruit could amplify one's strength tenfold, but further consumption would yield diminishing returns, merely restoring some vitality. Overjoyed, Shu Bufan eagerly consumed one of the fruits, feeling a surge of formidable power erupt from within, creating ripples in the air around him. The readings from his scanner soared, swiftly surpassing 10,000 and reaching an impressive strength of 14,000. With such prowess, he would surely be considered a formidable contender even within the vast expanse of the universe. Returning to his senses, Shu Bufan gazed upon the desolate planet. Relieved that he could finally depart, he re-entered his spacecraft, inputting the coordinates of Kafu planet, and the ship ascended dramatically, vanishing from the unknown world and soaring into the cosmic abyss. Curiosity piqued, he peered through the ship's window, eager to behold the wonders of the universe. However, all he could perceive was an expanse of darkness punctuated by an overwhelming silence. Disenchanted, he closed his eyes to meditate, aware that the planet he was bound for was still embroiled in turmoil, and a fierce battle might await him. After navigating through the dim void for nearly a week, he finally approached Kafu planet. Before even entering its atmosphere, he beheld a sight of chaos, the planet ablaze with fire and the cacophony of explosions resonating relentlessly. The spacecraft, trailing a crimson plume, descended heavily to the surface, erupting with a thunderous explosion that captured the attention of all nearby, particularly the invaders who rushed forward to investigate the commotion. As the hatch opened, Shu Bufan ascended into the sky, looking down to find that the invaders were merely a band of ordinary space pirates, none boasting a combat strength exceeding 10,000. At that moment, a small Karami stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you, little brat? Are you seeking death by coming here?" Shu Bufan raised an eyebrow and, with a casual wave of his hand, unleashed a ki blast that reduced the challenger to ashes. The surrounding invaders were momentarily paralyzed with fear before scattering in all directions. Shu Bufan, feeling no inclination to pursue the group of Karami for the time being, decided that his primary objective was to ascertain whether this planet possessed a cosmic map, a matter crucial to his future endeavors. He flew over to the remaining Kafurians and asked, "Do you possess a cosmic map? If so, we could arrange a trade. You provide me with the map, and I shall assist you in vanquishing your invaders." An elder among the Kafurians quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed, our planet engages in interstellar trade, and a cosmic map is indispensable. Since you require it, we shall gladly present it to you. Please, I implore you to save us Kafurians. We are prepared to fulfill any request you may have. That will not be necessary. I only require the cosmic map. Provide it to me, and I will eliminate the invaders before I depart," Shu Bufan replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Thank you, esteemed sir. The Kafurians were overjoyed and promptly handed over a cosmic map. Just then, the fleeing invaders, accompanied by their leader, charged back towards them. "Leader, it's him. He thwarted our pursuit of the remaining Kafurians." The invaders' leader shouted, rallying his subordinates for an attack. Su Bufon glanced at the leader, whose combat power barely reached 8,000. And a mocking smile crept across his face. "You lot of trash think you can kill me?" He then concentrated his energy into a radiant aura and hurled it towards the approaching invaders. The leader, upon seeing this, turned to flee, but it was too late. The energy aura swiftly caught up to them. A tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by agonizing cries. When the dust settled, only a deep crater remained, devoid of any trace of life. After dispatching that group of invaders and bidding farewell to the Kafurians, Su Bufon returned to his spaceship to examine the cosmic map. He discovered that his current location was still a considerable distance from the blue planet, situated at the edge of the universe. Even piloting the spaceship would take at least 2 years. He then turned his attention to Namek and Yardrat, realizing that both planets lay along the route to the blue planet. Having previously been intrigued by the potential of the Elder of Namek and the instantaneous movement capabilities of Yardrat, he recognized this opportunity was not to be missed. He set his destination to Namek and soon fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he journeyed on the blue planet, the Saiyan Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King Piccolo. Although Goku ultimately triumphed over Piccolo, he sustained severe injuries and returned to the Heavenly Temple to recuperate and continue his training. Chapter 3. Arrival at Namek. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Bufon finally arrived at Namek. Upon landing, several figures rushed towards him. "Who are you? What brings you to Namek?" One of the newcomers inquired. "My name is Su Bufon, but you may also refer to me as Darius. I am a Saiyan who has traveled from afar to meet your esteemed elder. I have heard that the elder possesses the ability to help others unlock their potential, and thus I hope he can assist me in doing so." Upon hearing my words, several Namekians were taken aback, as their memories painted Saiyans as inherently savage beings. "Leave. The elder will not see you, nor will he aid you in unlocking your potential." One of the Namekians promptly dismissed me. However, Elder Muley heard the elder's call. "Muley, bring him forth," the elder commanded. "But elder, Muley began, only to be interrupted by the elder. "It is quite all right. Bring him here." I sensed no malevolence in his heart. Muley, with no other option, led the way while I followed closely behind. Before long, we arrived at a tall stone pillar crowned with a white structure resembling a beetle. As we approached the entrance, an ancient voice resonated, "Neru, go greet our distant guest." A door creaked open, revealing a green-skinned being adorned with antennae. "Come with me. Although I do not understand why the elder wishes to see you, I advise you to be on your best behavior," Neru said slowly. Having read the original text, I recognized Neru as the guardian of the elder, who was concerned for his safety. Thus, I paid no mind to Neru's tone. Upon reaching the second floor of the dwelling, we encountered a large Namekian. Despite being seated, his imposing stature was unmistakable. "Elder, I have traveled from a distant galaxy and hope you can assist me in unlocking my potential," I stated. "I understand your intent. However, it is rare to encounter a benevolent Saiyan. Come closer. I shall help awaken the dormant power within you." I stepped beside the elder, who extended his massive hand over my head. A radiant green light emanated from his palm, and a surge of formidable energy erupted from within me. Neru instantly assumed a defensive stance, evidently concerned for the elder's safety. As I sensed the overwhelming power coursing through me, I quickly reined in the excess energy, reveling in the immense force within my being, thoroughly satisfied with my newfound strength. Just as I was basking in my triumph, the elder spoke, "Your body harbors immense potential. I cannot unlock all of it. The remainder must be excavated through your own efforts." "Thank you, elder. I am already content with the enhancement you have provided." The elder continued, "Scion, my days are numbered, and I have a premonition that one day, our Namekian race will face an existential crisis. I hope that if you possess the capability, you might assist us in our time of need." I contemplated the elder's words, realizing that the impending crisis he referred to was likely Frieza. Given my current trajectory, I was confident that I could confront Frieza with relative ease by that time. He then spoke to the Grand Elder. "If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, please use this device to notify me, and I shall arrive with utmost haste." With that, he left behind a combat power detector. Suddenly, Su Bufon seemed to recall something and said, "Grand Elder, I have heard that on the planet Mikes. There exists a wish pearl capable of granting any desire. Might I be able to make a wish?" The Grand Elder replied, I regret to inform you that due to a recent wish granted to a valiant hero, the Wish Pearl is currently in a state of recovery and cannot be used at this time. However, if you wish to wait here, you may make a wish once it has restored its power. The Grand Elder's words left Su Bufan profoundly disappointed. After all, acquiring the ability of instantaneous movement or other skills on Mike's would have been splendid. Nevertheless, he could also learn instantaneous movement on the planet Adralat. So it was not an urgent matter, as it fell within his plans. To gauge his current combat strength, Su Bufan requested the Grand Elder to allow him to spar with Nailu, aiding him in fully adapting to his sudden surge in power. Nailu had been eager to engage. The overwhelming aura he had sensed earlier had instilled in him a desire to test Su Bufan's newfound strength. To avoid disturbing the Grand Elder, they flew several miles away and stood facing each other. With a roar, the two began to unleash their auras, creating waves of energy that stirred the surrounding debris. And where their energies collided, flashes of lightning erupted. With a simultaneous burst, they charged at one another, leaving craters in their wake and sending dust swirling into the air. The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed through the atmosphere as they moved through the sky, accompanied by thunderous booms. Their movements were so swift that few could discern their actions. Only the explosive sounds and errant energy waves were perceptible. Su Bufan had been restraining his power, allowing Nailu to endure longer, but now he was aware of his own strength and decided to unleash his full energy. A powerful punch landed squarely on Nailu's chest, causing him to groan in pain as he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater beneath him. "This is enough, Nailu. You are not my match at present. Perhaps we shall spar again another time," Su Bufan declared as he subdued his aura and approached Nailu, helping him to his feet. He then bid farewell to the Grand Elder and the others. As the spaceship departed from the planet Mike's, Su Bufan hastily retrieved the combat power detector to examine it. Upon seeing the index of 80,000, he was surprised despite having anticipated it. He had not expected the Grand Elder's strength to increase nearly sixfold. Next, he would journey to the next location to learn instantaneous movement. Chapter 4. Mastering Instantaneous Movement, arriving at Blue Star. After a month of deep slumber, Su Bufan finally descended upon the planet Adralat. As he entered the city, every Adralatrian gazed at him with curious expressions. He strolled through this metropolis, having spent many years in this world without encountering a grand city. After observing the local specialties and gaining insight into the Adralatrians, Su Bufan sought out the most powerful individual on the planet, hoping that he could guide him to the sage for lessons in teleportation or other techniques. Although the combat prowess of the Adralatrians was not particularly high, they possessed some peculiar skills. Under the guidance of one of the locals, Su Bufan was introduced to the leader of the Adralatrians. Upon learning of Su Bufan's intentions, the leader escorted him to the dwelling of the sage, Husu. "Our planet's sage resides here. The techniques you wish to learn fall under his purview. Whether you can master them depends on your own efforts," he declared before turning to depart. Pushing open the grand door, Su Bufan was greeted by a spacious hall, suffused with a faint blue glow. Within the radiance, he discerned some inscriptions, presumably the techniques overseen by the sage. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly man seated in meditation amidst the luminous aura. Su Bufan hurried forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, sage. I wish to learn some techniques from you." The sage slowly opened his eyes, filled with a unique brilliance. "I perceive countless lives lamenting within you. Yet the malevolent energy surrounding you is dissipating. I should not teach you, but I see the darkness within you fading. I hope you will utilize these techniques to assist others within your capacity." After this, Sage Husu inquired, "What kind of technique do you wish to learn?" Su Bufan ziplit. "I seek to learn teleportation." The sage then led him to a wall. "This is the method for utilizing teleportation. Whether you can master it depends on yourself. However, I can offer you a hint. Every technique relies on the manipulation of chi. The more adept you become at harnessing chi, the greater your chances of success. Contemplate this at your leisure." With that, he departed, leaving Su Bufan to sit beside the wall and begin to comprehend the method of teleportation. Time passed swiftly, and before he realized it, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Su Bufan frequently sought advice from the Adralatrians regarding the application of chi, who generously shared their understanding and techniques with him. In this nurturing environment, he mastered teleportation within 2 months. Though not yet perfectly skilled, he could successfully employ it, with further refinement remaining to be achieved. Moreover, he had learned to manipulate chi, allowing him to fully control his combat prowess. After several months on Adralatra, Having acquired the ability to teleport, Su Bufon felt an intensified eagerness to venture to Blue Star, curious to discover the current state of the protagonist group. However, due to his lack of proficiency in teleportation and uncertainty of Blue Star's direction, he was unable to lock onto its aura, and thus had no choice but to travel there by spaceship. After bidding farewell to the Ardatian beings, the journey continued, with less than 3 months remaining to reach the blue planet. Su Bufon refrained from entering a deep slumber, merely satisfying his daily need for rest. One day, while traversing an uncharted starfield, the spacecraft was unexpectedly assaulted by an unidentified vessel. As Scions cannot survive in the vacuum of space, Su Bufon opted to land nearby to deal with the attackers. Upon landing, he stood upon his ship, quietly awaiting the arrival of his assailants. Soon, several smaller crafts descended around a larger cosmic vessel, which resembled an enormous pumpkin pie in its structure. As the hatch opened, a contingent of armed individuals surged forth, donned in uniform weaponry. Recognizing their attire, Su Bufon deduced they were members of the Frieza force, though he was perplexed by their presence in this remote system. The distribution of their ships suggested they were searching for something nearby, fortuitously encountering him instead. "Kid, encountering us is your misfortune," one of them chuckled. "We merely came to this desolate place to scout for planets with better prices. Though we found none, you've provided us with some entertainment. We'll take good care of you." "Oh, is that so? Then meeting me truly marks your nightmare," Su Bufon retorted, dismissing their expressions. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast, obliterating their ship. Enraged by the destruction, the group retaliated. Su Bufon, however, remained unhurried, playfully toying with them as a cat would with a mouse. After several exchanges, the ground was littered with debris, yet he remained unscathed. It was then that the assailants realized the vast disparity in their combat prowess, and they scattered in panic. Su Bufon, unyielding, ascended higher, directing beams of light from his fingertips toward the fleeing figures. Their anguished cries were soon accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Moments later, as every last one fell to his rays, he disdainfully curled the corner of his mouth before returning to his ship to continue onward. On the blue planet, Son Goku, Krillin, and others had returned home to recuperate after defeating Piccolo at the martial arts tournament. Goku had married Chi-Chi, and despite their victories, they remained committed to their training, each yearning for further advancement. Piccolo, vowing to kill Goku and dominate the world, sought his own path of training, while Goku desired a worthy rival. Thus, after several months of travel, the spacecraft finally approached the edge of the universe, arriving at the blue planet. Chapter 5. The Encounter with the Protagonists. Su Bufon gazed at the azure orb before him, his heart swelling with exhilaration. He had finally reached this place that had long haunted his dreams, the very origin of this tale. He chose a secluded location to land, for he wished to avoid being treated like a spectacle. Meanwhile, far away on Turtle Island, Son Goku and his companions felt an immense aura approaching Earth, a sensation that instilled a sense of foreboding. What is this? How can such a vast presence exist? With grave expressions etched upon their faces, Son Wukong, Krillin, and the others trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an unprecedented aura of pressure. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, Su Bufon activated the detector, which emitted a series of beeps. As the sounds resonated, combat power indices materialized on the screen. Su Bufon swiftly locked onto the position with the highest combat power and accelerated towards it. "He's coming over here, Wukong," Krillin stuttered, visibly shaken. Son Wukong, his demeanor serious, gazed up at the sky and cautioned, "He is approaching us. We must be vigilant." Just as he spoke, his pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "He is coming in fast." Before them hovered a man clad in black, his hair reminiscent of Son Wukong. Yes. Observing the tense group below, Su Bufon offered a reassuring smile. "There is no need for alarm, Kakarot. No, I should say Son Wukong. I have come specifically to find you. You bear a striking resemblance to your father." "My father? What do you mean? Do you know him? Who exactly are you?" Son Wukong inquired, bewildered. Su Bufon slowly revealed the tail that coiled around his waist, waving it gently before the astonished onlookers. "What is this? Have you forgotten this part of yourself? It seems you have lingered on Blue Star for far too long, even forsaking your innate traits. To be frank, you are not a native of Blue Star. You hail from the depths of the universe, the planet Vegeta, as a Scion. This tale is a hallmark of your race. As for me, you may call me Dales. Though not of the same womb, I'm still your brother. Since learning of your arrival on this planet, I traversed countless galaxies to see if you were still alive. It appears you not only thrive, but have also formed harmonious relationships with the inhabitants of this planet, even forgetting the mission that brought you here. Mission? Sun Wukong and his companions looked on in confusion. Su Bufan continued, us Scions are inherently combative, notorious throughout the universe. We seek out habitable planets to conquer, exterminating the native inhabitants and selling the world to those in need of a home, profiting from the endeavor. You, as a lowly warrior born with a mere 2 points of combat power, were dispatched to a remote planet tasked with annihilating its human population. What a cruel approach. Krillin interjected. No, it's impossible. I will never do such a thing. Even if I'm a Scion, I'm a Blue Star native now. Sun Wukong retorted, bewildered yet defiant. Is that so? Then it seems I must assist you in fulfilling that task, Su Bufan declared, releasing an overwhelming aura. Gulme, let me witness the extent of your abilities as a Scion raised on Blue Star and how you intend to protect these inhabitants. As the battle loomed, several figures appeared in the distance, landing beside Sun Wukong, Tianjinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Wukong, who is he? How does he possess such immense power? Krillin, panting, relayed the situation. The group was soon drenched in sweat. What should we do? Given the current circumstances, we are no match for him. Su Bufan, however, turned his gaze in another direction. Come out, there is no need to be sneaky. As the others looked on in confusion, a green figure appeared atop the roof. Is everyone here? Then I shall begin. With that, the figure vanished and reappeared instantaneously beside Krillin, saying, let's start with this little bald head. A powerful aura erupted, and a fierce punch struck Krillin squarely in the chest. Without any reaction, he was sent crashing to the ground with a cry of agony. The others, realizing what had just transpired, were taken aback in shock. Do not worry. I spared his life, but that mercy will not extend further. At that moment, Piccolo leapt beside Sun Wukong, stating, it seems we must fight side by side today. The two removed their heavy gear, and the numbers on Su Bufan's detector began to fluctuate anew. Do you really think your paltry combat power, barely breaking 1,000, can contend with me? He then swiftly launched an attack against the two. They both shouted in unison as they retaliated. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing across the small turtle island. Moments later, two figures crashed heavily onto the ocean's surface, creating enormous waves. Both were battered and bruised, struggling to maintain their form, unable to counterattack. Enough of this. With your level of combat power, if I were to unleash my full strength, you would be reduced to mere fragments, he declared, retracting his aura. Looking down at the assembled crowd, Su Bufan spoke. I have come here today for 2 reasons. Firstly, to meet you and assess your combat capabilities. It is evident that your strength is woefully inadequate to fend off external threats. Secondly, although the Scion homeworld has vanished from the cosmos, a few survivors remain. I am one of them. Another is en route to Blue Star and will arrive within 6 months. He is not a benevolent being. He is capable of taking lives. With your current combat prowess, you stand little chance of defeating him. Train diligently. I hope you can survive when the time comes. With that, he soared into the distance, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, Krillin, recovering, asked, Goku, do you think we can trust what he said? As everyone's gaze turned to him, Sun Wukong replied, with his power, it would be trivial for him to kill us. There would be no need for intimidation. Moreover, even in the absence of an enemy, we must strive to train to protect Blue Star. Chapter 6, Training. After departing from Turtle Island, Su Bufan flew directly to West City. For his upcoming training required the gravity spaceship crafted by Bulma's father. In an instant, he arrived in West City, casually inquiring about the Capsule Corporation and heading straight to Bulma's home. Who are you? Upon entering, he was met by an elderly man. Excuse me, are you Dr. Briefs? I am an extraterrestrial visitor, and I have heard of your remarkable technological prowess. Could you assist me in constructing a spaceship equipped with a gravity device? I am willing to trade my original alien spacecraft for it. Extraterrestrial technology? Where is it? Can I see it? In the outskirts. There is no direct flight to this location, and it might require your assistance to transport back. Very well, provide me with the address, and I shall study the extraterrestrial spacecraft while you assist in building the vessel. How much time will it take? I will come to retrieve it then. After 6 months, you may return. I need some time to analyze your spaceship. Once the timing was agreed upon, Su Bufan rose to depart. For there was another crucial matter concerning the celestial beings that must not be squandered by that glutton. Possessing them in his own hands meant safeguarding lives. However, pondering over the cat sage, he realized he would need something to barter with. With this thought in mind, Su Bufan soared into the wilderness to catch some fish. Upon arrival, the cat sage regarded the suddenly appearing man with great caution. although he had witnessed the battles on Turtle Island. It was only when confronted with the reality that one could truly feel the overwhelming dread. What brings you here? I seek celestial beings. Do you have any? Yes. I have just harvested a few. All of them, please. I shall trade them for fish. Meow, really? The cat sage responded, then retrieved a small ceramic jar. They are all contained within here. After Su Bufan accepted the jar and exchanged it for the fish, he bid farewell to the cat sage and proceeded to the temple, wishing to further master his energy through cultivation. Upon reaching the temple, he was greeted by the ever-patient Bobo. Su Bufan directly inquired, "My grasp of energy is rather rudimentary. Could you teach me the method of controlling it? That is feasible, but I must consult the divine being first." "Teach him," the blue star deity interjected. "For I sense no malevolent energy within him." "Thank you, divine being. I shall offer my assistance when Blue Star faces adversity in the future." Thus, Su Bufan commenced his training in the deity's temple. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, he not only perfected his control over energy, but also elevated his combat prowess to 200,000. He refrained from entering the room of spirit and time. As his current combat abilities were relatively low, the benefits of entering would not be as significant as in the future. Upon completing his training, Su Bufan hurried to Capsule Corporation to check on the status of his spacecraft. However, before he could leave, he sensed a powerful aura descending upon Blue Star. He knew that the dramatic encounter was imminent, yet he was uninterested in witnessing their dialogue. His priority was to acquire his spacecraft first, and he could observe the commotion afterward. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others, having been informed by Su Bufan of the impending arrival of Saiyan, dedicated themselves to rigorous training. When Raditz arrived on Blue Star, they were still engaged in sparring on Turtle Island, their unleashed energy being detected by Raditz's scouter. "This level of combat power must belong to Kakarot," he remarked, swiftly heading towards Turtle Island. The others engaged in training also felt this aura and recognized that the Saiyan Su Bufan spoke of had finally arrived. However, they noted that his combat power did not seem particularly high. Unbeknownst to them, under the immense pressure exerted by Su Bufan, they trained with greater diligence. Sun Wukong and Piccolo had both surpassed Raditz in terms of combat power. Although the others still had a slight distance to cover, they were not far from Raditz, which led them to perceive him as not particularly formidable. Su Bufan arrived at Capsule Corporation and discovered Dr. Briefs busily working beside the spaceship. "Doctor, is the spaceship not yet completed?" he inquired. "It's almost done. We just finalized the placement of the speakers, which greatly affects the experience." "Is it only the speakers?" "That's inconsequential. Their position is not of utmost importance." As the two continued their debate over the speakers, Mrs. Briefs appeared. Mr. Su, would you care for a cup of coffee? Perhaps we could arrange a date as well," she said, playfully linking her arm with Su Bufan's. Su Bufan's lips twitched in exasperation at the couple's antics. "I must attend to a matter. It seems there are enemies approaching Wukong and the others. We can discuss the speakers another time." With that, he approached the spaceship. "Doctor, how do we shrink the spaceship into a capsule?" Dr. Briefs, still engrossed in the speaker placement, replied, without looking up, "There are red buttons on the side of the spaceship." Su Bufan pressed the button without hesitation. With a click, only a bottle of Huaxiang Zhengqi water remained suspended in the air. Su Bufan reached out and examined the capsule closely. Although it was within the Dragon Ball universe, it still felt astonishing as it involved spatial technology. In the entirety of Dragon Ball, only the Briefs family possessed such technological prowess. Alien technology paled in comparison. After stowing the capsule away and bidding farewell to Dr. Briefs, Su Bufan hurried towards the battlefield where Sun Wukong and the others were engaged. Any further delay would mean missing the action, as the fight had already commenced. Upon nearing the combat zone, Su Bufan suppressed his own power, ensuring that no one noticed his presence as he stood off to the side, casually munching on a snack. Chapter 7. Raditz. Su Bufan sensed that Sun Wukong and Piccolo, through their training over the past 6 months, had attained a combat power of approximately 5,000. In such circumstances, Raditz indeed appeared rather weak, which is why neither of them had entered the fray. On the battlefield, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan did not engage in a group assault, as their combat power still fell short of Raditz's. They took turns facing him, sustaining injuries, but none were fatal. At that moment, Krillin was defeated, prompting Yamcha to step forward, eager to fight. Upon seeing Yamcha, Su Bufan was suddenly reminded of the T-God's demise, and a sense of anticipation stirred within him. The two began to amplify their ki. Although Raditz had gone through 2 rounds of combat, he remained unscathed, and his combat power had not diminished significantly. From the increase in his strength, it was evident that he still slightly surpassed Yamcha. Raditz launched the first attack, delivering a swift blow to Yamcha's abdomen. With a resounding thud, although Yamcha managed to block the punch, the immense force propelled him across the ground, carving a trench beneath him. Witnessing this, Yamcha retaliated, and the two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding, sending ripples through the air. Wolfang Fist, Yamcha shouted, unleashing his signature technique. Suddenly, a colossal black wolf surged through the air towards Raditz, who retaliated with remarkable speed and strength surpassing that of Yamcha. Amid the fierce clash, Yamcha began to sustain injuries, his speed diminishing, ultimately being struck down by Raditz's energy wave, suffering significant harm. Raditz, now panting heavily, realized that while the few adversaries before him had not inflicted severe damage, the depletion of his energy was unmistakable. He felt a profound confusion. How could so many formidable warriors exist on Planet Blue? Moreover, Goku and Piccolo had yet to engage, and in his current state, he feared that even a single opponent could easily vanquish him, not to mention the potentially more powerful Kakarot. As he witnessed the defeat of his comrades, Goku stepped forward, advising, "You should leave Planet Blue. You're far too weak now." "Goku, why let him go? What if he returns with even stronger foes?" Krillin interjected anxiously. "Krillin, permit him to depart. I seek stronger opponents to facilitate my growth." Under Goku's unwavering gaze, Krillin felt compelled to relent. Su Bufan, equally exasperated, reflected on Goku's character. It was indeed frustrating, allowing one who intended to harm him to escape. It seemed he would need to assist Goku in overcoming such tendencies. As Raditz prepared to depart, Su Bufan revealed himself, clearing his throat to make his presence known. "Deleuze, what brings you here?" Goku inquired upon seeing him. "Deleuze? You refer to him as Deleuze?" Raditz exclaimed, taken aback. "Did you not perish during a mission?" "Perish? Who claimed I was dead? I merely chose not to serve under Frieza any longer." "So, has being his lackey been enjoyable all these years?" "Let me enlighten you. Frieza fears the emergence of Super Saiyans and annihilated our entire race to prevent it. Do you truly believe that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor? Consider Aunt Jine. Contemplate Uncle Bardock. Both fell victim to Frieza. Do you not yearn for vengeance? And what of it? While you may be stronger than I, you still pale in comparison to Frieza. You genuinely believe you can confront him for retribution? At present, we are indeed incapable of revenge, but we Saiyans possess limitless potential. Given a little time, overcoming Frieza would be effortless. Why should I trust you?" With that, Su Bufan unleashed his full aura, causing the very ground to tremble, or rather, the entire planet Blue quaked under the immense pressure of his energy. "Is this sufficient to earn your belief?" A smirk graced Su Bufan's lips as he proclaimed, "To be candid, my battle power now stands at 200,000. Are you still apprehensive about defeating Frieza? 200,000? The onlookers were astounded. With my training methods, achieving such power is effortless. So what do you say? Care to join me?" Before Raditz could respond, Goku eagerly approached, exclaiming, I want to learn. I wish to enhance my battle power." Although the others remained silent, their attentive ears betrayed their intrigue. Is that truly the case? The Saiyans have achieved such formidable battle power. Can I attain it as well? Of course, after all, we are brothers. However, I require your assistance to lure Vegeta and the others to Blue Star, as they would significantly contribute to our strength. Unfortunately, my scouter has been destroyed, leaving me unable to make contact. Not to worry, I can utilize the device I possess, but necessitates everyone's collaboration to stage a performance. After a collective discussion, they decided to use the wish-granting power of the Dragon Balls as bait to attract Vegeta to Blue Star. Raditz connected his scouter to Vegeta's device and began the charade. "The Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish. You can resurrect the deceased," he proclaimed. "Impossible," a voice retorted. "Ah, I refuse to accept this fate, to perish at the hands of a lowly warrior like you." The sound of an explosion orchestrated by Su Bufan abruptly silenced him. In the vastness of the universe, it seems Raditz, that incompetent fool, has met his end on Blue Star. Yet before his demise, he delivered a promising message. The Dragon Balls can indeed grant any wish. "Vegeta, shall I go to Blue Star to resurrect Raditz? What purpose does reviving such a useless being serve? Do you not value the prospect of eternal life and the perpetual enjoyment of battle more?" Vegeta responded, "Once I attain eternal life, I shall ensure Frieza pays for his contempt towards our Saiyan race. One day, he will recognize our true strength. I, Vegeta, and the mightiest in the universe. Let us proceed to Blue Star. Thus, Vegeta was cunningly deceived by Su Buffon and his companions into journeying towards Blue Star. Chapter 8. Training Raditz on Blue Star. After resolving all matters, Su Buffon produced the remaining fruits of the spirit tree, distributing one to each individual. These are spirit tree fruits, capable of significantly enhancing battle power. They are of no further use to me. Consume them and discover how much your strength may increase. The group gazed at the dark red fruits in Su Buffon's hands, curious about the potential boost to their power. Indeed, I significantly improved thanks to these. Do give them a try. With a sense of skepticism, they took the fruits and consumed them. Moments latte. A cacophony of cracking bones filled the air as their bodies expanded, as if infused with an invigorating force, healing their prior injuries. Such miraculous effects. They marveled. Now, let us ascertain how much your battle power has risen. Enormous auras erupted skyward, and the scouters revealed that Son Goku had reached a power level of 50,000. Piccolo was nearing that mark. Raditz had attained approximately 150,000, and the others boasted at least 10,000. Next, Goku. You must visit the Supreme Kai and request his guidance to take you to King Kai for training. Raditz, you shall accompany me. I will mentor you. Su Buffon handed a bag of Senzu beans to Goku. Subsequently, Goku and his companions set off for the Sacred Realm. Supreme Kai, are you acquainted with King Kai? Could you escort us to him for training? Moreover, 2 more Saiyans will be arriving on Blue Star, and we must continue to grow stronger. I regret to inform you that I cannot escort you directly to the Lord of the King, but I can take you to the office of the King of Hell. The remainder of your journey must be undertaken by yourselves. No problem. If you take me to the King of Hell, we shall manage the rest on our own. Very well. Come and seize me, and I shall lead you to the hall of the King of Hell. Within a building, a group of individuals suddenly found themselves face to face with the imposing figure of the King of Hell, exchanging bewildered glances. Earthly deity, what brings you to this realm with these living souls? The King of Hell inquired. My lord, the Saiyans have set their sights on Blue Star. These individuals are martial artists from Blue Star, seeking to journey to the King of Worlds to cultivate their skills in preparation for the impending threat of the Saiyans. Saiyans, you say? Truly troublesome beings. Have you informed them of the path to the King's planet? A single misstep could lead them into the depths of hell, from which there is no escape. Indeed, my lord, the celestial beings have provided guidance, but in our quest for strength and the protection of Blue Star, we are determined to reach the King's planet and learn martial arts from you. Very well, I shall summon someone to guide you to the snake path. Remember, do not stray from the path. Goku and the others boarded the vehicle that had come to collect them, and the staff, upon seeing them, were taken aback. It had been many years since a corporeal being had arrived in this realm, let alone a living one. As they conversed, the group approached a massive stone serpent's head. Before you lies the snake path. Simply follow this route, and you shall arrive at the location of the king. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude and hurried onto the snake path, unaware that due to their heightened abilities, their passage along the path would be significantly expedited. Meanwhile, Su Buffon accompanied Raditz to a deserted island, retrieving the spaceship constructed by Dr. Brief. You shall engage in gravity training with me. Son Goku has his own path to follow, hence I have not included him in our training. They would first acclimate to the gravity within the spaceship, after which Su would suppress his combat power and spar with Raditz. Su adjusted the gravity to 40 times Earth standard, declaring, "Let us begin with this level of gravity." For the ensuing days, the two trained under the weight of 40 times gravity, performing sit-ups, push-ups, and other exercises. After more than a month, both were able to maintain their speed without the assistance of zero gravity under such conditions. Well, you have adapted to the gravity. Now we shall commence combat training. With that, Su unleashed a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. Caught off guard, Raditz was struck forcefully to the ground, curling up and bleeding from his mouth. Is that all you can muster? Do not worry. As long as you do not perish, the Senzu beans will heal you. Moreover, as Saiyans, we possess the ability to recover from near-death experiences, significantly enhancing our combat prowess. Thus, the best way to improve your strength is through battle. Rise and continue. Raditz stood and launched an attack on Su Buffon, with the interior of the spaceship resounding with the sounds of their fierce clashes. Su actively suppressed his combat strength, and the two fought fiercely, their bodies marred with wounds. The pressure is insufficient. This level of combat is utterly incapable of enhancing combat prowess. Yet, there is no alternative. Raditz's power level is limited, and I must avoid inflicting significant harm upon myself. It seems I must first assist Raditz in his enhancement. With this thought in mind, Su Buffon directly amplified his strength. In a mere instant, Raditz was sent flying, caught off guard, and appeared on the brink of losing consciousness. Su hurriedly produced a senza bean and placed it in Raditz's mouth. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, his expression momentarily reflecting terror. Am I dead? He pondered. Dead? Quickly check how much your power level has increased. 30,000. Haha, my power level has reached 30,000. I'm now stronger than Vegeta. I eagerly anticipate the expression on his face when we meet again. Do not rejoice too soon. You still fall far short compared to Son Goku. Moreover, our adversary is Frieza, a foe far superior to the current Vegeta. Our immediate objective is to meet the transformation conditions for a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? ISNT, that the legendary warrior of our Saiyan race? Can I truly become a legendary warrior? Raditz inquired with excitement. Theoretically, any Saiyan possessing a righteous heart can transform into a Super Saiyan. It merely depends on whether one can meet the transformation criteria. However, we have a long journey ahead before achieving Super Saiyan status. For now, enhancing our combat power is our priority. With that, Su Buffon resumed his attacks. Chapter 9. A significant breakthrough in power. On King Kai's planet, Son Goku and the others had already arrived. The tenfold gravity felt negligible to them at this stage. They had successfully completed the tasks set by King Kai, and under the increased gravity, their powers had significantly improved. Several of them had even developed new techniques, such as Yamcha's Spirit Ball and Krillin's Keyblades. However, their abilities had already been augmented by the Spirit Fruit, and further training would not yield substantial enhancements. Initially, Su Buffon refrained from training alongside Son Goku, believing he should carve his own path, as techniques like the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb could only be learned from King Kai. Su Buffon would not remain on Blue Star indefinitely. Some foes they would need to confront independently. Yet, it appeared that their learning pace under King Kai was quite rapid, making the prospect of constructing several spaceships for joint training feasible. After Raditz was once again knocked down, Su Buffon sought out Dr. Brief, hoping he could construct additional spaceships equipped with power-level detectors. Dr. Brief readily agreed. Upon returning to the spaceship, Su Buffon felt that, after a period of training, Raditz could once again attempt to transform into a Saiyan. After summoning Raditz, Su sensed his reluctance. After all, who would willingly flirt with death? Nevertheless, reluctance would not alter the fact that he must endure punishment. Raditz mustered his resolve to fight back, while Su Buffon aimed to control his strength, wary of inadvertently sending Raditz away, leaving him at a temporary impasse. As the two warriors grew more fervent in their battle, concerned about the potential damage to their spacecraft, Su Buffon retracted the vessel, and they relocated to another island to engage in combat. In an instant, dust swirled around the island, and the shockwaves generated by their colliding fists and feet sent ripples across the ocean surface. A powerful energy wave erupted as Raditz raised his hand and shouted, conjuring an energy sphere that he hurled violently toward Su Buffon. With both hands outstretched, Su Buffon caught the energy sphere and, declaring, "Here is back to you," he forcefully pushed it back, sending it crashing into Raditz, who let out a pained scream as black smoke billowed from his form, plummeting from the sky. Oh no! I hope I haven't killed Raditz, Su Buffon thought urgently as he caught Raditz and swiftly placed a senza bean in his mouth, relieved to find a flicker of consciousness remaining. Following this near-death revival, Raditz's combat prowess surged to approximately 50,000. It was clear that diligent training was now in order. If he continued to rely on this method, Raditz's latent potential would soon be exhausted, leaving no room for further advancement. Let us take a day to rest and resume gravity training tomorrow, adjusting the intensity to 100 times. Enjoy this day of tranquility, but remember, no mischief on Blue Star, or you know the consequences, he warned before departing. Raditz scoffed, trying to intimidate me, he muttered, though his body trembled in honest response. Meanwhile, Su Buffon made his way to the temple. Deity, may I converse with Sun Wukong and the others? He inquired. What is it you wish to discuss? I can only connect with Lord King Kai. Whether or not a conversation can be held depends on his approval. Never mind. Just contact King Kai and have Sun Wukong unleash his full power. I shall join them, Su Buffon instructed. Very well, I shall see what I can do. On King Kai's planet, while engaged in home repairs, King Kai suddenly perked up, his antennae erect. Blue Star's deity, what brings you here? He asked. Lord King, a martial artist from Blue Star wishes to speak with Sun Wukong and the others. Might you permit this? Before he could finish, King Kai raised his voice. Do you think I'm a telephone? If you wish to connect, then do so. The deity, having been met with a rebuff, replied. He wishes for Sun Wukong to maximize his energy and intends to come here himself. Let him come. I want to see how he manages that. King Kai retorted before addressing Sun Wukong, who was engaged in a 1 versus 4 battle. Wukong, elevate your energy to its peak. Sun Wukong, perplexed, complied without hesitation. Just as the others were left wondering, a figure materialized before them. Su Bufan, how did you arrive here? Instant transmission allows one to reach another side as long as their energy signature can be sensed. It is a technique I learned in the cosmos. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you, but not at this moment. I have come to see that you have nearly reached your limits here. Further training will yield minimal progress. Therefore, I propose we return to Blue Star to train together. What do you think? After training on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong's combat power had risen to 450,000, while Piccolo hovered around 200,000, and the other Earthlings had also surpassed 10,000 in strength. A group of individuals exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, for the gravity on King Kai's planet was no longer a concern. Very well, come and seize me. I shall escort you back to Earth, and bid farewell to King Kai. With that, they vanished from King Kai's realm, only to find themselves on Earth moments later. This instantaneous teleportation is magnificent. Teach me, exclaimed Sun Wukong, brimming with eagerness upon their return. All right, but not just yet. I will instruct you once your combat abilities have improved further. The other 2 Scions will arrive on Earth in 2 months. In the meantime, you must train according to the methods that Raditz and I have devised, so you can fully acclimate to the 100-fold gravity before pursuing additional training. I've secured a spaceship from Dr. Brief. You are free to commence your training. With that, the group departed in the spaceship. Raditz had returned, and Su Bufan adjusted the spaceship's gravity to 100-fold. Come now, adapt swiftly to this gravity. I sense that our transformation into Super Saiyan is imminent. Over the next 2 months, Su Bufan engaged in rigorous training daily, his strength advancing at an astonishing rate. Even the combat power detector modified by the doctor could no longer gauge his abilities. Su Bufan felt he had reached the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet he could not achieve the transformation. He pondered whether it was due to a deficiency in the number of cells within his body or if an extreme rage was requisite. Yet, how could one summon such profound rage in a state of tranquility? Relinquishing his fixation on the transformation, he mused that perhaps the moment for his metamorphosis had not yet arrived. Nevertheless, his current level of combat power was already significantly superior, and thus he chose to focus on enhancing his base power, which would ultimately contribute to his prowess as a Super Saiyan. Chapter 10. The arrival of Vegeta. While the others were absorbed in their training, the spacecraft of Vegeta and Nappa had reached Earth. In the city, the inhabitants suddenly spotted 2 fireballs hurtling towards the ground. The curious citizens observed until the fireballs crashed through skyscrapers, prompting a hurried retreat. As the dust settled, 2 circular objects emerged from the craters, drawing the intrigued crowd closer. What are these? Meteorites or spacecraft? Questions and astonishment rippled through the onlookers. At that moment, a door on one side of the circular object slowly opened, revealing figures emerging from the shadow, hovering in midair. Are they aliens? Murmured the crowd in wonder. Among them, the shorter figure surveyed the scene with haughty disdain. Indeed, a wretchedly inferior species, pathetically weak in combat power. Meanwhile, the taller, bald figure chuckled. Raditz, that fool, has fallen to such a base race. Yet, he has left us with the Dragon Balls, a treasure of great value. Should we extend a greeting to these humans? With a flick of his wrist, a brilliant white light erupted, followed by an explosive sound, and as the radiance dissipated, the entire city vanished, leaving only a vast pit in its wake. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions, hurrying towards the landing site, suddenly felt the ground tremble. A powerful shockwave swept through, prompting everyone to gaze into the distance, where a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. What have they done? Krillin exclaimed, aghast. Regardless of their actions, this situation undoubtedly claimed numerous lives, intolerable. Sun Wukong stated, accelerating towards the site of the explosion. In the heart of the devastation, Vegeta and Nappa emerged unscathed, laughing heartily at the destruction below. Vegeta then spoke, Nappa, why not be a bit gentler? This planet appears to have potential value. And what if there are Dragon Balls in this region that you've ruined? Our eternal life would be at stake. Oh, my apologies, Vegeta. I was too exhilarated and didn't consider these matters. Nappa replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Let be. Just be more cautious next time. Come on, someone is approaching, and we should extend a warm welcome. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Wukong and his companions had not unleashed their full power, and Vegeta's scouter detected only a few thousand battle powers, leading him to believe their strength was limited. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching. Vegeta scanned each individual with his scouter, surprised to find so many with battle powers exceeding 1,000 on this planet. No wonder Raditz, that weakling, met his demise here. However, we're not to be compared with lower-class warriors like him. The group was growing impatient, having not seen Su Buffon and Raditz for 2 months, and they were curious about how much their power had increased. Su Buffon and Raditz, sensing Vegeta's presence, suppressed their power levels. As this degree of strength did not pique Su Buffon's interest, they intended to reveal themselves after Vegeta had been dealt with. Wukong, everyone in the city has perished. Although we could resurrect them with the Dragon Balls, it is still necessary to teach them a lesson, Krillin commented. Certainly, while Dallas mentioned not to kill them for the time being, inflicting some pain should be acceptable, he continued. As Krillin and Wukong deliberated, Vegeta interjected, Nappa, do you still have any seeds of the vegetable people? This planet seems quite suitable for their growth. It would be prudent to observe their battle power. Nappa produced a pouch and counted. There are 6 left. Should I plant them now? Vegeta nodded and turned to Sun Wukong, suggesting, Kakarot, shall we engage in a game? Let us send out 6 individuals to battle and see who falls first. As they conversed, 6 green creatures emerged from the earth. Ugh, how revolting, Krillin shuddered. As Yamcha observed, he realized this was indeed his opportunity to shine. He eagerly stepped forward, declaring, Goku, leave these foes to me. I shall put my recent training to the test. With their combat power barely exceeding 1,000, the vegetable beings elicited no desire for engagement from the others, who did not oppose Yamcha's boldness. He advanced a few paces, adopting a derisive expression, and proclaimed, You worthless beings, allow me to deal with you. With that, he concentrated his energy into a glowing sphere and, with a mighty shout, hurled it towards the vegetable entities. As Yamcha unleashed his energy sphere, the numbers on Vegeta's scouter began to fluctuate wildly, and in an instant, the device exploded. Still in shock, Yamcha's energy sphere split into 6. And amidst the ensuing explosions, the 6 green vegetable beings were reduced to mere remnants. How is this possible? I never anticipated encountering such formidable foes on this remote blue planet. It appears I must intervene personally. Nappa, standing nearby, gaped in disbelief, eventually recovering enough to speak. Vegeta, was it a malfunction of the machine? Our scouters are state-of-the-art, capable of measuring power levels up to 14,000. Could his power exceed that? Yet just moments ago, it was around 1,000. Despite the circumstances, Vegeta maintained an air of confidence. Nappa, do not place too much faith in the scouter. I have heard tales of certain races in the universe that can enhance their power without transformation. They must belong to that category. But fret not. No matter how strong he is, he cannot surpass my own strength of 18,000. Huh, indeed, then I shall leave him to you. The others are mine. I can hardly contain my eagerness to hear their cries of anguish. With that, Nappa charged towards Goku, declaring, Kakarot, allow me to teach you what true combat entails. With a resounding crash, Nappa, in the midst of his assault, was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into a hill and becoming pinned beneath the rubble. What? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished, unable to comprehend how Nappa had been struck. Had their power levels escalated to such an extent that he had failed to notice? In an instant, the battlefield fell into a hush. Chapter 11, The Clash. In the ruins, the wind stirred dust into swirling eddies. The once thriving city lay in ruins, a testament to the devastation wrought. Goku's attack had rendered the scene momentarily silent. Vegeta's pride and arrogance made it unbearable for him to accept that Goku, a lower-class warrior, could surpass him in strength. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his full energy. In an instant, a formidable aura surged upward, causing the earth to tremble and the clouds to fracture under its might. Fueled by intense fury, Vegeta transcended his own limits, significantly increasing his combat power, leaving only Goku and Piccolo capable of withstanding his overwhelming presence. Piccolo, allow me to take charge. Sun Wukong was already brimming with impatience. After uttering a few words, he elevated his energy, and the 2 warriors' auras collided fiercely, sending dust and debris flying. Suddenly, their energies stabilized to a certain extent, and the wild, unleashed aura calmed. Wukong surveyed his surroundings and then suggested, let us find a more suitable place for our battle, before soaring into the distance, with Vegeta swiftly following suit. Observing this spectacle, the warrior group hastily trailed behind, for such a display of combat was a rare sight, and they hoped to glean insights from it. As for Nappa, he had lost all will to resist. With Vegeta disregarding him, the others had no inclination to concern themselves with him either. Moreover, as long as he dared to commit further misdeeds, the inhabitants of Blue Star could strike him down at any moment. Whoosh! In the sky, Wukong and Vegeta flew rapidly, leaving behind trails of white energy in their wake. Vegeta, having enhanced his battle power, easily kept pace with Wukong, who was exerting a power level of 30,000. Impressive, he thought. I can effortlessly match this speed, even though I have yet to unleash my full strength. Such speed is commendable for this level of power. The two soared towards an uninhabited area, the landscape beneath them shifting continuously as they traversed forests and oceans, ultimately alighting amidst a desolate expanse of gravel. This will do, Wukong declared. Thud! They landed among a cluster of rocks, each taking their respective position. Vegeta perched atop a higher rock, arms crossed, looking down at Wukong. What is the matter? Have you decided how you wish to perish? You've chosen a rather fine grave site for yourself. The recent surge in Vegeta's power had left him feeling somewhat arrogant. Whose gravesite is still up for debate, Wukong retorted. I am a prodigy among Saiyans, born with a battle power of 2,000, far surpassing Ymir II. Moreover, Raditz must have informed you that as Saiyans, our battle power and potential are assessed at birth. Warriors like you and Raditz, with such limited potential, are dispatched to planets devoid of strong fighters. Is that so? I care not for any warrior qualifications, nor do I recognize what a lower-class warrior is. All I know is that through diligent training, one can elevate their battle power to new heights. Ha ha, how laughable. Allow me to enlighten you on what it means to be a genius. A gust of wind swept by, stirring the dust on the ground, and the clouds scattered as if aware of the impending peril. Bang! Wukong initiated the assault, launching a punch aimed squarely at Vegeta's face. Vegeta slightly tilted his head to evade the blow, while simultaneously countering with a punch directed at Wukong's abdomen. Wukong intercepted the strike with one hand while lifting his leg to deliver a sweeping kick toward Vegeta's neck. Swish! Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, retracting his hand and leaning back, executing a somersault kick aimed at Wukong's chin. Wukong stepped back 2 paces to evade the attack, seizing the opportunity as Vegeta landed to deliver a flying kick. Vegeta quickly created distance to avoid the strike, but upon seeing him retreat, Wukong hastened to pursue. As Vegeta observed Goku closing in, he abruptly pivoted and accelerated back, crashing into a rock. With a loud thud, Goku, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face by Vegeta's fist, sending him hurtling backward into a cluster of boulders. With a resounding crash, Goku, buried beneath the rubble, forcefully cleared the stones and instantly vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta, launching a punch at his back. Vegeta swiftly evaded to the side, gathering energy in his hands and hurling it towards Goku with rapid succession. Despite Goku's attempts to dodge, the relentless barrage from the prince left him flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta landed a powerful kick to Goku's abdomen. Is that all you've got? A lower-class warrior is still a lower-class warrior. No matter how much you enhance your power, you can never compare to me. Your strength is commendable, but now that I fully comprehend your abilities, it's time to conclude this battle. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Are you so frightened that your head is spinning, resorting to empty bravado? Just you wait, Goku retorted as he clenched his fists, steadying his breath. With the sound of his voice, Goku's aura surged dramatically, reaching heights that Vegeta could scarcely fathom. A tremendous pressure bore down upon Vegeta, who was left utterly astonished, his earlier confidence evaporating into thin air. Impossible. How can you be this powerful? Merely bluster. Behold my ultimate flash. Vegeta unleashed his most formidable attack towards Goku. However, Goku, having significantly augmented his strength, dismissed the energy blast with contempt, barely bothering to dodge. He slowly extended a hand, effortlessly catching Vegeta's ultimate flash, then clenched his fist, causing the energy sphere to burst like a luminous bubble. Vegeta stood in shock, unable to fathom how easily Goku had neutralized his ultimate technique. After shattering the energy blast, Goku swiftly darted toward Vegeta, delivering a punch to his left cheek. Before Vegeta could react, Goku followed with a kick that sent him crashing backward, shattering several hills in the process. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Vegeta rose, suddenly realizing something. A smirk crept across his face as he regained his customary confidence. Ha ha! Though your strength is formidable, you have miscalculated. The true power of the Saiyans lies in our transformations. With the moon, we transform into giant apes, amplifying our strength tenfold, and you foolishly chose to abandon your tail. With that, he soared into the clouds, searching for the moon. Strange, this planet should have a moon, he mused, unaware that it had long been destroyed by Piccolo. After a prolonged search, the moon remained elusive. Regardless, I resolved to proceed, accepting that this would diminish my strength significantly. With that, Vegeta concentrated a beam of white light in his hand and sent it soaring into the sky. The light exploded, forming a luminous sphere that hung in the heavens, resembling the moon. What is that? Goku pondered, noticing that Vegeta's energy had noticeably dwindled after conjuring this orb. What purpose does expending such power serve? Ha ha ha. This is a technique that only a select few elite warriors among the Saiyans can unleash. By harnessing oxygen and energy, I have created an artificial full moon that emits over 17 million Blutz waves. Through this fabricated moon, the Saiyans can likewise transform into great apes. Carrot, you're doomed. A lowly warrior like you will never surpass me. You have no chance of victory. I shall utterly crush you. Thud, thud, thud. A sound akin to a heartbeat resonated, and Vegeta's form began to transform. With a fierce roar, his body swelled in size, fur sprouting all over him, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a colossal great ape. In an instant, the once diminutive Vegeta towered over the landscape, becoming a massive creature several dozen meters tall, while Goku appeared diminutive in comparison. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, your doom is upon you. The enormous, red-eyed ape bellowed. Observing Vegeta's transformation into a great ape ignited a spark of battle spirit within Goku, for adversaries of such caliber were rare. Ha ha, Kakarot, what happened to your earlier confidence? With his transformation complete, Vegeta launched an attack, throwing a punch at Goku. Unfazed, Goku deftly dodged. Although the transformed Vegeta had enhanced strength and speed, his blind spots had widened considerably. Goku's speed surpassed that of Vegeta, rendering him defenseless against Goku's onslaught, forced to endure the blows passively. Chapter 12. The Vicious Beating of Vegeta. This is impossible. Why? Why can I not defeat you even after transforming? It cannot be. Vegeta's anguished roar echoed in despair. Now, it's time for you to witness my true power and to understand that potential does not dictate everything. Goku leaped above the fray, his body slightly arched. With a primal scream, Goku unleashed all of his strength, and in an instant, the skies erupted with lightning and the earth trembled violently. Vegeta felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, realizing that Goku's battle prowess had far surpassed his own. Watch closely, Vegeta, for today you shall witness my ultimate strength. Without granting Vegeta a moment to react, Goku, having pushed his combat power to its zenith, instantaneously appeared before the towering figure of Vegeta, unleashing a relentless barrage upon him. The vast disparity in their battle powers rendered Vegeta utterly defenseless, forced to endure the onslaught. Fortunately, in his great ape form, with its rugged skin and formidable bulk, he managed to evade any fatal injuries for the time being. After a relentless series of punches, Goku delivered a crushing kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending the great ape flying through the air. As he soared, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious warrior among my kind. How could I possibly be defeated by a lowly warrior like you? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta, battered and bruised by Goku's relentless assault, seethed with rage. He had initially believed that his quest on Earth to seek the Dragon Balls for eternal life would be a simple endeavor. Yet he found himself facing a humiliating defeat at the hands of Kakarot, that inferior warrior. As for the destruction they had wrought upon a city and the slaughter of its inhabitants upon their arrival, Vegeta regarded those humans as nothing more than a swarm of inferior beings, hardly worth his concern. Kakarot, I will not let this go unpunished. Vegeta, a true genius and seasoned warrior from a young age, despite the considerable gap in strength, managed to withstand some of Goku's attacks. Vegeta, what can you possibly do now? Battered and bruised as you are? Goku remarked, observing the difficulty Vegeta faced in simply standing. Curse you, Kakarot. One day, I will ensure your total annihilation. At that moment, the artificial moon's radiance began to wane, signaling the imminent end of Vegeta's transformation. Realizing this, Vegeta understood that without the great ape form, he stood no chance against Kakarot. Gathering the last remnants of his energy, he launched a final attack at Goku before slowly collapsing to the ground. Goku effortlessly deflected Vegeta's desperate strike. With a defiant roar, Vegeta reverted from his great ape form, returning to his original state. This is unforgivable. Ha! Vegeta, should you wish to continue, I'm more than ready, Goku taunted. Vegeta, fueled by rage, charged at Goku, initiating a fierce melee confrontation. However, bereft of energy, how much strength could Vegeta truly muster? His punches posed no threat to Goku. Surprisingly, Goku refrained from utilizing energy attacks, opting instead to engage in a contest of physical strength. With a crouch, Goku unleashed an uppercut that struck Vegeta in the abdomen. In retaliation, Vegeta delivered a kick that connected with Goku's chin. Goku. Onlookers were bewildered by the intensity of the battle. Unable to comprehend why Goku was laboring against an adversary he could have swiftly dispatched. Yet they never truly understood Sun Wukong. His fervor for battle was not solely for the sake of victory, but rather to revel in the exhilaration of the fight itself. Time slipped away, and for what felt like an eternity, Vegeta endured the relentless barrage of Wukong's fists, until at last he was left utterly drained of stamina, marking the conclusion of their clash. Amidst the shattered earth and broken stones, a tattered Sun Wukong stood resolute as onlookers gathered to witness the end of the skirmish. As for Vegeta, it was a small mercy that he was not subjected to further blows, teetering on the brink of death. In his weakened state, Vegeta discreetly retrieved the spaceship remote from his battle attire and pressed a few buttons, but soon fell silent, his breath barely discernible. Others noticed his actions, yet no one paid any heed. He posed no threat now. "Father, are you all right?" they inquired, glancing at Wukong's condition. Although Wukong bore some injuries from the fray, a swift resolution could have spared him, yet he relished the thrill of the confrontation. "Here, take a Senza bean." Krillin stepped forward, offering the healing bean to Wukong. The instant the bean was consumed, Wukong's wounds began to mend. Revitalized, he waved to the gathering crowd before striding towards the gravely injured Vegeta. "Vegeta, you are indeed a formidable opponent. Had it not been for Su Bufon's sudden arrival on Earth, I surely would not have bested you. Kakarot, do not revel in your triumph. Though I have lost this time, rest assured, I will not let you escape unscathed." Even on the brink of death, Vegeta clung to his pride. He was filled with a bitter resentment, unwilling to accept demise at the hands of a warrior he deemed inferior. "Vegeta, I will grant you your freedom. Once you recover, we shall engage in a fair contest. Your current power level is insufficient for a worthy battle." Vegeta remained silent, for even uttering a word required immense effort, and he needed to conserve strength for the arrival of the spaceship. Observing his silence, Krillin and the others cautiously distanced themselves, wary of an unexpected outburst. They refrained from taking advantage of his vulnerability, for Wukong had already expressed his desire for another match with Vegeta. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a spherical spaceship descended from the heavens, landing beside Vegeta. Upon witnessing the arrival of the vessel, Vegeta struggled to drag his battered body towards it. "Kakarot, next time, I shall ensure your demise. Are you certain you wish to leave now?" Just as Vegeta was about to enter the spaceship, Su Bufon appeared silently. "Darius, you have arrived." Su Bufon nodded towards Wukong and the others, then turned to Vegeta. "Though you are weak at present, your potential is undeniably great. With systematic training, your achievements may one day surpass those of Sun Wukong. I now offer you a choice. Either depart and return to Frieza, groveling like a dog, or remain here. Enhance your combat prowess, and one day, you may eclipse Frieza himself." Vegeta, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Although you may possess greater strength than I, do you truly believe you can surpass Frieza?" Su Bufon chose silence, gradually releasing his full aura. The overwhelming presence enveloped everyone in attendance, rendering their breaths labored. "Incredible. I cannot fathom his limits," Goku murmured. "Goku, can even you not sense it?" Krillin inquired. Goku nodded gravely, yet a spark of eagerness danced in his eyes. Yearning for a spar with Su Bufon. "Impossible. Who are you, to wield such power?" Vegeta's composure finally shattered. "I am Su Bufon, or you may refer to me by the Saiyan name, Dales. A Saiyan achieving such formidable battle prowess is inconceivable." At that moment, he abruptly raised his head. "Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan?" Su Bufon shook his head. "Not yet, but the time is near." Chapter 13. After the battle, Vegeta fell into silence. Despite the unwillingness etched upon his face, his ascent towards the spaceship ceased. Observing Vegeta's actions, Su Bufon merely smiled and refrained from further words. Tossing him a Senza bean. "This will heal your injuries. Once you are well, you may choose to stay or leave at your discretion." Left with no alternatives, Vegeta consumed the bean, recognizing the imminent threat posed by these individuals and deeming it unnecessary to feign any further resistance. Creaking sounds erupted as the Senza bean took effect. Vegeta's body swelled, muscles became more defined, and most importantly, his wounds healed completely. What? Such miraculous items exist in this world? Vegeta's face was a mask of astonishment. With his injuries mended, his Saiyan physiology activated, and his aura surged, swiftly reaching around 50,000. Though not exceedingly high, Vegeta was filled with elation. Ha ha ha. Feeling the surge in his battle power, Vegeta laughed heartily before turning his gaze towards Goku. Kakarot, with my innate talent, I shall one day surpass you. Goku, however, wore an indifferent expression. The disparity in their battle powers remained considerable, and he himself was not idle during Vegeta's ascent. Subufan in Dazet, presenting a fruit from the Tree of Might to Vegeta. This will enhance your battle power. Consume it, and ascertain how much you can achieve. Without hesitation, Vegeta devoured the fruit, unleashing yet another wave of energy, ultimately reaching a battle power of 450,000, now on par with Goku. However, this did not imply he could best Goku, for Goku had the Kaioken technique at his disposal. As Nappa served as Vegeta's subordinate, he sustained minor injuries during battle, yet they were far from serious, although the others were incensed by the many lives he had taken upon his arrival on Earth. They understood that in the realm of Dragon Ball, the inhabitants of Earth, who had rarely faced death, were unworthy of their home due to the existence of the Dragon Balls. Thus, despite their disdain for him, Subufan granted Nappa a fruit from the Tree of Might. Regrettably, even after consuming the fruit, his combat prowess remained inferior to that of Raditz. After enhancing the combat abilities of Vegeta and the others, Subufan imparted to them his personal training methodologies. The two were elated upon hearing this, as they perceived the opportunity for ascendance to a higher level. With this, the crisis on Earth was averted, and the city that Nappa had reduced to rubble, along with its inhabitants, was restored with the aid of the Dragon Balls. The world returned to a state of tranquility, and life resumed its usual rhythm, though the training of the individuals did not wane. Sun Wukong placed his spaceship on Baozi Mountain, spending quality time with his family in between training sessions. Gohan trained under his guidance. Yet Chi-Chi was quite opposed to this arrangement, resulting in Gohan's combat abilities not seeing much improvement. Furthermore, Gohan himself harbored aspirations of becoming a scholar, which hindered his strength. Krillin, feeling the vast disparity in strength between himself and Sun Wukong, refrained from training with the others and returned to Kame House to continue his training under Master Roshi. Tianjin Han and Kaiotsu returned to their waterfall training site, with Launch accompanying them. Yamcha and Bulma returned to the city, where a slight discord seemed to have arisen between them. Coincidentally, Vegeta sought the doctor's assistance in constructing a spaceship and took up residence at Bulma's home, leaving one to wonder when their tensions might ignite. As for Nappa, he temporarily trained alongside Raditz, occasionally venturing into the city. Although he held a low opinion of Earth's inhabitants, he was compelled to train diligently, motivated by the strength of the others and the potential for greater power in the future. One could only speculate how long such a simple and mundane existence could endure. After finally enjoying a few days of rest, Subufan reflected on the situation, realizing that this was an action-packed series, not a leisurely one. As a Saiyan, he was meant to continually challenge his limits and strive to enhance his combat abilities. However, having reached a plateau, he found himself unable to progress for the time being. It seemed the time had come to venture into the cosmos, as the tranquil life on Earth would dull his resolve. Contemplating further, he recognized that his combat power had reached the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Should he enter the hyperbolic time chamber to see if he could achieve this transformation? With this thought in mind, Subufan could no longer contain his eagerness and promptly made his way to the temple. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the ever-serious Mr. Popo, who regarded him with an expressionless countenance. "Mr. Popo, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. May I?" "Follow me," he replied, not waiting for Subufan to respond as he strode toward the chamber, pausing before an opulent door after traversing a lengthy corridor. Within this narrative lies the enigmatic hyperbolic time chamber, a realm where the flow of time diverges. For every day that passes outside, an entire year transpires within. Due to the unique environmental conditions, it serves as an extraordinary venue for rapid cultivation. The description of the hyperbolic time chamber in Dragon Ball is rather sparse. Although later iterations of Super Saiyan 3 can transcend spatial boundaries, there is no record of them having trained within its confines. This raises the question of whether the training effects within the chamber align with those experienced in the external world, or if it is simply a reluctance to confront the chamber's austere environment. Inside the chamber, the air is thin, temperatures fluctuate incessantly, and gravity is magnified to tenfold that of Earth. Such conditions may be deemed severe by most. However, for one who has effortlessly adapted to 100-fold gravity, these challenges appear trivial. The true test lies in a mental fortitude required to endure an isolated year in an expansive, desolate void, where solitude and loneliness become formidable adversaries to one's psyche. Most individuals would likely succumb to mental collapse in such an environment within a short span. In the original narrative, the hyperbolic time chamber was not frequently chosen as a training ground. Rather, it was utilized for its temporal advantage to accelerate power enhancement. This suggests that the efficacy of training within the chamber is not significantly greater than that experienced externally, but merely offers a temporal benefit. At this juncture, Su Buffon seeks to depart from Blue Star in pursuit of breakthroughs, and what he lacks most is time, thus leading him to the hyperbolic time chamber. Having resided in the Dragon Ball universe for over a decade, Su Buffon's combat prowess has consistently surpassed that of his peers. Yet, for one privy to the unfolding narrative, such power is grossly inadequate. Given the trajectory of events, it is likely that Frieza will soon discover the Dragon Balls on Namek and subsequently journey there. Although the precise timeline remains uncertain, calculations based on Vegeta's return suggest that time is of the essence. He must attain Super Saiyan status before reaching Namek. While the goal is not necessarily to vanquish Frieza, he must possess sufficient strength to safeguard Namek and fulfill the Elder's promise made during his earlier training. Chapter 14. Training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Upon opening the door, Popo turned to Su Buffon and stated, "Only two may enter the time chamber at a time. Would you like to find a companion for your training? It would facilitate the process." After contemplation, Su Buffon realized that solitary training would yield only mundane results. The effectiveness of practice will be greatly enhanced through combat with another. Ultimately, he resolved to bring a companion, though he remained uncertain as to whom to select. Earthlings were swiftly dismissed from consideration due to their insufficient combat power, which would not significantly aid in his strength augmentation. And there were concerns regarding their physical endurance in such an environment. After careful deliberation, Su Buffon decided to bring Raditz along, as he too is a Saiyan and possesses a degree of resilience. As for Vegeta and Goku, it would be better for them to enter the chamber at a later time, allowing them to adhere to the original script, as they would be the primary defenders of Blue Star moving forward. After making his decision, Su Buffon instantaneously transported himself to Raditz's side. He had anticipated that Raditz would be training with Nappa, only to discover that they were not practicing at all. Instead, they were indulging in sugary drinks while watching television. With a bemused expression, Su Buffon wasted no time waiting for Raditz to react. He simply hoisted him away to the temple, leaving Nappa in a state of bewilderment. "Now, you shall diligently train with me in the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance your combat prowess," he proclaimed, unceremoniously dropping Raditz onto the ground. Still dazed, Raditz found himself in an unfamiliar setting, his mind racing with confusion. "How did I get here? And what exactly is this hyperbolic time chamber?" He pondered, his face a mask of perplexity. Su Buffon, uninterested in explaining the intricacies of teleportation, merely stated, "The hyperbolic time chamber is a dimension where time flows at an accelerated rate compared to the outside world. One day here equates to a year within. The gravity, air quality, and temperature differ significantly from Blue Star, allowing for superior training results under extreme conditions. However, one may only enter the chamber twice, and a maximum of 2 individuals can enter at a time. This time, I have brought you along to train." Raditz's excitement surged at the prospect of such a remarkable place. "Does that mean I can swiftly enhance my combat strength?" he exclaimed. He had no desire to become complacent, yet the barriers to his training had proven formidable, which is why he had temporarily ceased his efforts. Peering through the open door, he beheld an expanse of blinding white, devoid of any discernible objects, save for an overwhelming sense of solitude. Upon entering the chamber, Su Buffon and Raditz encountered a colossal hourglass from the outside. It appeared to hold nothing, which struck them as quite peculiar. The two newcomers first needed to acclimate to the internal environment. Rather than engaging in immediate combat, they opted to undertake some foundational training, as overcoming the gravity was the least of their challenges. The fluctuating temperatures and thin air posed far greater difficulties. After a period of adaptation, both warriors grew accustomed to their surroundings, and thus, the true training commenced. Standing at the heart of the hyperbolic time chamber, Surrounded by an endless white void, they could only glimpse a hint of color near the entrance to avoid losing their way. Their gazes met in the air, igniting a fierce combat spirit within them. This training session was set to last an entire year, and both were poised for battle at a moment's notice. Su Bufang, with his imposing stature and clad in casual combat attire, appeared even more formidable, his well-defined muscles radiating a powerful aura. As a warrior exiled from the Saiyan race, he possessed immense strength and invaluable combat experience from his time adrift in the universe. Although Raditz' battle power was comparatively weaker, his fervor for combat was no less intense than that of his counterpart, Dallas. With the battle underway, Raditz made the first move. In a flash, he transformed into a blur, launching himself at Su Bufang with great speed. Unlike Goku, who often tested his opponent's strength, Raditz, having long dwelled on the precipice of danger, unleashed his full might against Su Bufang, embodying the essence of a lion hunting a rabbit. Darius maintained his composure, realizing that training with someone weaker than himself necessitated a reduction in his own combat prowess in order to create pressure. He did not intend to rely on Raditz for a breakthrough to Super Saiyan, as Raditz's current fighting strength did not warrant such a privilege. He swiftly adjusted his stance to brace for Raditz's assault. The two figures intertwined in the air, eschewing energy attacks in favor of barehanded combat, their fists meeting with resounding thuds. As time progressed, the battle grew increasingly intense. Darius relentlessly sought to penetrate Raditz's defenses, while Raditz utilized his extensive combat experience to neutralize Darius's onslaught. Their silhouettes darted within the time chamber, each clash sending ripples through the air, as if they could shake the very fabric of space. Uncertain of how long they had been engaged in combat, the struggle escalated to a fever pitch, with energy attacks becoming more frequent, bathing the time chamber in a dazzling glow and intense energy fluctuations. However, the enhanced Raditz proved formidable in his own right, withstanding Su Bufang's fierce strikes. Though his combat techniques were not as versatile as Su Bufang's, they were solid and dependable. Aware that he could never match Su Bufang's prowess, Raditz opted not to counterattack, but to endure as many blows as possible. Yet, even the most impeccable defense is bound to reveal a flaw. In the midst of their fervent exchanges, Su Bufang seized upon a weakness in Raditz's guard, launching a powerful punch that struck Raditz squarely in the abdomen. Raditz was instantly engulfed in excruciating pain, his body involuntarily propelled backward, and he coughed up blood. This blow rendered him incapable of continuing the fight, leaving him gasping on the ground, his eyes betraying a mixture of defiance and frustration. Although he understood he was no match for Su Bufang, he found it disheartening to be defeated so swiftly under equal fighting conditions. Su Bufang administered a senzu bean to Raditz, restoring his physical state and significantly enhancing his combat strength, now nearly rivaling that of Goku and Vegeta. Through relentless battles, Su Bufang helped Raditz push his limits, continually challenging him to transcend his boundaries, while simultaneously honing his own skills, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, within the time chamber, the two engaged in a series of fierce and prolonged encounters. One day, without warning, Su Bufang's aura surged violently, escalating at an alarming rate. Unprepared, Raditz was caught in the ensuing wave, sent hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. As Raditz slowly rose, still reeling from the unexpected intensity of Su Bufang's newfound power, he sensed a distinct change in his opponent. Though he could not articulate what was different, he felt an uncontrollable ferocity emanating from Su Bufang. Just as he grappled with his confusion, Su Bufang let out a furious roar. The surrounding white aura gradually transformed into a golden hue, and his eyes underwent a remarkable change, with his pupils slowly vanishing, leaving only a blank expanse of white. Raditz sensed the increasingly turbulent energy emanating from Su Bufang, and upon witnessing such a transformation, he realized that Su had likely succumbed to madness, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. After all, in this irrational state, a single blow from Su Bufang could spell his demise. Contemplating this frightening scenario, Raditz summoned all his strength to shout at Su Bufang, "Darius, Darius, wake up!" Raditz felt as though he had never raised his voice to such an extent in his entire life. Given the stakes of his own survival, it was hardly surprising. Engulfed in his fury, Su Bufang was drawn to Raditz's voice, turning his gaze toward him. The mere sight sent a shiver down Raditz's spine. Just as he contemplated launching an attack, Su suddenly retreated from his frenzied state, collapsing weakly to the ground. Observing this, Raditz cautiously approached. Although he sensed no immediate threat from the now subdued Su Bufang, he remained vigilant. After a brief period of observation, and feeling reassured that no danger lurked nearby, Raditz finally dared to approach Su, who had regained some strength and was slowly rising to his feet. Realizing his physical condition, Su hastily consumed a senza bean, fully restoring his vitality. He then turned to Raditz and inquired, "What just transpired?" Raditz, still reeling from his brush with death, retorted incredulously, "You don't remember what just happened? You suddenly lost control and became irrational. Fortunately, you collapsed. Otherwise, I might have perished at your hands." He continued to describe Su's transformation, noting the golden aura that had enveloped him, filled with ferocity. Upon hearing this, Su Bufon recalled that the golden aura resembled that of a Super Saiyan. Could it be that he had inadvertently transformed into a Super Saiyan? Yet, that did not seem quite right. A Super Saiyan transformation should not lead to a loss of reason. He pressed Raditz for any additional phenomena he might have observed. Raditz candidly recounted the events, including the changes in Su's eyes. Su, unwilling to relent, asked, "What about my hair color? Did it change?" Raditz replied flatly, "No." Su came to the conclusion that he had not entered a Super Saiyan state. However, what had occurred? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled Goku's battle against the Super Namekian Slug, a state he believed was referred to as Pseudo-Super Saiyan. This form, while augmenting combat power, offered only a 25-fold increase and was highly taxing on stamina. Yet, this revelation was a silver lining. After all, the Pseudo-Super Saiyan state was not far from achieving true Super Saiyan status. Perhaps, in the next moment, he could break through to become a Super Saiyan. It was time to adapt to this new state, ensuring that he would not lose his reason and attack recklessly while transformed into a Pseudo-Super Saiyan. In the subsequent period, Su Bufon refrained from training alongside Raditz, choosing instead to immerse himself in a solitary endeavor to comprehend that extraordinary state. The time chamber reverberated with bursts of tumultuous energy, instilling fear in Raditz, who was present. However, it was not long before Su Bufon mastered this transformation. Though his rationality remained intact, the depletion of physical stamina was unabated. Determined to maintain this transformation and elevate his combat prowess to its zenith, he instructed Raditz to maintain a safe distance to avoid any unintended consequences. Prepared and poised, Su Bufon unleashed a resounding roar, as his aura shifted from white to a resplendent golden hue, infusing the otherwise pallid space with vibrant color. Simultaneously, a ferocious energy enveloped the entire chamber, causing the atmosphere to tremble violently under its immense pressure. One astonishing aura! Raditz, taken aback, distanced himself from Su Bufon while attempting to counteract the formidable oppressive force with his own energy, yet he remained subdued. "Is this truly your power? How could you become so formidable in an instant?" Raditz mused inwardly. The terrifying energy radiated outward, sending shockwaves in all directions. In the face of such overwhelming force, Raditz felt as if he were caught in a tempest, on the brink of being consumed. As Su Bufon maintained his energy at its peak, he stood still, savoring the immense strength coursing through his being. It was indeed captivating. This realization further solidified his resolve to swiftly ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan. For the distinction between a 25-fold and a 50-fold increase in power was unmistakable. After considerable contemplation, Su Bufon gradually retracted his energy. The golden aura slowly faded, allowing the white energy to once again envelop him until it gradually dissipated. The fearsome presence vanished from the space, returning the surroundings to tranquility. Yet, he had still not discovered a means to break through to Super Saiyan. It seemed that combat was necessary to awaken his latent strength, and currently, no one on Blue Star possessed the capability to apply the requisite pressure for his breakthrough. It appeared that the time to venture into the universe had arrived, and with his recent attainment of the Ascendant Super Saiyan form, he was now ready for interstellar travel. Chapter 16. Departing Blue Star for the Universe. After achieving the Ascendant Super Saiyan state, Su Bufon did not pursue further advancements. Instead, he dedicated his time to aiding Raditz in his training. Under Su Bufon's guidance, Raditz's combat abilities soared, surpassing even those of Goku and his peers. With an ample supply of senza beans at his disposal, Su Bufon could recover swiftly from injuries. Thus, after several months of intensive training, their year within the time chamber drew to a close. It was time to exit. As they opened the door to the time chamber, Bobo had been waiting outside. Once they emerged, the two refreshed themselves and changed in a clean attire, bidding farewell to Bobo and the god before departing the sacred temple. Upon returning to his residence, Su Bufan began to organize his belongings, loading essential items into the spacecraft. For their journey into the cosmos would likely require a considerable duration. After tidying up, Su Bufan gathered everyone together to share the news of his departure. He informed them about the existence of the temple's spirit time chamber, inviting those who wished to cultivate to venture there on their own. Once he had conveyed all necessary information, Su Bufan activated the spacecraft, which surged into the cosmos amidst a brilliant white light. As he piloted the ship, navigating between countless celestial bodies, the stars shone resplendently, akin to gems scattered across a dark canvas, casting enchanting glimmers. The engine of the spacecraft emitted a deep, resonant roar, while the flames trailing from its rear traced graceful arcs through the void. Su Bufan gazed ahead, his heart brimming with anticipation and desire. He was keenly aware that, within the vastness of the universe, there were many beings more powerful than himself. Though he considered himself formidable, he knew he had yet to reach the pinnacle of strength. He yearned to encounter such a being who could assist him in transcending the barriers of the Super Saiyan form. As the spacecraft traversed the universe, Su Bufan frequently consulted the cosmic map, searching for the coordinates of his target planet. He understood that his journey was fraught with uncertainty and peril, for the cosmos was inherently unpredictable. A spatial rift or a cosmic storm could easily prove fatal. Even minor damage to the ship could endanger his life. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he aspired to stand at the zenith of this universe, recognizing that such threats were unavoidable. As time passed, Su Bufan's vessel had traversed an indeterminate number of star systems. He couldn't help but marvel at the genius of Dr. Brief, who had engineered a spacecraft capable of such incredible speed. In his celestial travels, he encountered a myriad of astral phenomena, from radiant stars to enigmatic black holes. Regrettably, despite the extensive journey, he had not yet encountered a single life-bearing planet, let alone sentient beings. At long last, after a prolonged voyage, Su Bufan discovered a planet teeming with life. Even from within the spacecraft, he could sense the vibrant essence of this world, filling him with exhilaration. After all, navigating the cosmos could be a monotonous endeavor, and with no opportunity for cultivation at hand, the prospect of encountering life was immensely refreshing. He deftly maneuvered the ship for a gentle descent, preparing to land and observe this newfound planet. With a resounding thud, the spacecraft touched down, and Su Bufan stepped out. Inhaling the essence of this unfamiliar world, he began to move toward the source of the life energy that had captivated him. As he wandered through this alien landscape, he noted that the ship had landed on the outskirts, surrounded by a lush forest. Birds sang joyously from the branches above, while small creatures frolicked amidst the underbrush. The air was infused with a refreshing aroma, enveloping him in a wave of comfort. It has been far too long since I felt the invigorating breath of life. Su Bufan Muset sincerely, just as he was engrossed in observing the unique species that bore no resemblance to those of Blue Star. A sudden surge of formidable energy emanated from afar. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, alert and focused on the direction for which the power approached. In an instant, a figure hurtled toward him at great speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Before him stood a towering giant, exuding an aura of immense power, adorned with 6 arms yet possessing but a single eye atop its head. Su Bufan furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this formidable being. Yet he could not help but feel a surge of excitement at the palpable strength radiating from it. "Who are you? What brings you to our planet?" The giant inquired in a deep, resonant voice, a flicker of wariness evident in its gaze. With a slight smile, Su Bufan replied, "I hail from another world, traversing the cosmos. Upon passing this realm, I sensed a vibrant life force emanating from it, prompting my curiosity to learn more about this planet." Upon hearing this, the giant's expression shifted momentarily to one of confusion, yet it appeared devoid of hostility. Nodding, it responded, "This planet is known as Greenfield Star, indeed a vibrant world. We're the Giant Clan, and I am called Thanos. Greetings, distant traveler." Su Bufan felt a stir of intrigue at the name and inquired, "Might I ask if there are other races besides your own here?" Thanos shook his head, stating, "This planet is solely inhabited by our Giant Clan. No other intelligent beings reside here." After a thorough assessment, Su Bufan discerned that while this race possessed combat prowess, it was not particularly formidable. A sense of disappointment washed over him, yet he nodded gratefully. Aware of the planet's circumstances, he resolved not to linger, for his quest was to seek out stronger adversaries and enhance his own abilities. He bid farewell to Thanos and reboarded his vessel, resuming his odyssey through the cosmos. Before departing, he cast a final glance at the vibrant planet, silently wishing it eternal peace and tranquility. As his ship once again breached the atmosphere, Su Bufon took the helm, feeling a renewed confidence in his pursuit of powerful beings after encountering a life-filled world. In the ensuing days, he navigated the vast universe, encountering a myriad of planets and creatures, some benevolent, others hostile, but none deterred his relentless journey. At last, one fateful day, Su Bufon stumbled upon a peculiar celestial body. Initially mistaking it for a freely drifting star, he soon realized it was evading a colliding planet, igniting his curiosity. He maneuvered his ship closer, yet before landing, a burst of light surged towards him, forcing him to evade just in time to avert destruction. Fuming, Su Bufon retracted his vessel, anger coursing through him. Had he not reacted swiftly, his ship would have been obliterated. Though he remained unscathed, the loss of his ship would hinder his travels through the cosmos. With a roar, Su Bufon unleashed his formidable energy, directing his gaze at the assailant, discovering a creature resembling a toad, accompanied by 3 others who erupted in laughter. "Maydamaga, you're lacking. You couldn't even bring it down," one of them jeered. Observing these bizarre beings, Su Bufon, reluctantly deeming them human, spared no words. He unleashed his full combat potential in a single, decisive blow, dispatching the group with ease. Chapter 17. The Super Namekian Slag as Su Bufon unleashed his aura. Aboard a spacecraft in another part of this planet, an instrument suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. The individual stationed before the device glanced at it in shock, and immediately rushed toward the side of the ship. "Lord Slag, the combat power detector has just registered an immense surge of energy, and, simultaneously, the life signs of Lord Ankila, Lord Midama, and 2 other esteemed individuals have vanished." Observing the trembling subordinate before him, Slag nonchalantly unleashed a beam of energy, incinerating him to ash. He opened the hatch, eager to confront anyone daring to trespass in his domain. As the ship's door slid open, Su Bufon was met with an overwhelming presence, one more formidable than any he had previously encountered, possibly even surpassing his own mimetic Super Saiyan form. A shiver coursed through him, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He felt the Saiyan blood within him boiling. Just as Su Bufon reveled in this moment, Slag appeared before him in an instant. And with that, he was engulfed by an immense pressure. I wondered who would dare to wreak havoc in my territory, and it turns out to be nothing more than a wild monkey. Gazing at the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo from Earth. Combined with the planet's environment, Su Bufon was reminded of Slag, an individual whom even Sun Wukong in his mimetic Super Saiyan form could not defeat. Slag, a Namekian, had a history etched in Su Bufon's memory. The environment of Namek had suddenly deteriorated, leading to mass extinction. In a state of panic, the Namekians devised a means to avert extinction by sending their offspring to other planets. During this tumultuous time, a Super Namekian child was born, endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and an exceedingly malevolent heart. From birth, he surpassed even the adult warriors of Namek, heralded as a once-in-a-century super fighter. Reluctantly, his parents sent him to live on Slag Star, and thus he acquired the name Slag due to his upbringing there. During his youth on Slag Star, he vanquished all in his path with unmatched strength, declaring himself king and amassing numerous followers. His cruelty was unmatched, meting out brutal punishment to any subordinate who displeased him. He and his followers roamed the universe, committing heinous acts, with his strength and malevolence growing with age. His innate wickedness only deepened as he proclaimed himself the emperor of the cosmos, invading planets indiscriminately. Slag, a Super Namekian endowed with formidable power and unfathomable wisdom, now stood before Su Bufon. His towering figure was cloaked in deep green skin, and his eyes gleamed with a chilling light. The aura he exuded weighed heavily upon the atmosphere of the entire planet. Su Bufon clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power coursing through his Saiyan lineage. He knew that the enemy before him was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. However, he exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he was infused with a fierce determination. The two exchanged a glance, and before Su Bufon could utter a word, Schilliger's lips curled into a cruel smile. He extended his palm, gathering a formidable sphere of energy within it. "You dare to provoke me, wild monkey? It seems you are oblivious to the true essence of power." Schilliger's voice resonated with a deep, chilling tone as the energy orb in his hand began to swell rapidly. "Su Bufon ingan deeply." aware that this battle would be the most arduous of his life. He understood that he must exert himself fully if he were to have any chance of overcoming this formidable foe. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes radiating a fiery brilliance. His aura intensified, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Su Bufon underwent a metamorphosis into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, for he recognized that in his normal state, he stood no chance against Sherlager. Observing Su Bufon's transformation, a flicker of surprise crossed Schilliger's eyes. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, exuding confidence in his own strength. It appears you possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. As he spoke, the energy sphere in his palm hurtled towards Su Bufon. In an instant, Su Bufon vanished from sight, evading Schilliger's onslaught, only to reappear behind him, delivering a powerful punch to Schilliger's back. Sherlager sneered, sidestepping the attack with ease. He turned to face Su Bufon, his gaze shimmering with malice. Interesting. I did not expect you to evade my strike. With that, Schilliger's form abruptly disappeared. A surge of alarm coursed through Su Bufon. He realized that Schilliger's speed and strength now surpassed his own. He needed to tread with greater caution to counter Schilliger's assaults. The two figures darted across the planet, each collision unleashing tremendous waves of energy. Su Bufon continuously pushed his limits, his strength amplifying under the immense pressure of battle. Sherlager, too, began to engage more earnestly. He transitioned from simple attacks to employing the innate abilities of his Namekian heritage. His arms elongated unnaturally, catching Su Bufon off guard as he seized his ankle and slammed him violently to the ground. As Su Bufon rose, he quickly retreated, preparing for a standoff. Sherlager stood motionless, coldly observing Su Bufon, seemingly inviting him to strike. Su Bufon did not hesitate. He launched an offensive, knowing he needed to harness the pressure from Sherlager to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Their combat persisted for an entire day and night, leaving traces of their struggle in every corner of the planet. After prolonged fighting, the strain of maintaining his pseudo-Super Saiyan form took its toll on Su Bufon, leading him to gradually succumb to fatigue. In a fierce clash, Sherlager exploited a moment of weakness, landing a devastating punch to Su Bufon's chest. Su Bufon let out a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing forcefully to the ground. At this moment, Su Bufon found himself utterly depleted. His physical strength nearly exhausted and his body severely wounded, barely able to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Slowly rising, he began to reflect on his journey since arriving in this world. His combat prowess had consistently surpassed that of those around him, leading to a sense of inner relaxation, lacking adversaries and pressure. Thus, the urgency he felt was merely superficial, never truly penetrating his heart. This realization elucidated why he remained on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan, unable to fully embrace the transformation. As understanding dawned upon him, a shift occurred within Su Bufon, and his aura began to change. The golden energy enveloping him reemerged. Slag, who had been smirking at the side, noticed this transformation and launched another punch. Without lifting his gaze, Su Bufon extended his palm and effortlessly absorbed the blow. Chapter 18, Super Saiyan. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged around Su Bufon, cascading over him until it reached his head, transforming his hair into a radiant golden hue that billowed behind him. The metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan was complete. With this newfound power, Su Bufon's gaze turned cold and resolute, slowly straightening his posture, instilling terror in Slag's heart. Schloch, retreating hastily, freed himself from the grasp of the punch, but Su Bufon, now indifferent to the pursuit, chose instead to relish the strength coursing through his body, an unending wellspring of power. With a mighty roar, Su Bufon's exhilaration startled Slag. Fully satisfied with his strength, he pivoted to face Slag, taunting him. You were quite spirited in your attacks earlier, weren't you? Now it is my turn. With that, he lunged at Slag, his form flickering as he appeared before him in an instant, his speed astonishing. Slag, in a state of panic, threw a punch, yet Su Bufon effortlessly evaded it, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The game is over, Slag, he murmured, his golden eyes gleaming with menace. With a powerful swing, Su Bufon launched a devastating punch, the force of which howled through the air towards Slag's face. Slag leapt backward in an attempt to evade, but Su Bufon's velocity was insurmountable. Escape was impossible. The sound of impact echoed as Slag was struck, sent hurtling backward to crash violently to the ground. Su Bufon did not relent. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Each strike carried cataclysmic force, leaving Slag no room for retaliation, utterly overwhelmed. Buffon had yeted en immense aura, as if capable of tearing apart anything that dared to obstruct him. Slag felt despair wash over him. Once a proud opponent, he now resembled a powerless insect, unable to withstand Buffon's onslaught. Buffon's fists and feet moved like lightning, too swift for the eye to perceive. Each strike carried immense power, and despite Shrag's desperate attempts to evade, he could not escape the terrifying onslaught of Buffon. Time seemed to stand still as Shrag gradually lost consciousness amidst the brutal battle, his body growing weak and feeble. He realized he could no longer contend with Buffon, resigned to await the fate of death. However, just as Shrag believed he was destined to be defeated, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. No, I cannot surrender like this. I still aspire to become the emperor of the universe, to stand above all. With renewed vigor, Shrag gathered his strength, focusing his mind to resist Buffon's assault. In the face of Buffon's attacks, Shrag's movements became unexpectedly agile and swift, each evasion surprising Buffon. Sensing this transformation in Shrag, Buffon halted his assault, a glimmer of admiration evident in his gaze. Indeed, Shrag, you have grown at such a critical moment. However, you have yet to attain the strength necessary to confront me, Buffon remarked coldly. Thus, Buffon unleashed his full force in an attack, tearing through Shrag's defenses, leaving numerous wounds on his body as purple blood flowed ceaselessly from his injuries. The battle raged on, fists and feet colliding in the air, producing a deafening roar. Their figures intertwined in the fierce combat. Although fear gripped Shrag as he faced Buffon's advance, he knew that failure to defend himself would result in the loss of his life. Buffon's speed was astonishing, and in an instant he was before Shrag, delivering a powerful punch. The golden gust of his fist cut through the air, exuding an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Shrag. With gritted teeth, Shrag crossed his arms in defense, yet the force was too great, sending him stumbling back several paces, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Stunned, Shrag gazed at Buffon, having never witnessed such formidable power. He understood that he was no match for Buffon. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? It is terrifying, Shrag murmured to himself. Buffon offered Shrag no respite, charging forward once more, his fists and feet combining in an assault, each strike imbued with incredible strength. Despite Shrag's desperate attempts to fend off the blows, he ultimately succumbed, falling to the ground. I am unwilling. Shrag raised his hand, gazing towards the cosmos, perhaps still dreaming of universal domination. Yet, eventually his hand fell heavily, his life reaching its end. Looking at the lifeless Shrag, Buffon sighed inwardly, relieved that he had broken through. Otherwise, he might have perished there. As Buffon returned to his normal state, a wave of weakness washed over him. He quickly summoned his spaceship, retrieved a Senza bean, and consumed it, instantly restoring his health. Casting a glance at the desolate planet, Buffon, about to depart, paused to unleash a wave of energy upon the planet. After he left, a tremendous explosion erupted, reducing the entire planet to cosmic dust, along with the remnants of the unscathed minions that dwelt upon it. In the vast expanse of the universe, aboard a spacecraft, Buffon was indulging heartily in a feast. After enduring an intense battle, his body was ravenous. Once satiated, he prepared to return to Blue Star, when suddenly a voice emanated from the combat power detector. Picking it up, he activated it, and an aged voice resonated through. Scion Dales, our planet is under siege and on the brink of extinction. We implore you to come to our aid. Buffon's expression grew grave. Is it Namek? Has Frieza already arrived? Indeed, replied the elder. He seeks the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life. With determination, Buffon responded, I will set off immediately. He then placed the detector down. The elder, hearing the silence on the device, murmured, Oh, Scion, I hope you arrive in time. Thus, Buffon, who was initially on his way to Blue Star, swiftly altered his course towards Namek. Chapter 19. The gathering at Namek not long ago, the notorious cosmic tyrant Frieza had learned of the wish-granting Dragon Balls on Namek and, accompanied by his minions, embarked on a mission to seize them. Upon arrival, Frieza dispatched his subordinates to raid various villages in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. In an instant, the Namekians suffered devastating losses, with several of the Dragon Balls falling into Frieza's grasp, though they attempted to resist. The overwhelming disparity in combat power rendered them powerless against the onslaught. Frieza and his forces swept across Namek like a tempest, leaving a trail of slaughter in their wake. No one was spared, from the elders to the infants. The current state of Namek resembled a hellish nightmare. As the spiritual leader of the Namekians, the elder witnessed the carnage, his heart burdened with anguish, and felt compelled to seek Su Bufon's assistance. Recognizing the dire situation, he understood that relying solely on the warriors of his planet would not suffice for their survival. They required external support. Hence, he placed his hopes in Su Bufon, the scion from the cosmos. Previously, Su Bufon had visited Namek to enhance his combat prowess and had vowed to provide full support should the planet face peril. Upon hearing the elder's plea, he realized that the narrative involving Frieza had commenced, though he was uncertain whether the warriors would arrive on Namek while the god remained alive. Unbeknownst to him, Goku and his companions were already aboard another spacecraft en route to Namek. Upon discovering his identity as a Namekian, Piccolo had long desired to explore his homeland, but had never found the opportunity. Recently, however, he sensed that his birthplace might be in peril, prompting his wish to return. Goku and the others joined, treating the expedition as a leisurely journey. They remained blissfully unaware of the impending confrontation with the malevolent cosmic emperor, Frieza. Otherwise, their spirits would not have been so high. Thus, unbeknownst to each other, all parties set forth towards Namek. Su Bufon is currently traversing the cosmos in search of a planet that will allow him to disembark from his spaceship. The Scions can no longer survive in the vastness of space. Only by finding a planet teeming with life can he employ instant transmission to swiftly reach Namek. In contrast to Su Bufon, the inhabitants of Blue Star are considerably closer to Namek. According to the calculations, should Su Bufon fail to locate a life-sustaining planet, Sun Wukong and his companions will undoubtedly arrive at Namek before him. At this moment, Wukong, who had been indulging in laughter and feasting, suddenly seemed to hear an ominous sound, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He had received a telepathic message from King Kai, who informed him that the tyrant Frieza was currently on Namek, wreaking havoc in his quest for the Dragon Balls, relentlessly attacking the Namekians. Upon hearing King Kai's news, Wukong's brow furrowed, and an unprecedented gravity shadowed his face. He surveyed his surroundings and found Piccolo, Krillin, and Bulma busily preparing for their final journey to Namek, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement, utterly unaware of the peril that lay ahead. "Wukong, what's wrong?" Bulma inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor with concern. Taking a deep breath, Wukong endeavored to steady his voice. "King Kai informed me that a being named Frieza is rampaging on Namek. He urged us to avoid confrontation, as our current strength is insufficient to face him." The group fell silent, their smiles vanishing in an instant. While they had anticipated dangers along their journey, they had not expected to encounter the cosmic overlord Frieza at their destination. "Frieza? Why would he go there?" Vegeta asked in a low voice. "He seeks the Dragon Balls to fulfill his own wishes," Wukong elucidated. "Frieza, you say? If you're afraid, then don't go. I am eager to take revenge on him," Vegeta declared coldly, arms crossed. Memories of the humiliation he endured under Frieza's rule tightened his fists instinctively. The others fell into a contemplative silence, aware that their current powers would not suffice to confront Frieza. Only Vegeta, who had trained alongside Wukong in the hyperbolic time chamber, brimmed with confidence. As his battle power had surged to approximately 2 million, he did not believe Frieza could possess such extraordinary strength. "Vegeta, don't say that. Since King Kai specifically warned us, Frieza must be a formidable opponent," Bulma cautioned. Vegeta retorted, falling silent. Seeing Wukong's grave expression, the others understood that this battle would likely be far more arduous than they had imagined. However, they had no intention of retreating, for they could not stand idly by while innocent lives were endangered, especially considering that Namek was Piccolo's homeland. "Then let us not hesitate any longer," Bulma asserted, breaking the silence. "We must hurry and set forth to thwart Frieza's malevolence." Others expressed their agreement, hastening their pace towards the direction of planet Namek. During their voyage, Sun Wukong and his companions began to devise strategies. They understood that against a formidable adversary like Frieza, their collective strength would not suffice. However, with no means to contact Su Bufon, they could only proceed step by step. Meanwhile, Su Bufon was navigating through the cosmos, unaware that Sun Wukong and the others were already aware of Frieza's machinations and were racing towards planet Namek. He only knew that he must reach planet Namek swiftly to assist the suffering Namekians. Throughout his journey, Su Bufon continuously adapted to his Super Saiyan state, realizing that he needed to elevate his power to confront Frieza effectively. At this moment, Frieza remained oblivious to the arrival of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, relentlessly wreaking havoc on planet Namek, reveling in his dominion. Little did he know, A cataclysmic battle for his life was on the verge of erupting on this very planet. Chapter 20. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. At last, with a thunderous roar of the engines, Sun Wukong and his companion spacecraft landed on planet Namek. As soon as they touched down, they eagerly disembarked. Vegeta, impatient to seek vengeance against Frieza, was restrained by the others, who deemed it prudent to first gather intelligence from the Namekians regarding their adversary's strength. Just as they exited the spacecraft, Frieza's scouts detected several power levels. My Lord Frieza, a few unusual power readings have emerged over 1,000 kilometers to the west. Unusual power readings? What makes them peculiar? Just as the readings were detected, those power levels vanished. Vanished? Could it be the Namekians' power? It seems unlikely. The readings indicate warriors with strengths exceeding 10,000. Should we dispatch a team to investigate? Forget it, 10,000 is trivial. Zarbin and the others can handle it with ease. Our priority is to locate the remaining Namekian villages to seize the Dragon Balls. Understood, my Lord Frieza. After a respectful salute, the scout departed. Frieza lounged in his spacecraft, swirling a glass of red wine. It appears that others have arrived on this planet. We shall encounter them in due course and ascertain their identities. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions were en route to the Grand Elder's location. Along the way, they encountered numerous devastated villages and a ground strewn with corpses. The sight of such devastation filled their hearts with sorrow and rage. As they recognized Frieza's malevolence behind all, that wretched Frieza is nothing short of a demon. Krillin exclaimed in fury. We must find the Grand Elder swiftly to learn the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Only then can we thwart Frieza. Determination gleamed in Sun Wukong's eyes. The group continued their journey and encountered some surviving Namekians along the way. They informed Goku and his companions that Frieza's minions were relentlessly searching for the Dragon Balls, employing exceedingly cruel methods, resulting in many Namekians falling victim to their malevolence. We must tread carefully and avoid detection by Frieza's subordinates, Goku advised. Eventually, they arrived at the dwelling of the Grand Elder, an elderly Namekian endowed with extraordinary abilities, revered as the spiritual leader of his people. Regrettably, he was now frail and nearing the end of his days. Welcome, Earthlings, the Grand Elder greeted in a gentle voice, then turned his gaze toward Piccolo. You are a Namekian, yet I do not know whose offspring you are. In the past, to avert annihilation, we sent many of our children away. I too am uncertain. I came with them from Earth, Piccolo replied. Earth, you say? I see, you're the child of Kakarot. It is unexpected that you still live. Alas, your arrival is ill-timed. Our Namek is currently under siege, and we are unable to properly host you. At this moment, Goku interjected, Grand Elder. We merely intended to visit Piccolo's homeland, never anticipating such dire circumstances. However, we shall remain and assist you in resisting Frieza. The Grand Elder shook his head and spoke slowly. I sense a formidable power within each of you, yet you are not yet a match for Frieza. Depart while you can. Do not recklessly sacrifice your lives. His words cast a pall of silence over Goku and his companions. They were acutely aware of Frieza's overwhelming strength. Yet they understood they could not abandon the Namekians to face this calamity alone. Grand Elder, having come this far and learned of these events, we cannot simply leave, Goku declared resolutely. We will do everything in our power to aid you in your struggle against Frieza. Thank you for your willingness to help. However, you need not confront him head-on. If possible, delay him. A powerful ally is on his way. Another Saiyan like yourself, the Grand Elder explained. A Saiyan? Is it Su Buffon? Goku inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, it seems you are acquainted with him. Once he arrives, we will have a chance. The Grand Elder affirmed. A wave of relief washed over the group, for they were well aware of Su Buffon's formidable prowess. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding his arrival. If Frieza finds us first, we may not endure, Krillin murmured. Moreover, if he gathers all the Dragon Balls and fulfills his wish before Su Buffon arrives, our chances would diminish even further. At this moment, a figure strikingly resembling Piccolo spoke up. That is impossible, even if he acquires all the Dragon Balls. He cannot realize his wish. Why is that? Goku asked, bewildered. Because the Dragon Balls of Namek can only be summoned and activated using the Namekian language. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of reassurance. They understood that as long as Frieza could not successfully fulfill his wishes, they would have the opportunity to thwart him. What shall we do now? Goku inquired. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding slowly. At this juncture, I implore you to assist the remaining Namekians, guiding them to safety and shielding them from Frieza's persecution. I shall dispatch some warriors to aid you. Goku and his companions nodded. aware that this would be a daunting battle. Yet they held faith that with Su Bufon's arrival, they would undoubtedly triumph over Frieza. In the days that followed, Goku and his allies commenced their efforts to help the surviving Namekians evade capture. However, due to Frieza's army employing combat power detection devices, they were compelled to relocate periodically. At this moment, Bulma suggested, since that device can pinpoint our location, why not destroy it? Upon hearing this, the group felt a flicker of temptation. Yet they knew that such an action would provoke a direct confrontation with Frieza's forces. If they were ensnared and Frieza arrived, their lives would be in peril. Nonetheless, Frieza's subordinates were not to be underestimated. They soon rediscovered Goku and his companions' whereabouts, waiting for the arrival of Zebon and Dodoria before making their move. Anticipating Frieza's approach, Goku and his allies knew they had to act swiftly, escalating their combat power to launch an assault. Zebon and Dodoria were wholly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, who were reduced to ashes under the barrage of energy blasts. Subsequently, Goku and his companions hastily relocated the remaining Namekians, unaware that the intense combat had caused all the combat power detection devices within Frieza's army to overload and explode. Observing the sudden detonation of the detectors, Frieza tilted his head slightly. What is going on? A trembling subordinate reported, Lord Frieza. Zebon and Dodoria had pursued the trail of others, and suddenly, several formidable power signatures appeared nearby, causing the detection devices to exceed their limits and explode. Oh, I recall that your devices could detect power levels around 30,000. It seems a few grasshoppers with a modicum of strength are leaping about. Send a message back to the base, instructing the Ginyu Force to arrive at Namek with the latest combat power detectors at the swiftest pace. The subordinate promptly rushed out to relay the message. Ginyu Force, do not keep me waiting for too long. Chapter 21, The Ginyu Force. Unbeknownst to Goku and his companions, the detection devices on Frieza's side had all been rendered inoperative, and they remained vigilant, fearing Frieza might seek them out. Several days later, the surviving Namekians had nearly all been relocated to relatively safe havens, yet no members of Frieza's army had found them. It was at this moment that they sensed something amiss. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed several spaceships approaching in the cosmos, landing near Frieza. It appears reinforcements have arrived, Krillin remarked slowly, gazing at the oncoming vessels. Before Frieza's spaceship, accompanied by 5 resounding booms, the Ginyu Force arrived on the planet Namek. As the spacecraft opened, several individuals clad in combat suits emerged. They were Rikum, Berta, Guldu, and Captain Ginyu, all assembled, and to the rhythm of their own music. They performed a choreographed combat routine that even the cold-hearted Frieza found himself blushing, a bead of awkward sweat trickling down his brow. Once they concluded their performance, Ginyu produced a box. Lord Frieza, here is the detector you requested. Frieza accepted the box, retrieved the detector, and declared, a few pests have arrived on this planet, and our original detector was destroyed. I summoned you not only to deliver the detector, but also to eliminate them and retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Frieza. We will head there immediately. With that, they activated the detectors affixed to their faces. Oh, there are quite a few, but their combat power is low. Why would Lord Frieza summon us? Seemingly perceiving Jinyu's thoughts, Frieza responded, it appears they can conceal their combat strength. Their power should exceed 50,000. 50,000? That is indeed a formidable opponent. We shall proceed at once, my lord. After receiving a nod from Frieza, they assumed their stances and soared into the sky towards Goku's location. The Ginyu Force, the most elite special unit of Frieza's army, is renowned across the cosmos for its unique combat skills and formidable strength. Each of the 5 possesses distinct attributes. Rikum boasts immense strength. Berta is astonishingly fast. Guldu is cunning and resourceful, and the captain, Ginyu, possesses the extraordinary ability to swap bodies. They streaked across the sky like meteors, swiftly heading towards Goku and his companions. Although Goku and the others concealed their power, they were easily detected by the Ginyu Force's instruments, leaving no hiding place for them. Soon, the Ginyu Force located Goku's hideout. Upon landing, they immediately spotted Vegeta. Oh, it's young Vegeta. What is this? Are you contemplating betraying Lord Frieza? Rikum inquired mockingly. What is Frieza to me? One day, I shall slay him. How dare you show disrespect towards Lord Frieza? Captain, allow me to take care of him, Rikum exclaimed. Before Ginyu could respond, the others expressed their discontent. Why should it be you? I should go first this time. A cacophony of voices erupted as they bickered over who would strike first, resorting even to a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide who would choose their opponent first. while the others remained unfazed by the commotion. The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged with fury, unable to suppress his rage any longer. He charged forward, declaring, "You worthless trash. Let me, Vegeta, be the one to end you." At this moment, although Vegeta's combat power had not reached its zenith, it was still far beyond what the Ginyu Force could withstand. Before Raikum could even catch a glimpse of Vegeta's figure, he was struck directly and sent hurtling into the distance, lifeless. How is this possible? I've barely had time to comprehend, and Raikum is already gone. I am the fastest in the universe. Bart, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Even Ginyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this be? Their combat power has not increased. With such a meager force, how could Raikum be defeated in a single blow?" Unbeknownst to them, Vegeta's combat power of 2 million had merely erupted momentarily before retracting, a speed so rapid that even the scouter could not detect it. G.I.s and Guldo recognized that their opponent's strength was beyond their reach and hastily retreated behind Captain Ginyu. After eliminating Raikum, Vegeta turned his attention to Bart. Despite his self-proclaimed speed, appeared to move sluggishly in Vegeta's presence, devoid of any capacity to resist. Ginyu, glancing at Raikum sprawled on the ground, felt a chill of dread wash over him. He understood that the enemy before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, as the leader of the Ginyu Force, he could not afford a retreat. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he charged toward Vegeta. The two figures blurred in the air, their speed so tremendous that only afterimages remained visible. Yet, the vast disparity in combat power rendered Ginyu powerless to counteract. And after sustaining several blows from Vegeta, he collapsed, gravely injured. Witnessing their captain's defeat, G.I.s and the others hastily fled toward Frieza's direction. But how could the enraged Vegeta allow these despised foes to escape? Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate move upon the fleeing members of the Ginyu Force, who felt an immense wave of energy surging from behind. Although they wished to resist, their combined might was utterly futile against Vegeta's energy sphere, which struck them directly, obliterating them in an explosion of nothingness. Despite having grown more powerful through training, Vegeta's arrogance had not diminished. Rather, it intensified. He approached Ginyu with an overwhelming presence. Looking down upon him, was this truly the illustrious Captain Ginyu of old? How had he fallen into such disarray? Vegeta, I never expected your strength to have escalated to such heights. However, you will regret coming here. I shall claim your body. Ginyu laughed maniacally. Before Vegeta could react, Ginyu shouted, "Exchange." While what? Vegeta gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Vegeta, get away. Although the others were oblivious to Jinyu's intentions, they were certain it was anything but good. Damn it, my body won't move. At that moment, a beam of light shot from Jinyu's mouth into Vegeta's, and, simultaneously, a phantasmal figure appeared behind both of them, completing the exchange and returning to their respective bodies. As the exchange unfolded, a radiant light erupted, rendering Goku and the others unable to look directly, forcing them to shield their eyes. When the brilliance subsided, they discovered that Vegeta stood unharmed in place, seemingly unaffected. What could this mean? Krillin, perplexed, remarked that Vegeta appeared to be just fine. At that moment, however, Vegeta suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, Vegeta, your physique is truly remarkable. I'm exceedingly pleased with this formidable power." The expression of sheer terror was evident on the face of Ginyu, who lay on the ground. What is happening? How is my body over there? The realization dawned upon everyone. The figure sprawled on the ground was indeed Vegeta, while Ginyu had taken over his body. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta. I warned you that you would regret this. Now I shall reduce you to ashes using your own body." With that, he concentrated energy into a wave and directed it at Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta is back in action. Krillin, Bulma, and the others exclaimed in shock. In this critical moment, Goku rushed to Vegeta's side and effortlessly deflected the energy wave with a single palm. The wave detonated upon striking a distant mountain, obliterating it and sending dust swirling into the air. Faced with such overwhelming power, Krillin stumbled backward and fell to the ground, though he simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. While he had once feared the previous incarnation of Vegeta, his experiences over time had led him to perceive Vegeta as less intimidating, at least recognizing him as a comrade. Goku glanced at the prostrate Vegeta and said, "It seems today I shall have to thoroughly repair your body." Taking a deep breath, he maximized his battle power, intending to resolve the conflict swiftly. In a flash, he appeared before Ginyu, and their battle erupted instantaneously, the surrounding air swirling violently in response to their clash. Goku showcased his profound strength, while Jinyu, although possessing Vegeta's body, was still struggling with the initial integration of soul and form, finding himself momentarily overwhelmed by Goku's assault. Yet, Goku was cautious not to unleash excessive force that might damage Vegeta's body, rendering him somewhat restrained. "Don't get too arrogant, Goku," Jinyu bellowed in fury, attempting to retaliate with greater strength. As the battle progressed, his soul began to merge completely with Vegeta's body, gradually enhancing his power and mastery. With Jinyu's battle prowess on the rise, Goku was compelled to nimbly evade Jinyu's strikes while searching for a means to revert their bodies back to normal. He understood that only by restoring their original forms could he attack with confidence. At that moment, Vegeta's body suddenly emanated a potent aura. Jinyu's soul had fully integrated with Vegeta's physique, and his power had ascended to Vegeta's level. "Goku, behold my new strength," Jinyu proclaimed with a triumphant laugh, launching a powerful punch toward Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened as he sensed the formidable force behind that blow. He swiftly retreated, simultaneously consolidating a formidable wave of energy. With a resounding boom, two immense forces collided in the air, producing a deafening explosion. Both Sun Wukong and Jinyu were jolted backwards by this tremendous power. Sun Wukong marveled at the astonishing strength Jinyu could wield, having adapted to Vegeta's body, and realized that this battle had escalated to a grueling level. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender. Taking a deep breath, he charged at Jinyu once more, and the two were once again engulfed in a fierce struggle, their combat stirring the very currents of air around them. The remaining onlookers found themselves unable to keep pace with their movements, relying solely on the cacophony of clashes and the explosive sounds of energy blasts to gauge the location of the duel. After an extended period of combat, both Jinyu and Sun Wukong were covered in wounds, panting as they faced each other on a desolate plain. Sun Wukong felt a pang of urgency. If this continued, even victory would be bittersweet. It seemed he would have to make do with Vegeta's situation for now, hoping to find a way to restore his body later. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited in Sun Wukong's gaze. Kaioken. Wukong's aura suddenly shifted to a vibrant red, surging with escalating energy. "What? You possess such power?" Jinyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement returned. "With such a robust body, if I can switch with him, this incredible strength will be mine." Resolute, he sprang to his feet, channeling a powerful energy sphere with both hands. Observing this, Sun Wukong immediately began forming his own energy sphere in preparation. The two energy spheres collided in midair, emitting a brilliant light and a thunderous roar, as if everything around them were being consumed by this force. Both combatants infused their spheres with energy. However, bolstered by Kaioken, Wukong's power significantly surpassed Jinyu's. With a mighty roar, he intensified his energy input, gradually pushing the amassed energy towards Jinyu. Before long, Jinyu's energy sphere was overwhelmed by Wukong's, and the energy they had poured into their respective spheres erupted in front of Jinyu, creating a massive red hemisphere that lingered for a moment before dissipating. As the thick smoke cleared, Jinyu lay at the bottom of a deep crater, severely injured. Sun Wukong, having expended a considerable amount of energy, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as he gazed at the dissipating dust in the sky. Suddenly, a method to help Vegeta reclaim his body struck him. "Vegeta, wait a moment. When I show a weakness, he will undoubtedly attempt to swap bodies with me again. You should have regained some stamina by now. Whether we can restore your body depends on this moment," he whispered to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded slightly in acknowledgement, preparing to seize the opportunity Sun Wukong would create. Suddenly, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, gathering an energy sphere in his hands before diving towards Jinyu from above. Jinyu, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. What a perfect opportunity. Exchange. He once again employed his exchange skill, attempting to seize Goku's body, unwittingly aligning with Sun Wukong's intentions. Vegeta and Sun Wukong shouted as the previously grounded Vegeta suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong. "What? Vegeta, when did you arrive?" At that moment, the exchange had commenced and could not be halted. "No, I refuse to accept this," Jinyu roared in frustration. As the exchange neared completion, Vegeta returned to his own body, while Sun Wukong swiftly assumed his stance. The Kamehameha wave, accompanied by a brilliant flash of white light, surged towards Jinyu, who had just regained his senses after the exchange. Upon witnessing this scene, he hastily summoned his strength to resist. Alas, the disparity in energy and his grievous injuries rendered his efforts futile. Ultimately, He was reduced to ashes in the wake of the Kamehameha. From a distance, Krillin, Bulma, and others witnessed the event unfold and rushed over to assess the conditions of Son Wukong and Vegeta. "Goku, are you alright?" Krillin inquired with concern. Son Wukong shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He glanced at the now-lying Vegeta and remarked, "Vegeta, it's fortunate you made it in time." Vegeta remained silent, lying still on the ground, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions, seemingly lost in thought. As the group reveled in their joy, a sudden awareness of a formidable power approaching struck them, leading to exchanged glances. "Frieza has discovered us and is heading this way. With Vegeta gravely injured and only 2 Senzu beans remaining, we should use one to aid him," Krillin stated. At that moment, a child emerged from the Namekian group. "I possess healing abilities. I can restore him in a minute." "What? Dend, you have such capabilities?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Dend approached Vegeta and began his healing process, explaining, "Some Namekians are born with special abilities, and I am one of them." Just then, a high-speed object appeared in the distance, swiftly arriving before them. As they beheld Frieza, seated as if in a baby carriage, their spirits plummeted. With the demise of the Ginyu Force, Frieza resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate those who dared challenge his authority. Chapter 23. The Mighty Frieza. Though Frieza's combat prowess remained concealed, he nonetheless instilled a profound sense of dread among them. "Ho ho ho, I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be mere wild monkeys. Vegeta, I did not expect you to betray me so swiftly. It seems the enhancement of your fighting power has imbued you with great courage, allowing you to forget the terror of being subjugated by me, Frieza." Gazing at Frieza in his infantile stance, Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. After his healing, Vegeta's combat power had escalated to new heights, and he now believed he could contend with Frieza. "Kakarot, allow me to take this," he declared. As Son Wukong observed the self-assured Vegeta, he remarked, "Vegeta, I sense a formidable power within Frieza. He is yet to unleash his true strength." However, Vegeta was entirely unfazed, soaring directly to confront Frieza. "Frieza, it is time to settle our scores." Vegeta's voice was icy. His fists were clenched, his gaze intense, radiating an overwhelming aura of combat. Frieza, regarding Vegeta with a smirk, retorted, "Ho ho ho, do you truly believe that a slight increase in your battle power can rival me? How amusing." His voice, though calm, was laced with a chilling coldness. "Enough talk, Frieza, let us fight." Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Frieza's face. Frieza merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the attack. He extended a hand, easily grasping Vegeta's wrist, and with a forceful toss, sent him flying. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his assault had been so easily nullified. Undeterred, he surged back into battle, engaging in close combat where each clash of their fists left deep craters in the ground. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Vegeta became. As he steadily gained the upper hand, with a resounding thud, Vegeta landed a punch to Frieza's abdomen, following up with a kick to his neck, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. Rising, Frieza brushed off non-existent dust and remarked, "Impressive, Vegeta. Your current power exceeds mine. But do you truly believe I possess only that much strength? Prepare yourself to witness a spectacle. This opportunity will never present itself again." With that, he crouched into a stance, bellowing as his form began to transform. He grew larger, horns sprouting from his head, as Vegeta prepared to taunt him. Frieza's body continued to shift. Realizing that his initial transformation might not suffice against Vegeta, Frieza completed a second transformation, his battle power skyrocketing to over 2 million, subtly surpassing Vegeta's. "Haha, Vegeta, your strength is still woefully inadequate," Frieza laughed heartily. Observing this, Son Wukong felt a twinge of concern, knowing Frieza's might extended beyond what was on display, and Vegeta appeared to be at a disadvantage. "Humph, do you think this will defeat me?" Vegeta scoffed, undeterred by Frieza's transformation. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit further. He inhaled deeply, gathering his strength, preparing to unleash his most potent attack. With a sudden burst, he charged at Frieza, fists clenched, ready to strike with all his might. However, Frieza merely offered a slight smile, extending a hand to effortlessly intercept Vegeta's assault. "Vegeta, your attacks feel to me like mere tickles," Frieza taunted. With that, he exerted a sudden force, casting Vegeta away with great intensity, simultaneously unleashing 2 energy blasts. Struck by the blasts, Vegeta spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, he struggled to rise. a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that his efforts would have no effect on Frieza. Observing the fallen Vegeta, Frieza's lips curled into a cruel smile. Vegeta, your strength has indeed improved, but it is still woefully inadequate. However, out of consideration for your former allegiance, I shall grant you a chance. As he spoke, he raised a hand, summoning an energy sphere into his palm. If you can withstand this attack, I shall spare you. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta stood up, fully aware that Frieza would not show him mercy. He had to muster all his strength to counter this strike. As he struggled to his feet, Frieza sneered and hurled the energy sphere towards him. Vegeta inhaled deeply, channeling his entire power into his hands. The collision between the energy sphere and Vegeta's counterattack erupted with a thunderous roar, sending powerful shockwaves that flattened everything in their vicinity. Goku and the others watched from afar, their hearts racing for Vegeta. They understood that should he fail to withstand this assault, the consequences would be dire. Yet, in that moment, Vegeta unleashed a fierce roar, managing to absorb Frieza's attack. Though his body was propelled backwards, he ultimately found the strength to rise again. He lifted his gaze to Frieza, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. Frieza, I have not yet lost, Vegeta declared resolutely. Frieza regarded Vegeta with a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that Vegeta could endure his onslaught. This is intriguing, Frieza replied with a cold smirk. In that case, allow me to unveil my true power. You must know that with each transformation, my strength undergoes a qualitative leap. I have one more transformation reserved just for you. What? Before the spectators could fully process the shock, Frieza's form began to shift once more. His body became smaller and more delicate, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura. This is my final form. Goku and the others gasped in unison, recognizing that Frieza had attained his ultimate state, his most formidable transformation. Vegeta stared at Frieza, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. He realized the chasm between his power and Frieza's was insurmountable. However, at that moment, Goku stepped forward. Vegeta, you are running low on energy. Allow me to handle him, Goku stated. Vegeta paused, then nodded in agreement, stepping aside. He understood that he was no longer a match for Frieza and could only rely on Son Goku. Son Goku gazed at Frieza, inhaling deeply as the strength within him began to coalesce. He recognized that this would be a grueling battle, yet he was prepared. Chapter Haimutu Subufan Adi. Upon seeing Vegeta standing aside, another Saiyan poised to enter, Frieza remained unfazed. He was aware that he had yet to unleash his true power. Since these two individuals failed to recognize their situation, he resolved to demonstrate what genuine strength entailed. I recall summoning all Saiyans back when I obliterated Planet Vegeta. How did you survive? Me? I know nothing of Planet Vegeta. I grew up on Earth, a Saiyan from Blue Star. Blue Star? Could it be Frieza recalled a spaceship escaping during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, a detail he had overlooked at the time? He had not anticipated that this individual would now possess such formidable fighting prowess. With this thought, he abruptly rose to his feet, a powerful aura enveloping him. His eyes turned crimson, as if two flames were igniting within. Since it was my initial blunder, allow me to rectify this error and reunite you with Planet Vegeta. As Frieza unleashed his energy once more, Son Goku felt the shift in Frieza's aura, his heart heavy with foreboding. Is this your true power? Oh, who knows? Frieza laughed heartily. Come, let me witness your capabilities. With that, Frieza surged towards Son Goku, his speed akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. Son Goku swiftly evaded while launching his own attacks in an attempt to halt him. However, Frieza's might was overwhelming. Son Goku's efforts inflicted no harm. Frieza effortlessly dodged their strikes while mounting fierce counterattacks. Son Goku found himself steadily retreating before Frieza's relentless assault, feeling his own strength rendered utterly insignificant. Observing Frieza's arrogant grin, anger welled within Son Goku. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly quelled his inner fury. He understood that to conquer Frieza, he must remain calm and unleash his full potential. Frieza, watching Son Goku approach, smirked derisively. Humph, a fool who knows no bounds. He swung his arms violently, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that streaked through the air towards Son Goku. Son Goku quickly dodged while counterattacking. His fists and feet left trails in the air, attacking Frieza like bolts of lightning. The collision of their blows generated shockwaves, devastating everything in their vicinity. Yet, the disparity in strength between him and Frieza was insurmountable. Despite the intensity and speed of his strikes, they failed to inflict any substantial damage upon Frieza. Frieza effortlessly evaded his strikes while launching fierce counterattacks. His energy waves descended upon Goku like a tempest, leaving him overwhelmed. The pressure on Goku intensified, while Frieza toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. Suddenly, Goku activated the Kaioken, his power surging dramatically, catching Frieza off guard and landing a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha, a relentless barrage of energy blasts directed at Frieza. However, Goku soon sensed a formidable force approaching from behind. He turned to find Frieza standing behind them, a sinister smirk adorning his face. "Did you think this would defeat me?" "How naive," Frieza taunted as he lunged at Goku. Goku swiftly dodged, but Frieza's speed was overwhelming, leaving him no chance to escape. With a thunderous impact, Goku was struck by Frieza's punch, his body soaring through the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, feeling as though his bones were shattering. Struggling to rise, he realized his strength was nearly depleted. Frieza gazed down at the fallen Goku, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "It seems you're not so impressive after all." Yet, in his moment of arrogance, a powerful attack erupted from a distance. Spirit Bomb, Special Beam Cannon. Krillin and Piccolo unleashed their signature moves, forcing Frieza to dodge. Although he narrowly avoided the Special Beam Cannon, his tail was severed by the Spirit Bomb. Frieza cried out in agony, then turned his gaze toward Krillin. "You little bald-headed fool, do you have a death wish? You dare to harm the body of Lord Frieza? I will obliterate you." With that, he charged at Krillin. Seeing Frieza approach, Krillin was terrified and fled. But Frieza's speed was unmatched, and he quickly closed the distance. Realizing he had no choice but to save himself, Krillin pressed his hands against his temples. Solar Flare, a blinding light, more brilliant than the sun, erupted, catching Frieza off guard, who screamed in agony as he shielded his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Goku and Vegeta consumed their last 2 Senzu beans, fully restoring their energy and elevating their battle power to approximately 3.5 million. As Frieza regained his sight and aimed to eliminate Krillin, the 2 warriors charged forward. "We haven't lost yet," Goku shouted, racing towards Frieza. Vegeta followed closely behind, their speed surpassing their previous efforts, like 2 bolts of golden lightning streaking through the sky. Frieza, witnessing the advancing Goku and Vegeta, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these 2 could rise again, unleashing such a formidable aura. He hastily unleashed a formidable energy to defend himself. But the enhanced assault from Son Wukong and Vegeta came crashing down like a tempest, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. However, once Frieza recalibrated his stance, the previous advantage of the duo evaporated, and within a brief span, both found themselves battered once more. "Now, let us see who can save you." Just as he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly manifested. The crowd turned to Frieza's rear, where a figure clad in black battle attire emerged behind him. "Su Buffon," Wukong exclaimed with delight. Su Buffon nodded, glancing down at Frieza with a piercing gaze. "It appears I have arrived just in time." At that moment, Frieza finally reacted, swiftly leaping aside, and upon noticing the tail behind Su Buffon, he sneered, "Another lowly wild monkey. It seems exterminating your Saiyan race was indeed a wise decision." "Su Buffon, you have finally arrived," the elder communicated excitedly. Su Buffon nodded in acknowledgement. "Elder, I apologize for my tardiness." As the fate of Namek hung in the balance, the elder had been vigilantly monitoring the battlefield, and Su Buffon had only just arrived to witness it. "No, your arrival is fortuitous. We owe you our gratitude for traveling such a distance to aid us." While they conversed, Frieza scrutinized the newly arrived Saiyan. He was no fool. The mere fact that this individual had appeared behind him signified that he was no ordinary contender. At this juncture, Su Buffon spoke. "Frieza, did you not destroy planet Vegeta out of fear of a Super Saiyan threatening your reign? Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of a Super Saiyan." The 25th chapter of the Tranquil Namek. Super Saiyan. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "The so-called Super Saiyan is merely a legend of your race. You dare attempt to intimidate me with such tales? Furthermore, even if you were a Super Saiyan, would I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, fear you? I barely utilized half of my power during my previous skirmish. Is that so? Then let me show you the true strength of a Super Saiyan." With a mighty roar, Su Buffon's aura steadily ascended, reaching a critical threshold before abruptly transforming into a brilliant gold. The surging energy radiated outward, imposing immense pressure upon all present. "Sun Wukong, the battle ahead is beyond your capacity to partake. Take them far away." while Sun Wukong and Vegeta were still in shock over the emergence of the Super Saiyan. Su Bufan's voice commanded their attention, prompting them to hastily retreat. In the blink of an eye, the vast plain was left with only the two of them. On the plain, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only Frieza and Su Bufan locked in confrontation. The golden flames enveloping Su Bufan blazed fiercely, creating a dazzling halo that was nearly blinding. His gaze was as cold as ice. Frieza, observing the golden-haired Saiyan before him, recalled the ancient words passed down through generations, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from Su Bufan, a power he had never encountered before. Despite his self-proclamation as the Emperor of the Universe, he was compelled to acknowledge that this Saiyan indeed posed a threat. I am Frieza. My strength surpasses that of the ancient frozen demons. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, I fear you not. I shall see whether the Super Saiyan or I, the Ice Demon, is superior, Frieza bellowed, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Frieza revealed his full power, leaving Goku and the others in shock. It turned out that he had not even exerted half of his strength earlier. Otherwise, they would have perished. Su Bufan appeared unfazed. While Frieza's power was indeed terrifying to others, to him it felt akin to the disparity between Goku and Frieza, allowing him to easily defeat him. After breaking through to Super Saiyan, Su Bufan had diligently continued his training aboard the spaceship. Perhaps due to his transformation, his cultivation speed had significantly increased, and his regular battle power had now reached an astonishing 5 million, which meant that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat strength soared to at least 5 billion. However, facing Frieza did not require such overwhelming power. Su Bufan restrained his strength to match Frieza's, ensuring his own combat capabilities remained stable. The two figures intertwined in the air, each collision erupting with astonishing energy. Su Bufan radiated golden light, his fists striking Frieza with the force of hammers, while Frieza retaliated without hesitation. Their speed was so swift that only Goku and Vegeta could perceive their movements. The battle raged on for an extended period, leaving the once smooth plains in ruins, where small hills had transformed into deep craters. As the fight progressed, Frieza's power gradually waned, while Su Bufan appeared unperturbed, maintaining his composure. Frieza, Emperor of the Universe? It seems you're nothing more than this, Su Bufan taunted, pressing one foot onto Frieza's head, forcing it into the ground. Ugh! Frieza, humiliated, unleashed a surge of energy, breaking free from Su Bufan's grip and gasping for air in midair. No, it's impossible. I, Frieza, am the strongest in the universe. Observing Frieza, now irrational and bloodshot, Su Bufan lost interest and prepared to eliminate him. But suddenly, Frieza began to laugh. You Saiyans cannot survive in the universe, while my Ice Demon race can thrive. I shall see how you endure without Namek. As he spoke, he extended his finger, concentrating a massive energy sphere upon it. This sphere contained enough power to obliterate Namek in an instant, challenging Su Bufan to intercept it. With a swift motion, he hurled the energy sphere toward Namek, but to Su Bufan, such power was utterly feeble. Su Bufan slowly extended his hands to catch the energy sphere. Here you go, he said, propelling the ball towards Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza was struck directly. A scream escaped his lips as the energy sphere carried him into the cosmos, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that reduced the once mighty Emperor to cosmic ashes. With Frieza's demise, the Namekians erupted in jubilation, finally avenging their fallen comrades. Yet, as thoughts of their deceased friends resurfaced, their faces fell into sorrow. Elder, can the Dragon Balls on Namek still be used? Son Goku en Quayod. Indeed, as long as I draw breath, the Dragon Balls remain functional, the Elder replied. We must express our gratitude to Frieza for gathering them. Elder, we require your assistance to fulfill our wishes. No problem, Dandan. Assist them in realizing their desires, the Elder instructed. At the Elder's command, Dandan began to gather the Dragon Balls. As Dandan chanted the incantation in the Namekian tongue, the previously unclouded sky of Namek darkened ominously. A brilliant beam of light surged from the 7 Dragon Balls, gradually transforming into a magnificent dragon. Behold the dragon of Namek, far grander than that of Blue Star. Krillin marveled. State your wishes. I can grant 3, the celestial dragon proclaimed. 3? Everyone, except Su Bufan, looked bewildered. Exchanging glances, Son Goku stepped forward to voice their collective wish. We wish for all Namekians slain by Frieza's forces to be resurrected. Regrettably, That wish cannot be fulfilled. I can revive but one, the dragon responded slowly. Dandan relayed the dragon's message to Son Goku and the others. Only one can be revived, yet we have 3 wishes. It seems the Dragon Balls here differ from those on Blue Star, Son Goku observed. It appears we must use the Dragon Balls from Blue Star to bring them back. Do you have any other wishes? Dandan inquired. Let us restore the environment of Namek, and to prevent retaliation from the Frozen Demon Clan, we should relocate Namek, they decided. Dandan hastily made the wishes, and, as the dragon's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, the devastated surroundings were instantaneously restored to their former glory. One wish remains. Do you wish to realize anything else? Let us all learn instant transmission, they suggested, sparing Goku the need to teach them later. Having witnessed everything and seeing Su Buffon transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's desire for eternal life waned. His singular ambition now was to surpass Kakarot and be the first to become a Super Saiyan. With Dandan's wish granted, Goku and the others mastered instant transmission. Subsequently, Su Buffon requested the Dragon Radar from Bulma and vanished before the group. Upon returning to Blue Star, Su Buffon gathered the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians. As their wish came to fruition, all those who had perished on Namek were revived. Upon returning to Namek after fulfilling his wishes, Su Buffon gazed upon the scene before him, a sense of joy swelling within his heart. He understood that though he hailed from a different world, he had nonetheless discovered friends and companions in this realm. Thank you, Mr. Su Buffon, and all the warriors, the elder approached with gratitude evident in his demeanor. It is you who have saved Namek and granted us the chance to be reborn. There is no need for thanks, elder, Su Buffon replied with a smile. Now that Namek has returned to tranquility, we can depart with peace of mind. Indeed, we shall forever remember your kindness, the elder continued. Should the opportunity arise, you're always welcome to visit Namek again. We will certainly return if given the chance, answered Sun Wukong and the others. Unbeknownst to the group as they returned to Blue Star, the elder soon reached the end of his life, selecting a new elder before passing away, thus ensuring a worry-free existence for those who remained. Chapter 26, Sun Wukong and Vegeta Transform. Upon their return to Blue Star, Sun Wukong persistently sought Su Buffon's guidance on mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan, visiting him daily with unwavering determination. Su Buffon, exasperated by his relentless requests, instructed him to bring Vegeta along to learn the transformation method together. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had achieved battle powers exceeding 3 million, meeting the basic requirements for transformation into Super Saiyans. The only question now was whether the cellular concentration within them was sufficient. During this interlude, Su Buffon visited the temple to check on Raditz and Nappa, who were diligently training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Their battle powers had reached approximately 1.5 million, and with continued effort, they were likely to transform into Super Saiyan soon. However, now is not the time to divulge the transformation method to them. Upon hearing that Su Buffon would teach them the means to transform into Super Saiyans, Vegeta displayed even greater excitement than Sun Wukong, as his entire life had been devoted to the pursuit of combat, and acquiring formidable strength was an unparalleled boon. The two arrived at Su Buffon's location, and he began to elucidate the nuances of the Super Saiyan transformation. Given their current inability to utilize Rage for transformation, due to the Dragon Ball lore, which dictates that the death of a friend must incite such fury, they could only adopt the method taught by Vegeta from Universe 6. Now, concentrate your energy toward your backs and perceive the change in your power. Observe whether your strength has intensified, Su Buffon instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong and Vegeta complied without hesitation, closing their eyes and attempting to channel their energy to their backs. Vivid images of their battles against formidable foes flooded Sun Wukong's mind. Each confrontation and setback seemed to coalesce in his strength, gradually infusing his back. Meanwhile, Vegeta fixated solely on the desire to grow stronger, to surpass all opponents, and this fervent intention similarly guided his energy toward his back. As time flowed steadily on, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a powerful force surging within their backs, as if it were poised to break free from their bodies. Su Buffon observed the two individuals, silently nodding in acknowledgement, for he understood they had brushed against the threshold of transforming into Super Saiyans. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within them, causing the air around him to quiver. He felt an immense surge of power coursing through his body, as if it threatened to tear him apart. With an uncontrollable roar, Sun Wukong's form began to radiate a golden luminescence, his hair gradually transforming into a resplendent gold. His aura surged dramatically, the surrounding air vibrating in response, producing a resonant hum. Su Bufan, witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, felt a surge of excitement within. He realized that Sun Wukong had finally succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta also sensed the change in Sun Wukong. He opened his eyes and gazed at the golden figure of his rival, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. Taking a deep breath, he subdued his emotions and concentrated his energy in his back. I cannot afford to fall behind him, Vegeta silently vowed, determination gleaming in his eyes. As time passed, Vegeta too began to feel that overwhelming power and drew it forth, his body emanating a faint golden glow, his hair gradually adopting a golden hue. Although his aura was not as intense as Sun Wukong's, it was formidable enough to be felt by those around him. Two beams of golden light shot into the sky. The inhabitants of Blue Star, acutely aware of this newfound strength. Krillin, with a wry smile, remarked, "Their power has escalated once more." Having trained alongside Wukong, he could not help but notice the vast disparity in their combat prowess. Su Bufan, observing both warriors successfully transformed, felt a wave of satisfaction. He understood that these two Saiyans would grow even stronger, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. "Excellent, you have both successfully transformed," Su Bufan declared. "Now, take a moment to experiment with your newfound power and acclimate to it." Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement, beginning to harness their elevated strength. "Such overwhelming energy. I feel as though I could defeat dozens of my former self," Wukong exclaimed. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the fierce spirit of battle mirrored in the other's eyes. Had Su Bufan not been present, they would undoubtedly have engaged in combat at that very moment. Su Bufan contemplated the two warriors, realizing their potential to become pivotal forces in future confrontations. He cast a lingering gaze upon them before turning to depart. After Su Bufan's exit, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained enveloped in the euphoria of their Super Saiyan transformation. They reveled in the unprecedented strength coursing through them, as if the entire world lay within their grasp. Sharing a smile, they acknowledged that despite their occasional conflicts, at this moment, they had become trustworthy comrades. They understood that this was not their final destination. They were destined to pursue even greater heights of power. Sun Wukong, invigorated by the flow of power coursing through his veins, excitedly declared, "Vegeta, let us engage in a contest to determine whose Super Saiyan strength reigns supreme." A sardonic smile crept across Vegeta's lips, for he had long yearned to measure his prowess against Sun Wukong. He nodded in agreement, and the two immediately assumed their battle stances. With a simultaneous rush, they charged at one another, their golden auras blazing fiercely behind them, reminiscent of twin bolts of lightning cleaving through the sky. Their fists and feet clashed with a deafening roar, reverberating through the surroundings as if everything was shaken by the sheer force of their might. Su Bufan did not retreat far. He was acutely aware that once these two transformed into Super Saiyans, a fierce confrontation was inevitable, and he positioned himself at a distance to observe their duel. The battle raged on for an extended period, their powers surging ever higher. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta recognized each other's formidable strength, gradually becoming more attuned to and mastering the essence of being a Super Saiyan. Ultimately, their skirmish did not yield a victor, for they were merely sparring, not fighting to the death. They understood the gravity of their respective capabilities. To truly best one another would require them to hold nothing back, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. As the combat concluded, Sun Wukong chuckled, "Vegeta, we must continue to train together and strive to grow even stronger." Vegeta huffed in response. Though he uttered no words, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. He recognized the truth in Sun Wukong's statement. There remained a long journey ahead, especially with Su Bufan forging ahead of them. Exchanging knowing smiles, the two departed, and upon witnessing their exit, Su Bufan too felt the absence of entertainment and chose to leave. Upon returning to their respective training grounds, Sun Wukong and Vegeta embarked on a new round of rigorous practice. They understood that only through relentless training and dedication could they fortify themselves, ensuring they would not appear powerless in the face of adversaries. Simultaneously, Su Bufan intensified his training. For being a Super Saiyan was not the pinnacle of a Saiyan-esque potential. He sought to explore realms yet uncharted by Saiyans. The foes that would soon emerge would only grow increasingly formidable, and he must surpass them before their arrival. Chapter 27, Super Saiyan Full Power, Character 2. Shortly after Sun Wukong and Vegeta transcended into Super Saiyans, Su Buffon attained the full power state of Super Saiyan 1. On the verge of advancing to the second stage of Super Saiyan, while the others were immersed in their training, none noticed a dark red planet drawing ever closer to Blue Star. Sun Wukong and the others remained oblivious to the energy fluctuations on Blue Star triggered by the planet's approach, save for Piccolo, who possessed a faint awareness of this phenomenon. Piccolo sensed the escalating magical energy on Blue Star, as dormant forces of the Demon Clan began to stir restlessly, though he could not fathom the reasons behind this unfolding event. Thus, he approached Sun Wukong and his companions to share his unsettling experiences. However, Wukong and the others were unable to sense any changes, leaving them puzzled about the situation. Consequently, they ventured to the temple to seek counsel from a deity. The deity then recounted his own tale, revealing that the current god was not his true self. Instead, the divine position was contested among several candidates, with the present deity emerging as the victor of that competition. The rival, Carrick, who had vied for the divine title, had vowed vengeance after his defeat, declaring that he would return to reclaim his position centuries later. It seemed that he was indeed plotting his return. Upon hearing the deity's account, Sun Wukong and his companions wore grave expressions, as they had never anticipated that such a colossal threat was lurking within their tranquil universe. Carrick, too, once a contender for divinity, was now returning fueled by desire for retribution, undoubtedly posing a significant crisis for the Blue Star. Being a member of the Demon Clan, Piccolo was particularly attuned to the fluctuations of dark energy. He understood that if Carrick too succeeded in his revenge and reclaimed the divine throne, the balance of the entire universe could be shattered, leading to unprecedented calamity for the beings of the Blue Star. Sun Wukong and his companions resolved to take immediate action to thwart Carrick too's vengeful scheme. However, unbeknownst to them, their current strength could easily vanquish Carrick too. When they sought out Su Buffon, he initially thought he had misheard. Who? Carrick too? Yes, the deity mentioned that Carrick too is incredibly powerful, and we require your assistance. Su Buffon looked at Sun Wukong with a bewildered expression. Just because the deity claims he is powerful, does that mean he truly is? With your current combat abilities, wouldn't defeating Carrick too be a trivial matter? Sun Wukong appeared perplexed, having instinctively believed Carrick too was formidable, only to realize he was rather unremarkable. You don't genuinely think deities are immensely powerful, do you? He merely holds a divine title. His combat capability is nothing compared to yours, Su Buffon remarked with amusement. Upon learning the truth, Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and could only awkwardly chuckle. You need not participate in this battle. Nappa and Raditz have also trained for quite some time, allowing them to test their mettle. Very well. In truth, Sun Wukong and Vegeta lost their desire to engage once they discovered their opponent's weakness. They simply found it difficult to voice their sentiments. But Su Buffon's intervention made it easier. Su Buffon then led Sun Wukong to the temple, summoning Nappa and Raditz. The two had long since completed their training in the Room of Spirit and Time, but preferred to remain at the temple where their needs were catered to. They were aware of the situation when Piccolo and the others visited. They simply chose not to leave. Now, upon hearing Su Buffon discuss Carrick too, both were exceptionally excited, eager for a worthy opponent after their extensive training, hoping their adversary could endure some punishment. As the red planet drew closer, the dark energy surged with increasing intensity. While the deity continued to observe the mortal realm from the temple, several powerful auras suddenly manifested in the sky. Carrick too appeared with several of his magical subordinates. And from a distance, the red planet behind them seemed to exude a dark, serpentine mist, coiling like a colossal dragon above the blue planet, imparting an unprecedented sense of oppression to the entire sphere. Raditz and Nappa burst through the atmosphere, their figures appearing remarkably diminutive against the vastness of the starry sky. Yet their energy surged with intensity. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already returned to their training, confident that Su Buffon would remain unharmed in their absence. Su Buffon stayed within the temple, quietly observing the unfolding battle, knowing that Raditz and Nappa were sufficiently powerful to confront Carrick too. He was eager to witness them test their training through real combat, further enhancing their prowess. In the high heavens, Raditz and Nappa engaged in battle with Carrick too. However, they soon realized that their opponent's strength was rather feeble. Against just one adversary, they found themselves somewhat strained. They divided their roles. Nappa took charge of dealing with several minions, preventing them from causing chaos, while Raditz faced Carrick too directly. Raditz effortlessly neutralized Carrick too's attacks. and his counterattacks left Carrick 2 momentarily overwhelmed. Initially, Raditz intended to toy with his opponent, but as the red planet drew nearer, he noticed an alarming increase in Carrick 2's combat power, making their skirmish progressively arduous. He was puzzled by the source of this enhancement, but pressed on regardless. Yet, empowered by the planet, Carrick 2 possessed nearly limitless energy and unwavering stamina, gradually gaining the upper hand against Raditz. Meanwhile, Nappa finished dispatching the minions and hurried to join the fray, alleviating Raditz's disadvantage. Su-Buffon had long known that the red planet was the source of Carrick 2's strength. Yet he refrained from alerting the two warriors, hoping they would discover it on their own, as they needed to integrate their formidable combat abilities through experience. As the red planet finally approached the blue planet, streams of crimson energy converged into Carrick 2's body, further enhancing his combat prowess. Upon witnessing this, Raditz and Nappa realized that he was drawing power from the planet. Raditz promptly moved to engage Carrick 2, creating an opening for Nappa to destroy the planet. However, as Nappa distanced himself from the battlefield to gather energy aimed at the planet, Carrick 2 panicked and forcefully kicked away the energy shot that was launched at him. "You wretches dare to destroy my source of power. This is the mother planet of my demon race," Carrick 2 declared, launching a fierce counterattack that left Raditz and Nappa unable to retaliate. Understanding that his strength stemmed from the celestial body, they continuously sought opportunities to obliterate it. Yet the disparity in their power rendered them momentarily powerless. As they dodged under the pressure of his might, Carrick 2 unleashed his ultimate technique, the Hell Vortex. With this invocation, swirling maelstrom resembling portals appeared in the sky, exuding a chilling aura. Before long, the whirlpool's velocity began to accelerate, and a formidable force of attraction manifested in the air. Raditz and Nappa found themselves ensnared by this powerful suction, slowly being drawn toward the vortex. "Ha ha! I shall confine you in the dim, chilling depths of hell, where you will suffer and perish," cackled King Carrick 2, observing the entrapment of the two. At that moment, Raditz and Nappa suddenly discovered a way to resist. Noticing that King Carrick 2 was unable to move while maintaining the hellish vortex, Raditz aided Nappa in momentarily countering the pull, allowing Nappa to gather a surge of energy and unleash it from his mouth. King Carrick 2 attempted to intervene, but alas, he was too late, forced to watch as the red planet exploded in the cosmos. As the planet erupted, King Carrick 2's strength began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, the two warriors combined their forces to unleash a shockwave directed at King Carrick 2. Drawing upon the remnants of his fading power, he fought to resist. The two immense energies collided in the air, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The entire blue planet trembled, as if time itself had momentarily halted. However, the disappearance of the red planet drained King Carrick 2's energy too rapidly, and his energy wave was propelled back toward him by the two fighters. A tendre explosion ressoundait, accompanied by a brilliant flash in the sky. When the light dissipated, King Carrick 2 had vanished, leaving behind only a shattered expanse of starlit sky. The battle concluded. Though the temple lay in ruins, the impact was minimal, provided that ordinary lives remained unscathed. "Well done," Su-Buffon remarked. "While your observations could have been sharper, your collaboration was commendable." King Carrick 2's vengeful scheme had been successfully thwarted, and tranquility once again enveloped the blue planet. Yet, Su-Buffon understood all too well that this serenity was merely ephemeral. They must remain ever vigilant, prepared to confront any impending threats. Chapter 28, The Mysterious Visitor. A year had elapsed since King Carrick 2's demise. During this time, Su-Buffon ascended to Super Saiyan, attaining the Super Saiyan 2 form. Raditz and his companions also successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. All seemed serene. One day, a peculiar spacecraft suddenly emerged over a desolate expanse, descending gently amidst a halo of white light. From within, a strikingly handsome youth emerged. However, the boy's brow furrowed in confusion upon realizing that Frieza and his father, who were supposed to arrive on the blue planet at this juncture, had not appeared. This left him incredulous. Could it truly be impossible to traverse time? As he pondered this perplexity, Goku and the others, sensing his presence, approached cautiously. Faced with this unfamiliar youth, they hesitated, the atmosphere growing tense. The strange craft seemed a mysterious harbinger, shattering the enduring tranquility of the blue planet. The handsome youth stood upon the desolate land, his gaze imbued with an inexplicable depth, as if contemplating something of great significance. Sun Wukong regarded the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar youth with a sense of caution. Although the boy appeared harmless, Wukong was acutely aware that in this vast universe, formidable individuals often harbored various ulterior motives, and he could not afford to let his guard down. Who are you? Why have you come here? Sun Wukong finally inquired. The youth lifted his gaze towards Wukong, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He clearly had not anticipated encountering this individual in such a setting. With a slight smile, he replied, I cannot divulge my name for the time being, but Mr. Sun Wukong. What transpired after you defeated Frieza on Namek? How is it that you find yourself on Earth? The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, questioning why Sun Wukong was now on Earth, and noting that it was not he who had vanquished Frieza. You know me? I have been to Namek. But it was Su Bufan who defeated Frieza. I was not his equal at that time, Wukong responded. What? Su Bufan? Who is he? The youth's voice grew urgent, as if he sensed something slipping beyond his control. Su Bufan is also a Saiyan, but he is far more powerful than both me and Vegeta. At this revelation, the boy was left utterly stunned, as events began to unfold in a manner he could not comprehend. He turned to Sun Wukong and requested, Mr. Wukong, may I speak with you privately? The crowd looked on with curiosity, puzzled as to what two strangers could possibly discuss. After they had distanced themselves from the others, the youth revealed that he hailed from the future and spoke of impending events. Upon hearing the term future, Wukong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Trunks, observing Wukong's perplexed expression, continued, in the timeline I come from, Frieza did not perish after being defeated by you on Namek. He has come to Earth today to cause trouble. Thus, I arrived here ahead of time, only to find that he has not come at all. Moreover, you have remained on Earth. According to the history I experienced, you should have returned from outer space today. Perhaps I have not traversed time, but instead arrived in a parallel world. Trunks mused silently to himself. Mr. Wukong, may I see your Super Saiyan form? Though puzzled by the request, Wukong complied. With a resounding surge of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Impressive. Mr. Wukong, you are indeed as powerful as my mother described, Trunks exclaimed. Now, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan as well. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan state. Mr. Wukong, may I test the extent of your power? Trunks inquired. Of course, Wukong replied. Upon receiving consent, Trunks unsheathed his sword and charged at Wukong, only to find that Wukong effortlessly blocked his attack with a single hand. Realizing the true strength of Wukong, Trunks reverted to his normal state, his expression now grave. Mr. Wukong, the words I am about to convey are of utmost importance, and I hope you will remember them. 2 years hence, on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern capital, an extraordinarily powerful duo of artificial beings will emerge, wreaking havoc and annihilating all in their path. A few months later, Blue Star will be reduced to ruins. Therefore, my mother constructed a time machine, hoping I could seek assistance here. Wait, you mentioned that Blue Star becomes a wasteland. Where will we be? This formidable duo possesses immense strength and inexhaustible energy. In the future, apart from you, everyone will perish in battle, including the legendary Super Saiyan Vegeta, and even Master Gohan will fall while protecting me. The boy's face was etched with sorrow. What about me? Where will I be? You will not partake in the fight. A year later, you will succumb to a viral heart disease. Sun Wukong appeared bewildered. Alas, to die from an illness, spirit beings are ineffective against sickness. What a bitter fate. In truth, I arrived via the time machine not only to inform you of this formidable enemy, but also to reveal that this disease can be cured in the future. I have brought medication in hopes of altering history. Upon hearing of the potential cure, Sun Wukong's spirits lifted. Yet he was reminded of what the boy had said about his mother creating the time machine. You mentioned your mother constructed the time machine. Could she be? Yes, my mother is Bulma. You are a Saiyan. So who is your father? Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of Vegeta. It can't be Vegeta, can it? Upon receiving confirmation from the boy, Wukong felt a wave of embarrassment. He never imagined the typically aloof Vegeta would be with Bulma. At that moment, Vegeta, already growing impatient, interjected, How much longer will you linger in discussion? All right. Sun Wukong quickly replied. With that, he waved farewell to the boy and returned to the group. Wukong, you have been conversing for quite some time. What was discussed? Krillin inquired. Sun Wukong then relayed the boy's revelations to everyone, omitting the boy's identity. The group listened in disbelief. If even a Super Saiyan could not contend with them. What was to be done? Sun Wukong asked. At this juncture, Bulma proposed, since we know who is responsible, why not eliminate him in advance to avert disaster? Hearing this, Krillin quickly agreed. That is a brilliant idea. It eliminates the threat. Vegeta, however, was not pleased. Who dares to act unilaterally? I will not let such treachery go unpunished. Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, could not fathom that his strength would be inadequate against the enemy. Thus he resolutely opposed the idea. The group turned to Wukong, who scratched his head and said, I too wish to battle them. And besides, wouldn't it be unjust to eliminate them before they have caused harm to Blue Star? Faced with Wukong's stance, the group reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, they agreed to reconvene in 2 years. Chapter 29. Su Bufan's Journey to the Future World. After the crowd dispersed, just as Trunks was preparing to return with the time machine, a figure quietly materialized behind him. As he was about to board the time machine, Trunks suddenly sensed something amiss, swiftly drawing his sword and turning to strike. Su Bufan, however, stood calmly in place, tilting his head slightly aside to avoid the blade's edge. With a clang, the sword's tip struck Su Bufan's neck, yet it failed to break skin. Witnessing this, Trunks hastily leaped back. Who are you? Trunks inquired, his demeanor cautious. Su Bufan offered a faint smile. Did Sun Wukong not mention me? I am Su Bufan, also a Saiyan. Su Bufan? There is no record of your existence in my world. How is this possible? Is it conceivable that your journey is not through time, but rather through a parallel universe, leading you to a realm akin to your original one? Thus, your actions here may have no bearing on the future. Trunks stood dumbfounded. Although he had sensed this possibility during his previous conversation with Sun Wukong, hearing it articulated so clearly filled him with despondency. He lingered in place, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had believed that by traversing time, he could save the future world on the brink of destruction. Yet now, Su Bufan's words doused his hopes like cold water. How could you possibly know this? Trunks still held a sliver of disbelief. Is there a version of me in your world? Isn't that the best proof? Trunks fell silent. Enough pondering. I have come to accompany you to that world and assist you in dealing with the androids there. Really? You are willing to help us? Of course. What other reason would I have for coming? Now, let us not linger in conversation. We must go at once. Upon hearing this, Trunks hurriedly activated the time machine, and the two vanished in a flash of white light. In the future world, the city ruins were ablaze, and the once bustling metropolis was devoid of life. Upon their arrival, distant explosions echoed through the air. Damn those androids! They have nearly annihilated the entire population, leaving only a handful of survivors who cower underground. Su Bufan surveyed the desolate environment. Although he had been mentally prepared, the sight of an entire planet's humanity decimated was still a profound shock. Do not fret. They are far from being my equals. You should return to replenish the time machine's energy. I will need to return as well. Trunks, with no other option, nodded. All right, I will first take the time machine to the laboratory and then return to assist you. Su Bufan soared towards the source of the explosions, and before long, he spotted two individuals hurling energy balls throughout the city. The cacophony of explosions was music to their ears, their laughter echoing around them. Not far away, Su Bufan stood silently, his gaze as cold as ice. He did not reveal himself immediately, but chose instead to observe the two androids with quiet intensity. These two beings, designated as number 17 and number 18, were once human but had been transformed into instruments of vengeance against Sun Wukong by Dr. Gero. For reasons unknown, their self-awareness had not been extinguished. They had escaped Dr. Gero's control, eliminating him and embarking on a path of wanton destruction. These two are even stronger than I had anticipated, Su Bufan mused inwardly. He could sense the powerful energy radiating from the androids, yet they seemed to be holding back, relishing the thrill of chaos rather than unleashing their full might. However, this strength was only relative. While they outmatched Sun Wukong and his allies, they posed little threat in his presence. Su Bufan did not rush to engage. After all, the city was deserted, and their rampage mattered little. He awaited Trunks, allowing him to seek vengeance in his own way. Just then, a figure soared through the air, landing gracefully beside Su Bufan. It was Trunks, who had just departed. Mr. Su, I've sent the time machine to my mother for energy replenishment. The world has suffered severe damage, and it may take some time to restore it fully, Trunks conveyed. Su Bufan nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant androids. There's no need to rush. Eliminating them will be straightforward. Remain here and await my return while I deal with them, Su Bufan declared, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Trunks watched the direction Su Bufan had taken, filled with anticipation. Though he was unaware of Su Bufan's full strength, he understood that anyone revered by Uncle Wukong and Father Vegeta must possess formidable power. Surely, he would be capable of vanquishing the androids and saving their world from impending doom. In the distance, Su Bufan reappeared instantaneously behind number 17 and number 18. His fists clenched as he summoned a tremendous surge of energy. As he began to harness his power, the android's core suddenly detected a formidable energy signature nearby. Yet they had previously failed to notice his presence. "Who is that?" they exclaimed, instinctively leaping back and launching an attack. To their horror, however, they found their assault effortlessly caught in Su Bufan's hand and crushed without effort. "Who are you? I don't recall anyone with such combat prowess existing in this world. I am a Saiyan, much like the Sun Wukong you have slain. I have come here to assist Trunks in your annihilation." "Haha, you think you can defeat us?" "No." 17 laughed, yet his body involuntarily adopted a defensive posture. "Relax. At your current level, you are not worth my effort. While my intention is indeed to eliminate you, it does not necessitate my direct involvement." After shouting towards Trunks, Su Bufan witnessed Trunks swiftly approach his side. As he faced the two androids, Trunks could no longer contain his fury. "You two scoundrels, I shall avenge my father and Master Gohan," he roared, his aura suddenly surging forth. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged at the androids. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged disdainful glances. Despite being artificial beings, they possessed formidable strength and combat experience, and they regarded Trunks, a Saiyan, with contempt. Under their combined assault, Trunks found himself increasingly overwhelmed. His sword shattered, leaving him weaponless and vulnerable against two adversaries. Just as Trunks was on the brink of severe injury, Su Bufan intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent Android 17 hurtling through the remnants of crumbling skyscrapers. "Now, you may take turns attacking," he declared. "I shall not interfere in your battle, but should the other dare to strike, I will turn him to ashes without hesitation." With Su Bufan's guidance, Trunks felt considerably more at ease in the ensuing battle. Although their power levels were comparable, Trunks' combat skills improved significantly under Su's mentorship. He adeptly evaded the android strikes while seeking vulnerabilities. Initially clumsy, he gradually gained the upper hand as time progressed. Su Bufan stood quietly on the sidelines, observing Trunks' fight. He refrained from intervening, knowing that Trunks needed this opportunity to prove himself and exact his revenge. All that was required of him was to offer subtle guidance and assistance at crucial moments. Chapter 30. The elimination of androids and the failure to revive the warriors as the battle raged on, Trunks' combat prowess surged, an unceasing tide of strength enveloping him, and his abilities were enhanced through the struggle. He was now capable of overpowering Android 17. Watching her companion falter, Android 18 felt a surge of anxiety. However, with Su Bufan watching closely, she hesitated to intervene. The battlefield echoed solely with the anguished cries of Android 17. Suddenly, unable to contain herself while observing Android 17 being struck down again, Android 18 lashed out, hurling an energy sphere at Trunks. Taken aback, Trunks reacted swiftly. Su Bufan appeared before the energy sphere, capturing it effortlessly within his palm. "I have warned you. Should you dare to strike, I will obliterate you," he proclaimed, infusing the sphere with his energy before casting it back. Android 18 attempted to defend herself, but the disparity in power rendered her efforts futile, and she was consumed by the ensuing explosion. Witnessing 17's demise ignited a fury within Android 18, who abandoned her defense and unleashed a relentless assault on Trunks. The rage of Android 17 seemed to summon a tempest, elevating his combat capabilities to unprecedented heights. He charged towards Trunks with a furious roar, each movement imbued with a maddened intent to kill. Faced with such an onslaught, Trunks was compelled to exert every ounce of his strength, acutely aware that any lapse could spell disaster. The battle between them escalated to a fevered pitch, each clash generating colossal waves of energy that seemed to make the very ground tremble. Su Bufan stood to the side, observing the chaos with a cold gaze. However, at that moment, Trunks suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His fighting prowess began to plummet. The prolonged intensity of the battle had drained him of considerable stamina, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Sensing Trunks' frailty, Number 17's eyes glinted with a cruel smile. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce assault. Trunks managed to fend off a few blows, but ultimately, he was forcefully sent sprawling. "Trunks, do not dwell too much on your predicament. You have endured countless battles, and within you lies untapped potential that must be unleashed." Su Bufan uget jungs. Upon hearing this, Trunks inhaled deeply, reflecting on all he had endured, the death of his father, the loss of friends, and his master sacrificing himself to protect him. In an instant, fury surged within him. With a thunderous roar, Trunks' physique swelled dramatically, his eyes becoming void of reason, each strand of hair standing on end. In that moment, he unleashed a formidable fighting spirit, charging at number 17 as a fierce battle ensued. Empowered, Trunks swiftly gained the upper hand. After a fierce confrontation, he finally discerned a flaw in number 17's defense and unleashed an energy blast that tore through his adversary's body. With a resounding explosion, number 17 was reduced to ashes. After the battle, Trunks appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Thank you, Mr. Subuffon. Without your guidance, I would have surely met defeat once more," Trunks expressed gratefully. Subuffon shook his head, replying, "It is your own strength that has prevailed. I merely lent a hand. If you were incapable, my assistance would have been in vain. The gods of this world have perished, yet the Namekians should still exist. Shall we seek to resurrect Goku and the others?" Trunks inquired eagerly. "They can be revived? Truly? I am immensely grateful to you." Subuffon accompanied Trunks to King Kai's planet, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the Namekians. To their surprise, King Kai revealed that they had all reincarnated, believing that the calamities on Earth were largely attracted by their presence, and that their departure would render Earth safer. Subuffon expressed his regret, realizing they had no choice but to locate Dend on Namek, appoint him as the guardian of Earth, and recreate the Dragon Balls. However, the creation of the Dragon Balls would take some time, prompting Subuffon to remain in this world for a few more days. Thus, peace and tranquility returned to Earth once more, with Trunks emerging as a hero in the hearts of the people, steadfastly guarding humanity in the times that followed. After resolving these matters, Subuffon and Trunks made their way to Bulma's laboratory to meet her. Upon hearing that someone had come to aid their world, Bulma hurried out, only to be met with the sight of an unfamiliar face, which instantly filled her with disappointment. Trunks had previously left to inform her that he had found a companion capable of defeating the androids, and she had hoped it would be someone she recognized. Trunks then explained to Bulma that the time machine could not traverse time, but could only access parallel worlds, leaving her utterly astonished. She recalled that when she created the time machine, it merely held the potential for time travel. She could not guarantee a journey to the past. Had it not been for dire circumstances, she would never have allowed Trunks to take such a perilous risk. "Mr. Subuffon, thank you for coming to our aid. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have become of our world," she expressed gratefully. "It is my pleasure," Subuffon replied. "By the way, I must also thank your father for the gravity machine, which has significantly accelerated my combat prowess. Moreover, you remain my friend in that world. Even if we are not from the same reality, I will not stand idly by in times of need." Bulma's eyes glimmered momentarily with emotion. She understood the formidable strength of Subuffon, knowing he could vanquish the androids and save their world, yet he was under no obligation to do so. His willingness to traverse time and space to assist her world filled her with immense gratitude. "Mr. Subuffon, what should we do next? The Dragon Balls will still take some time to be created, and we cannot simply wait indefinitely," Bulma inquired. Subuffon pondered for a moment before responding. "Although the Dragon Balls have yet to be forged, you must not remain idle. While the androids have been eradicated, other threats may still arise." He then turned to Trunks, adding, "Trunks, you must continue your training to enhance your strength. This world harbors many unknown dangers, and only through constant growth can you better protect yourself and others." Trunks nodded, aware that he had much to learn and eager to become stronger to safeguard this world more effectively. Days passed, and finally, the Dragon Balls were completed. Subuffon and Trunks utilized them to successfully resurrect those who had yet to be reincarnated, restoring Blue Planet to its former glory. At last, the crisis facing this world was resolved. Subuffon achieved the purpose of his journey and prepared to return to his own realm. Before bidding farewell, he specifically advised Trunks to employ technological means to aid his training. "Thank you for everything you have done for us," Bulma said tearfully. "It is no trouble at all," Subuffon replied with a smile, and then he requested Trunks to use the time machine to send him back. As she watched the two vanish, Bulma clasped her hands over her heart, wishing for their continued safety. Chapter 31. The Warriors Assemble. In the original world, in the wilderness, a beam of white light appeared, and a spaceship descended slowly from the sky. A figure leaped from the spaceship, waving a hand upward. "Return. Your mother awaits you. She needs your companionship now." The individuals aboard the spacecraft also gestured farewell, casting a lingering glance at this world before vanishing in a flash of white light. Observing Trunks' departure, Subuffon soared back to his residence, eager to resume his training. With merely 2 years remaining until the emergence of the androids, he knew that Cell would soon follow. Although he felt no trepidation regarding his own combat prowess, who would ever disdain the enhancement of their strength. During these 2 years, Sun Wukong journeyed to King Kai's planet for rigorous training, his battle power still unknown. Meanwhile, Vegeta made himself at home with Bulma, their interactions igniting an unexpected spark. Culminating in the birth of their son, Trunks, he diligently trained within the gravity chamber created by Dr. Brief, achieving considerable advancement in his combat abilities. Though he maintained his aloof demeanor, his attitude towards the denizens of Planet Blue had notably softened. Raditz and Nappa were also engaged in their training, yet they found themselves captivated by the splendor of Planet Blue, often venturing into the cities for leisure. Their combat power saw little improvement, barely reaching the threshold for Super Saiyan transformation, and in their current state, they were unable to transform. As for the other inhabitants of Planet Blue, they pursued their training in various ways, but their physical limitations hindered any rapid growth in strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and the moment foretold by the mysterious boy was upon them. The warriors convened from their respective training locations, converging towards a singular destination. On the island indicated by the enigmatic youth, at the summit of a mountain, powerful auras began to coalesce, akin to a dark tide ready to unleash a cataclysmic wave. This was the designated gathering place for the warriors, who had traveled from afar in preparation for the impending battle. Atop the mountain, Su Bufon stood resolutely, his gaze deep and unwavering, as if nothing could sway him. Over the course of these 2 years, his battle power had ascended to unprecedented heights. He held no interest in the androids, dismissing their strength entirely. Not far off, Sun Wukong's silhouette suddenly materialized in the air, clad in the distinctive battle attire of King Kai's domain, exuding a formidable aura. After 2 years of training, his battle power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, and with the right opportunity, he could easily transform into Super Saiyan 2. Wukong, you have arrived, Su Bufon greeted him with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. Indeed, I can hardly wait to test my mettle against those androids. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken camaraderie evident. At that moment, a rumble echoed through the air as Vegeta and Bulma approached, carrying their child, Trunks. Vegeta's face remained adorned with a hint of arrogance, yet his eyes revealed a glimmer of resolve and anticipation. This time I shall ensure those fools understand who the true, strongest warrior in the universe is, Vegeta declared with a snort. Just then, Krillin sidled over, glancing at the child in Bulma's arms. Whose child is this? He inquired. Wukong approached with a playful demeanor. Teasing little Trunks, you must be Vegeta's child, right, Trunks? Bulma, taken aback, inquired, how did you know this is Vegeta's child? And even his name, Trunks? Wukong's face stiffened for a moment before he laughed it off. Oh, how would I know? The others exchanged eye rolls at Wukong's playful banter. Bulma then expressed her concern to everyone. You all must be cautious. We will be waiting here for your safe return. Sun Wukong and the others nodded in acknowledgement of their promise to exercise caution. They understood that this battle was not merely a test for them, but a challenge for the entire Blue Planet. They had to give their all to protect this world. As time progressed, Raditz and Nappa arrived in succession. Although their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their fighting spirit was undiminished. Su Bufang, this time we will ensure those fellows pay dearly, Raditz declared, swinging his fist. Nappa, brimming with excitement, added, I can hardly wait to engage in a fierce battle. Observing the fervor of the group, Su Bufon merely nodded. Yet he pondered aloud, but why can I not sense any particularly strong energy? How are we supposed to locate them? Piccolo interjected. Sun Wukong replied, it's likely because they're all androids. That's why we cannot detect their energy signatures. The others murmured their concerns. This complicates matters. Without sensing their energy and knowing their strength, if we are ambushed, it could be disastrous. Another dilemma arose. How could they locate the androids in such a vast area without any energy signatures? It seemed the only course of action was to split up to search for them. Remember, if you come under attack, call for your comrades immediately, Sun Wukong advised. The group nodded, recognizing that this was their only option, and then dispersed, flying towards the city below. As they departed, only Bulma, Trunks, and Su Bufon remained in the valley, silently gazing at the distant horizon. Though Bulma's heart was heavy with worry, she had faith that the warriors would return victorious, for they were the strongest fighters and the ones she trusted most. In the city, the group searched diligently, yet after a prolonged effort, they uncovered no signs of trouble. Nearby, on the bustling street, a pair, one slender and one stout, navigated through the traffic, completely unfazed by the speeding vehicles. A driver nearly collided with them and slammed on the brakes, hurling insults at them. The two exchanged glances. The heavier one stepped forward, clawing at the hood of a car, creating a gaping hole in an instant. He slowly lifted his hand, revealing an engine, causing the driver to freeze in terror. At that moment, a fuel tanker, swerving to evade them, lost control and crashed into a nearby building. With a deafening crash, the oil tanker was struck, igniting flames that erupted in all directions, thick smoke billowing into the air. The surrounding pedestrians, gripped by panic, scattered in every direction, creating a scene of utter chaos. The slender and stout figures observed this spectacle, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. They were two androids, seemingly relishing a pyrotechnic display, indifferent to the fear and suffering of those around them. Positioned near Yamcha, the latter arrived first, witnessing the frantic escape of the crowd. In a moment of rage, he charged at the leaner android, delivering a punch that landed squarely. However, it was evident that Yamcha's strike had little effect. Data flashed through the eyes of the androids. This human was identified as Yamcha, yet his combat prowess was vastly inferior to the recorded metrics. "Forget it. Let us deal with him first," the stout android declared, swiftly advancing toward Yamcha. Before Yamcha could even react, the android seized him by the mouth, and as he attempted to retaliate, all his strength dissipated at an alarming rate. With a muffled groan, Yamcha felt the android's hand pierce through his chest, his breath fading rapidly. Not far away, Sun Wukong sensed the anomaly in Yamcha's aura, furrowing his brow as he hastened toward the scene. Others soon detected this unsettling energy and converged in Yamcha's direction. When the warriors arrived, they beheld the two androids standing beside the near-lifeless Yamcha, their faces twisted in mocking smiles. Chapter 32. The emergence of androids. As Yamcha teetered on the brink of death, the warriors quickly administered a sensibine, and relief washed over them as Yamcha began to recover. At that moment, the android's eyes flickered with data once more. This was Sun Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, and several others. Even the Doctor's data was unrecorded. "How did you know he would be here?" one of the androids inquired, looking up. "Humph, we certainly have our ways of knowing." "But how dare you wreak havoc in the city?" another retorted. "It matters not. Our goal is to eliminate you. Although your combat abilities differ from the data, you remain insufficient." The leaner android, designated as number 20, spoke up. Understanding the need to avoid battle in the city, Wukong suggested moving to a remote, uninhabited location. Yet, as machines of vengeance, the androids lacked humanity. They unleashed a torrent of energy waves, engulfing the city in flames, transforming the once vibrant urban landscape into a desolate ruin in an instant. "Isn't this the battlefield you desired?" Number 20 remarked nonchalantly, enraged by the devastation surrounding him. Wukong surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to number 20's face. To his dismay, the strike merely sent the android's hat flying, causing no harm whatsoever. At this moment, number 20 slowly picked up his hat and donned it, gazing at Goku and saying, "Since you despise this place, I shall allow you to choose your place of demise." Upon hearing this, Goku soared into the distance. Just then, Yamcha regained consciousness and exclaimed, "They can absorb the energy within us. We must inform them at once." Krillin, upon hearing this, was struck with alarm and hurriedly pursued Goku. Meanwhile, the androids pursuing Goku came to a halt, selecting a rocky terrain as their battlefield. Observing the clusters of rocks surrounding them, Piccolo immediately discerned their intentions. It was optimal to eliminate them all, but if they could not prevail, they could escape amidst the rubble. Nearby, Tien Shinhan noticed something amiss with Goku, although the battle had yet to commence. Goku was already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The androids remained unfazed, possessing an intimate understanding of their adversaries. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, they had recorded every battle of Goku with their technology. However, Goku chuckled, for since his return from Namek, he had not engaged in combat. The androids were utterly unaware that he had already transcended into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, eliciting envy from Raditz and Nappa, while the Blue Planet warriors were paralyzed by Goku's overwhelming aura. Yet, the two androids remained composed, with number 19 confidently asserting his capability to handle the situation. Goku swiftly advanced to launch an attack, but number 19 adeptly evaded his strikes. For a time, they exchanged blows. 19 unleashed a ki blast towards Goku, who deftly dodged, causing the energy projectile to collide with the rocks and create a cloud of dust. Utilizing the obscurity, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind number 19, landing a solid elbow strike. followed by a kick that propelled him skyward. In an instant, he teleported and delivered a fierce punch to 19's face, commencing a relentless assault that left 19 utterly defenseless. The speed and power exhibited by Goku in his Super Saiyan form had long surpassed the android's calculations. Yet, Piccolo, watching from the sidelines, sensed something was amiss. Goku seemed desperate to conclude the battle swiftly, but as the confrontation continued, Goku's energy began to wane. At that moment, Goku clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful strike to number 19, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. The onlookers assumed Goku had triumphed, but 19 quickly rose to his feet. The androids felt no pain and would continue to fight as long as they possessed energy. Struggling for breath, Goku summoned the Kamehameha wave, but number 19 flashed a sinister smile, having awaited this opportunity. He raised his hands to catch the Kamehameha, absorbing its energy into his own. With the energy gained from the Kamehameha, number 19's power surged, and a faltering Goku found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught. With a resounding crash, number 19 brought Goku to the ground, gripping his neck tightly and siphoning away Goku's energy. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Raditz, Nappa, and others rushed to offer support, only to be swiftly intercepted by Android 20. Regrettably, their combat abilities were vastly inferior to those of the two artificial beings, resulting in a hasty retreat. Just as all seemed lost, Vegeta intervened with a swift flying kick aimed at Android 19, who was sent sprawling backward, releasing his grip on Goku's energy. Vegeta, casting a glance at Goku, declared that only he could vanquish him. Goku grinned, chuckling lightly. Meanwhile, having absorbed Goku's Super Saiyan energy, Android 19's strength surged once again, rendering Vegeta insignificant in his eyes. He assumed an aggressive stance, preparing to launch an attack. Vegeta, aware that 19 relied on his device to absorb energy, remained undaunted. With a flash of golden light, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his formidable aura causing the ground to quake beneath him. As Android 19 initiated his assault, firing lasers from his eyes, Vegeta dismissed the threat, relying solely on the barrier created by his own energy to withstand the onslaught. Realizing that his energy attacks were ineffective, Android 19 swiftly closed the distance and struck at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta did not evade. He let 19's punches land on his face, sustaining only a minor wound. Seeing this, Android 19 retreated momentarily, but Vegeta, with a sinister smile, surged forward and delivered a powerful kick to 19's abdomen, so rapid that 19 barely had time to react. However, Vegeta's assault did not cease there. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending Android 19 crashing several meters away, shattering boulders in his wake. Rising to his feet, Android 19 continued his attack, but Vegeta deftly dodged, launching 19 into the sky with a kick and following up with a devastating blow from above. As 19 lay motionless on the ground, Vegeta approached without a hint of caution. Suddenly, 19 seized Vegeta's arm in a desperate bid to absorb his energy. Unfazed, Vegeta stomped down on 19's chest and forcefully pulled away, accompanied by a sickening crack as 19's arm was torn from his body. In a panic, Android 19 attempted to flee, but Vegeta would not allow him to escape. A swift energy blast from Vegeta transformed 19 into mere scrap metal. Witnessing this, Android 20 realized he stood no chance against Vegeta and hastily retreated into a pile of rubble. Vegeta pursued relentlessly, and as 20 seemed to vanish, Vegeta soared into the sky, gathering energy for a destructive blast intended to obliterate the island. Overjoyed, Android 20 rushed forward to absorb the energy wave, enhancing his own speed. With a series of agile leaps, he disappeared once more into the rocks, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 33, Not a Future Android. He set his sights on Piccolo, confident that the current Piccolo would not be his match. Utilizing the advantage of the android's lack of presence, he stealthily approached Piccolo from behind. Before Piccolo could react, he swiftly seized him and commenced the energy absorption. Unfortunately, the diminishing aura surrounding Piccolo alerted the others. Gohan hurriedly arrived behind Piccolo and kicked Android 20 away. Krillin promptly provided Piccolo with a Senzu bean, restoring him to his former state. Enraged, Piccolo shed his weighted gear. He had not been idle over the years, diligently training each day. Although his strength did not rival that of a Super Saiyan, he was more than capable of confronting this android. Without giving Android 20 a moment to respond, Piccolo swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending Android 20 hurtling to the ground. The once self-assured android who had deemed Piccolo an unworthy opponent, now began to question his existence, exclaiming in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the island where the androids had appeared, a figure emerged. Trunks had once again arrived in the present via his time machine. Observing the billowing smoke from the distant battle, he hastily made his way to the scene. At this moment, Android 20 was being mercilessly beaten by Piccolo, who would not allow him the chance to attempt energy absorption again, breaking his arm instead. Future Trunks, racing to the battlefield, discovered the remnants of the warrior's struggle and was taken aback upon seeing the remains of Android 19. This was not the future android he had fought. By now, Android 20 was battered and bruised, and just as Piccolo was about to conclude the battle, an overwhelming aura approached. Piccolo turned to see Trunks, recalling the mysterious youth from their last encounter. Vegeta, incredulous, glanced back and was struck by the striking resemblance. It dawned on him that this boy was none other than his son. Seeing yet another formidable foe, Android 20 sought an opportunity to escape. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed as Bulma arrived near the battlefield, spotting Android 20 immediately. "Isn't that Dr. Gero? He's an android?" Bulma's presence provided Android 20 with a chance. He unleashed a surge of energy, causing a gust that sent Bulma's ship reeling. The dust kicked up by the wind provided the perfect cover for Android 20. And as the dust settled, he had vanished without a trace. Under persistent inquiries from Trunks and the others, Trunks had no choice but to divulge the truth. The two he had encountered were not the androids he had previously described. He had never seen them before. The androids he referred to were a powerful duo, a male and a female. Android 17 was a cold, long-haired youth, while Android 18 was a strikingly beautiful warrior. Unlike Android 19, they did not rely on energy absorption to enhance their strength. Instead, they possessed an extraordinary ability for endless endurance. Bulma interjected. The individual earlier was Dr. Gero, a genius scientist who is also a madman. His research has long been disregarded by society. I recall he has been missing for quite some time. Dr. Gero, do you know where his laboratory is located? Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Bulma recalled having seen a report stating that Dr. Gero's laboratory was concealed within a cave in the northern mountains. The knowledge of such a formidable adversary ignited a fervor within the prince, who, disregarding Trunks' attempts to dissuade him, resolutely set forth to confront this powerful foe alone. Meanwhile, as the others ventured into the forest in search of the cave, Dr. Gero, lacking any sense of honor, launched a surprise attack, targeting Krillin. Given Krillin's current capabilities, he stood little chance of resistance. After a brutal onslaught, he was left severely injured. Dr. Gero, dismissive of Krillin's energy, was poised to deliver a fatal blow when he noticed the silhouette of Dend in the sky. Realizing that forcefully eliminating Krillin would only reveal his position, and acknowledging the overwhelming strength showcased by Piccolo, Dr. Gero recognized his inability to confront such power directly and chose instead to spare Krillin's life, hastily retreating to his laboratory. At that moment, Android 17 had awakened, displaying unwavering loyalty to the Doctor. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Gero opened another chamber door, revealing the blonde beauty, Android 18. After a brief glance at the remote control in the Doctor's hand, she too exhibited utmost deference. Due to his prior fixation on creating a perpetual energy source and power, Dr. Gero found himself unable to control androids 17 and 18, who had become exceedingly feral. Reluctantly, he had to deactivate them for reprogramming. However, with the Earth-S defenders cornering him, Dr. Gero was compelled to take the perilous step of forcibly reawakening these killing machines. Observing the obedient demeanor of androids 17 and 18, he surmised that his modifications had succeeded and promptly commanded the two to annihilate the enemies. Simultaneously, the gathered forces on Blue Star discovered Dr. Gero's laboratory. Upon learning that he had retreated there and sensing impending danger, the prince unleashed an energy blast that shattered the door. In the midst of Dr. Gero's distraction, Android 17 snatched the remote control, crushing it underfoot, thereby revealing the cold and ruthless true nature of both androids. Just then, Vegeta blasted open the door, finally confronting the terrifying killing machines Trunks had described. Trunks quickly cautioned everyone not to be deceived by the seemingly benign appearance of the androids, for beneath their outward facade lay exceedingly lethal capabilities. Android 18 approached another machine, which bore the name Android 16. Dr. Gero, struck with terror, rushed to intervene, exclaiming that they must not release him, as he was a failed experiment whose awakening would spell doom for the entire world. However, devoid of the threat posed by the remote control, Android 18 disregarded drive Jero's commands and was determined to free Android 16. Frustrated by the doctor's incessant chatter, Android 17 delivered a swift kick, causing the doctor's head to fall. Before Dr. Jero could utter another word, 17 crushed his head underfoot. The menacing Android 17, now freed from the constraints of the remote control, swiftly eliminated the very creator who had brought him into existence. As number 18 prepared to awaken number 16, Trunks, resolute in his determination to prevent the escalation of their formidable adversaries, erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy. A luminous wave emanated from his hands, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the research facility. However, as the smoke dissipated, it became evident that such an assault had inflicted no harm upon the enemy. Number 18 opened the hatch, revealing a towering man with a distinctive red crest, whose mission was to eliminate Goku. Without a glance at the onlookers, the trio soared towards Goku's residence. Overwhelmed by their blatant disregard, Vegeta could scarcely contain his fury. Unleashing a terrifying aura, he pursued them, vowing to vanquish the androids. Chapter 34. The Terrifying Power of the Androids. Suddenly, Trunks interposed himself before Vegeta, fully aware of the android's formidable prowess, and resolutely refused to permit Vegeta to march to his doom. However, consumed by indignation, Vegeta, in his wrath, struck Trunks with a heavy blow to the abdomen. Undeterred, he pressed on, intercepting the androids and challenging them with his full might. Number 18 chuckled, bemused by Vegeta's audacity. Yet she was eager to engage him in a spirited contest, brimming with confidence, bolstered by the strength of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta declared that he would not temper his assault simply because she was a woman. Without further ado, number 18 advanced swiftly and a fierce battle ensued. Seizing an opportunity, Vegeta grasped 18's arm and hurled her against a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact. Capitalizing on this moment, he launched another merciless strike at her face. Observing the confrontation, number 17 was taken aback by Vegeta's prowess, which far exceeded the knowledge Dr. Jero had implanted within them. Yet, before Vegeta could continue his onslaught, 18 interrupted and countered with a lethal blow, reducing the once confident prince to a state of bloody defeat. With a taunting jab to his chin, she followed up with a resounding slap, sending him crashing into the mountainside, battered and bruised. At that moment, Trunks and the others arrived, witnessing Vegeta's brutal thrashing and eager to provide assistance. 17, noticing their intent to intervene, prepared to join the fray, while 16 remained singularly focused on eliminating Goku, dismissing the other battles as irrelevant. "Father, we are here to help you," they called out. Yet, Vegeta remained undaunted, ignoring Trunks' counsel. As the proud Saiyan prince, he was a warrior of immense pride, unwilling to ally with anyone or exhibit the slightest hesitation like others might. Even 17 could not help but applaud Vegeta's indomitable spirit, granting him the opportunity to duel 18 one-on-one, warning the others that any interference would result in their demise. Devoid of external distractions, Android 18 was determined to obliterate Vegeta's proud self-esteem. Without further ado, she swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. As the smoke cleared, she beheld the disheveled Vegeta before her, unperturbed as she tore away her tattered coat and launched an assault. Thus commenced the second round of their captivating combat. Vegeta's tempestuous onslaught was effortlessly parried by 18, leaving Trunks astonished at the sight of Vegeta holding his own against an adversary of such terrifying prowess. However, Din discerned an alarming trend. He observed that Vegeta's strength waned as the battle progressed, while Android 18, with her boundless energy, showed no signs of diminishing power. Indeed, in the next instant, Vegeta's most formidable strike was firmly grasped by 18, followed by a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. Faced with the relentless assault of his formidable foe, Vegeta struggled to maintain his composure, his back pressed against the stone wall, trembling all over, relying solely on the last vestiges of Saiyan dignity to retaliate. Yet, against such a monstrous android, his efforts proved futile. A single retaliatory kick from 18 sent Vegeta flying, and she ascended into the sky, plummeting downwards. With tremendous force, a spinning kick shattered Vegeta's arm, leaving him utterly defenseless. The searing pain coursed through his body, and in his current state, he realized he stood no chance of victory. Kneeling on the ground, he let out a furious roar, venting his frustration. Witnessing Vegeta's brutal demise, Trunks could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at 18 with the Sword of Hope. However, 18 merely blocked his strike with one hand, causing the legendary blade, capable of cleaving through Frieza, to shatter effortlessly. In that moment, Android 17 surged forward, delivering a punch that knocked Trunks to the ground. This prompted the likes of Piccolo, Raditz, Nappa, and Tien to rush into the fray, but 17 deftly evaded Tien's sneak attack and swiftly ensnared his neck. Seeing his comrades in peril, Vegeta summoned his strength once more to join the battle, only to be seized by 18, immobilizing him in midair. In response, Trunks rose again, attempting to rush to his aid, but 18 flung Vegeta onto him, and they both fell heavily to the ground. The once mighty Super Saiyan, now reduced to a mere plaything, witnessed Tien on the verge of collapse. Regaining consciousness, Piccolo rose to confront 17, yet a casual punch to his abdomen rendered him powerless. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Krillin, who dared not join the fray. The terror of the androids far surpassed his imagination. Yet Vegeta still clung to life, fueled by the dignity of the Saiyan Prince, willing to fight to the death if necessary. Yet, in the face of absolute power, even the most resolute will is rendered inconsequential. This time, another hand was brutally shattered, and the intense pain made it impossible for him to maintain his Super Saiyan form, leading to a complete rout in battle. Strangely, however, the androids did not engage in widespread slaughter. Instead, they urged Krillin to hasten and feed senzu beans, suggesting they would challenge them again once their strength had increased. This completely overturned Krillin's understanding. According to Trunks' description, the androids should be merciless demons, unflinching in their killing. Summoning his courage, Krillin approached to voice his confusion, to which the android nonchalantly replied that they would first eliminate Goku and then might consider annihilating the world. It was all merely a game to them. Krillin quickly interjected, pleading for them not to kill anyone. Perhaps Krillin's navet amused Android 18, who then planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him utterly bewildered, and after a moment, he finally remembered to rescue his companions. Upon their recovery, everyone was astonished that they had not been slaughtered. Krillin revealed the truth. With their power, the androids had not even regarded them as worthy opponents. This statement once again wounded Vegeta's pride, prompting him to fly away in silence, fuming. Trunks intended to pursue him, but Krillin hurriedly stopped him, suggesting that he needed some time alone. Having been bested in his Super Saiyan form was a devastating blow to Vegeta's confidence and self-esteem, especially since it was at the hands of a female, which struck him particularly hard. Trunks was genuinely puzzled. These androids were nothing like those he had encountered in the future, where he had at least possessed a fighting chance. At that moment, Krillin noticed Piccolo's composed demeanor and inquired if he had a plan. After all, they were friends, and there was no need to keep secrets. To his surprise, Piccolo erupted in anger, unleashing a wave of energy, declaring himself the great Demon King and stating he would not be friends with them. Enraged, he took off. He soared towards the other world, determined to fuse with the deity he had always despised, aiming to achieve a complete state and enhance his strength. Chapter 35, Android Cell. Shortly after the group departed, the three androids made their way to Goku's residence, frolicking as if on a leisurely outing, showing no signs of intent to kill. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma received a call about a peculiar machine bearing the Capsule Corporation logo that had appeared in the wilderness, prompting her to investigate. Upon their arrival, they discovered it was indeed a time machine, albeit with a large melted hole at the top. At that moment, they stumbled upon a strange shell resembling that of a larva, which contained a thick, viscous substance, indicating it had recently shed its skin. More importantly, they also found another time machine nearby, which upon confirmation, was indeed identical to Trunks' time machine. Inscribed on it were the words Hope, written by Trunks himself. This raised questions. How could one time machine become two, especially with such a significant breach caused by extreme heat? Trunks skillfully opened the lid and discovered a shell resembling that of a coconut, confirming that it was undoubtedly the egg of that creature. After Trunks investigated, he discovered that the time machine had landed here 3 years after his future, specifically 4 years ago, which was a year earlier than his arrival. At this moment, they were unaware that this was the formidable enemy they would soon confront. Nearby, in a city not far from where the time machine was found, a large number of people began to mysteriously vanish, leaving only scattered clothing behind. This alarming situation quickly caught the attention of the Supreme Kai. Humanity was facing widespread slaughter, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, an anxious Piccolo shouted, "What are you looking at? What is happening?" Suddenly, the Supreme Kai, regaining his composure, proposed a fusion, assuring Piccolo that once they combined, he would naturally come to understand everything that transpired on the ground. Piccolo insisted that he must retain control after the fusion, and the humble Supreme Kai did not wish to contest this, preferring to serve solely as the fusion material. The fusion commenced without delay, as Piccolo placed his hand upon the chest of the Supreme Kai. Amid the reluctance of Bu, the Supreme Kai's body rapidly ignited. After a blinding flash of light, the fusion was successfully completed, and as the newly formed Namekian, imbued with the Supreme Kai's wisdom, Piccolo exhibited newfound composure. He waved farewell to Bu and swiftly descended to the lower realm. At that moment, in a town ravaged by Cell, only one person remained. In despair, he brandished his money, pleading for Piccolo's help. However, Piccolo disregarded him and directly challenged Cell, saying, "Bring it on." The man attempted to flee, but suddenly, a sharp spike from Cell's tail pierced him. The man quickly shriveled away, leaving only his clothing behind. After all the townsfolk had been exterminated, Cell unleashed his wrath. The intensity of his energy was indescribable, astonishing Piccolo beyond measure. The aura was a chaotic amalgamation. He sensed the presences of Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and even his own energy. Meanwhile, far away, Vegeta was baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Returning to the Elder Kai's abode, Gohan was equally astonished upon seeing his father lying there. Regardless, he thought it best to engage in battle first. Piccolo unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, instantly reducing the city to ruins as the battle was about to commence. The power of the fused Piccolo was terrifyingly substantial, exerting overwhelming pressure upon Cell. Suddenly, Cell gathered energy in his hand, unleashing Piccolo's signature technique, the special beam cannon. Although Piccolo managed to deflect the energy wave with a single punch, he was puzzled as to why this creature possessed the energies and techniques of so many others. In a moment of distraction, Cell seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, but the exceptionally powerful Piccolo reacted swiftly and resumed the fight. After a pause in the battle, Piccolo inquired once more about who had sent him into the time machine. Cell laughed and replied that he had sent himself, intentionally devolving his form due to his immense size. After that, he launched another assault, seizing Piccolo with a long siphon that pierced his arm, draining his energy like a flowing river. Just then, a human tank battalion arrived to provide formidable firepower, directing all their fire towards Cell. One need not ponder. This endeavor is utterly futile. Yet, it is precisely this fleeting disruption that allows Piccolo to break free from his constraints, one of his arms entirely drained. Observing this, Cell revels in his triumph, convinced the outcome of this battle is predetermined. Piccolo, feigning agreement, expresses a desire to comprehend everything before his demise. After a brief contemplation, Cell reveals his true identity. He is a bioengineered being conceived by a computer. Dr. Gero had initially created him, but abandoned the project due to its overwhelming complexity. However, the computer continued to operate autonomously, cultivating him further and controlling spy drones to gather the cells of various martial artists, including those of Vegeta and Frieza, who later arrived on Earth. 24 years hence, Cell finally emerged. Piccolo immediately inquires why he seeks to exterminate ordinary humans. "I require energy to evolve," Cell explains. "Androids 17 and 18 were designed for my evolution. To attain my perfect form, I must assimilate them. Yet, for reasons unknown, they vanished 24 years later. By coincidence, he encountered Trunks, who was preparing to traverse time, and subsequently killed him. He then set the time coordinates to arrive here. Piccolo surmises that Trunks intended to warn them about eliminating the androids, which coincidentally aligns with Cell's narrative of his pursuit of strength. Driven both by the computer's programming and the amalgamation of Goku S, Vegeta S, and Piccolo S cells. With clarity dawning upon him, Piccolo cannot help but smile, realizing Cell possesses the abilities of a Namekian without awareness of it. No longer concealing his intentions, he deliberately snaps his withered arm, activating his regenerative powers as a new limb swiftly emerges. At this moment, Cell realizes he has been deceived. Aware of his own inadequacy, he attempts to flee, feigning confidence as he ascends slowly into the air, then unleashes a solar flare, momentarily blinding Piccolo. Cell then suppresses his energy and retreats on foot, contemplating that no one has yet been able to thwart androids 17 and 18. Thus he has ample time to strengthen himself, convinced that achieving his perfect form is imperative. Piccolo, filled with self-reproach, is soon joined by Vegeta, who senses the ominous aura emanating from him. Learning that Piccolo has surpassed him merely through fusion fills Vegeta with resentment. Piccolo informs everyone of Cell's situation, emphasizing the urgency of eliminating him to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. However, Cell's ability to conceal his energy makes him nearly impossible to locate. Even if they happen upon him, he could easily sense their presence and escape. Thus, they decide to approach him stealthily in an aircraft. Meanwhile, Goku's heart condition has finally healed. Upon discovering the emergence of two even more formidable androids and an unknown adversary, he is notably exhilarated. However, upon realizing that even a Super Saiyan is no match for them, he understands that he must once again enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train. Only by transcending the Super Saiyan level can he hope to resolve this crisis. Chapter 36, Goku's Super Saiyan 2. Goku seeks out Shufan, requesting his companionship in the hyperbolic time chamber as he aims to transcend the Super Saiyan form. Su Bufon reveled in his accomplishments, for he had no rivals on Blue Star present. With his full power unleashed, he could dispatch any opponent with a single strike, rendering the experience rather mundane. Should Sun Wukong transcend to Super Saiyan, then Cell would no longer pose a threat, and Majin Buu would still be a long way from appearing. Thus, he could embark on a quest across the universe in search of formidable foes, enhancing his own prowess. At present, Cell's strength was not formidable enough, and Piccolo's current capabilities could easily counter him. The two soon arrived at the sanctuary, where only Popo remained since the fusion with the deity had occurred. They entered the hyperbolic time chamber, familiar territory from previous visits. Once inside, Su Bufon commenced imparting knowledge to Sun Wukong regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong's battle power was now sufficient to ascend, but he needed to achieve full power status, assimilating the combat strength from the previous transformation as a baseline. Only by experiencing a higher tier of power could he shatter his limits. In the confined space of the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Bufon. This extraordinary realm, isolated from the outside world, possessed a time flow vastly different from the external realm, making it an ideal venue for rapid cultivation. Su Bufon meticulously shared the secrets of transforming into Super Saiyan 2, emphasizing the significance of achieving full power in the Super Saiyan state, an essential pathway to greater heights. Sun Wukong listened intently, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination, his heart brimming with an insatiable thirst for power and a yearning for challenge. As Su Bufon's explanations deepened, Sun Wukong appeared to grasp something vital. Beginning to adjust his state, he sensed the power within him flowing gradually, akin to a colossal dragon awakening inside. He endeavored to concentrate this energy throughout every corner of his being, allowing his body to acclimate to this formidable strength. Yet, the breakthrough in battle power was not an instantaneous feat. With each attempt, Wukong encountered the formidable challenges of transcending his limits. His body trembled under extreme strain, sweat cascading down like rain, yet he did not relent. Instead, his resolve to break through intensified. As a Saiyan, his pursuit of strength reached unimaginable heights. Observing Sun Wukong's relentless efforts, Su Bufon could not help but admire his tenacity. He recognized that while Wukong's innate talent may not rival that of Vegeta, his indomitable will was a force to behold. He believed that as long as Sun Wukong persevered, the transition to Super Saiyan 2 would soon be realized, ushering him into a new realm of power. At last, after countless attempts, Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan reached its zenith. With crackling energy enveloping him like a tempest, he felt a seismic shift within his body. In that moment, he transcended the limits of Super Saiyan, emerging as Super Saiyan 2. He radiated a brilliant light, resplendent like the sun, and with the surrounding electric energy swirling about him, he appeared enigmatic and formidable. Su Bufon gazed at Sun Wukong before him, a smile of gratification illuminating his countenance. He understood that even in his absence, the threat posed by Cell would no longer loom, and Sun Wukong would evolve into a formidable warrior within the cosmos. Having completed his transformation, Sun Wukong was still somewhat unaccustomed to the Super Saiyan 2 state. He could not maintain it for long before reverting back. Yet during their brief intermission, the two exchanged knowing smiles, with Sun Wukong's elation transcending verbal expression. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong and Su Bufon continued their training within the hyperbolic time chamber, refining the Super Saiyan 2 realm and perpetually augmenting their prowess. They engaged in mutual sparring and learning, with each bout deepening their comprehension of the essence of power. As time flowed on, Sun Wukong gradually mastered the might of Super Saiyan 2, experiencing a significant enhancement in his combat capabilities. Concurrently, Su Buffon progressed through their exchanges, attaining a newfound pinnacle of strength, with the Super Saiyan 3 transformation merely a thought away. At last, as the time within the hyperbolic time chamber drew to a close, the two resolved to conclude their training. They stepped outside, returning to the realm of reality. At this moment, Sun Wukong no longer regarded the androids with concern. He believed that even should Cell achieve his perfect form, he could easily contend with him. Indeed, this perception held truth. Those unfamiliar with the terrifying state of Super Saiyan 2 had yet to grasp its full extent. Su Buffon, through this period of cultivation, too felt the tides of his growth and transformation. He recognized that this training had clarified his aspirations and direction. He would continue to traverse the cosmos in search of formidable adversaries, consistently challenging himself to elevate his strength further. Standing atop the temple, they overlooked the azure planet below, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, eager to seek out Cell and test the true extent of his newfound strength. Thank you for accompanying me in this training, allowing me to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong turned to Su Buffon and remarked, Wukong, it is your diligence that serves as the key to your success. I merely offered a few pointers. Without my presence, your breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Su Buffon zpondes thou. They exchanged smiles, and in that moment, their friendship reached a new zenith. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, revealing Piccolo, Krillin, and others arriving at the temple. Upon learning that Sun Wukong and Su Buffon had completed their training, they rushed to offer their congratulations. Wukong, have you achieved Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Sun Wukong nodded, a gentle radiance emanating from him, a testament to his successful transformation. Witnessing this, Piccolo could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. Although Cell was not currently a match for him, the future remained uncertain. Having such a powerful ally nearby offered a sense of reassurance. During this period, Piccolo diligently pursued Cell, yet Cell consistently managed to escape at critical moments. As he fled, Cell continued to absorb human energy, gradually growing stronger. However, despite his relentless efforts, he could not surpass the current might of Goku and Shufan. Eventually, having absorbed a significant portion of the Blue Star's human populace, Cell experienced a qualitative enhancement in his combat power. He began to openly seek androids 17 and 18. For no matter how many beings he consumed, he could never achieve his perfect form without their assistance. At this juncture, Piccolo was the first to locate the androids. He aimed to destroy them, thwarting Cell's transformation into his perfected state, yet he struggled to subdue both androids swiftly. The fierce clash between Piccolo and Android 17 raged on, unleashing terrifying energy that caused volcanic eruptions. At that moment, Krillin suddenly sensed impending danger, realizing that Cell was rapidly approaching their location. Chapter 37, The Approaching Cell. The two combatants burst forth from the rubble, Piccolo unleashing an energy wave from the sky, only for Android 17 to effortlessly block it with the palm of his hand. In a sudden maneuver, Piccolo lunged sideways, delivering a crushing blow to Android 17's abdomen, causing him to plummet. Infuriated by the humiliation, Android 17 summoned a terrifying energy that made the water vapor rise, launching a water wave attack, which Piccolo hastily intercepted. Meanwhile, the brilliant inventor Bulma was not idle. She had developed a controller that could utterly destroy the androids with a mere press of a button. However, Krillin, burdened by thoughts of the tender kiss shared with Android 18, found himself wavering in resolve. Piccolo and the androids changed the battleground, initiating a new round of combat. Android 17 seized Piccolo, spinning him like a top and sending him airborne. With a powerful shout, Android 17 closed in on Piccolo, delivering a heavy strike to his chest. Piccolo's face contorted in agony as he endured the excruciating pain, summoning his strength to retaliate with a counterblow. Thus they exchanged powerful punches, each landing devastating hits upon the other. As they descended gracefully from the air, they soared upward once more. Android 17, showing no mercy, landed a fierce kick to Piccolo's face, while Piccolo, refusing to yield, shot an energy wave that struck his opponent with precision. In contrast to the androids, who possessed limitless energy, Piccolo's strength had noticeably waned after the fierce battle. Glancing around during the fight, Piccolo suddenly wore a look of horror, unbeknownst to him. Cell had taken position atop a massive rock, quietly observing the duel. Androids 17 and 18 remained oblivious to the true terror that loomed before them. And in Trunks' world, there was no record of Cell. Nevertheless, The crimson ribbon insignia on his body suggested that he too was an android created by Dr. Gero. Cell leaped down from the rock, having absorbed countless human life energies. With his power skyrocketing, he eagerly reveled in his newfound strength, his body swelling with energy. Boom! With a resounding crash, a terrifying aura, accompanied by the wails of lost souls, erupted forth. Before the 17th could react, Cell's energy surged once more, unleashing a terrifying golden aura that stirred up thick clouds of smoke. His battle power multiplied several times, exuding an overwhelming presence suffused with the wails of lost souls. He swaggered over to Piccolo, declaring with an air of dominance, "If you wish to stop me, then come at me." At that moment, Piccolo was devoid of the confidence he had displayed during his earlier battle with the 17th. Under the oppressive aura emanating from Cell, he trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, far away at the Kame house, the others perceived the enemy's escalating strength, plunging them into despair. With such intensity already apparent, if Cell were to successfully absorb the 17th and 18th, he would become an invincible entity. Even if Goku were to transcend the Super Saiyan form, it might prove futile. The only recourse was to race against Cell. Krillin immediately set off to retrieve the remote control, while Tien, unwilling to await the arrival of death, unleashed his full power and rushed to the battlefield to aid Piccolo. At this juncture, the 17th appeared confident, completely unaware of the monstrous strength before him. As Cell extended his menacing claws towards him, Piccolo urgently warned, "Watch out for the tail." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Cell swung his tail at the 17th. In a desperate attempt to evade, the 17th found himself unable to escape the vast disparity in power and was swiftly captured and slammed to the ground. In a critical moment, Piccolo lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. The 17th, still bewildered, could not comprehend why this creature sought to absorb him. Piccolo clarified, "That creature is Cell, a bioengineered monster created by Dr. Gero's supercomputer. He is still in his larval stage, but once he absorbs you and the 18th, he will evolve into the perfect ultimate warrior of the universe." Despite the revelation of Cell's terrifying power, the 17th remained steadfast in his belief that he was the strongest fighter. However, the 16th, equipped with a power detector, had already discerned the grotesque strength of Cell and urged the 17th to flee. Yet, in the lexicon of the overly confident 17th, the notion of retreat was non-existent. Emboldened by an air of invincibility, he charged at Cell, only to find that Cell's battle prowess had surpassed his own. With a swift maneuver, Cell struck the 17th down to the ground. Realizing the dire situation, Piccolo rushed forward to provide support, but the previous battle had drained much of his energy. His attacks now merely served to scrape Cell's defenses. Driven to desperation, Piccolo fought with every ounce of strength to prevent Cell from absorbing the androids. He raised his hands to his chest, and a surge of ferocious energy erupted forth, momentarily engulfing Cell in yellow light. Yet at that instant, Cell's power towered above all. Emerging slowly from the water's surface, Piccolo's most powerful strike failed to inflict any harm upon Cell. Terror filled Piccolo's eyes, and before he could react, Cell unleashed a devastating punch that shattered his skull. Witnessing his opponent's complete inability to resist, Cell emitted a yellow light from his hand, piercing through Piccolo's chest before carelessly tossing him into the river. The approaching allies sensed Piccolo's energy vanish abruptly, igniting a furious fire within their hearts. In a desperate attempt to prevent Cell from absorbing Android 17 and 18 to evolve into his perfect form, Piccolo fought valiantly. Yet, the overwhelming power of the enemy proved insurmountable. With Piccolo eliminated, Cell finally relished the prospect of absorbing 17 and 18. He attempted to persuade them to relinquish their futile resistance, but their defiance was unmistakable. Android 17 stood resolute, confronting the formidable foe head-on. He unleashed an energy wave, but it resulted only in a cloud of smoke. Cell deftly evaded into the air, swinging his tail with ferocity to strike 17, who was caught off guard and struggled to regain his footing. Before he could stabilize himself, Cell materialized before him, relentlessly stabbing with his tail. The vast disparity in speed and strength left 17 with no opportunity to counterattack, forcing him into a defensive position. Cell seized 17 and delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen, immediately followed by a powerful punch. 17 found himself incapacitated, and as he lay in agony, Cell mockingly declared that at such a level, he would serve as nourishment for Cell's growth. As Cell prepared to absorb him with the suction cup that had formed on his tail, a sudden intervention occurred. Android 16 appeared behind Cell and delivered a devastating strike to his head, sending Cell flying and allowing 17 to escape this dire fate. Struggling to regain his balance, Cell was met with an unexpected challenge. Calculating his own power, 16 believed he was now a match for the monster before him, and his gaze sharpened with determination. He launched himself at Cell, igniting a fierce aerial battle filled with fire and lightning. Both combatants took a step back, creating distance after a series of probing attacks. Cell, in a fit of rage, initiated the next assault. Unyielding, 16 met Cell head-on, evading and landing a follow-up punch that forced Cell back. However, Cell's tail shot towards 16's neck, and he began to drain 16's energy. To Cell's astonishment, he found that 16 was wholly artificial. A subtle smile crept across 16's face as he seized Cell's tail and slammed it into the ground. Following this, he descended rapidly, stomping on Cell's tail with all his might, tearing it apart and eliciting a pained cry from Cell. 16 believed that with Cell's tail severed, he could no longer absorb 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form. Unfortunately, Cell possessed Piccolo's cells, allowing him to regenerate and regrow his tail. Frowning in concern, 16 realized that to thwart Cell's evolution into perfection, he had no choice but to eradicate him. The battle raged on, with Cell nimbly dodging 16's attacks, retaliating with a whip-like kick that sent 16 flying several meters. Before 16 could react, Cell appeared before him and knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Witnessing the terrifying power of the creature before her, Android 18 experienced a profound sense of despair. Just as Cell prepared to deliver a fatal blow, 16 rose again, his massive fist separating from his body and hurtling towards Cell, distorting his face with the impact. Android 16 advanced swiftly, securing his arm and delivering a ferocious blow to Cell, driving him deep into a pit. Seizing the momentum, he tore off Cell's arms and unleashed a devastating hell flash, releasing a torrent of chaotic energy. Aware of Cell's terrifying power, Android 16 understood that his recent assault was insufficient to vanquish the foe. He urged the already dazed Android 17 to flee the battlefield, but it was too late. In Chapter 38, Perfect Form Cell appeared suddenly behind Android 17. Despite 10's loud warning, there was no time for a reaction. In an instant, Cell's tail ensnared him. In a flash, Cell's body shimmered with myriad lights, his muscles swelling as an overwhelming energy erupted forth, saturating him with ferocity. Having successfully transitioned to his second stage, Cell's gaze shifted towards Android 18. At this moment, his battle power had reached a terrifying zenith, and Android 16, recognizing their disadvantage, seized Android 18 and fled. Yet, Cell's speed surged in tandem with his strength, and he was upon them in an instant. Android 16 launched a punch, but Cell did not even flinch, meeting the full force of the blow head-on, his body remaining unmoved. A faint smile creased Cell's lips as he unleashed a single energy wave, obliterating half of Android 16's head. Cell yearned for even greater strength, but Android 18 suddenly placed her palm over her chest, threatening self-detonation. However, Cell was confident in his speed, believing he could absorb her before she could explode. At that moment, 10, disregarding his own safety, formed a stance and aimed at Cell below. The Kamehameha wave erupted, a colossal beam of light consuming the adversary and gouging a bottomless pit into the ground. Yet, such an assault inflicted no harm upon Cell. To buy time for Android 18's escape, 10 unleashed successive Kamehameha waves upon Cell, who found himself relentlessly bombarded, unable to catch a breath. Forced to watch as Android 18 fled. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had once retreated in defeat against the androids, arrived on the battlefield after intense training, his powers significantly enhanced. He was confident that the androids no longer posed a threat, and he regarded Cell with disdain, blocking Android 18's escape and boldly taunting Cell to absorb her, claiming that he was too weak at present. Realizing that Vegeta was not jesting, 10 instructed Krillin, who possessed the remote control, to activate Android 18's self-destruction mechanism. However, after a prolonged internal struggle, Krillin crushed the remote underfoot, and the others could only gaze in disbelief at his actions, too stunned to voice their reproach. Cell sensed a slight disparity between himself and Vegeta, so he cautiously approached Android 18, prepared to retaliate at any moment. Trunks, fully aware of the formidable strength of the other two androids, feared the consequences of Cell achieving his perfect form, and thus transformed into a Super Saiyan to confront him. Yet, before he could reach Cell, Vegeta struck him down with a single kick. "I have warned you," he declared. Let him attain his perfect form, and anyone who dares to interfere shall face my wrath. Trunks wore a look of bewilderment. Perhaps only those who have traversed a world in utter ruin could comprehend the folly of recklessness. Thus, the prince, soaring with unrestrained vigor, aided Cell in absorbing Android 18. As 18 was wholly consumed, the sky transformed dramatically, lightning crackling and winds swirling furiously, witnessing the relentless surge and power of the killing machine. The haunting images of his friends from the future being mercilessly slain flooded Trunks' mind. Unwilling to allow a monstrous terror to dictate his fate, he charged forward with fierce determination, vowing to eradicate the foe before him. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a mere roar, Cell sent him flying, scattering azure energy as a radiant beam shot skyward, heralding the arrival of Cell's perfect form. Meanwhile, within the time chamber, the two warriors remained oblivious to the encroaching dread of death that loomed over the world outside, still striving for Goku to surpass Super Saiyan. Back on the battlefield, upon witnessing 18's demise, Krillin's tears flowed freely as he recklessly charged at Cell, unleashing a flurry of blows to vent his fury. Yet Cell remained unfazed, engrossed in the boundless power of his perfected state, completely disregarding Krillin's tempestuous assaults. Observing this, Trunks surged forth to join the fray, the duo launching a concentrated attack from both sides. But their efforts inflicted naught but trivial damage. Suddenly, Krillin unleashed a keen foresight. However, Cell stood motionless, indifferent to the onslaught, allowing the attack to collide with his neck. Yet instead of severing it, the disc shattered upon contact, leaving Krillin in a state of existential despair. The very technique that even Frieza had hesitated to confront head-on proved utterly ineffective against this monstrous entity. Cell swiftly appeared before Krillin, who could hardly react before being sent flying by a single kick, losing all combat capability in an instant. Trunks rushed to provide a senzu bean, rescuing Krillin from peril. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained unaware of the terrifying power of Cell's perfected form, brimming with Saiyan pride and confidence that he could vanquish this creature. He scoffed, mocking Krillin's excitement over defeating such a weakling. As Vegeta, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, approached his own demise, Cell readied himself for a display of his prowess. The prince, undeterred, sought to shatter Cell's overconfidence. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly pressuring Cell into a defensive stance, with his self-assurance soaring. Yet Cell merely smiled slightly, deftly evading and pinning the prince against a wall with a single punch that shattered the boulder behind him. With a low growl, countless energy waves erupted forth, obliterating the stone in an instant. Cell toyed with Vegeta amidst the rubble, who pursued with frenzied attacks, yet the disparity in power rendered all his efforts futile. A furious counterstrike, though accurately aimed at the creature's vital point, found Cell unmoving, standing firm and unyielding. The once invincible prince felt an unprecedented fear as he realized the vast disparity in combat strength. His earlier confidence, which had seemed to conquer all, had vanished, leaving him to struggle through the battle. Caught off guard, Vegeta was swiftly sent flying by a single kick from Cell, barely managing to stabilize himself while displaying a grimace of pain. Meanwhile, Trunks fought to contain the fury within him, his muscles visibly swelling with power. At that moment, he possessed a transformation that allowed him to sacrifice speed for strength. Yet out of respect for his father's pride, he forcibly suppressed his desire to transform, waiting for Vegeta to lose consciousness before unleashing his full potential. Trunks understood that this was the last stubborn stand of the proud Saiyan prince, and Krillin could only pray that Vegeta would not be defeated before losing consciousness. Cell, gazing at the kneeling Vegeta, cruelly taunted him. "Is this all you have, worthless Vegeta? I merely warmed up, and you can't endure any longer." These heart-wrenching words ignited Vegeta's fury. He soared into the sky. His body expanded as a torrent of yellow energy erupted forth, the immense power of lightning coalescing in his hands, causing the winds to howl and the earth to tremble. "Even if you become your perfect form, I do not believe you possess the courage to withstand this attack." In response to Vegeta's declaration, Cell remained unperturbed, relishing the enemy's final struggle as his greatest amusement. Chapter 39. The Arrival of Goku. Two Fists to Defeat Cell. In the sky, the prince concentrated a terrifying energy capable of obliterating the earth, launching it towards Cell, who was engulfed by the yellow energy in an instant. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta beheld his full-powered strike shatter half of Cell's body. However, before he could rejoice, he was unaware of Cell's ability to regenerate lost limbs. as the blasted arm swiftly reformed. Noticing Vegeta's waning desire to fight, Cell approached him and delivered a crushing blow to his face, sending the prince hurtling backward. Immediately, he attacked from behind, and with a single strike, Vegeta was knocked to the ground, unconscious, just as Cell prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen prince. Trunks finally unleashed the energy he had been suppressing. The hidden, terrifying aura erupted forth, and Trunks signaled to Krillin to take his father back to the lookout for healing. On the battlefield, their eyes met, and Trunks, brimming with confidence from his newfound power, was determined to eradicate Cell once and for all. He then clasped his fists together and struck at his opponent, causing Cell to plummet to the ground. Believing that he had vanquished Cell as he witnessed the billowing smoke rising, Trunks was startled when the ground suddenly exploded and a figure shot into the sky. Cell, having sustained no damage from the blow, was ready for battle once more. The two engaged in a rapid flurry of attacks, neither yielding an inch. Fueled by anger, Trunks gained the upper hand, driving Cell down towards the earth. Due to the ferocity of the battle, it has already ensnared the severely injured and unconscious Vegeta. Trunks, with a powerful strike, attempts to engage, yet Cell, exploiting the inherent sluggishness of this transformation, adeptly evades the assault and delivers a devastating blow to Trunks' abdomen, swiftly following up with a kick that sends him hurtling away. It turns out that Trunks, enduring punishment, was merely diverting Cell's attention to prevent the clash from impacting Vegeta. However, Cell has already deciphered Trunks' intentions, proclaiming, "Do not fret, I shall not slay you before I have thoroughly instilled the dread I, Cell, bring upon you." At this juncture, Cell has lost all interest in the defeat of Vegeta, and eliminating him would be a trivial endeavor. Trunks, undeterred, unleashes a thunderous roar that reverberates through the heavens as the power of the Super Saiyan surges forth. The sky darkens ominously, filled with tumultuous clouds and crackling lightning. Trunks is resolute in preventing the terror of the androids from re-emerging. In the future world, his father, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha have all been ruthlessly slain, leaving only him and Gohan to mount a desperate resistance. Yet, the vast disparity in power renders their efforts futile, culminating in Gohan's tragic demise on the battlefield. For the future of Earth, Trunks vows to eradicate the androids. With a resounding crash, he propels himself into action. Chaos ensues as debris flies around him. He launches a fierce punch towards Cell's face before retreating, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. However, as the smoke clears, Cell has vanished. Suddenly, Cell materializes behind Trunks, delivering a crushing kick that sends him plummeting from the sky. Trunks ascends once more, retaliating with a kick, and the two engage in an aerial skirmish. Trunks' fists are seized in Cell's iron grip, and they commence a battle of strength, the ground beneath them succumbing to their immense power. Abruptly, Trunks is sent flying by a brutal headbutt from Cell, and he gathers energy for a powerful attack, seeking to regain his composure. Yet, amidst the rubble, Cell remains unscathed, showcasing a formidable strength that fills Trunks with dread. However, with his companions and father watching, he cannot afford to retreat. Mustering his spirit, Trunks charges forward. But as each strike fails to connect, his anxiety escalates. The unyielding taunts of his adversary drain his energy, leaving him exhausted as he gazes upon Cell, whose fighting prowess seems boundless. Trunks resolves to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku has transcended the realm of Super Saiyan, still unaware that Cell has transformed into his ultimate form and is battling alongside the others. After breaking through, Goku learns of recent events from Raditz and Nappa in the temple. Sensing Trunks' dwindling energy, he instantaneously teleports to the battlefield. At that moment, Trunks is on the brink of defeat, poised to meet his end at Cell's hands. In a crucial instant, Goku flashes into existence between Trunks and Cell, silently affirming to himself, "It seems I have arrived just in time." At last, "Goku, you have arrived," exclaimed Trunks, his spirit immediately lifted upon the sight of Son Goku. "Trunks, you have worked hard," Goku replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards Cell. "Are you the one who claims to be the perfect being, Cell?" Seeing Goku's appearance, a flicker of surprise crossed Cell's eyes, but it swiftly morphed into a menacing glare. "Goku, you have finally shown yourself. Do you think you can stop me?" "Stop you?" Goku shook his head. "I'm not here to halt your progress. I am here to annihilate you." "Ha ha ha, annihilate me? I have become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Do you possess the power to challenge me?" Cell laughed heartily, then in a flash charged at Goku, channeling a formidable energy through his hands to launch an assault. Without moving an inch, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and with a mere flick of his hand, he dissipated Cell's attack effortlessly. In an instant, he appeared behind Cell and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Cell lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, staring at Goku in disbelief. "How could you be this strong?" "Because I am Son Goku," he replied calmly, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. "No matter what your so-called perfection entails, I shall defeat you." Cell struggled to rise, but the impact of Goku's blow rendered him unable to stand. In a moment of agony, his form altered, and he expelled the two absorbed androids. He could no longer maintain his perfect state. He realized he faced an unprecedented adversary. Yet, disbelief lingered as he gathered energy once more, preparing to attack Goku. However, Goku would not grant him that opportunity. He swiftly appeared before Cell, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground, his energy waning significantly. "It is over," Goku stated flatly, raising his hand to deliver the final strike. At that moment, Trunks suddenly shouted, "Uncle Goku, please wait." Goku halted his action and turned to Trunks. "What is it?" "I wish to finish him myself," Trunks declared, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "He is my enemy, and I must defeat him with my own hands." Goku nodded in agreement, stepping back to leave the battlefield to Trunks. Taking a deep breath, Trunks gathered all his strength and launched his final attack at Cell. With a blinding flash of light, Cell's body finally shattered, leaving not a single cell behind, dissipating into a cloud of dust in the air. Trunks, exhausted, fell to the ground, yet a victorious smile graced his face. He had finally eliminated a significant threat to Earth's future, while Goku stood quietly by, observing it all unfold. After the battle concluded, the group gathered at the temple, mourning the demise of Piccolo, whose essence had vanished along with the Dragon Balls of Earth, rendering the deceased humans irretrievable. The atmosphere was suffused with profound despondency. Following a heavy silence, Goku inquired, "Su Buffon, what are your plans now?" "I shall journey to Namek to resurrect Piccolo, and thereafter, I will venture into the cosmos in search of formidable adversaries to challenge my limits," Su Buffon replied. Goku fell into pensive silence. He had a family on Blue Star, preventing him from departing for extended periods like Su Buffon. Ultimately, he could only utter, "I'll await your return so we can have a proper battle." Chapter 40. Encounters in the Cosmos. After Goku vanquished Cell, Su Buffon resolved to depart as well. Previously, he had been concerned for the safety of Blue Star and his companions. However, he recognized that if he intervened directly, the warriors would struggle to grow stronger. Thus, in situations where he could refrain from action, he chose to do so. Piccolo's death provided the perfect opportunity for him to explore the universe. Su Buffon utilized instantaneous movement to arrive on Namek, where he explained the situation to the newly appointed Grand Elder. The Grand Elder readily consented to the request to use the Dragon Balls, promptly resurrecting Piccolo. Upon witnessing Piccolo's revival, the inhabitants of Blue Star understood that Su Buffon had reached Namek, prompting them to seek out the Dragon Balls to restore their fallen comrades. After some contemplation, Su Buffon decided to appoint a new deity for Blue Star, acknowledging that Piccolo had always been embroiled in combat, exposing him to constant danger. After inquiring, he ultimately selected Dandan as the new god, delivering him to the temple before departing without meeting the others. In the vastness of the cosmos, Su Buffon refrained from aimless searching. Instead, he chose a random direction to traverse, immersing himself in the lifestyles of the indigenous peoples he encountered on various life-bearing planets. He reveled in the boundless expanse of the starry universe, whimsically altering his course. Each pause unveiled distinct planetary landscapes and cultural nuances. On a planet blanketed in yellow vegetation, he encountered a benevolent species that revered coexistence and respect for nature. There was no deceit among them. They welcomed Su Buffon warmly, showcasing their way of life and craftsmanship. Conversely, on another planet, he met a race that glorified martial prowess, regarding combat as a symbol of honor. They organized their hierarchy based on strength, continuously challenging the powerful to enhance their own abilities. Although their might was a far cry from Su Buffon's, he engaged in numerous battles with them, exchanging techniques and insights. He also encountered highly advanced technological civilizations, where cities resembled scenes from a science fiction film, imbued with a sense of futurism and mystery. There, he witnessed unprecedented technologies and inventions, experiencing the boundless potential of human ingenuity. However, the universe is not solely composed of beauty and harmony. Su Buffon has also encountered some planets teeming with hostility and peril. The inhabitants of these worlds, rife with violence and bloodshed, are prone to launch attacks even on their own kind. Upon his arrival, the local denizens immediately assailed him, though he recognized that he had unwittingly trespassed into their territory and promptly retreated. During his cosmic travels, Su Buffon failed to notice that he had wandered into a peculiar realm, where he finally perceived something amiss. A planet several times larger than Blue Star loomed before him. Piquing his curiosity, he had not previously detected this celestial body, and now his spacecraft was ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering it immobile. Resigned, he left behind a trace of his essence within the ship and utilized instantaneous movement to arrive at the planet's surface. Upon his arrival, he beheld a landscape strewn with mechanical debris and crumbling cities, remnants that attested to the planet's former splendor. Yet, the cause of its downfall remained a mystery. Aware of potential dangers lurking in the shadows, Su Buffon proceeded with utmost caution, wary of unforeseen calamities. As he meticulously explored this world, he employed his keen perception to seek out any signs of life. Navigating through the ruins, the once towering edifices now stood as mere fragments, whispering tales of an ancient and tragic history. He observed that, despite the planet's desolate appearance, an unusual energy wave permeated the atmosphere. This anomaly neither resembled the familiar essence he knew nor any form of energy he had encountered, intensifying his curiosity and compelling him to delve deeper into the planet's secrets. Amidst his exploration, Su Buffon discovered peculiar symbols and patterns inscribed upon the walls of the ruins. These markings appeared both archaic and enigmatic, concealing a profound significance. He endeavored to interpret these symbols using his abilities, but found them to be entirely foreign, unconnected to any language or civilization he was familiar with. As he pondered this mystery, a powerful energy surge emanated from deep within the planet, prompting him to be on high alert for any impending danger. Contrary to his expectations, this energy did not bring forth an assault. Instead, it drew his consciousness into an extraordinary dimension. Within this realm, he witnessed breathtaking scenes depicting the planet's erstwhile glory and prosperity. He observed a group of bizarre beings who, despite lacking any discernible energy signatures, wielded formidable power. Yet, they appeared to have reached an impasse, unable to transcend their limitations. Consequently, they opted to leverage their advanced technological civilization to aid in their breakthroughs. However, these vivid visions were soon engulfed by a cataclysm, as the entire planet succumbed to an unknown energy fluctuation, leaving behind naught but ruins and debris. Su Buffon was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair as he absorbed the haunting images before him. Yet, simultaneously, a profound desire for exploration ignited within him. He resolved to unveil the truth behind the cataclysm that had befallen this planet, seeking answers for the land that once thrived in splendor. Upon returning from the peculiar realm to reality, he found himself standing before a colossal ruin. This edifice was evidently a symbol of the civilization that once flourished here, its vastness and intricate structure surpassing Su Buffon's imagination, leaving him momentarily dazed in its presence. He commenced his exploration of the ruins, in search of potential clues and secrets. Navigating through labyrinthine corridors and chambers, he ultimately arrived at the deepest recesses of the ruin. There, Su Buffon discovered a massive energy core, radiating a brilliant luminosity, seemingly harboring boundless power. He sensed that this core was central to the civilization of the planet and pivotal to its downfall. Cautiously, Su Buffon approached the energy core, endeavoring to establish a connection. Delving into the secrets of this core with his heightened perception, he sought to uncover the reasons behind the planet's obliteration. After considerable effort, Su Buffon finally gleaned some information from the energy core. It revealed that the planet's spiritual prowess had once ascended to extraordinary heights. However, the limitations of their physical forms constrained their capacity for further enhancement. In their quest for advancement, they sought to employ technology to augment their physical capabilities, thereby enhancing their spiritual strength. Tragically, during one experiment, they inadvertently triggered the formidable energy entity they had engineered, resulting in a catastrophic disaster that obliterated the entire planet in an instant. Su Buffon sighed deeply, mourning the loss of this civilization. He understood that regardless of how advanced a society becomes, the pursuit and control of power must be approached with utmost caution. Otherwise, a loss of control could yield irrevocable consequences. Departing from the ruins, he continued to explore other regions of this planet. Although it had been annihilated, its history and civilization remained worthy of study, At the very least, the enhancement of spiritual strength would benefit him. Eventually, he discovered a method for augmenting spiritual power within a grand hall, prompting him to embark on the journey of self-enhancement. Unbeknownst to him, the energy from the entity once created by this planet was being absorbed by Su Buffon during his cultivation. He remained oblivious to the fact that his energy had far surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 2. The brilliance enveloping him signified that he had attained the strength of Super Saiyan 3, though he had not transformed during his training, leaving his appearance unchanged. As Su Buffon awoke, acutely aware of his transformation, he realized he had shattered the boundaries of Super Saiyan 2 and ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Eagerly, he began his transformation, yearning to witness the magnitude of his newfound power. Chapter 41. Annihilating Gula. Su Buffon arched his body, beginning his transformation. With a brief pause, his power surged once more, accompanied by thunderous roars in the sky and fissures spreading across the earth. Amidst the swirling dust, a brilliant golden beam of light appeared. Upon closer inspection, a warrior with hair the color of gold, surrounded by crackling lightning, materialized in the air. Su Buffon raised his palm into a fist and unleashed a series of straight punches forward. The sheer force of his punches obliterated vast structures, filling him with immense satisfaction. At this moment, he was uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength, yet he was confident that defeating 10 versions of his former self would pose no challenge. Su Buffon then reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, returning to his normal state. Gazing at the planet before him, he was overwhelmed with emotion. The Saiyans possessed robust physiques, yet their combat techniques and mastery of power were rather crude. He recalled how he had once sought the guidance of many to achieve a perfect understanding of his abilities. To his surprise, the inhabitants of this planet, though physically frail, exhibited tremendous combat prowess through alternative means. This thought led him to consider the Kaioshin and the gods of the Blue Planet. Despite lacking formidable strength and robust bodies, they employed a myriad of extraordinary techniques. Perhaps this was the essence of their divinity. It occurred to him that this could represent an entirely different cultivation system. If he could amalgamate this divine energy with the Saiyans' formidable physical strength, the results might be astonishing. However, this was not an ideal setting for experimentation. In an instant, he teleported back to his spaceship. Freed from the constraints of the planet's energy, the ship returned to normal and once again soared into the distance, restoring tranquility in the universe. Notably, the peculiar energies enveloping the planet had dissipated, no longer affecting the surrounding environment. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, Su Buffon's vessel glided silently between planets. Inside, he closed his eyes tightly, striving to merge the Saiyan's physical power with the newly acquired extraordinary spiritual energy. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the two forces seemed perpetually at odds, as if they hailed from entirely different realms, each fulfilling its role without conflict. Just as Su Buffon found himself lost in contemplation, the ship's alarm blared, shattering the serenity. He quickly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the star field ahead. A colossal planet emerged before him, enveloped in intense energy fluctuations. Before he could articulate his thoughts, an energy blast hurtled toward the spaceship. Su Buffon swiftly exited the vessel, deflecting the energy projectile with a single palm before retracting the ship. "Ha ha! You dare to intrude upon Lord Gula's domain? Have you grown tired of life?" The audacious foe before him elicited a frown from Su Buffon, who realized he had been flying unconsciously, unaware of his location. Was this Gula's territory? Gula, the brother of Frieza, a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan and a formidable cosmic overlord, possessed strength that surpassed even Frieza's. However, when compared to others, and even to his present self, his combat prowess bore little distinction from that of the diminutive Karami before him. Gradually, he descended upon the planet Gula, where in the distance, a colossal palace came into view. This was the stronghold of Gula. Su Buffon continued onward, acutely aware of the tense atmosphere enveloping him. Though surrounded by numerous individuals, they were not fools. Such adversaries were evidently formidable. Within the palace, Gula sat upon his throne, his gaze piercing as he sensed Su Buffon's approach, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. "Humph, yet another fool unaware of his own limitations," Gula scoffed. As Su Buffon entered the palace, his eyes met Gula's. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from Gula, far surpassing that of Frieza, yet Su Buffon remained unfazed. He strode directly before Gula, observing the face that bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's. "You are marginally stronger than Frieza, but that is the extent of it." "What?" Gula's expression darkened instantly. As a sovereign of the cosmos, He had never been so derided. The audacity of this individual to provoke him so brazenly was utterly reckless. Do you comprehend what you are uttering? Gula rose, his immense aura erupting, causing the very palace to tremble. Yet Su Buffon remained undeterred, calmly meeting Gula's gaze. I'm fully aware of my words. That fool Frieza is simply too weak to warrant my effort. Impudent! Gula roared, disappearing from sight, only to reappear before Su Buffon, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at him. Su Buffon deftly sidestepped, evading Gula's assault with ease, and retaliated with a powerful strike, sending Gula hurtling away. How is this possible? Gula's mind raced with disbelief. He had not anticipated this individual to possess such strength. Though he had not unleashed his full power, it was evident that his opponent was far more at ease. Just as Gula wrestled with his astonishment, Su Buffon launched a fierce offensive. In an instant, he appeared behind Gula, delivering a heavy blow to his back. Gula cried out, propelled violently against the palace wall. Su Buffon approached him slowly, observing his disheveled state, and remarked, I told you, you are but slightly stronger than Frieza, and that is all. Suddenly, Gula erupted into laughter, though your strength is formidable. I am not without my own prowess. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. With that, he began to transform, adding, moreover, I possess one more transformation than Frieza. As Gula commenced his metamorphosis, an overwhelming energy shattered the surroundings of the palace. Realizing that he could not defeat Gula in his normal state, Su Buffon transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second level. Upon completing his transformation, Gula suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. He looked up and was startled to see a figure clad in golden hues. Who are you? Gula inquired. I am Su Buffon, a warrior of the Saiyans. Su Buffon Ziplit Guli. Gula's heart raced at the mention of the Saiyans. He had heard tales of the legendary Super Saiyans, renowned as the mightiest warriors in the universe, and was astonished to encounter one today. Even if you're a legendary Super Saiyan, what of it? I refuse to believe I am no match for you. Su Buffon sneered, stating, I had no intention of killing you, but your arrogance leaves me no choice but to teach you a lesson. With that, he raised his hand and delivered a crushing blow to Gula's head, who, in his prime, had no opportunity to react and was swiftly defeated. Su Buffon regarded Gula's fallen form without a hint of remorse. He was aware that far more formidable foes awaited him in the future, and Gula was merely a fleeting encounter. Turning away from the palace, he ascended into the sky, observing the panic-stricken enemies below, contemplating their demise to prevent further harm to others. Chapter 42, Broly. Having disposed of Gula, Su Buffon continued his journey deeper into the cosmos, this time with purpose. He sought Broly, a being of immense potential within the Dragon Ball realm. No matter how powerful his opponent, Broly's strength would only amplify in the throes of battle. Growing ever more formidable, Broly's overwhelming power at birth had incited King Vegeta's fear, leading to his death and subsequent banishment. Yet, King Vegeta had underestimated Broly's innate strength, which ultimately spared his life, albeit in the confines of the desolate planet, Vampa. Su Buffon now aimed to venture to Vampa to retrieve Broly, hoping to teach him to harness his power, which would yield an extraordinary force. Navigating his spaceship through the vastness of a universe, Su Buffon's heart brimmed with anticipation for Broly. He eagerly awaited the prospect of combat with him. As the ship approached Vampa, Su Buffon gazed through the viewport at the planet's peculiar landscape. It was devoid of vegetation, strewn with yellow sands, interspersed with repulsive blobs of green liquid. The harsh environment of Vampa was rife with other creatures, yet it was precisely this setting that had nurtured Broly's existence. The spaceship landed on Vampa's surface, and as Su Buffon stepped out of the hatch, he was immediately struck by the planet's inhospitable conditions. The acrid stench, accompanied by waves of heat, nearly induced nausea. He needed to locate Broly swiftly, for the environment was unbearable. Su Buffon furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort, and began to search for Broly's whereabouts. Vampa was neither overwhelmingly large nor small, but with Broly's suppressed energy and the interference from the planet's indigenous creatures, locating him proved to be a challenge. However, Su Buffon was acutely aware of Broly's formidable strength. Even amidst the vastness of space, he could rely on instinct to generate an energy shield for survival. In this relatively inhospitable environment, he was certain of his ability to endure. As Su Buffon soared through the skies of Wampa Star, his gaze swept over the surroundings. The green liquid around him was utterly repugnant, yet he recognized it as a potential source of nourishment for Broly. Following the trail of these substances, he sought out Broly's whereabouts, fending off numerous hairy monstrosities that assailed him along the way. One creature, reminiscent of a moldy octopus and exuding a noxious stench, prompted Su Bufon to retreat and engage in ranged attacks, dispatching many of these vile beings. After a considerable period of searching, he finally discerned Broly's presence within a cave. Su Bufon approached the dwelling with purpose. Upon reaching the cave's depths, he beheld Broly's imposing figure, his well-defined musculature draped in the hide of the creatures he had encountered earlier. A formidable aura emanated from him as he sat cross-legged on the sandy ground, seemingly engrossed in meditation. Su Bufon refrained from interrupting immediately, opting instead to observe Broly in silence. He noted the fluctuations of Broly's energy, his expression oscillating between fury and tranquility, as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. Su Bufon quickly surmised that Broly's emotions had been triggered, leading to instability, a double-edged sword that was both his asset and his burden. After a while, Broly opened his eyes, confusion and bewilderment etched on his face, akin to that of an infant just brought into the world. He noticed Su Bufon, but did not display immediate hostility, merely regarding him with quiet curiosity. Su Bufon approached with a smile, addressing him. "You must be Broly, correct? Do you wish to leave this place? If so, I can assist you." Broly furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by Su Bufon's words. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" he inquired. Su Bufon revealed his tale and explained, "I am Su Bufon, a Saiyan like yourself. Knowing of your confinement here, I sought you out. I am aware of your immense power, yet remains unrefined. If you desire to escape, I will help you regain control and teach you to harness your strength." Broly fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Su Bufon's proposition. Having lived on this planet his entire life, the only being capable of communication with him, his father, had inadvertently perished at his hands during a fit of rage. Unbeknownst to him, he believed his father had abandoned him. After a brief pause, he nodded and replied, "Very well, I am willing to give it a try." Su Bufon was filled with joy, producing the provisions he had brought along. Observing the novel items with caution, Broly hesitated before cautiously sniffing them. Only after seeing Su Bufon begin to eat did he feel reassured enough to partake in the sustenance. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before." Broly becomes increasingly excited as he consumes it. "These items are quite common outside. Once we step out, I shall take you for a stroll." After speaking, he handed Broly a set of clothes to wear. With Broly now equipped, Su Bufon hastily departed from the foul-smelling planet and soon located an uninhabited one to land on. He yearned to engage Broly in combat to assess his current fighting prowess. Initially, Broly harbored some aversion to battle, as his father had viewed him merely as a tool for vengeance against King Vegeta, compelling him to fight incessantly. Additionally, his father had slain his friends on planet Wampa, instilling in him a deep-seated hatred for combat. Yet, under Su Bufon's guidance, he eventually acquiesced. As Broly prepared for battle, Su Bufon readied himself as well. The two ascended slowly into the sky, where Broly's formidable aura surged forth, striking Su Bufon with a force that startled him. The ferocious nature of that energy suggested that if Broly continued to develop, he might soon surpass Su Bufon himself. With a fierce roar, Broly charged at Su Bufon like a wild beast. At first, Broly managed to retain his composure, and Su Bufon recognized that Broly had not undergone systematic training, so their exchanges were relatively simple. However, as the skirmish progressed, Broly's reactions became increasingly rapid, landing a punch before Su Bufon could react. This was indeed Broly's true first combat experience. Prior, he had only trained under his father, who possessed a mere combat power of 4,000, and had never tapped into his real potential. In the early stages of their duel, it was evident that Broly was solely focused on offense, lacking fundamental defense. Yet, as the battle continued, Broly adeptly began to counter Su Bufon's attacks. Coupled with his indomitable spirit, he finally landed a significant blow on Su Bufon. The two suddenly clasped hands, engaging in a fierce standoff. After taking a hit, Su Bufon increased his energy and retaliated with a powerful punch to Broly's chest, which he withstood resolutely. The intensifying clash provoked Broly into a frenzy, gradually eroding his rationality as his aura surged to new heights, enveloping him in a green glow, resembling a demonic deity. Su Bufon found himself struggling to cope and transformed into a Super Saiyan. This overwhelming aura momentarily stunned Broly, but the effect dissipated in an instant. In Chapter 43, Furious Broly, he roared again and charged at Su Bufon, yet he was no match for him at that moment and was quickly subdued. However, this suppression lasted only briefly, as Broly managed to withstand Su Buffon's onslaught. His white aura erupted, propelling Su Buffon away with a single punch. Before the attack concluded, Broly pursued and delivered another devastating blow, driving Su Buffon into the ground. As Su Buffon emerged to counterattack, he realized that Broly's rate of growth was astonishing. His strikes as a Super Saiyan felt like mere tickles to Broly, whose ferocious assaults could not be overlooked. Sensing the growth of Broly's combat prowess, Su Buffon gently closed his eyes as a surge of electricity enveloped his entire being, compelling him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Broly could no longer be deemed a worthy adversary. With merely a ki blast, he was forced back several steps. Engulfed by the fervor of battle, Broly had succumbed to a primal instinct. His capacity for thought diminished. He roared in place, unleashing a flurry of ki blasts that scattered into the surroundings. In an instant, it appeared that Broly had undergone yet another transformation. His once green aura intensified, his hair stood on end, and a singular green light filled his eyes. As he completely lost himself, reduced to mere destructive instinct. With his newfound, formidable power, Broly gathered energy, unleashing a colossal wave of energy directed at Su Buffon. Su Buffon deftly sidestepped, the ki blast barely grazing him as it detonated in a brilliant green explosion in the air. Seizing the moment, Su Buffon charged at Broly, only to be sent flying by a powerful punch. Undeterred, he pursued closely, leading to an intense exchange of blows. Broly's muscles expanded rapidly, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Su Buffon assumed a fighting stance, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and propelled himself forward, colliding with Broly's fist in a resounding clash, followed by a flurry of relentless strikes. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, exerted an overwhelming pressure on his adversary, showcasing the full extent of his latent power. Their second round of combat commenced, each punch resonating with visceral intensity, igniting a long-forgotten thrill within Su Buffon. It had been ages since he had encountered a foe who could match him to such a degree. As they engaged in rapid, fervent exchanges, Su Buffon seized an opportunity to strike. However, Broly countered swiftly, capturing Su Buffon's fist before retaliating with a concentrated burst of energy, sending Su Buffon hurtling backward. Broly's strength surged like a feral beast, unrestrained and devastating. Each of his attacks cleaved the earth asunder. His green aura blazed like a raging inferno, saturating the surroundings in a singular hue. His hair, standing upright, seemed to embody boundless strength, while the green light in his eyes reflected his fierce battle spirit and insatiable desire for destruction. Though transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Su Buffon found himself under immense pressure, compelled to respond with all his might against Broly's ferocious onslaught. He moved with agility, evading and counterattacking, yet Broly's power appeared inexhaustible, each strike akin to a thunderous tempest, weighing heavily upon Su Buffon. Broly, this creature's rate of growth is alarming. Su Buffon marveled internally. The very opponent who had once overwhelmed him in his base form had evolved to such an extent in a mere blink of an eye, instilling fear within him. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a deafening roar, his body undergoing yet another transformation. His muscles expanded further, enveloped by an invisible force, and his aura grew increasingly volatile. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, as if he were prepared to devour all life before him. Su Buffon, witnessing this spectacle, felt a jolt of alarm. He realized that Broly's power had escalated once more. He had to approach the situation with heightened caution. How many times had this increase occurred? Was it truly the case that the legendary Super Saiyan possessed no limits? Broly charged at Su Buffon again, his velocity surpassing that of before, his strength intensified. Su Buffon could only exert every ounce of his energy in response. The battle between them intensified, shaking the very ground beneath their feet into disarray. Each collision resonated like the clash of two celestial bodies, producing deafening booms. Su Buffon sensed his stamina waning, while Broly appeared utterly unfazed by fatigue. He knew that if this continued, he might indeed be vanquished by Broly. Realizing the dire situation, he feared that if they continued to fight, Broly might become irretrievably lost in his power, reduced to a mere puppet of destruction, an outcome Su Buffon could not abide. Thus, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Channeling energy into his fist, launching a powerful strike aimed at defeating Broly with overwhelming force. As long as he survived, everything would be manageable. Seeing this, Broly met him head-on without hesitation. Their fists collided once more with a thunderous impact. Broly was sent hurtling backward. And Su Buffon seized the opportunity to concentrate a radiant energy sphere, directing it toward Broly. Although Broly attempted to evade, it was too late. He could only brace himself for the impending blow. With a resounding explosion, Broly's figure was engulfed in light, and Su Buffon, having reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 state, rushed to the place where the light dissipated. When he finally beheld Broly, he exhaled in relief. Though injured, Broly had not perished. Despite his severe wounds, he remained in a combative state, his eyes still flickering with a feral intensity, as if poised to strike again at any moment. Faced with this, Su Buffon resorted to delivering a precise chop to Broly's nape, immediately rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Broly's body began to undergo a transformation. He started to shrink, and his aura gradually calmed. Su Buffon brought him back to the spaceship, awaiting his awakening. He hoped to alter Broly's volatile nature, relying solely on the mental techniques he had recently acquired to assist him. When Broly regained consciousness, he looked at Su Buffon with a glimmer of gratitude. He understood that it was Su Buffon who had interrupted his frenzied state. Had it persisted, it would have been detrimental to his being. In the days that followed, Su Buffon dedicated the week to instructing Broly on how to harness his power. He guided Broly to experience the essence of mental strength while subjecting him to various training regimens, from basic power control to intricate combat techniques. Gradually, Broly exhibited astonishing progress. With the assistance of Su Buffon, Broly gradually learned to harness his formidable powers, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. Chapter 44, Planet Tego. After concluding their training, Su Buffon and Broly soared through the cosmos once more, this time with a destination in mind, a planet inhabited by life, where they could replenish their supplies and allow Broly to behold the wonders of the outside world. After navigating through the cosmic map for a considerable duration, they finally arrived at a planet situated at the crossroads of interstellar trade routes, bustling with merchants and travelers from various worlds engaged in commerce and resupply, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Su Buffon and Broly gently descended onto this thriving planet. A glance around revealed a bustling street filled with throngs of people, an array of shops lining the pathways, and an assortment of spacecraft darting through the skies, weaving a splendid tapestry across the heavens. The air was fragrant with a medley of spices and culinary delights, tantalizing their senses. They ventured into an intergalactic grocery store, which was brimming with unique local specialties and rare items from countless planets. Though these treasures bore no direct significance in augmenting their strength, some possessed intriguing attributes. For instance, a bone from an unknown creature, which the shopkeeper claimed, could attract nearby beings when blown upon, drawing them to the sound's origin. Another peculiar creature, upon sensing danger, would emit a cloud of smoke, providing an opportunity for escape. As Su Buffon and Broly meandered through the store, they encountered a multitude of unfamiliar objects. Their journey continued to a restaurant where opulent decor and attentive service awaited them. They ordered several local delicacies, indulging in the diverse culinary offerings from various worlds. Broly, in particular, was captivated by this experience. His eyes widened in astonishment as he savored flavors he had never encountered before. While enjoying his meal, he meticulously observed the surroundings. After relishing the exquisite cuisine, they followed the crowd to a spacious plaza. At the center stood a towering sculpture resembling a pine cone, adorned with an array of mysterious runes and patterns. The locals informed Su Buffon and Broly that these inscriptions represented the planet's rich history and culture, while the sculpture itself was a unique fruit of the planet, noted for its vibrant color and peculiar shape, said to possess miraculous powers to enhance strength. Broly listened intently, his curiosity and yearning for this unfamiliar world growing. In the plaza, they also encountered travelers from other planets, exchanging tales of their adventures and insights, sharing amusing anecdotes and secrets from across the cosmos. Su Buffon and Broly seized the opportunity to inquire about various cosmic phenomena, gaining considerable knowledge. As night descended, they found refuge in a luxurious interstellar inn, equipped with all amenities and adorned with splendid decor. Reclining on the soft bed, they reflected on the day's experiences. Broly exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother Su, the world outside is truly magnificent. I never imagined there were so many fascinating places and characters in the universe." Su Buffon smiled and said, "Indeed, Broly, the vastness of the universe is filled with wonders. Our journey is to expose you to the world beyond, to broaden your horizons. In the future, we shall explore even more places and experience diverse cultures." Broly nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The following day, the two ventured to another street, where shops lined both sides, offering a plethora of goods ranging from interstellar gemstones to rare medicinal herbs. As Su Bufan and Broly walked along the thoroughfare, they drew the attention of those around them. Broly's towering physique and formidable presence made them the focal point of many discussions. Unfazed by the gazes, Su Bufan led Broly into a store to procure the supplies they required. In addition to food and water, they also acquired some parts for their spaceship. Inside the shop, they discovered this week's unique fruit, the Tagua. Noticing Broly's eager expression, Su Bufan chuckled and purchased several. Broly excitedly accepted the fruit and took a bite on the spot. Su Bufan sampled it as well. The flesh was succulent and juicy, and a refreshing energy seemed to surge through them, enhancing their strength. Though this was merely an illusion. While the fruit could augment combat effectiveness, it offered little more than a semblance of enhancement for them. After leaving the shop, Su Bufan and Broly heard of a venue for watching battles and decided to take a look. After witnessing several contests, Broly was greatly impressed by the combat techniques exhibited by the inhabitants of this planet. Although their power was relatively low, their mastery of technique was exceptional, with each individual striving to unlock their potential and reach greater heights. Brother Su, their combat skills are truly remarkable, Broly remarked, though our strength surpasses theirs. There are aspects of their technique from which we could learn. Su Bufan nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, each planet possesses its unique combat styles and techniques. We should not confine ourselves to our own methods, but continuously learn and absorb new combat knowledge. Just as they were about to depart from the planet, an unexpected piece of news reached their ears. It turned out that this planet hosted a grand cosmic martial arts tournament each year, inviting warriors from various planets to compete for glory and substantial rewards. No wonder an increasing number of people had been arriving here in recent days. Upon hearing this news, Broly immediately became exhilarated. His innate passion and desire for battle made him view this as a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. Su Bufan, observing the eager glint in Broly's eyes, smiled and nodded in agreement, permitting him to participate in the tournament. Ecstatic at the prospect of joining the cosmic martial arts competition, Broly rubbed his hands together, eager to demonstrate his strength. Su Bufan, seeing his excitement, gently patted his shoulder, advising him to control his power and avoid succumbing to a berserk state. After several days of anticipation, the day of the tournament finally arrived, and the entire planet buzzed with excitement. Strong warriors from various planets gathered together, each exhibiting their remarkable prowess. Some were tall and imposing, while others were agile and swift, their eyes brimming with the spirit of competition. The competition mandated that each participant possess a combat power of no less than 100,000, thus drawing a multitude of spectators, though the number of combatants was scant, as those who achieved such power were indeed exceptional individuals. Standing upon the arena, Broly maintained a tranquil demeanor. His first opponent was a burly man wielding a massive battle axe, exuding a formidable presence. As the match commenced, Broly swiftly charged at his adversary with movements that were both rapid and powerful. He refrained from launching a direct, forceful assault, for he knew that defeating such an opponent with a single blow would be effortless. Instead, he aimed to learn from their combat methods and techniques to refine his own skills. However, his opponent was no mere novice. The clash between them was fierce and evenly matched. Just as the contest reached a critical juncture, Broly sensed a surge of intense fighting spirit emanating from his foe, indicating that the adversary was also a genius from his own lineage, capable of breaking through under pressure. Yet, having discerned his opponent's fighting style, Broly deemed it unnecessary to prolong the encounter. With a sudden burst of strength, he delivered a powerful punch that sent his opponent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Unable to rise again, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Thus, the tournament concluded in a few days beneath the might of Broly's formidable power. Su Bufan, observing Broly's triumph, though it was a foregone conclusion, could not help but smile with satisfaction. He recognized that Broly had truly become a warrior, mastering his strength while discovering his own combat style. After spending several days on this planet, Su Bufan and Broly replenished their supplies. Aware that relaxation was not yet an option, they had to continue their journey. They piloted their spacecraft, traversing the vast expanse of the universe once more. Chapter 45. The malevolent sorcerer. As Su Bufan contemplated their next destination, the spacecraft suddenly emitted a warning, indicating that another vessel was approaching. Instantly, Su Bufan became cautious. While he felt fearless on solid ground, The vastness of space posed a different threat. Should any issue arise with the spacecraft, he might not have time to escape. Fascine instant de mise. However, the approaching ship did not linger, rushing past them. Just as Su Buffon began to relax, several more spacecraft appeared ahead, recklessly charging forth. Upon spotting Su Buffon's vessel, they initiated an attack. Reacting swiftly, Su Buffon maneuvered to evade, and seeing the obstruction evade, the attackers pressed onward, seemingly in pursuit of the earlier ship. Determined to retaliate, Su Buffon redirected his ship to follow, resolved not to let these assailants escape unscathed. He pursued the vessel that had previously attacked him, which was now intent on eliminating the one they chased in the depths of space. As Su Buffon pondered, the spacecraft ahead was struck and severely damaged, necessitating an emergency landing on a nearby planet. The pursuers swiftly followed suit. Su Buffon arrived in the skies above the planet, hesitating to descend as he sought to discern the intentions of the individuals below. A group adorned with a crimson insignia engaged in fierce combat, while a cloaked figure directed the fray. However, the apparent lack of combat prowess in this figure rendered the situation peculiarly unsettling. Just as the targeted individual faced imminent demise, Su Buffon materialized before him, intercepting the oncoming assault. "What?" exclaimed the cloaked commander, astonished at the sudden intervention. Su Buffon emerged from the explosion, brushing off non-existent dust as he approached the assailants. "Were you the ones who attacked my ship?" he inquired with an air of calmness. "Who are you to obstruct our work as sorcerers?" the cloaked figure retorted. "Sorcerers?" Su Buffon responded, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with magic in the cosmos, though the demeanor of his adversaries suggested malevolence. At that moment, another voice chimed in, revealing he is an evil sorcerer, leading a cabal of malicious magicians who invade planets, capturing beings as sustenance to awaken a monstrous entity. "I escaped from the world they ravaged." Su Buffon's astonishment deepened. The notion of sacrificing countless lives merely to awaken a monster hinted at formidable power. While he did not consider himself virtuous, he was nonetheless appalled by the malevolent sorcerer's actions. After all, the lives lost at the hands of beings like Cell on Blue Star paled in comparison, and those who perished were irrevocably gone, without a chance for rebirth. "You sought to annihilate my ship, and now you have committed such atrocities. It seems you shall not leave this planet alive," Su Buffon declared. The sorcerer scoffed, mocking, "Who do you think you are? A mere cosmic traveler attempting to thwart me? I am a sorcerer, wielding powers beyond your comprehension." Su Buffon remained unfazed, understanding the uniqueness of the sorcerer's abilities, yet deeming them insignificant against his own might. With a slight smile, he replied, "You are not worthy of my personal intervention. Let another contend with you." With that, Su Buffon summoned Broly, who appeared behind the sorcerer. Fist clenched, Broly unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the sorcerer's back. However, the sorcerer, seemingly prepared, evaded the blow with a swift movement. The two engaged in a tumultuous battle upon the planet, with Broly deviating from his usual brute force approach. He utilized his speed to launch continuous assaults around the sorcerer. Yet a protective barrier enveloped the sorcerer, deflecting each blow and rendering him unharmed. The battle endured for a considerable duration, with both combatants locked in a stalemate. The sorcerer, while fending off Broly's relentless assaults, sneered disdainfully, "Do you truly believe this can wound me? I am a sorcerer, wielding the power of magic, not your brutish force." "Is that so?" Broly had yet to unleash his true might. With a thunderous roar, Broly released his energy, causing the sorcerer's protective shield to manifest. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, fissures began to appear in the shield, which shattered like glass. The sorcerer's face contorted in terror. "And no, it is impossible. How can you possess such formidable power?" Broly concentrated an energy sphere at his chest and launched it towards the sorcerer. With a piercing scream, the sorcerer vanished into thin air. Upon the sorcerer's demise, those marked individuals also fell lifeless to the ground. Su Buffon approached and discovered they were all deceased. It appeared that the sorcerer's abilities extended beyond mere control. There was a binding of life. Once the controller perished, so too did the controlled. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, Su Buffon felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had merely been passing through, yet found himself embroiled in such grim circumstances. He then turned to Broly. "Well done." Broly nodded slightly, remaining silent. For him, this adversary was hardly a warm-up, as he had been toying with the foe, had it not been for that shield. A single punch could have ended the sorcerer's life. Su Buffon surveyed the surroundings and noticed the individual he had rescued was now unconscious. previously overlooked. He now had the opportunity to observe him closely. The man was middle-aged, haggard in appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. He looked at Su Buffon and Broly, a glimmer of hope crossing his gaze. "Thank you for saving me," the middle-aged man said, rising to express his gratitude. "No need for thanks," Su Buffon waved dismissively. "We were merely passing by. Had they not attacked my ship, I would have paid them no mind." Suddenly, the man fell to his knees before them, pleading, "Please, save my planet. Rescue my people. They surely have not yet been sacrificed." Su Buffon glanced at Broly. "What do you say? Interested in taking a trip? Let us see what these sorcerers are capable of." Broly, visibly excited, responded, "With such formidable foes present, we must go. My control over combat prowess is strengthening. Only by battling stronger opponents can I elevate my strength." "Very well. Then let us embark and discover the true extent of this creature's power." Thus, the trio boarded Su Buffon's ship, setting course for the planet inhabited by the middle-aged man. Chapter 46. Is the demon god Hilder? On board the spacecraft, the middle-aged man introduced himself as Doly, a resident of planet Dora. After sharing this, he fell silent. Soon, they arrived at Doly's home planet. But as they surveyed the land, it lay in ruins. The middle-aged man collapsed in despair, unleashing a cry of anguished fury. At that moment, Broly's gaze shifted to the distance, where a spaceship was preparing for takeoff. The two companions followed his line of sight. It was them. When Doly spotted the blood-red emblem on the ship, he shouted in alarm. The distant vessel was already emitting a thunderous roar, slowly ascending into the cosmos. Observing this scene, Su Buffon urged the two to board the ship and pursue them. Once aboard, Su Buffon maintained a cautious distance, believing that rather than attempting a reckless rescue, it would be far more prudent to follow them to their lair and confront them decisively. As time passed, Su Buffon and his companions beheld a dark red planet emerging ahead, onto which the pursued spaceship descended. Su Buffon hastily piloted his craft to follow suit. Upon landing, they discovered the ship surrounded by numerous individuals clad in pristine white garments, their faces obscured by white hoods that revealed only their eyes. Su Buffon scanned the surroundings and noticed that the ship he had been tracking had touched down in an open space before a grand hall, where several cloaked figures were herding captives from the vessel into a dimly lit chamber. Just as Su Buffon was about to intervene, a figure in a white cloak emerged. Addressing them, "Greetings, esteemed travelers. What brings you to our planet? Surely, it cannot be to partake in the resurrection of the demon god." Upon hearing this, Doly could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "You fiends, release my kin at once." The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. "Ah, so there's still stragglers. I had thought our pursuit team was annihilated. Initially, I believed the plot to resurrect the demon god had been compromised and planned to proceed forcibly. Yet here you are, walking right into the trap." Su Buffon, exasperated by their exchange, urged Broly, "If you wish to fight, then let us charge forth." No sooner had he spoken than a green energy blast struck the cloaked figure squarely. With a scream, the figure was sent hurtling backward, narrowly activating a shield in time to avoid complete obliteration. "You dare treat me, a noble sorcerer, in such a manner? I shall transform you all into the essence of the demon god to aid me in ruling the universe." As the sorcerer continued his ramblings, Broly unleashed another energy blast, but it was intercepted by the approaching reinforcements, prompting the sorcerer to scurry into another room. With more and more adversaries arriving, Broly's excitement grew, and he plunged into the throng, dispatching foes with powerful punches. Meanwhile, Su Buffon led Doly to the chamber where the recently captured individuals were confined. Fortunately, they were unharmed for the moment, and Su Buffon facilitated their escape by commandeering a spaceship for their swift departure. Aware that a fierce battle was imminent, Su Buffon's expression turned grave as he contemplated the formidable forces they had encountered in this place. As Su Buffon ventured into the depths of the Grand Hall to rescue those in peril, he sensed an overwhelmingly potent aura emanating from within, one that was increasingly intensifying. It appeared to be the very demon the sorcerers had spoken of. Meanwhile, as Broly continued his rampage, a sorcerer clad in a crimson cloak materialized, accompanied by a cadre of sorcerers draped in white. It seemed there existed a distinct hierarchy among the sorcerers. The demon was on the cusp of emergence, and now was the moment for them to contribute. Upon uttering these words, those still engaged in combat with Broly disregarded his assault entirely and surged toward one of the chambers. Su Buffon and Broly remained outside, attuned to the escalating intensity of the so-called demon's aura, their excitement palpable. However, at that moment, the demon's energy abruptly halted its growth, causing the smiles to vanish from the faces of the sorcerers. The sorcerer in the red cloak cursed vehemently, lamenting that had the inhabitants of planet Dora not been rescued, the demon would undoubtedly have manifested. His expression fluctuated between despair and calculation, pondering that the demon's appearance might not necessarily spell doom for the two before him. Yet no energy sources remained to empower it. In that instant, he cast a glance toward the sorcerers behind him, who instantly grasped his intent, their faces betraying sheer terror. But before they could react, they were seized and thrust into the chamber where the demon resided. With their arrival, the demon's energy, which had ceased to grow, surged once more. Boom! Accompanied by thunderous roars, the demon's power reached a critical threshold, successfully resurrecting itself, its formidable presence radiating outward, leveling the surrounding area for miles. Broly's eyes gleamed with fervor. The legendary blood of the Super Saiyan surged within him, as he beheld the true visage of a demon. Su Buffon was taken aback. Was that not Hildegarn? In astonishment, he exclaimed, recalling the descriptions of Hildegarn with incredulity. Once dwelling on a planet known as Konas in the southern galaxy, over a millennium ago, an uninvited horde of dark sorcerers invaded. They siphoned the demonic energy of Konas and infused it with malevolent power, transforming the demon into a phantom being. Upon Hildegarn's emergence, he began to assault the Konas inhabitants under the sorcerer's command, subjecting them to unimaginable suffering, driving them to the brink of extinction. Just as they awaited death in surrender, a miracle unfolded. The divine bestowed upon Tapion and his brother a flute, which temporarily suppressed Hildegarn's might. Seizing the moment, the divine priest wielded a sacred sword to cleave Hildegarn's form asunder. Yet, even in such a state, Hildegarn remained a formidable threat. Thus, the priest sealed Hildegarn's upper half within Tapion's body and the lower half within that of his brother. The planet Konas has only just regained its peace. It is for this reason that the Tapion brothers are hailed as heroes. Yet, should this magical entity not have been sealed away, even if it has been released? Why is a sacrifice necessary for its resurrection? In an instant, Su Buffon found himself bewildered, realizing that the unfolding circumstances were not as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. If he could fight, he would, and if not, he would flee. As for the fate of others, it was of no concern to him. He only needed to avoid provoking trouble. His prior rescue of those individuals was merely incidental. Had it not been for his curiosity about this demon god, he would not have come at all. Chapter 47. The Death of Hildegarn. Upon hearing Su Buffon's utterance of the name, the mage turned his gaze. You have heard of the magical being Hildegarn? He laughed heartily. Everyone believes Hildegarn was sealed away. But what they fail to understand is that Hildegarn is at his core a mass of energy. As long as this energy exists, Hildegarn can manifest at any moment. After years of sacrifices, I have once again nurtured this energy. This time, Hildegarn emerges without flaws, possessing formidable combat prowess. Su Buffon was utterly unprepared for the complete resurrection of the phantom demon Hildegarn after a millennium of silence. Now, let us relish the power of Hildegarn. The mage proclaimed before vanishing. Under orders, Hildegarn lashed his colossal tail, obliterating everything in his vicinity. This resurrection of Hildegarn was unlike any before. He had evolved, his form capable of transforming into mist, adorned with wings for swift flight. In an instant, he appeared behind Broly and struck him down, embedding him into the ground. Broly emerged from the earth, charging at Hildegarn, yet his efforts proved futile. Hildegarn moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading Broly's barrage of energy blasts. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Broly was seized and slammed into the ground. This newly resurrected Hildegarn exhibited a tremendous increase in strength, delivering a blow that left Broly bloodied and unconscious. Witnessing Broly fall to such a devastating attack ignited Su Buffon's fighting spirit. The creature before him was indeed powerful, yet he remained undaunted. Recognizing the might of his adversary, Su Buffon transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Hildegarn sensed an overwhelming aura and immediately pivoted to charge at Su Buffon. Su Buffon's eyes burned with golden flames as he clenched his fists, his muscles taut, poised to confront the impending onslaught. Taking a deep breath, the power within him surged forth, golden energy blazing like fire. Hildegarn's eyes gleamed with a cruel light, his tail thrashing through the air like a dancing dragon. With a deafening roar, he lunged toward Su Buffon, his speed so rapid that he was almost upon him in an instant. Su Buffon concentrated his formidable strength, bracing himself against Hildegarn's attack, and unleashed a powerful punch. Two formidable forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave from the impact rippled outward, causing everything in the vicinity to tremble beneath the weight of this power. Yet, in this contest of strength, the two combatants remained evenly matched. However, Hildragon could effortlessly transform his body into smoke when struck, rendering Su Buffon's assaults largely ineffective. Instead, after one of his attacks revealed a vulnerability, he was seized, lifted high, and then brutally slammed into the ground. A thunderous crash ensued, creating a massive crater as Su Buffon was buried deeply within it. The surrounding environment quaked, as if heralding the apocalypse. Su Buffon emerged from the earth, his garments tattered, yet his gaze remained composed. At their level of prowess, it was evident that a decisive victor would not emerge from a brief skirmish. He charged once more at Hildragon, and their battle reignited. Su Buffon refrained from energy attacks, opting instead to engage with his fists. Their aerial skirmish erupted anew, each collision resonating with immense sound. The very air around them appeared to be rent asunder by their might, creating turbulent currents. Both fighters moved with astonishing speed, each strike and evasion executed in the blink of an eye. Every punch Su Buffon threw was imbued with formidable force, as he endeavored to inflict damage upon Hildragon through relentless physical exertion. However, Hildragon's form, akin to vapor, could shift at will, causing Su Buffon's blows to consistently miss their mark. Meanwhile, Hildragon capitalized on his speed advantage, relentlessly assaulting Su Buffon. His tail lashed out like a steel whip, each strike delivering tremendous power. His fists struck like hammers, each encounter leaving Su Buffon with a jolt of pain. The battle raged on, leaving the ground around them in ruins, yet neither had emerged victorious. A sense of urgency began to swell within Su Buffon. He realized that if this continued, they might fight indefinitely until he exhausted all his strength. He began to contemplate Hildragon's weaknesses, discerning that although Hildragon could change forms at will, his essence was still composed of energy. This suggested that if he could devise a method to directly target Hildragon's energy core, victory might be attainable. However, Hildragon's evasive maneuvers prevented Su Buffon from landing a hit when he remained intangible, complicating matters further. As Hildragon attacked, Su Buffon lacked the power to disregard those strikes, leaving him to block passively, unable to counter. At this moment, Broly regained consciousness from his stupor. Observing Su Buffon's plight, he suggested that Su distract Hildragon until he could strike decisively once Hildragon reformed. Upon hearing this, Broly surged toward Hildragon, but the disparity in their combat prowess was too great. He was swiftly sent flying by a lash of Hildragon's tail, subsequently finding himself pinned to the ground, subjected to relentless assault. As the opportunity presented itself, Su Buffon took a deep breath, summoning all his strength before charging fiercely towards Hildragon. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to reach Hildragon in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a powerful punch, infused with all his might, aimed directly at Hildragon's chest. Clearly unprepared for Su Buffon's sudden assault, Hildragon could not evade the strike and braced himself for the impact. The collision of Su Buffon's fist against Hildragon's chest produced a thunderous sound. This time, Su Buffon's attack did not miss. He felt his fist penetrate into Hildragon's interior, striking a core of energy. He sensed that this energy core was beginning to disintegrate under his assault. Hildragon let out a pained roar, his form becoming increasingly unstable, fluctuating between smoke and solid matter. He glared at Su Buffon, his eyes ablaze with rage and disbelief. Su Buffon understood that this was the key to defeating Hildragon. He concentrated his power once more and charged at Hildragon again, relentlessly targeting the energy core with each blow, gradually weakening Hildragon's strength. Finally, after a fierce strike, Hildragon's energy core shattered completely. His body began to dissipate, transforming into streams of energy that faded into the air. Su Buffon, panting heavily, gazed at Hildragon's vanishing form. Lowering his guard, he turned to Broly, who met his gaze with a knowing look. Taking a deep breath, Su Buffon felt the fatigue weighing on his body. He promptly retrieved 2 senza beans, consuming one himself and offering the other to Broly. Once they had both ingested the beans, their bodies were restored to full vitality. Now rejuvenated, Su Buffon began to sense his surroundings. After all, the malevolent sorcerer responsible for Hildragon's resurrection was still alive, and sparing him might lead to another Hildragon's emergence. Soon, he detected the sorcerer's aura from a distant mountain, where the mage stared in disbelief at Hildragon's demise. However, upon noticing Su Buffon's pursuit, he hastily fled. Su Buffon, seeing the sorcerer's retreat, unleashed a beam of energy from his fingertip, piercing through the mage. Thus, the sorcerer's cohort was vanquished. Through this battle, Su Bufan also experienced growth, perhaps approaching the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 48, An Unintended Journey into Another Dimension. Departing from the planet, Su Bufan began his flight towards Blue Star. It had been 4 years since his last departure, and he wondered how the inhabitants of Blue Star were faring in their training. With ample time at his disposal, Su Bufan, accompanied by Broly, did not rush through the cosmos. At each life-bearing planet they encountered, they would descend to explore, seeking any unique techniques that might exist. After all, for someone who desired the ability to teleport, acquiring such special skills was invaluable. However, these techniques proved elusive, as they traversed the universe for an entire year without uncovering anything worthy of their study. Throughout this year, Su Bufan has consistently activated the gravitational device of the spaceship. Broly, who initially struggled to walk, has now fully adapted, marking a significant enhancement for him. Broly's transformation is that of the legendary Super Saiyan, a form distinct from others, possessing only one manifestation, the fabled Super Saiyan. When Broly assumes this form, his combat power is no longer constrained by the transformation itself. Rather, it escalates continuously throughout the course of battle. This is the reason he can hold his ground against Su Bufan's Super Saiyan 2. However, such enhancement is not without its limits. His body's capacity for endurance is finite, necessitating periods of rest to refine and stabilize his augmented power into a regular combat strength. Hence, Broly exemplifies a being who, with assistance, can transcend any limitations and perpetually break through barriers. The two have been traversing the cosmos for a month now, and during this time, they have not encountered a single life-bearing planet. It is as if they have entered a forbidden zone. Previously, in the heart of the universe, while life planets were scarce, they could still encounter several within a week. Now, it seems that these planets have become exceedingly rare, and even the usual cosmic travelers and merchants they would frequently encounter have vanished. Gradually, Su Bufan sensed something amiss. The spaceship began a jolt, as if an unseen force were relentlessly colliding with it. At that moment, the ship emitted a warning alarm, indicating that it was under external assault and urging a swift departure. Listening to the incessant alarms, Su Bufan felt a weight settle in his heart, realizing they had likely encountered a cosmic storm. In the vast expanse of the universe, natural calamities within galaxies are often described as cosmic storms. These storms represent some of the most grandiose natural phenomena in the cosmos, their immense power awe-inspiring. Cosmic storms encompass a variety of occurrences, including supernova explosions, black holes, and interstellar dust storms. Among these, supernova explosions stand out as one of the most captivating cosmic events. When a star exhausts its core fuel, it undergoes a violent explosion, releasing vast amounts of energy and material, creating a dazzling halo that illuminates the entire galaxy. While such sights are breathtaking for those navigating the universe, cosmic storms can be deadly. He then turned his gaze forward, where a massive black vortex was steadily consuming the surrounding objects. It appeared that the catalyst for this spatial tempest was indeed the black hole. Black holes are among the most enigmatic and alluring celestial bodies in the universe. Their gravitational pull so powerful that it can devour all matter that approaches. Even light itself cannot escape. When matter is engulfed by a black hole, it releases tremendous energy, giving rise to a terrifying cosmic storm that can ensnare surrounding galaxies and potentially the entire universe. Encountering a cosmic tempest within the vastness of the universe leaves one with little hope of escape. The immense energy and chaotic magnetic fields inherent in such storms can effortlessly rend apart any vessel lacking specialized protection. Despite Su Bufan's extensive experience, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety in the face of such peril. He swiftly activated the ship's defensive systems, striving to withstand the onslaught of the cosmic storm. However, the tempests might appear to transcend imagination, rendering the ship's protective measures feeble, nearly ineffective against the overwhelming force. Beside him, Broly sensed the encroaching danger, his fists clenched tightly, a flicker of green light illuminating his gaze. He endeavored to unleash an energy shield to safeguard the vessel. Yet the shield's scope could scarcely encompass the entirety of the ship. Su Bufan hurriedly engaged the emergency propulsion system, attempting to propel them beyond the clutches of the cosmic storm. Nevertheless, the storm's power was inexhaustible. The ship's acceleration merely provided a temporary reprieve from the relentless drag, failing to secure a complete escape. Both Su Buffon and Broly understood that this predicament could not persist. They needed to find a breakthrough. At that moment, Su Buffon noticed a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the storm's eye. A spark ignited within him, prompting an immediate course adjustment towards the source of the anomaly. As they drew closer, he discerned that the fluctuation manifested as a fissure, radiating a force so potent that even the cosmic tempest could not approach it. Elation surged within Su Buffon. He recognized that he had found their escape route. He promptly intensified the ship's thrust and surged toward the fissure. With the fissure's assistance, the storm's grip on the vessel gradually weakened until it vanished entirely. Yet, upon traversing the fissure, they were astonished to find themselves in an entirely different realm. The surroundings were awash with vivid colors, akin to stepping into a living canvas. No longer were they within the familiar expanse of the universe. They had entered a dimension brimming with the unknown. Su Buffon and Broly exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and unease. They realized that they had inadvertently wandered into this alternate dimension, and the path ahead might be fraught with peril. Nonetheless, this newfound space had, in a roundabout way, spared their lives. Now they could only hope to discover another exit. Taking a deep breath, Su Buffon activated the ship's detection systems, commencing the search for an egress from this dimension. Yet, the detection systems seemed to have lost their former acuity in this realm, yielding only limited information within a confined range. Su Buffon fixed his gaze upon the screen, endeavoring to extract clues from the indistinct data. Broly stood vigilantly nearby, the alert glimmer in his green eyes betraying his awareness. As a member of a warrior race, he understood the necessity of remaining acutely aware to confront any imminent threats. As the ship navigated through this alternate dimension, Su Buffon gradually discerned that the spatial structure here was strikingly dissimilar from the universe they had known. The surroundings were awash with extraordinary hues and flowing light patterns, as if each ray of light harbored a mysterious potency. Suddenly, the spaceship's detection system emitted a sharp alarm. Su Buffon swiftly turned his gaze to the screen, where a colossal energy mass was rapidly approaching. His heart raced, and he promptly activated the ship's defensive systems, attempting to alter course to evade the impending energy mass. However, the speed of this energy cluster was astonishing, nearly catching up to the spaceship in an instant. Su Buffon could only watch helplessly as the energy mass collided with the ship's protective shield, producing a deafening roar. At the moment of impact, the spaceship trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Su Buffon and Broly quickly steadied themselves, acutely aware of the perilous situation they were in. The external environment seemed inhospitable to human life, and should the ship break apart, they would find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 49: Creatures of the Alternate Dimension. Just at this critical juncture, a massive net appeared out of nowhere, ensnaring the energy mass that threatened them in the blink of an eye. As they witnessed this unexpected turn of events, both men exhaled in relief, yet remained on high alert, for it was yet another unknown entity. Observing the net being slowly drawn away, Su Buffon discerned that this could be an opportunity. Where there was a net to capture, there must be beings to manipulate it. And now it was merely a matter of who those beings might be. As time passed during their flight, Su Buffon noticed the emergence of some ruins amidst the vibrant energies, yet he lacked the inclination to explore them at that moment. Gradually, the colorful energy around them began to fade, and the visibility ahead improved. Su Buffon perceived what appeared to be a city wall, seemingly partitioning the strange energy. It appeared that those outside had also seen something following the energy they were gathering, hastening their net retrieval. Su Buffon quickly kept pace. Then a clear sound resonated, as if piercing an invisible barrier, and the spaceship was liberated from its constraints, returning to normalcy. At this moment, the two finally beheld their surroundings. A group of individuals clad in unknown animal hides stood atop a weathered gray city wall steeped in history, equipped with numerous cannon-like devices. The net had not yet been fully retracted, indicating that these contraptions were intended for launching nets. The expressions of those on the wall bore both vigilance and curiosity, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of Su Buffon and his companion. Their eyes swept over the two men, seemingly assessing their level of threat. Beneath the wall, a gathering of what appeared to be civilians engaged in fervent discussion, evidently unsettled by the day's extraordinary events. Su Buffon quickly scanned the vicinity, sensing that the energy fluctuations had stabilized, forming a stark contrast to the chaotic energy zone they had previously traversed. A wave of relief washed over him, for he realized they might have escaped the perilous area. Nonetheless, he did not lower his guard. The individuals clad in animal skins before him, though seemingly primitive, evidently possessed formidable technological prowess, capable of launching immense nets and accurately capturing objects from the chaotic energies surrounding them. "Who are you?" A figure that appeared to be their leader bellowed from atop the city wall, his voice resonating clearly within Su Bufon's ears through the spacecraft. Su Bufon gazed at the man, realizing that his fate hinged upon their response. He adjusted the communication device aboard the ship, ensuring his voice would also be transmitted clearly. "We hail from the distant fringes of the universe. Our spacecraft encountered a cosmic storm while traversing an uncharted region, leading us into a tumult of chaotic energy. I must express my gratitude to you for extricating us from our predicament. Without your net, I shudder to think how long we would have remained ensnared in that tumultuous energy." Su Bufon endeavored to render his tone sincere and amicable. The individuals on the wall appeared taken aback by Su Bufon's reply, engaging in hushed deliberations. After a brief interlude, the leader spoke again. "You may disembark from your vessel. The environment here is conducive to life." Aware of their lingering wariness, Su Bufon descended the spacecraft alongside Broly, stowing the vessel away. The expressions of the wall's inhabitants softened, evidently pleased with Su Bufon's actions. The leader continued, "Since you are wayward travelers, we can offer you assistance. However, you must adhere to our regulations and refrain from causing any disturbances." Upon entering the city, Su Bufon and Broly were escorted to a castle where the residents extended warm hospitality, providing them with sustenance and shelter. Their earlier caution stemmed from past encounters with other unwelcome visitors who had indiscriminately harmed the local populace, resulting in significant losses and engendering a general mistrust of outsiders. Upon grasping the situation, Su Bufon expressed his understanding and seized the opportunity to inquire about the locale and the chaotic energy region. Through their discourse, he learned that this planet was named Era, and its inhabitants had never ventured beyond its confines. Previous attempts had been made, but none who left had ever returned, leading to a collective reluctance to depart. The vibrantly colored energy region they had encountered was referred to as the Realm of Chaos. The origins of the Realm of Chaos remained a mystery to them. They only knew that it had existed since time immemorial. Within it resided a peculiar form of energy entity, the very force that had previously assailed them. Though devoid of life, these entities launched fierce attacks upon any living being that ventured within their domain. Yet, once one crossed a certain barrier, they ceased to exhibit any hostility, transforming instead into pure energy. The inhabitants of this planet had harnessed this energy to rapidly enhance their own abilities, which is why they constructed the great nets to ensnare these entities. The inhabitants of the planet Era coexist in a delicate balance of dependence and reverence towards the realm of chaos. They harness captured energy forms to enhance their own capabilities, yet remain profoundly awed by the mysterious domain. Su Bufon and Broly found themselves both intrigued and astounded, realizing that the creatures on this planet were not as primitive as they had initially presumed, but possessed a distinctive form of wisdom. During their stay in the castle, they were granted the privilege to explore various sectors of Era, including the devices used for capturing energy forms and the defensive systems lining the castle walls. To their astonishment, they discovered that, despite the seemingly rudimentary technology, it was exceptionally practical and efficient for harnessing the energy forms, earning Su Bufon's silent admiration. During their time on Era, Su Bufon and Broly encountered an elderly sage named Aria, one of the planet's oldest wise men, endowed with vast knowledge and experience. Aria conveyed to Su Bufon that although they possessed their own defensive systems and technological prowess, the realm of chaos remained a formidable threat. The energy forms therein, while capable of bestowing power, also concealed immense peril. These energies were incessantly eroding their territory. The ruins they had previously observed were once inhabited by the planet's denizens, now overtaken by the encroaching energy. It was conceivable that, in the future, this planet might succumb entirely to the insidious erosion of this energy. The residents of Era had long sought a peaceful method to eliminate the energy of the realm of chaos, yet had achieved no success. Only by capturing the special energy forms could they hope to slow the pace of this invasion, or else watch helplessly as their land gradually vanished. Upon hearing this, Su Bufon fell into deep contemplation. He realized that as an outsider, he might offer new insights and assistance to this planet. Thus, he began to engage in discussions with Aria and other sages, aspiring to devise a solution. After a period of research, they eventually uncovered a potential method. They planned to utilize Su Bufon's spacecraft's spatial compression technology, combined with Era's technological capabilities, to create a device capable of safely entering the realm of chaos and probing the origins of the energy forms. Chapter 50. Absorbing Energy, Transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Su Bufon equipped himself with the device and ventured into the realm of chaos, intending to investigate the source of the enigmatic energy. Upon re-entering this realm, he was once again struck by the breathtaking spectacle before him. The sky was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of vibrant energy luminescence, as if the entire space were ablaze in that moment. He sensed the device vibrating, seemingly resonating with the energies of this domain. With utmost caution, he advanced, each step imbued with vigilance. He understood that the energy contained within this realm was far more complex than he had previously imagined. As he delved deeper, it felt as though he had entered a fantastical dreamscape, surrounded by a myriad of shimmering colors, some streaking across the sky like shooting stars, while others burst forth like ethereal smoke. Su Bufon retrieved his device and commenced his exploration of the source of these energies. He discovered that these energies were not of natural origin, but were sustained by some unknown force. The energy entities appeared to be distributed around a central point. As he ventured further, Su Bufon observed a peculiar phenomenon. Each time he moved in a particular direction, the device's vibrations intensified. He surmised that this region might be connected to the energy's source and resolved to investigate further. After a challenging flight, Su Bufon finally arrived at the center of this area. To his astonishment, he found a colossal crystal, radiating a dazzling light akin to that of a precious gem, seemingly the heart of the entire colorful energy zone. Approaching the crystal, he gently placed his hand upon its surface. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the crystal, enveloping Su Bufon entirely. In that instant, he felt as though he had traversed a tunnel through time and space, arriving on a distant planet. This planet was teeming with colorful energies reminiscent of his current surroundings. He witnessed how these energies coalesced, ultimately forming a massive crystal. It became clear that this crystal was a product of an ancient civilization, one that possessed advanced technology capable of extracting energy from the depths of the universe and storing it within the crystal. However, as time elapsed, the energy within the crystal grew increasingly immense, and the civilization that created it could no longer control its usage. Gradually, they were consumed by this energy, leading to the civilization's complete extinction, leaving only the crystal and its contained energy, which continued to extract energy from the cosmos. Yet one fateful day, the death of a star unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing ruptures in the surrounding space and forming the immense black hole previously encountered. Some of these shockwaves surged toward the planet, obliterating everything in their path, including the colossal crystal. The crystal, caught in the violent energy wave, fell to the planet Ayla. The energy it had absorbed began to overflow, giving rise to the colorful energy zone Su Bufon observed, the chaotic realm before him. Su Bufon was filled with awe and sorrow. He had not anticipated that the beauty of this colorful energy zone concealed the downfall of a civilization. Yet, he recognized the inevitability of such a fate. It was hardly surprising that creating something beyond one's control could lead to dire consequences. Coming back to his senses, he realized that as long as the crystal existed, the surrounding energy had not dissipated but continued to accumulate and transform within the space. The previously observed fissure was a result of the overflowing energy, preventing the space from closing off. Should this energy vanish, the fissure would close, and perhaps he and his companion would never return to their original world. He returned to Ayla and shared his discovery with the inhabitants of the planet. Upon hearing this revelation, they were left in utter astonishment. Initially, they believed that the energy was a natural formation, only to learn that it was, in fact, a man-made creation. Su Bufon expressed his willingness to assist them in resolving the issue of energy dispersion. However, he cautioned that they would no longer be able to enhance their powers by capturing the unique energy entities within. The inhabitants of planet Ella fell into silence, torn between the prospect of augmenting their strength and the impending loss of their territory. At that moment, an elder stepped forward, asserting that while they could find alternative methods to elevate their abilities, their homeland, once lost, would be irretrievable. His impassioned words swayed the crowd, leading them to consent to Su Bufon's intervention regarding the energy entities. Su Bufon sought out Broly and informed him that once the energy entities vanished, the fissure would close, granting them only a brief window to escape. Otherwise, they might find themselves trapped indefinitely. Broly, with a look of confusion, inquired how Su Bufan intended to proceed. Su Bufan contemplated for a moment and proposed, "You and I shall enter together. You will activate the spacecraft and prepare for takeoff. The instant I emerge, we will ascend. Once we are outside, you may abandon the ship. I will teleport us away." Broly nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the duo bid farewell to the people of planet Ella and ventured towards the energy zone. Standing at the edge of the chaotic realm, they paused to absorb the bizarre spectacle before them, acutely aware that their next actions would determine their success in escaping this alternate dimension. Should they fail, while their formidable powers would prevent death, they risked becoming ensnared within this dimension, unable to return to their original world, ultimately lost in the vastness of an alternate reality, a fate they fervently wished to avoid. Together, Su Bufan and Broly entered the realm, making their way to the location Su Bufan had previously visited. During his last sojourn, he discovered that he could absorb the pure energy present, potentially leveraging it to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 3 and achieve Super Saiyan 4. Upon reaching the crystalline entity, Su Bufan instructed Broly to prepare, as he would now enter the crystal to absorb its energy. He shattered the crystal's surface and was immediately engulfed by a powerful surge of energy. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breath, striving to resonate his spirit with this energy. As he gradually immersed himself within the crystal, his body became enveloped in a kaleidoscope of vibrant energies. Observing the flow of energy within the crystal, he began to channel it into his own being. Remarkable transformations unfolded as Su Bufan's form swelled, rapidly morphing into that of a colossal ape, while the gray fur covering his body gradually transmuted into a radiant golden hue. In this transcendent moment, he felt his soul intertwining with the energy, gradually reaching an entirely new realm of existence. His transformation did not lead him to lose his sanity. It appeared that the spiritual strength he had previously acquired had enhanced his mental prowess. This was a fortuitous development for Su Bufan. Otherwise, the uncontrollable power of Super Saiyan 4 could have led to the annihilation of this space. The transformation was still in progress, as a colossal energy field gradually formed around his body. This energy field expanded outward, causing the entire chaotic region to tremble under Su Bufan's might, with the very fabric of space quivering in response to his power. Broly awaited anxiously outside, sensing the aura emanating from within, realizing that Su Bufan was on the brink of success. Chapter 51. Leaving the Otherworld, Returning to Blue Star. At that moment, Su Bufan suddenly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. He let out a fierce roar, and his ape-like form abruptly vanished. In its place stood a Saiyan adorned in crimson fur, accentuated by red eyeshadow, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. At this juncture, a formidable energy erupted from Su Bufan's body, clashing violently with the energy contained within the crystal. The entire crystal began to fracture, its vibrant energies dispersing in all directions. However, Su Bufan seemed to command the situation like a sovereign. He absorbed all the dissipating energies into his own being. At this moment, both Su Bufan and Broly sensed the colorful energies around them gradually diminishing. They understood this was a sign that the rift was beginning to close. Observing this, Broly immediately activated the spaceship, and Su Bufan instantaneously teleported aboard. Under his guidance, the vessel traversed the rift, successfully returning to their original world. As soon as they emerged from the rift, it sealed shut, and their spaceship was ensnared by a black hole. The vessel trembled violently under the black hole's gravitational pull, as if it might be torn to shreds at any moment. Su Bufan quickly transported Broly to a living planet, though the ship was ultimately consumed by the black hole. On this vibrant planet, Su Bufan and Broly struggled to regain their footing. Surrounding them was a lush jungle, the air thick with moisture and freshness, standing in stark contrast to the chaos and peril of the other dimension. Our ship. Broly gazed at the sky, a hint of worry crossing his face. Despite seeing nothing, "It's all right. Even without the ship, I possess instant teleportation. As long as we escape, returning will not pose a problem." Upon hearing this, Broly nodded in agreement. The two hunted some game on this planet, and after satisfying their hunger and thirst, Su Bufan utilized instant teleportation to leave. To their surprise, they found themselves in the territory of a band of space pirates who profited by robbing passing merchant caravans and weak planets. Upon their sudden appearance on this planet, the surrounding individuals froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. "We've always been the ones to rob others. Never have we encountered anyone daring enough to invade our territory." Upon hearing this, Su Bufan smirked, feeling as if sleep had suddenly descended upon him, only to be awakened by an unexpected opportunity. Broly, our spaceship has arrived. Be cautious during the onslaught. Do not damage our vessel. With that, he launched into the fray, and Broly joined the battle, unleashing a cacophony of wails from the band of star thieves. The combat erupted like a tempest, with Su Bufan and Broly navigating the chaos as if in an uninhabited realm, swiftly dismantling the star thieves' ranks. Witnessing the rapid downfall of his men, the leader of the thieves bellowed in a futile attempt to rally a counterattack. However, the prowess of Su Bufan and Broly far surpassed theirs, no matter their efforts. They could inflict no significant harm upon the duo. Within mere moments, only a handful of the thieves remained alive. Realizing their dire predicament, they hastily discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy from Su Bufan and Broly. Su Bufan regarded them coldly and remarked, "You have long been a scourge upon the innocent. Today, you have encountered your reckoning. In your next life, strive to be virtuous." With a snap of his fingers, he reduced them to mere ashes. After resolving the matter, Su Bufan and Broly commenced their search for a superior spacecraft among the thieves' hidden vessels. After a thorough exploration, they finally located a ship that had been concealed. Fortunately, it remained undamaged and was ready for immediate takeoff. The two ascended swiftly into the ship, where Su Bufan ignited the engine. With a resounding roar, the vessel soared into the depths of the cosmos. Inside the spacecraft, Su Bufan occupied the pilot's seat, meticulously monitoring the various data displays. Although the exterior appeared somewhat worn, the internal systems were remarkably advanced, functioning flawlessly. "This ship performs admirably. We should be able to return to Blue Star swiftly," Su Bufan commented to Broly as he navigated the controls. Broly nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this craft is quite fast. I am eager to see the planet you call home." As the spacecraft traversed the cosmos, Su Bufan pondered his next steps. Having just achieved a breakthrough into Super Saiyan 4, he found himself devoid of any reference points for what lay ahead. It seemed prudent to take a moment to rest. The ship sped through the universe and soon arrived at a familiar star system. Su Bufan felt a surge of excitement, for he knew he was on the verge of returning to Blue Star. As the vessel decelerated, they gradually approached the recognizable planet. A smile broke across Su Bufan's face upon sighting it. The ship gently descended onto a clearing on Blue Star, surrounded by tranquil forest, where only the soft rustle of the breeze through the treetops could be heard. As Su Bufan and Broly exited the spacecraft, they inhaled the long-missed fresh air, experiencing the blend of familiarity and novelty of this planet. "Is this the place where you now reside?" Broly inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. Su Bufan nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, ever since I became aware of my circumstances, I have wandered. Yet it is here that I have found a sense of home. Although a period of absence has elapsed, everything here remains unchanged." The two began to stroll through the forest, with Su Bufan introducing all aspects of the blue planet to Broly. Broly listened intently, his curiosity about this world piqued. At that moment, sensing an unusual aura, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others rushed over, only relaxing their vigilance upon realizing Su Bufan had returned. Upon noticing Broly nearby and sensing the immense power within him, they inquired with keen interest. Su Bufan shared details about Broly, leaving everyone in awe. At that moment, Broly laid eyes on Sun Wukong, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Though he could not comprehend why he felt such intense rage towards someone he was meeting for the first time. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong approached Broly, cheerfully waving his hand and suggesting they duel when time permits. From the instant Broly saw Sun Wukong, he struggled to suppress the powerful force within him that seemed to have been triggered. With his mental fortitude heightened and Su Bufan beside him, he recognized that this was not the place for conflict, compelling him to maintain control over his emotions. However, Sun Wukong appeared oblivious to Broly's internal turmoil. He continued to smile and patted Broly on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha, no problem. I'm ready anytime, but let us first find a place to sit and chat." Chapter 52, Broly's Loss of Control. Sun Wukong's unawareness pushed Broly's anger beyond the bounds of reason, instantaneously igniting a fury within him. Overwhelming aura surgit forte. As Broly's wrath erupted like a volcano, consuming his rationality in a frenzied tempest. This fierce aura, as unyielding as forged steel, rendered it impossible to gaze directly upon him. Vegeta, standing nearby, was overwhelmed by the pressure of Broly's presence, his expression betraying a blend of terror and disbelief. The Broly before him loomed like an insurmountable mountain, exuding a power that was suffocating. The aura was as unfathomable as an abyss. Vegeta murmured softly, his voice tinged with an unmistakable shock and confusion. The enigma of the legendary Super Saiyan enveloped him like a shroud. What manner of being possessed such formidable strength? Why did it instill such an overwhelming sense of pressure upon him, a member of the Saiyan royal lineage? At that moment, Broly's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through the crowd, locking onto Sun Wukong. An angry aura surged forth like a tidal wave as he roared, "Kakarot!" His voice resonating like a beast-esque growl, causing the very air to tremble. Broly charged towards Sun Wukong with the ferocity of a tempest, intent on engulfing him. Piccolo, recognizing the danger, urgently shouted, "Step back. This guy is not to be trifled with." Raditz and the other Saiyan warriors quickly reacted. Having long surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan, they had anticipated showcasing their prowess, only to be confronted by a formidable adversary in Broly. His strength exceeded their wildest imaginations, and they were left awestruck by his overwhelming presence, forcing them to retreat hastily. Broly's fury blazed like an inferno as his form began to transform. The white aura surrounding him gradually shifted to a verdant green, and an overwhelming presence surged forth like a tempest. Goku's expression altered dramatically, for he was acutely aware of Broly's formidable prowess. He urgently called out, "Retreat. This foe is beyond your capabilities." Upon hearing his warning, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others swiftly dispersed, recognizing that their current strength was insufficient to contend with Broly. Meanwhile, Su Buffon observed quietly from the sidelines, intending to assess how much the Saiyan's combat abilities had evolved over the years and whether they could rival Broly. Vegeta, taken aback by Broly's transformation, was filled with curiosity and doubt regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. Su Buffon approached him and whispered, "Broly is the true Super Saiyan, with power that can grow infinitely." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a jolt of realization, but quickly fortified his resolve. Even if his opponent were the legendary Super Saiyan, he would fight with all his might. At that moment, the battle between Goku and Broly raged fiercely. Goku moved with agility, his arms trembling and crackling as he barely managed to block Broly's onslaught. Yet Broly, like a furious beast, roared as his green energy surged violently, his pupils gradually losing their hue. With a thunderous crash, Goku was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, an energy blast streaked like a meteor, detonating before Goku. Struggling to rise, Goku's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Broly howled, his mind slipping into madness. His eyes devoid of pupils and glinting with a bloodthirsty light, fixating on Goku from afar. He darted through the air with rapid flashes, charging towards Goku. Sensing Broly's approaching aura, Goku dared not underestimate him and swiftly evaded. "I've found you, Kakarot." Broly's voice dripped with murderous intent. It seemed he had identified his archenemy, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Goku, witnessing Broly's frenzied state, felt a pang of confusion. What was this guy's issue? Why did he harbor such hatred toward him? Su Buffon smiled slightly and explained, "Broly has lost his sanity. You must approach with caution. His strength has transcended the bounds of conventional understanding, and he poses a grave threat to your lives." Indeed, Broly had succumbed to madness, his cold, crimson eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glow as he incessantly muttered the name Kakarot. A torrent of raw, chaotic energy erupted from within him, creating a vortex of air around him. Goku and Vegeta joined forces to confront Broly, unleashing their full arsenal in an attempt to subdue him. However, Broly roared like a wild beast, his physique expanding as his power surged. Before long, he had grown to approximately 2-3 meters, engulfed in a raging inferno of energy that radiated within several meters around him. Broly's muscles tensed, an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempestuous tide. His grass-green hair soared skyward, reaching towards the heavens. His pupilless white eyes darted up and down, and in an instant he flashed past Son Goku and Vegeta, delivering 2 powerful kicks from behind. The impact sent them soaring into the sky. As they regained their composure midair, they swiftly launched energy wave attacks at Broly. A barrage of energy blasts hurtled towards him, yet he merely conjured an energy shield, effortlessly deflecting them all. As explosions erupted around him, shrouding the area in thick smoke, Broly closed in from behind, unleashing a key blast at close range. The sheer force of his energy slammed Son Goku and Vegeta to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. Just then, they sensed an immense power surging from behind. They hurriedly turned to see Broly transforming into an even more terrifying form. His physique expanding as his muscles hardened like steel, his aura reaching unprecedented heights. "How is this possible?" Vegeta exclaimed, scarcely believing his own eyes. Son Goku, gritting his teeth, prepared for an even more arduous battle. The two exchanged a glance, then sought an opportunity to withdraw from the fray. With a resounding roar, two Saiyans, enveloped in crackling lightning, appeared in the sky. It was Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Vegeta, slicing through the air like bolts of lightning, landing before Broly. Their arrival instantly shifted the tide of battle as they launched a fierce joint assault against Broly, attempting to subdue him. However, Broly showed no signs of fear. He roared defiantly, swinging his fists and engaging in a fierce melee with the duo. The battlefield erupted with tumultuous energy as the three fought fiercely, exchanging blows in a relentless struggle. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and other Saiyan warriors observed anxiously from the sidelines, cheering for Goku and Vegeta while astonished by Broly's immense strength. As the battle escalated, Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, his form swelling once more, muscles taut, and aura even more formidable. With a powerful punch, he sent Goku and Vegeta hurtling away. They tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Broly let out a skyward howl, his voice resonating like thunder. As he gazed menacingly at the fallen Goku and Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light, as if intent on their annihilation. Yet at that moment, Goku and Vegeta simultaneously rose to their feet, their eyes shining with unwavering determination. They recognized that the battle had reached a critical juncture. They had to summon every ounce of strength to conquer this formidable foe. Thus, they joined forces once more, launching a fierce onslaught against Broly, unleashing their signature techniques in a bid to subdue him. Broly, undeterred, retaliated with even greater ferocity, his fists clashing against theirs in an increasingly intense struggle. At this moment, Vegeta's heart burned with rage. His current standing felt ever more diminished. On this small planet, the number of those stronger than him was growing ever larger. He gazed upon Broly, the legendary Saiyan of a millennium, whose talents undoubtedly surpassed those of countless other Saiyans. Yet he remained unfazed, akin to how Sun Wukong once perceived himself. As long as he dedicated himself to relentless training, what did the fabled Super Saiyan matter? He held it in no regard. Chapter 53, Super Saiyan 2 falls, Super Saiyan 3 emerges. In the sky, two golden whirlwinds streaked across the heavens like meteors. It was Vegeta and Sun Wukong, standing resolutely against Broly, as if three celestial bodies were colliding within the chaotic cosmos. Suddenly, they vanished, reappearing in close proximity to Broly at once. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, his leg muscles taut and feline in their swiftness, as he launched a powerful kick towards Broly's chest. In that instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing howl that reverberated through the surroundings. However, Broly stood unmoving, like a colossal rock weathered by tempestuous storms. Crossing his arms to absorb the blow, Vegeta twisted his body, deftly utilizing the recoil to propel Broly into a spin, creating an excellent opportunity for Sun Wukong to strike. Sun Wukong flickered into view, appearing like a specter at Broly's side, his fists clenched, ready to deliver a blow as heavy as a hammer. Yet Broly appeared indifferent to the assault, a manic grin spreading across his face, as if this battle were merely a game to him. Although Sun Wukong's strike connected, Broly plummeted to the earth like a cannonball, causing a cataclysmic explosion. The ground cracked under the impact, dust swirling in the air. Yet Broly leapt from the debris like a beast unleashed from a storm, charging towards Sun Wukong. In that pivotal moment, a glimmer flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. He inhaled deeply, placing his hands at his temples, and instantly unleashed Krillin's ultimate technique, the solar flare. A blinding light enveloped the sky, and Broly's eyes were seared by the sudden brilliance, causing him to shield his face and cry out in agony. In this brief moment of blindness, Vegeta and Sun Wukong launched a fierce combined assault. Sun Wukong roared, his hands clasped together as an immense force erupted from his palms, his signature Kamehameha wave. Simultaneously, Vegeta displayed no hesitation, his form flashing as he clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy from his punches, his ultimate technique, the final flash. The two formidable forces converged in the air, resulting in an unprecedented explosion. The shockwave rendered the surrounding vision chaotic, yet from within this darkness, Broly emerged like a phantom. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light as he clenched his hands, summoning a massive green energy sphere, which he hurled with great force. The sphere rapidly expanded in the air, its diameter swelling to 10 meters, incinerating everything in its path. Sun Wukong, taken aback, swiftly maneuvered to narrowly evade the onslaught. However, upon turning back, he discovered that the point of impact had left behind a vast, gaping crater. The dust produced by the explosion lingered in the air for a considerable time before it gradually dissipated. Sun Wukong's pupils abruptly contracted, his expression grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just how terrifying could Broly become when he unleashed his fury? A shiver ran through Sun Wukong's heart, and he couldn't help but muse that if Broly could master his emotions and retain his rationality during battle, he would prove to be an unimaginable adversary. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa, who had already returned to the temple, watched the fierce battle below with palpable tension. Although they had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan, they still felt a sense of helplessness when faced with an opponent like Broly. Nappa, do you think Goku and the others stand a chance of winning? Raditz's voice, filled with shock, echoed, clearly astonished by the ferocity of the combat. Nappa shook his head, responding with resignation. How would I know? All I can say is that if we were down there, we would be annihilated in an instant. Beside them, Piccolo furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing profound confusion and astonishment. He could not comprehend why Goku and Vegeta, even when united, could not defeat Broly, having understood the battle prowess of Super Saiyan 2 all too well. From where did this Broly derive his incredible strength? The battle raged on, with 3 dazzling beams of light darting through the sky. They occasionally converged, unleashing deafening booms. At other times, they dispersed, tracing vibrant arcs across the night sky. On the ground, deep craters and fissures continually emerged, as if narrating the ferocity and brutality of this conflict. Exhausted, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gritted their teeth and persevered. They knew that in their current state, it was impossible to defeat Broly. Yet even if they fought until they could no longer stand, they would never concede defeat. In the throes of battle, Broly seemed invigorated, his strength growing ever more formidable, his attacks increasingly frenzied. In this life-and-death moment, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. He understood that he had to summon all his power to overcome Broly. Thus, he initiated his final transformation into Super Saiyan 3. As Sun Wukong completed his transformation, a formidable aura emanated from him. His hair became an even more resplendent shade of golden, cascading down his back, crackling with electric energy. He slowly ascended into the air, his form darting like lightning towards Broly. He transformed his fist into an open palm, pressing it against Broly's chest while grasping his arm tightly. With a powerful tug, Broly was hurled violently to the ground. Following this, Sun Wukong delivered a crushing punch that resonated with a thunderous sound, shaking the very earth. Broly was sent sprawling, colliding heavily against a distant peak. The mountain crumbled upon impact, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. Struggling, Broly rose from the ruins, appearing battered and bruised, yet devoid of any fatal injuries. His eyes still sparkled with a frenzied light. With a furious roar, he charged once more at Sun Wukong, his body sweeping forward like a tempest. A chaotic aura transforming into an invisible armor that bestowed upon him lightning speed, reaching Sun Wukong in an instant. Broly's fists shimmered with the light of destruction, intertwined with electric sparks, seemingly capable of tearing the very heavens apart. His onslaught resembled a cataclysmic avalanche, bearing an unstoppable force that thundered down upon Son Goku. Astonished by Broly's sudden surge in power, Goku's eyes widened like copper bells, for this strength far exceeded anything he had ever encountered. The two warriors' fists clashed violently in midair, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy that radiated brilliance, shaking the very earth around them. This force was akin to a tempest, sweeping across mountains and rivers, causing the ground to tremble and fissures to spread wide, uprooting forests and transforming them into desolate ruins. Time seemed to freeze at that moment until the blinding light broke through the clouds, illuminating the entire planet. As the ferocious force gradually subsided and the dust settled, the scene before them lay in utter devastation. The once majestic mountains and rivers had vanished, replaced by a vast pit that bore witness to the ferocity and terror of their battle. Chapter 54. The Defeat of Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku hovered in the air, his figure appearing resolute under the sunlight. Though sweat and fatigue marred his face, his gaze remained unwavering, as if ignited by an indomitable flame. Broly stood upon a massive meteorite, his silhouette looming large against the night, resembling an insurmountable peak. His aura raged like a tempest, causing the very air around him to shudder. This clash had transcended mere physical confrontation, evolving into a battle of will and conviction. Goku understood well that facing an opponent like Broly, even the slightest lapse in concentration could spell doom. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within him, bracing himself for the imminent challenge. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a deafening roar, his voice resonating like thunder. With his bellow, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled as if infused with boundless strength, and his height continued to increase. His aura intensified, threatening to consume the entire universe. Once again, he had grown stronger. Broly grinned wildly, laughing maniacally at Son Goku, his rationality lost to the primal instincts of a beast driven solely by the urge to fight. Such strength, Goku mused, observing Broly's current state with a sense of awe. His own physical condition was particularly dire, the prolonged exertion of high-intensity energy leaving him with a sensation of tearing within. How can Broly be this formidable? Piccolo's expression darkened further, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa stood frozen in the temple, unable to comprehend the vast disparity between themselves and Broly, who seemed to grow stronger with each battle. In this prolonged combat, Broly's power had escalated to new levels, rendering the Super Saiyan transformation a mere trifle. Having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan, they could now truly grasp the overwhelming and terrifying aura that felt as if it could rend the skies in an instant. What manner of monster is this? Raditz muttered, trembling in disbelief. Boom! The resounding echoes of the battle reverberated across the horizon, reminiscent of an impending thunderstorm. At this moment, Broly had succumbed entirely to his frenzied Super Saiyan state, his power amplified significantly beyond its former limits. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Goku dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency, summoning every ounce of his focus. Observing the battlefield, Su Buffon wore a smile, remarking on Goku's rapid increase in strength. Yet he understood that Broly grew even more formidable with each clash, his combat prowess escalating infinitely. If this continued, Goku would soon be no match for him. At that moment, Krillin inquired, "Will you still be able to contend with him then?" The prospect of Broly losing control on Blue Star was nothing short of catastrophic. Su Buffon cast a sidelong glance at him, responding confidently, "Of course I can. Otherwise, why would I allow him to spiral out of control?" Meanwhile, the confrontation between Goku and Broly had intensified to an exhilarating peak. Under the sway of his frenzied consciousness, Broly relentlessly charged at Goku, heedless of any consequence. Goku, wearing an expression of innocence, pondered the nature of their enmity. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation and remained vigilant. As his stamina waned, Goku felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing Broly's oncoming assault. The sheer magnitude of Broly's terrifying power seemed inexhaustible. In that pivotal moment, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate a serene state within. When Goku finally reopened his eyes, they gleamed with newfound wisdom, as if he could perceive through all illusions. His aura, though subdued, now harbored a significant reservoir of power. He launched himself toward Broly once more, entering a new phase of their battle. This time, Goku refrained from relying solely on energy attacks. He deftly maneuvered, evading Broly's strikes, which fell harmlessly into the void. Now, Goku exhibited an unparalleled calm, his countenance devoid of expression, yet exuding an aura that was chilling. The conflict endured for an extended duration, with Goku and Broly engaging in fierce skirmishes high above the ground, their forms weaving through the sunlight in a dazzling display. Gradually, the extraordinary state Goku had attained began to wane with the passage of time, as his body struggled to sustain it. He yearned to conclude the battle swiftly. Drawing upon every vestige of his strength, Goku unleashed his ultimate Kamehameha wave. However, his diminished power rendered the attack ineffective against Broly, who effortlessly disregarded the energy beam and surged forward. In a moment of astonishment, Goku felt Broly seize his head, forcefully driving him against the stone wall repeatedly. Previously, Broly's assault had been somewhat mitigated, but now he had seized the opportunity. Goku found himself pinned against the wall, desperately attempting to pry open Broly's grasp. Yet the disparity in strength rendered him powerless, forcing him to endure passively. Perhaps Broly had grown weary of the encounter, casually hurling his opponent against a massive boulder that shattered upon impact, leaving Son Goku incapacitated on ground. In that moment, even the formidable Super Saiyan 3 form could not be sustained, and he reverted to his base state. As Broly began to amass a tremendous power with the intent to eliminate Son Goku, Su Buffon sensed that the time had come to intervene. In a flash, he teleported beside Broly, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and delivered a powerful blow that rendered Broly unconscious, before reverting back to his normal form. In that fleeting instant, the onlookers perceived an overwhelming surge of energy, and Broly was swiftly subdued by Su Buffon. The perplexity surrounding Su Buffon's effortless incapacitation of Broly was palpable, yet he had no intention of providing clarification. Observing the injured and unconscious Son Goku, he produced a Senzu bean for him to consume, instructing the others to gather the Dragon Balls, as their fierce battle had devastated the surrounding environment and restoration was imperative. Upon regaining consciousness, Son Goku scanned his surroundings, exhaling a sigh of relief upon discovering Broly's unconscious form. This creature was nothing short of a monster, growing stronger with each confrontation, seemingly endowed with boundless energy. Unlike them, he was a natural-born Super Saiyan, incapable of transforming into a great ape, and could directly harness the power of the great ape within his own being, rendering his Super Saiyan form vastly superior to theirs. Su Buffon elucidated further, cautioning Goku to maintain distance from Broly, as he might provoke him. Had it not been for Su Buffon's prior guidance in enhancing Broly's mental fortitude and teaching him to suppress his emotions, an explosive confrontation would have likely ensued upon their initial meeting. What is going on? Son Goku incroyable, bewildered, as he had never encountered Broly before and could not fathom the depth of his animosity. Truth be told, Su Buffon was equally perplexed. Logically, the cries of a child should not have had a lasting impact on Broly. He could only offer a rudimentary explanation. Your cries as a child disturb his slumber, and he remembered your voice, leading him to harbor a desire to eliminate you. Seeing Son Goku's perplexed expression, Su Buffon chose not to elaborate further and departed with Broly in tow. As Broly was akin to a ticking time bomb, Su Buffon felt a sense of security with him close by. Chapter 55. The World Martial Arts Tournament. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed, and the new edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament was on the verge of commencement. During these 2 years, Su Buffon refrained from training. Having already surpassed the Super Saiyan 4 threshold, further advancements required exploration beyond immediate reach, and he deemed it prudent to take a well-deserved respite. Nevertheless, he dedicated his time to instructing Broly in the mastery of mental energy, aiming to help him gain control over his immense power for more effective combat performance. For some, 2 years might merely be a fleeting moment, but for Su Buffon and Broly, it was a period filled with both fulfillment and lengthy anticipation. Since his arrival on Blue Star, it seemed Su Buffon had never truly rested, perpetually preoccupied with the inadequacy of his strength. Yet this interval of relaxation afforded him a rare opportunity to enjoy a leisurely passage of time. Over the course of these 2 years, he traversed mountains, rivers, and seas alongside Broly, exploring the diverse landscapes and cultures, while witnessing Broly's transformation from a beast whose power was uncontrollable to a warrior capable of mastering his own strength. Observing the innocent demeanor of Broly, who had not succumbed to rage, it was indeed difficult to reconcile this version with the one who had once fought Super Saiyan 3, Goku, so fiercely. Su Buffon understood that Broly's power stemmed from the primal ferocity within him and his insatiable thirst for battle. However, this very trait often plunged him into a state of uncontrollable fury during combat. Consequently, Su Buffon did not hasten to enhance Broly's strength through rigorous training. Rather, he focused initially on the mental aspect, teaching him to cultivate inner tranquility and emotional regulation. In their spare time, Su Buffon guided Broly through every corner of Blue Star. From bustling metropolises to remote villages, from the peaks of snow-capped mountains to the depths of the ocean, he introduced Broly to the culinary delights of Blue Star, allowing him to experience the richness of human society. Simultaneously, Su Buffon seized this opportunity to instruct Broly on the nuances of human behavior and emotions, enabling him to gradually learn the art of communication and interaction. The transformation in Broly over these 2 years was striking. He was no longer merely a beast fixated on combat, but rather a thoughtful warrior capable of feeling. As his mastery of mental fortitude deepened, he could somewhat control his power, preventing himself from spiraling into rage during battles. Yet, Uncertainty lingered regarding his composure in the face of Goku. Naturally, Su-Buffon did not neglect to teach Broly various offensive techniques, recognizing that in the absence of a significant power gap, skill would become paramount. Drawing from his own experiences, he devised a tailored training regimen for Broly, resulting in a rapid elevation of his martial prowess. Before long, the date of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament approached. This event, the most prestigious martial arts gathering on Blue Star, attracted masters from around the globe. Su-Buffon intended for Broly to participate, both to observe whether he could maintain control during the intense confrontation with Goku. After all, Goku represented the greatest trigger for Broly's fury, and Su-Buffon wished to avoid any future scenarios where Broly might lose himself in a frenzy, inadvertently harming allies while pursuing Goku. Prior to the tournament, Su-Buffon introduced Broly to the gathered crowd, casually mentioning his participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which elicited groans of despair from several Blue Star inhabitants. Initially, victory seemed unattainable, and now they feared Broly would face a severe beating without any reward. However, Goku and Vegeta were eager, recalling the time Broly had bested them. Their blood surged with excitement at the prospect of another battle. Following the previous clash between Goku and Broly, Vegeta had dedicated himself to rigorous training and had ascended to the Super Saiyan 3 stage over the past 2 years, brimming with confidence and eager to challenge Broly. As the days passed, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament drew ever closer. Broly, tomorrow marks the commencement of the world's premier martial arts tournament. Please exercise restraint around the martial artists. Let there be no fatalities, Su-Buffon advised. Broly nodded in agreement. His travels over the past 2 years had acquainted him with numerous individuals and fostered an affection for this planet, ensuring he would not wreak havoc here. At last, the day of the world's premier martial arts tournament arrived. Su-Buffon and Broly made their way to the venue to register, where they encountered Son Goku and his companions. Together, they entered the registration area. The venue was teeming with people, yet it was impractical for everyone to engage in combat. Thus, a series of selection processes were implemented. As the crowd queued for strength assessments, it was noteworthy that despite Su-Buffon's intervention preventing Satan from becoming the savior, he had still earned the title of combat champion in this world, and his daughter had forged an inextricable bond with Gohan. Unlike previous tournaments, this competition underwent adjustments. Due to Goten and Trunks being under 15 years of age, they were placed in the junior category. However, this did not diminish the anticipation surrounding their ultimate showdown. During the wait, numerous interviews took place, but Vegeta and Piccolo showed little interest, redirecting the microphones toward Goku. The probing questions, however, began to irritate Piccolo. If this continued, Gohan's identity would be compromised. In a swift motion, he obliterated the camera. At that moment, the referee of the martial arts tournament, who had eagerly awaited Goku and his friends' return since their last encounter, brightened at the sight of them, exclaiming that only masters of their caliber could elevate the tournament as significance. This preliminary round employed advanced technology to assess punch strength, beginning with a demonstration from world champion Satan. The applause from the crowd indicated his popularity. Subsequently, the audience erupted in a frenzy of photography, prompting Piccolo to intervene and destroy their cameras, leaving Satan bewildered by the wasted opportunity for exposure. Satan, attempting to salvage the moment, unleashed a punch that astonishingly scored 137 points, truly deserving of his title as combat champion. For the greater good, Gohan requested everyone to feign their strength during the assessments. First up was Android 18, whom Krillin had cautioned not to exert too much force. Nevertheless, she effortlessly achieved a remarkable score of 774, far surpassing the world champion. The spectators were astounded, suspecting a malfunction in the machine. After a series of tests, they requested a retest, which posed a challenge for the assembled martial artists. Ultimately, while suppressing their own power, Android 18 scored 192, Goku 186, and Piccolo 210. However, Vegeta showed no mercy to Gohan and obliterated the machine with a single punch. Witnessing the formidable prowess displayed by this group, several competitors were so intimidated that they withdrew from the tournament. After a rigorous selection process, the competition for the youth category commenced. The victor would have the opportunity to spar with the world champion, Satan, who made a flamboyant entrance before the match, although he unfortunately fell quite spectacularly. Following a series of comedic events, the competition officially began. The battles in the youth category resembled a child's play, devoid of any real combat, turning into a farcical spectacle that elicited hearty laughter from the audience. As Trunks took the stage, He faced off against a blonde opponent who had previously taunted him. True to his Saiyan lineage, Trunks was stoic and fierce, effortlessly dispatching his adversary with a swift kick. Next up was the shy son Goten, who was 7 years junior to his opponent, yet their power levels were not in the same realm. This young fighter initially relished in concealing his prowess to toy with his opponent, but after a lackluster exchange of blows, he swiftly ended the match with a single punch. Thus, Goten and Trunks advanced through the rounds with remarkable ease, reaching the finals of the youth category before they had even completed their warm-up. Chapter 56, Goten vs. Trunks. At that moment, the staff roused the slumbering Satan, inquiring if he wished to observe the strength of his potential contenders, as the victor would also engage in a demonstration match with him. Reluctantly, the fighting champion agreed to watch, recognizing the necessity of maintaining appearances. Back at the arena, as the match commenced, both Saiyans were resolute in their quest for victory, launching simultaneous attacks that initiated a contest of strength. After a fierce stalemate, Trunks broke the deadlock with a flurry of rapid strikes, overwhelming Goten, who displayed an equally formidable fighting spirit. The two engaged in an aerial clash, evenly matched until Trunks suddenly appeared behind Goten, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. However, Goten adeptly utilized his flight technique to regain his balance and countered with a headbutt that propelled Trunks backward. The extraordinary power exhibited by these two children left Satan, watching from the sidelines, utterly flabbergasted, his expression reflecting sheer panic. His primary concern remained his own reputation. Failing to defeat the youth champion would be a significant blow to his pride. On the stage, the battle raged on, the intensity of the competition even invigorating the host, who proclaimed that this was indeed the essence of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Suddenly, Trunks unleashed a wave of energy, prompting Goten to nimbly evade into the air. Yet, the energy wave hurtled towards the audience, only to veer unexpectedly at the last moment, causing a collective gasp from the spectators. Goten, undeterred, retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, but Trunks effortlessly dodged it. Thankfully, the host's agility spared him from an untimely demise. Realizing that Goten struggled to control his energy, Trunks proposed that they refrain from energy wave attacks. Once this agreement was reached, they resumed their combat, grappling with one another in a display of martial prowess. Though it was evident that Trunks held the upper hand, with a deft shoulder throw, he launched Goten into the air. Although Goten managed to stabilize himself using the flight technique, Trunks suddenly emerged from behind, firmly restraining Goten. No matter how much Goten struggled, he could not break free. As Trunks exerted more force, Goten's face contorted in pain, yet he refused to surrender. In the face of imminent danger, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, abruptly freeing himself from the constraints. Trunks, standing nearby, chastised Goten for his lack of martial ethics, boasting that he could defeat Goten without using his left hand. Naively optimistic, Goten seized the opportunity to launch an attack, delivering a flurry of blows that left Trunks somewhat flustered. Following this, Goten charged swiftly through the air to press his offensive. At a critical moment, Trunks unexpectedly transformed into a Super Saiyan, evading the attack and countering with a powerful strike aimed at Goten. Caught off guard, Goten was unable to evade and was struck, plummeting off the stage. Rising to his feet, Goten quickly accused Trunks of deceit, asserting that he had employed both hands and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Witnessing Goten's disgruntled expression, Trunks hastened to pacify him with his toy, helping Goten regain his composure. In the distance, those who advanced through the preliminary rounds observed this scene with delight, marveling at the prowess of the new generation. Prince Vegeta, brimming with pride, comforted Goku, though his words subtly hinted that his son triumphed due to a purer lineage. Following the conclusion of the competition, it was announced that the champion, Trunks, would face Satan in an exhibition match. The fighting champion, Satan, trembled in fear from the sidelines. Yet, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, he forced himself to appear composed, determined to maintain his bravado as he stepped onto the stage. Aware of Trunks' overwhelming strength, Satan pretended to warm up, panicking internally at the thought of his illustrious reputation being tarnished that very day. Suddenly, in a moment of cleverness, he devised a plan to deceive the young fighter, suggesting that Trunks lightly tap his cheek with his fist as a new way to greet. Naturally, Trunks, eager to oblige, delivered a punch that connected squarely with Satan's face, sending him flying out of the ring like a bullet. The spectacle elicited jubilant cheers from the crowd, while Satan, grimacing in pain, feigned calmness as he returned to the center, raising Trunks' hand and declaring that he had defeated the world champion. The onlookers speculated that he had purposefully allowed Trunks to win. However, once back in the resting area, he writhed in agony, realizing that Trunks' punch had nearly cost him his life. After witnessing the battles of the youth division, and with half an hour remaining before the adult division commenced, two mysterious figures unexpectedly blocked their path. One, a smaller individual, floated in the air, while the other, with white hair, stood behind him. They inexplicably expressed a desire to team up with Goku, claiming that if their collaboration proved fruitful, they would face each other in the finals. Turning away, they departed. But Piccolo sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from them, discerning that these two possessed unfathomable strength. As the scene shifts, Tenanks and Goten, unwilling to merely partake in the youth category, conspire to enter the adult division, setting their sights on the masked adversary. Approaching the figure, they deceitfully proclaim that a lovely lady seeks contact information. Seizing the moment of distraction, they deftly materialize in mid-air, delivering a swift chop that renders him unconscious, hastily dragging him into the underbrush and skillfully removing his attire. Thus, the duo of mischievous youths is born. The finals of the adult division adhere to the customary draw for matchups and order of appearance. However, with an abundance of participants, a new rule is introduced. A decisive outcome must be reached within 3 minutes. The first match features Krillin against the hefty Vegeta. The second pits Piccolo against a previously encountered foe. The third is a clash between Dilly and Spabich. The fourth sees Lunch face off against Jebit. The fifth match is Android 18 versus Satan. The sixth presents a fateful confrontation between Goku and Vegeta. The seventh match involves Trunks against Kira. And the eighth features Broly against an unidentified opponent. The draw for the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament has been established. As a former Dark King, Piccolo finds himself drenched in cold sweat at the prospect of facing an unknown adversary. In stark contrast to the tension felt by Piccolo, Vegeta is ablaze with fervor at the chance to battle Son Goku, an obsession that has consumed him. Amidst great anticipation, the first match between Krillin and Vegeta commences. Standing once more in the arena after many years, Krillin feels a surge of excitement. Yet, Vegeta, the previous tournament's runner-up, is not to be underestimated. He is notorious for his ferocity. With disdain, he gazes at the diminutive Krillin, determined to crush his opponent, intent on leaving him battered and bruised. As a nimble heavyweight, Vegeta opens the match with a display of acrobatics, executing several flips in an attempt to seize the initiative. However, his overconfidence leads to his downfall. Before he can complete his showmanship, Krillin swiftly neutralizes him, concluding the match before the audience can fully comprehend what has transpired. In the second bout, Piccolo faces the enigmatic foe. At the sound of the host's signal, the match begins, but both combatants remain still, gazing at the smiling adversary. Piccolo finds himself paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. In just 2 utterances, the Dark King abandons all resistance, opting to surrender. In the resting area, Piccolo locks eyes with his opponent, harboring suspicions about the identity of this formidable figure. Upon realizing that he stands before the esteemed Kaioshin, terror washes over him. It is revealed that above the 4 galaxies lies the Grand Kai, and the Kaioshin exists in an even loftier realm, infused with the essence of the Earth's deity. Piccolo is particularly attuned to such otherworldly sensations. In the third match, Dilly confronts Spabich, who is now visibly agitated, with veins bulging and a powerful current coursing through him. As the Kaioshin brushes past Spabich, he senses an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from his adversary. At this moment, Spabich's visage was grotesque. Yet Bidalai remained undeterred by her opponent's terrifying appearance. Seizing the initiative, she unleashed a powerful kick towards the goal, quickly following up with a series of relentless strikes that brought her adversary crashing to the ground. However, Spabich displayed an extraordinary capacity for enduring blows, emerging unscathed from such an onslaught, and was eager to retaliate. Yet, Bidalai capitalized on an opening, executing a shoulder throw that sent Spabich sprawling. One must commend the quality of her attire, indeed. The relentless barrage of attacks had severely drained Bidalai's stamina. Nonetheless, despite sustaining multiple heavy hits, Spabich merely sported a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up defiantly, indicating a subtle shift in the tide of battle. At this juncture, Goku and Vegeta sensed something amiss, realizing that Spabich was exhibiting unusual traits. Indeed, he suddenly radiated a malevolent aura, showing no mercy as he sent Bidalai flying with a single kick. Just as she seemed poised to fall out of the ring, Bidalai was enveloped in energy, utilizing the instant transmission technique to hover in mid-air, prompting Gohan to exhale in relief. However, perhaps succumbing to defeat would be a blessing in disguise. For he discerned that Spavovich harbored a terrifying power not inherently his own and appeared impervious to pain. Even with a broken neck, he could forcibly realign himself, restoring his form instantaneously and even harnessing energy. As Bidalai gradually faltered in battle, despair enveloped her. More alarming was Spavovich's mastery of the sinister energy wave. Under the onslaught of his attacks, she struggled to maintain her footing, seeking an opportunity for reprisal, but her efforts merely resulted in superficial scratches on her opponent. Spavovich wore an evil grin, retaliating with a brutal headbutt before seizing Bidalai and unleashing an unrelenting flurry of punches, the brutality of which was too much for the audience to bear. What began as an unremarkable match transformed into a display of Spavovich's sheer malevolence, devoid of any compassion, as he battered Bidalai mercilessly, just as she seemed to surrender to despair, on the verge of tumbling off the platform. Spavovich grasped her leg and slammed her back onto the stage, swiftly advancing to deliver another punishing blow to her abdomen. In the face of such extreme brutality, the resilient Bidalai rejected the host's pleas for her to concede, rising with unwavering determination in her gaze. Yet, her opponent appeared even more exhilarated, stepping forward to deliver a knee strike to her face, causing blood to gush forth before he brutally pinned her to the ground. As Spavovich continued his relentless assault, Bidalai could only emit anguished cries. Witnessing his girlfriend battered and bloodied in the ring, Gohan could no longer contain the fury within him, unleashing a golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards the arena. At that moment, a similarly attired bald figure intervened to halt Spavovich's tyrannical actions, as the two appeared to be conspiring towards a formidable plan, while Goku had already teleported to Korin Tower to retrieve the Senzu Beans. As the feline sage prepared to depart, he earnestly cautioned Wukong, harboring an ominous premonition and urging him to remain vigilant. Satan, witnessing his grievously injured daughter, was consumed by fury, yet felt utterly powerless. After Gohan hastily administered a Senzu Bean, he swiftly returned to the arena, readying himself for the contest. In an instant, Bidalai, having consumed the magical bean, was restored to her full vitality. The fourth match commenced, pitting Gohan against Jebet, with the latter boldly compelling Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan right from the outset. Meanwhile, the duo of Spavovich lurked in the shadows, clutching a peculiar device as they scrutinized the battlefield. The Supreme Kai speculated that these two would launch an assault upon detecting formidable power, for their singular objective was the accumulation of immense energy. Thus, he implored Sun Wukong and his companions to refrain from intervening, regardless of any unforeseen developments in the arena. At that moment, the platform trembled violently as Gohan, heeding Jebet's taunt, transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a resounding roar, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Manifesting his new form, Jebet stood in awe, stunned by the overwhelming power emanating from his opponent. The prince seized the opportunity to comment, noting that Gohan's current strength paled in comparison to his power during the battle against Cell. The Spavovich duo awaited this very moment, eager to seize Gohan's formidable energy. Like ravenous wolves, they lunged toward him. Just as Gohan sensed the impending danger and prepared to resist, the Supreme Kai employed his psychic abilities to immobilize Gohan, rendering him unable to move. The malevolent Spavovich pair seized an energy container and plunged it into Gohan's midsection, causing him to cry out in agony. Krillin, witnessing this, prepared to rush to Gohan's aid, but Piccolo swiftly restrained him, urging the group to trust the Supreme Kai's recent counsel. Meanwhile, a recovered Bidalai, witnessing Gohan's torment from the sidelines, yearned to sprint to his side, yet was firmly grasped by Wukong. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as Gohan's energy was siphoned away. After a blinding flash of white light, the energy container brimmed with power. Gohan, drained of his vitality, collapsed to the ground, while the Spavovich duo, having absorbed enough energy, made their hurried escape. The others immediately sought to pursue them, but Vegeta cared little for any mysterious adversaries. He yearned solely for a thrilling confrontation with Kakarot. Ignoring Vegeta, Wukong soared onto the arena, leaving the prince seething with frustration as he trailed behind. On the platform, Gohan lay weakened as Jebet unleashed his ultimate attack, channeling energy into Gohan's body, which allowed him to recover instantaneously. Thus, the group set off in pursuit of Spavovich and his companion. Broly cast a glance at Subu Fan, who shrugged, indicating a willingness to join the chase. Along the way, the Supreme Kai elucidated the events that had transpired. The duo had merely been pawns in a larger scheme. Long ago, There existed a malevolent sorcerer named Bibidi, who had conjured a fearsome creature known as Majin Buu, a being whose sole purpose was destruction and endless slaughter, annihilating hundreds of planets within mere years. Even more terrifying is the existence of 5 supreme Kaioshins in the world, each possessing the power to annihilate Frieza in an instant. Yet, even they could not escape the clutches of Majin Buu, with 4 of them having already met their demise. Faced with an uncontrollable killing machine, Bibidi had no choice but to seal him within a colossal egg and discreetly transport it to Earth. Chapter 58, Babidi. Subsequently, the Kaioshin eliminated Bibidi before Majin Buu was unsealed, and the sealed egg remained unharmed, marking the end of the malevolent sorcerer. The Kaioshin believed that no one could break the seal, thus alleviating the threat posed by Majin Buu. However, unbeknownst to him, Bibidi had a son named Babidi, who had the ability to manipulate those with wicked intentions for his own ends. He too possessed the power to unlock Majin Buu's seal, and in his quest to dominate the world and avenge his father, he resolved to reignite the resurrection plan for Buu, requiring a substantial amount of pure energy. The duo participated in the martial arts tournament to seek such energy. Previously, Jebbit and the Kaioshin searched far and wide for the colossal egg that sealed Majin Buu, but Babidi had already sensed their intentions and relocated the egg. The terrifying energy unleashed by Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan was precisely what was needed to resurrect Majin Buu. Thus, they resorted to using Gohan as bait to draw them out, hoping to discover Babidi's hiding place and eliminate him before Buu's revival. At this moment, Goku pondered, given Majin Buu's formidable nature, why was the egg not destroyed alongside Bibidi? The Kaioshin explained that they feared an attack on the egg might inadvertently release the seal, and it had been kept in a remote area, which led to the Kaioshin's momentary complacency. They had now approached the vicinity, hiding behind rocks. Observing the movements of the two, Jebbit glared ahead, realizing that the cunning Babidi had concealed the entire spaceship underground. Suddenly, the door of a peculiar structure swung open, and 2 figures slowly emerged from the spaceship. The evil sorcerer Babidi made his appearance, accompanied by a mysterious figure resembling a vampire with horns, Dabura, the king of the dark demon realm, who possessed terrifying power. Although Babidi himself lacked combat prowess, he wielded dark magic, manipulating the wicked thoughts within his opponents to control them at will. Together, Dabura and Babidi utterly shattered the Kaioshin's confidence in defeating their enemies. Faced with such a formidable foe, the prince's combative nature surged within him, and he dismissed even the Demon King with contempt. Seeing Babidi, the two handed him an energy-filled storage device, eagerly anticipating a reward. Yet, true to his nature as a malevolent sorcerer, Babidi displayed extreme brutality, showing no mercy even to his minions. With a sinister gleam in his eyes, he caused Spabovich's body to swell and, with a deafening explosion, reduced him to ashes. Another lackey attempted to flee, ultimately just a futile struggle for survival. A subordinate resembling Frieza unleashed a radiant energy blast that reduced him to mere ashes, leaving Krillin and the others in shock at Babidi's ruthless nature. Jebbit informed the group of Babidi's malevolence. In his quest to resurrect Majin Buu, he relentlessly sought muscular subordinates to gather energy, only to dispose of them like refuse when they were no longer of use. Meanwhile, Babidi had already detected the concealed presence of the group. Although the energies of the Kaioshin and Jebbit were impervious to Majin Buu's absorption, the energy of Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta offered substantial enhancement. He commanded Dabura to eliminate the others, saving the Kaioshin, who held a grudge for his father's death, for last, intending to torment him slowly to death. As the cyclone beneath Dabura spread, a wicked smile crossed his face as he swiftly aimed his palm at Jebbit, offering him no chance to react. Prior to the team battle, he obliterated the healer with a brilliant energy wave, reducing him to ashes. Evading Goku's assault, Dabura extended his malevolent hand towards Krillin and Piccolo, striking them with a vile ancient phlegm that petrified them instantly. Following the prearranged plan, he retreated into the spaceship, awaiting the arrival of their targets for a decisive ambush. To rescue Krillin and Piccolo from their petrified state, Dabura must be defeated. Upon hearing this, Goku ignited with determination. The three plunged fearlessly into the lion's den, despite the Kaioshin's futile attempts to dissuade them, ultimately joining their comrades aboard the ship. Seeing the targets trapped in his snare, Babidi revealed a sinister grin. While the Frieza-like Ipu was already eager and confident in his ability to annihilate the three, Babidi then infused the vast egg with energy gathered from Gohan, nearly filling the energy reservoir. The duo had amassed such tremendous energy in a short time that Babidi began to regret their earlier destruction. Nevertheless, he believed the energy from the three targets was sufficiently potent to ensure that today would not witness the resurrection of Majin Buu. At this moment, the adversary resorted to underhanded tactics, launching a surprise assault in a tempestuous barrage. The prince stood calmly, deftly evading strikes, even with all their might. They could not graze Vegeta. Seizing an opening, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the enemy flying. As they attempted to retaliate, they were swiftly kicked away again, with Vegeta appearing behind them to deliver a punch that sent them crashing to the ground. In a fit of excitement, the prince unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, observing as his subordinates were rendered powerless. In response, Babidi employed a formidable technique to create a supergravity environment favorable for Ipu's capabilities. However, given that Vegeta trained under hundreds of times the normal gravity, this insignificant increase posed no hindrance to his power. He struck a heavy punch to Ipu's abdomen, nearly tearing through his clothing, and followed up with a close-range energy wave that instantaneously reduced his opponent to debris. At this moment, the gateway to the second level swung open, and Babidi, seethed with fury, promptly dispatching his formidable beast. The sight of the drooling, terrifying creature elicited a palpable dread upon the face of the Supreme Kai, for the beast was a fearsome entity, notorious throughout the universe. Before the words could escape his lips, the beast unleashed a chilling glare, its razor-sharp claws swiftly tearing through Goku's garments. To ensure the creature could unleash its utmost potential and hasten the battle's conclusion, Babidi once again invoked dark magic, conjuring an impenetrable sphere of darkness. Within this shadowy realm, the beast thrived, ceaselessly lunging at Goku. However, Goku had already locked onto its position with his ki, deftly evading the assault and retaliating with a powerful kick aimed at its face. The beast's visage distorted from the impact, sending it hurtling backwards. Yet, Goku's onslaught was far from over. An eruption of energy surged within him, transforming him into a brilliant Super Saiyan, illuminating the darkness and leaving the opponent nowhere to hide. Nevertheless, the beast was no simple adversary. The sight of the Super Saiyan's radiance ignited its appetite, and it gaped its cavernous maw, voraciously consuming all the energy in a single moment, even letting out a satisfied belch. Goku, a prodigy of combat, suddenly had a stroke of brilliance. If the creature craved sustenance, he would indulge it. Once again transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku engaged in a stalemate, causing the beast's belly to swell ominously. In an instant, the energy within Goku surged violently, and the overwhelming force erupted, causing the opponent's body to explode, thus effortlessly dispatching the second challenger. Chapter 59, Trunks and Android 18, Dobra's Strike. Vegeta and Goku effortlessly vanquished the guards of the first two levels. The king of the demon realm, brimming with confidence, volunteered for the task of guarding the third level, believing he could swiftly conclude the battle and allow Majin Buu to absorb energy for his resurrection. However, to maximize his strength, Dobra retreated into the meditation chamber, commencing an extended casting preparation. Meanwhile, at the tournament venue, the astute Satan had a sudden inspiration, proposing a free-for-all among the 5 participants, with the last one standing declared the champion, while those who fled in fear would be disqualified. Although the organizers deemed this approach somewhat hasty, they relented under the immense popularity of the world champion. Upon hearing this news, Chi-Chi was utterly disheartened, further burdening their already struggling household. She had hoped that Goku and his son would seize the championship and win the prize money to improve their living conditions. But now that dream seemed utterly unattainable. The 5 contestants, brimming with confidence, ascended the stage. Meanwhile, the others contemplated allying with Trunks to jointly target the combat champion, Satan. Yet, the 2 young warriors had only one ambition: to claim victory in the adult division. Except for Android 18, who regarded none of her opponents with any seriousness. The blonde-haired youth approached Android 18, attempting to flirt, but the stunning beauty remained aloof, offering him merely a single dismissive remark. As the host signaled the commencement of the free-for-all, the participants zeroed in on their respective adversaries. Android 18, unfazed, calmly lifted a leg, effortlessly kicking the blonde-haired youth out of the ring. Trunks and his companion dispatched their opponent with a single punch, leaving only 3 contenders on the stage. The sudden upheaval left Satan utterly astounded, trembling in place, unsure of how to proceed. However, Trunks and Goten locked eyes with Android 18, completely disregarding Satan's presence as the 3 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Although Goten and Trunks, as distinguished descendants of the Saiyan lineage, possessed innate formidable combat prowess, their coordination remained noticeably unrefined. They struggled against Android 18's relentless onslaught, finding themselves resorting to evasion and retreat. Under the pressure of her fierce assault, they were reluctantly forced into the air. Yet, Android 18 offered them no respite, relentlessly pursuing and intensifying her attacks. Meanwhile, in the meditation chamber of the spaceship, Dubra's incantation was far from complete. He radiated an overwhelming force, enveloped in blue energy, while a terrifying aura within him surged. Outside, Babidi anxiously awaited. Knowing that the greater Dubra's combat strength grew, the more hope there was for defeating their adversaries, as the Demon King was his last resort. Back in the arena, the fierce battle continued between Android 18 and Trunks and Goten, whose terrifying combat abilities began to sow doubt among the spectators. Despite their unrefined collaboration, the adage a chaotic strike can fell a seasoned master rang true, as their unstructured offense disrupted Android 18's defensive rhythm. Seizing an opportunity, Trunks landed a heavy punch to Android 18's face, though such an attack clearly failed to inflict any real damage. Once again, the aerial combat ignited, leaving Satan quivering in the background. Goten and Trunks, true to their Saiyan heritage, showcased their extraordinary combat talent as their teamwork gradually improved, shifting to a counteroffensive against Android 18. After all, two fists are no match for four hands, and as Android 18 unleashed a flurry of strikes, she was momentarily knocked from the sky. Emboldened by this success, the two young warriors pressed their advantage, determined to seize victory. Below, Satan watched in disbelief, while Android 18, despite having faced despair, still possessed terrifying combat capabilities. With her fists clenched, she struck Trunks with tremendous force, sending him hurtling downwards towards Satan. The fighting champion narrowly escaped death, as the two Saiyans seized the moment to switch places, with Goten taking the lead in their assault. They altered their strategy, darting around Android 18 at high speed, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a powerful kick to her abdomen. Goten's offensive was far from over. Android 18, quick on her feet, unleashed a wave of energy that interrupted their attack, granting her a rare moment to breathe. Amidst the cheers of her daughter, Android 18's expression hardened, her combat power surging once more as she unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes that pinned her opponents down, culminating in a devastating blow that struck Goten squarely in the face. Once again, the two were sent crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. Realizing they were at a disadvantage, the two Saiyans resorted to their previous tactic, exchanging positions and leaping into the air with great speed. Yet, Android 18 suddenly unleashed a wave of energy. Though they narrowly avoided the attack, it nearly swept away the bewildered Satan, as they faced the formidable 18, whose combat prowess far surpassed their own. Trunks and Goten resolved to transform into Super Saiyans to confront the challenge. Feeling an immense surge of power within, Trunks began to gather energy, intending to launch a key blast to test their capabilities. To their astonishment, the energy wave detonated in the distance, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud that left the champion of fighters paralyzed with fear. Even 18 was struck with a cold sweat at the terrifying strength exhibited by the two young Saiyans. However, it was precisely their transformation that led 18 to recognize their identities. Aware that a prolonged battle would undoubtedly lead to her defeat, she decided to end the confrontation swiftly, channeling her energy to unleash Krillin's renowned technique, the Kienzin, while simultaneously calling out to Trunks and Goten, startled by their identities being revealed. The two boys failed to evade in time and were severed in two, exposing the identity of the invincible mass fighter. Nevertheless, the Saiyan warrior spirit within Trunks and Goten was ignited, and they showed no inclination to surrender. They tore off their tattered jackets and continued to fight. Yet, the announcer declared them disqualified for cheating as they looked towards the furious gaze of their mother in the audience, realizing they would surely face her wrath upon returning. Thus, they hastily made their escape. At this point, only Satan and 18 remained to vie for the championship title. The fighting champion slowly lifted his head, having long been awaited by 18. Standing tall amidst the thunderous cheers, Satan mustered his courage and called out, "Come here." Yet his body betrayed him, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the Demon King Dabura had completed his meditation, his battle power surging dramatically, confidence etched on his face. The Supreme Kai looked on in astonishment, unable to believe that Dabura would engage in battle prematurely. However, Babidi, concerned that the fight might disrupt the spaceship and hinder the resurrection of Majin Buu, suggested relocating to a different battlefield. The energy within the magic ball began to whirl rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a serene and desolate location. As the Demon King, Dabura was convinced that no one on Earth could rival his combat strength. Suddenly, Gohan launched into the air, attacking him. Dabura, unfazed, effortlessly evaded the assault. Observing his opponent charging at him once more, Dabura waved his arm lightly, the air carrying immense energy slicing through the surface of the water, followed by two key blasts that cleaved boulders in half. To conceal his presence, Gohan submerged himself, launching a key blast from beneath the water surface. Seizing the moment while his opponent was occupied defending, Gohan executed a swift kick, sending Dabura flying. However, Dabura emerged from the rubble, commanding the flying debris towards Gohan, which stirred up a cloud of dense smoke. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light erupted, releasing a terrifying wave of energy. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan remained unscathed, standing atop the boulder with a fierce glare directed at his opponent. He executed a swift shift in position, delivering a powerful punch to Dabura's abdomen. The Demon King had no time to react before being forcefully propelled away. Following up with relentless strikes, Gohan pressed his advantage, unleashing a tremendous ki blast, but Dabura unexpectedly materialized behind him, launching a series of attacks. Gohan remained unfazed, his body taut and crackling with the power of lightning. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, and power surged once more. Chapter 60. Vegeta takes control. After a fierce battle, the Demon Realm King altered his tactics. Faced with Gohan's relentless assault, Dabura coughed blood. Gohan teleported repeatedly before him, delivering a powerful punch that merely struck at an afterimage. Dabura had already evaded swiftly to the side and unleashed an evil energy beam. Gohan was caught off guard, struck directly, and fell into the water. Although his attire was somewhat tattered, such an attack was insufficient to inflict fatal harm. Observing his adversary poised on the shore, Gohan launched two energy spheres from the water, intending to create a diversion and emerge from beneath the surface. However, this ruse was quickly discerned by Dabura, who retaliated with another evil energy beam, hitting Gohan with precision. Gohan promptly tore off his jacket, and the two engaged in a fierce battle at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Sun Wukong and Vegeta watched Gohan with disappointment. Despite possessing the power of a Super Saiyan, his prolonged lack of training had caused him to lose his combat instinct, rendering him unable to unleash even his greatest strength. Such monotonous attacks could inflict no damage upon the Demon Realm King. Provoked by Dabura's incessant taunts, Gohan charged forward in a fit of rage, only to be met with a sudden sputum attack from his opponent. Fortunately, Gohan reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his glove, narrowly avoiding petrification. Seizing the moment of Dabura's distraction, Gohan landed a heavy punch squarely upon his face. Dabura steadied himself, conjuring a massive sword from thin air, and with a swift motion, he slashed, severing several strands of Gohan's golden hair, then lunged furiously at him. With all his might, Dabura swung at Gohan, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly catching the blade barehanded. In a clash of strength, he managed to snap the sword in half. Vegeta, observing the intense struggle, called out to Gohan, urging him to step aside if he could not continue, for he intended to swiftly dispatch the Demon Realm King and then engage in a vigorous battle with Kakarot. At that moment, Dabura spotted this exchange. Sensing the overwhelming malevolence radiating from Vegeta, he had a sudden inspiration. He called upon Babidi, requesting an immediate return to their spacecraft, asserting that a more suitable warrior could fight in his stead, revealing that among the Saiyans was one imbued with formidable evil energy. This presented an opportunity to manipulate them into infighting, while Majin Buu could absorb the energy, allowing for his resurrection. Truly a twofold advantage. Upon hearing this, Babidi was elated, while Vegeta's rage remained unabated, incessantly lamenting. Gohan should have unleashed his full power to annihilate the enemy. At the brink of his patience, Vegeta lifted an energy ball, intending to obliterate both Majin Buu and Babidi along with their spacecraft. The Kais were thrown into a panic, fearing that the resulting shockwave would immediately resurrect Majin Buu. As even four Kais had been powerless against the creature, they rushed forward to intervene. Just then, Babidi unleashed his ultimate technique, the control of evil intent. As the magical sphere erupted in dazzling brilliance, Vegeta was immediately beset by an excruciating headache, sweat pouring down his brow. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he valiantly resisted, while the Supreme Kai stood by, encouraging him to battle the malevolent force. Alas, it was all too late. As the Dark Sorcerer intensified his power, the evil energy within Vegeta erupted, causing the spaceship to tremble violently, affecting the surroundings for miles. As the turmoil subsided, the prince bore a sinister smile, having fallen under Babbidi's control. Yet, the sorcerer's game of pitting the Saiyans against one another was far from over. With a mere flick of his wrist, he cast a spell, transporting everyone to the tournament arena in the blink of an eye. Just as the host was about to greet the newcomers, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within Vegeta. Fortunately, Gohan intervened just in time, saving the referee, who narrowly avoided an untimely demise. Babbidi commanded Vegeta to eliminate everyone present and seize their energy. However, with a thunderous roar, Vegeta declared his singular focus, to confront Kakarot in a decisive battle. This fateful duel was finally upon them. Vegeta grinned wickedly, channeling his immense energy to unleash a powerful energy wave, forcing Goku to defend himself with all his might. After a fierce standoff, Goku managed to deflect the overwhelming energy blast. Vegeta, unrelenting and willing to unleash the dark energy within him, deliberately allowed himself to be controlled by Babbidi, enhancing his strength solely to provoke Kakarot into a true fight. The prince, having shed all semblance of mercy, regarded the lives of Earthlings as expendable, showing not a hint of compassion. In mere moments, countless lives were extinguished, and Goku could no longer contain his fury. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to engage in a battle that would be nothing short of exhilarating, a prospect that delighted Vegeta. Without further ado, an overwhelming torrent of energy surged forth. Goku shouted across the distance to the malevolent sorcerer Babbidi, demanding that their battle be relocated to a deserted area. As the impending clash loomed, the Supreme Kai gathered his courage and positioned himself between the two Saiyans, hoping to avert this monumental confrontation. However, Goku was utterly incensed by Vegeta's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, showing no respect even for the Supreme Kai. Gradually raising his hand, Goku began to gather energy, inciting panic in the Supreme Kai, who hastily retreated. As the Saiyans turned against one another, Babbidi reveled in their discord, casting another spell to transport them to a desolate wasteland. The Supreme Kai resolved to execute his plan, taking Gohan back to the spaceship to confront Ibura, intent on preventing the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yet, all the while, the nefarious Babbidi watched with keen interest. He forcibly commanded Vegeta to eliminate the Supreme Kai, seeking to eliminate any future threats. Vegeta, overwhelmed by pain, struggled against Babbidi's control, fiercely resisting the commands. Clinging to the last vestiges of his composure, he vowed never to become a puppet for his enemy. With his body trembling on the ground, he declared, "I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. No one can command me." Vegeta's proud roar reverberated through the heavens, as his inner tumultuous power surged forth, overpowering his adversary's control. This spectacle astounded Babbidi, who for the first time in his life encountered an individual with such unyielding will. The Demon Realm King, Ibura, remained unfazed. Even as the Kais and Gohan breached myriad obstacles to reach the depths, he felt no trepidation. The long-anticipated, fateful confrontation was on the verge of commencing, igniting a fiery fervor within Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku sought to avoid mutual destruction that would allow Majin Buu to reap the benefits, opting instead for a swift resolution. His aura surged dramatically as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sensing the terrifying power unleashed by Kakarot, Vegeta's fighting spirit soared. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky, he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2, crackling with the energy of lightning. Vegeta, with a fierce battle cry, initiated the assault with considerable ferocity. A fierce clash erupted between Goku and Vegeta in the air, following a series of power exchanges. Vegeta, employing a headbutt, struck Goku with unrelenting force, followed by a barrage of powerful blows. This was the essence of their legendary rivalry. The two warriors exchanged a glance mid-battle, their golden energy surging forth in unison. With a resounding shout, they resumed their visceral contest of strength. As the intensity of their battle escalated, Babbidi's delight grew. The resurrection of Majin Buu was imminent, and once that occurred, he would ascend to new heights. Chapter 61. The Resurrection of Majin Buu. The fierce skirmish continued, with Goku delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta, quickly following up with a punch in a relentless pursuit. However, Vegeta vanished behind him, unleashing a close-range energy wave that sent Kakarot crashing into the rocks. Yet, the battle was far from over. From the shadows, Goku launched a wave of light toward his opponent, and Vegeta retaliated with a single-handed energy blast. The energies clashed violently between them, and as both warriors increased their might, the energy waves erupted in a dazzling explosion, yet no victor emerged. Both Goku and Vegeta were left battered and bruised. Vegeta, with a sinister grin, seized Goku and forcefully hurled him into the ground, subsequently encircling him with energy waves to immobilize his limbs. In a fit of rage, Vegeta delivered 2 resounding slaps. Venting his past humiliations, yet still feeling unsatisfied, he unleashed another powerful blow. Hearing Vegeta's incessant taunts, Goku erupted with fury, breaking free from his restraints and hurling a boulder at Vegeta. Determined to surpass Kakarot, Vegeta showed no signs of relent, though he was still slightly behind. He transcended his limits under Babbidi's influence and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After an intense exchange, the 2 longtime rivals ascended into the air, locking eyes. Meanwhile, having absorbed Goku and Vegeta's energy, Majin Buu had grown immensely, emanating an aura of malevolence that instilled unprecedented fear in Gohan. The Supreme Kai aimed to eliminate Majin Buu before he could fully harness his power, selecting Babbidi as his target, while leaving Dabura for Gohan to handle. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Goku and Vegeta raged on, explosions erupting in the air and the ground crumbling beneath them, with neither warrior able to secure a decisive victory. Vegeta's astonishing surge in power exceeded Goku's wildest imagination, allowing him to launch a fierce attack from the rear. During their battle against the monstrous foe, Kakarot's momentary explosion of terrifying strength made Vegeta acutely aware that the gap between them had never truly diminished, which served as a profound stimulus for him. The proud Saiyan prince could not accept this harsh reality, thus willingly allowing Babbidi to control him. Leveraging the enhancement of dark magic to narrow the chasm of power between himself and Kakarot. With a furious roar, the prince vented his pent-up frustration. As the 2 king-level Saiyans clashed in a cataclysmic confrontation, the energy of Majin Buu surged ominously. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, accompanied by thunderous roars, as the impending revival of Majin Buu sent tremors throughout the world, instilling a deep-seated fear within the Supreme Kai, who found himself utterly bereft of the courage to confront such a formidable monster. Nevertheless, Gohan was determined to expend every ounce of his strength in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a radiant golden energy erupted from him, propelling a mighty strike forward. Yet, the egg encasing Majin Buu merely quivered slightly in response. Undeterred, Gohan unleashed another energy wave. But following the explosion, the colossal egg cracked open, revealing only emptiness within. The Supreme Kai initially believed Majin Buu had been vanquished, but had no time to rejoice. Nearby, Gohan trembled as he sensed an overwhelming, grotesque aura permeating the air. He lifted his gaze skyward, where the powdery smoke that had erupted from the shell was gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Meanwhile, the 2 king-level Saiyans were so engrossed in their battle that they remained oblivious to the encroaching dread enveloping the earth. The source of this malevolence was none other than the resurrected Majin Buu, whose seemingly innocuous exterior concealed a terrifying combat prowess that even the king of the demon realm could not withstand in a single blow. Before them stood this foolish-seeming giant, the most formidable adversary in Dragon Ball, Majin Buu, who, having successfully regained his footing with a few playful somersaults, gleefully applauded himself, making silly faces and grinning from ear to ear. Gohan, prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice, could not comprehend this absurdity. The Demon King, Dabura, could no longer contain his disdain, branding Buu an idiot. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu abruptly ceased his merriment and solemnly declared his anger. Yet, the Demon King continued to mock him, convinced that this fool possessed no real power. Suddenly, steam began to emanate from Buu's head, and in an instant, he struck, blinding the Demon King's eyes. It is noteworthy that the Demon King possessed strength rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2, yet he was utterly unable to evade Majin Buu's assault. As the attack proved effective, Buu regained his jovial demeanor, bouncing with excitement, and then unleashed a kick of terrifying force that sent the Demon King soaring over 100 meters, crashing to the ground. Incapacitated. In that instant, the sudden spike in combat power alerted the 2 battling Saiyans to the overwhelming aura. However, Vegeta merely laughed, realizing that while he sensed Majin Buu's strength, his own power, in comparison to Goku's, had evolved beyond measure. He was confident in his ability to dispatch the enemy with ease. However, Wukong discerned that this malevolent aura was far from simple. Yet, Vegeta remained indifferent to the formidable foe before him. His sole desire was to settle the score with Kakarot, but the threat to their families loomed large, including Bulma and Trunks, as Wukong shouted at him. Upon hearing this, Vegeta relaxed, his thoughts turning to Bulma and Trunks, and he resolved to join forces with Wukong to confront the powerful adversary. However, when Wukong momentarily let down his guard, Vegeta struck him from behind with a heavy blow, incapacitating him instantly. Vegeta consumed his last senzu bean and was revitalized in an instant. Since the puppet was unleashed by him, it was his responsibility to vanquish it, hoping to return alive to continue their contest. Meanwhile, on the side of Majin Buu, Gohan hastily seized the Kaioshin and fled in a panic. Babidi anxiously urged them to pursue. Nevertheless, Majin Buu remained unfazed, allowing his opponents a brief respite. At this moment, Gohan was quite confident in his speed. Yet, it was not long before Buu appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gohan crashing to the ground like a meteor. Nearing unconsciousness, Buu expanded his massive form, toying with the Kaioshin, who fought back desperately, but to no avail. Buu flashed an evil grin and clapped his hands against his head. Yet the Kaioshin's formidable defense prevented immediate demise from such a devastating blow. Buu then struck him again on the crown, sending him crashing to the ground like Gohan. Just as Buu delightedly danced in triumph, the Kaioshin, surprisingly resilient, once more gathered his strongest energy wave and unleashed it upon Buu. Yet the result was still ineffective. Buu retaliated with another punch, leaving the Kaioshin utterly defenseless. As Buu advanced step by step, the Kaioshin, at his wit's end, emitted a golden light from his eyes. But it proved futile. With a casual wave, Buu unleashed an energy blast that nearly obliterated the Kaioshin, sending him hurtling into the distance. While the Kaioshin continued to endure torment, Gohan finally stood and delivered a powerful kick, imbued with immense pressure. However, Buu effortlessly dodged it with a simple roll, their battle prowess existing in entirely different realms. At that juncture, Buu directed an energy sphere at Gohan, who was swiftly propelled away by its force. In a moment of desperation, the Kaioshin expended his last strength to detonate the energy sphere, preventing Gohan from being sent to the far reaches of the universe. Yet, in the wake of the tremendous explosion, Gohan landed devoid of any life force, and such a battle was akin to a fragile egg meeting a stone. The Kaioshin could endure no longer and succumbed into unconsciousness. Just then, a spear suddenly pierced Buu. It was the unconscious Dabura who had awakened. Dragging his injured body, he urged Babidi to seize the moment to eliminate Buu, for he was not one to be controlled. Yet to Babidi, such words were utterly ludicrous. Chapter 62. The Invulnerable Majin Buu. At this time, Goten and Trunks arrived on the scene. To avoid detection, they suppressed their energy and reverted to their normal states. Observing the battlefield, sensing the formidable aura of Buu, the two dared not make any rash movements. At that moment, Goten noticed something atop the mountain and stealthily climbed up with Trunks to investigate. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a figurine of Piccolo, and their curiosity led them to repeatedly strike the petrified figure. Subsequently, Trunks delivered a powerful punch, shattering the stone Piccolo and leaving it in ruins. The two were puzzled by the presence of such a statue, yet they paid no heed to the petrified Krillin and redirected their attention to the battlefield. At that juncture, Buu effortlessly extracted a spear from his body. Witnessing Buu's display of power, Babidi had come to regard him as his prized possession, forbidding Dabura from uttering a word against Buu in his presence. Meanwhile, Buu casually discarded the spear that had pierced him, and the wound swiftly healed itself. Just then, Vegeta, who had knocked Goku unconscious, approached the entrance of the spaceship with the intent to destroy it, and hasten his journey to confront Majin Buu. However, he suddenly sensed the absence of Gohan's energy, which filled him with self-reproach as he glanced at the unconscious Goku. Returning to Buu, when he expressed his desire to consume Dabura, the latter was taken aback. Buu then bounced eagerly towards Dabura, who, enraged, launched a series of rapid attacks against him. A kick sent Buu soaring into the air, and Dabura followed up with a sweeping kick and a powerful blow, sending Buu crashing in the mountainside, creating a cloud of dust. According to the principle of smoke indicating no harm, such an assault was evidently ineffective. Buu emerged from the rubble, gracefully dancing upon landing. Observing the audacious Majin Buu, Dabura hastily elevated his energy and ascended into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Thousands of ki blasts rained down upon Buu. Yet, Despite employing the princely strategy and generating such a cloud of dust, it was no surprise when Bu swaggered out unscathed. Realizing his efforts were in vain, Dabra spat several times at Bu, who, not wishing to be caught off guard, swiftly evaded the incoming saliva. However, the passing lizard was not so fortunate. Bu then directed a beam of purple light from the antennae on his head towards Dabra. This peculiar ability could transform beings or objects into food. Not only did Majin Bu possess the extraordinary capability of rapid regeneration, but he could also utilize his antennae to cast a magical attack that turned individuals into cookies. Dabra, struck by the beam, soon transformed into a cookie. Bu swiftly caught the cookie version of Dabra and devoured it in a few bites, leaving no trace behind. With Dabra's demise, the petrified Krillin was restored. Observing Krillin's return to human form, Trunks and Goten hurried to his side. Upon hearing that the statues were indeed their true selves, Trunks was filled with panic and hurried to check on the toppled Piccolo. Upon seeing only a single shoe left behind, his face turned a deep shade of liver, and he quickly returned to Goten and the others. This was a disaster. Piccolo's statue had been inadvertently shattered. What were they to do? However, at that moment, a fully restored Piccolo appeared and scathed behind them, sensing the immense energy below. He promptly crouched down, wary of making any rash movements. Soon after, Krillin and the others joined Piccolo's side, surveying the battlefield. Just then, Piccolo spotted the fallen Supreme Kai and was about to rush to his aid when a massive explosion erupted from Babbidi's spaceship. It turned out that Vegeta had arrived by demolishing the spacecraft. Upon their first encounter, Vegeta mocked Majin Bu for being an oddity. Hearing this remark about his peculiar appearance, Bu was instantly incensed, his body swelling with rage as gas erupted violently from the vents atop his head. He then launched an attack against Vegeta, yet Vegeta's affection for Goku remained unwavering. Even in the face of Majin Bu, he envisioned Bu as Goku. Reflecting on past encounters, Goku always led the charge. But this time, it was Vegeta's turn to protect the Earth. With that, he dramatically amplified his energy, entering a battle stance, and hurled the surrounding debris at Bu using his energy manipulation. However, such an assault proved ineffectual against Bu. Vegeta then charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Observing Bu's indifference, the proud prince unleashed a series of strikes that forced Bu to retreat, ultimately crashing into the ground. Once back on his feet, a furious Bu charged at Vegeta. As Bu barreled toward him, Vegeta landed several heavy blows to Bu's face, followed by a kick that sent Bu flying. Yet, Vegeta offered no respite. He unleashed a flurry of wolf fang fist attacks upon Bu. Vegeta's relentless strikes left numerous dents on Bu's form, culminating in an uppercut that propelled Bu to a soaring height of 100 meters. Subsequently, Vegeta instantaneously teleported above Bu, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bu plummeting back to the ground. Before Bu could land, Vegeta reappeared in front of him to land another kick, hastening Bu's descent. Upon hitting the ground, Bu created a bottomless pit, while Trunks, watching from the sidelines, boasted to Goten about his father's might. However, such an onslaught clearly had little effect on the formidable Bu, who quickly regenerated from his injuries. Observing the bouncing Bu in his restored state, Vegeta elevated his energy once more, extending 3 fingers toward Bu, and unleashed a potent energy wave that pierced through Bu's body. Seeing the fallen Bu, even Piccolo couldn't contain a shout of exhilaration. Just as the crowd believed the battle had come to an end, Majin Bu rose from the ground, restoring the large gash in his abdomen with a mere exertion of will. He then commenced his counterattack, a powerful aura erupting around his body. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion occurred in his vicinity, leaving a crater with a diameter of 100 meters in its wake. Despite Vegeta adopting a defensive stance, his left hand sustained injury from the blast. Subsequently, Bu tore a chunk of flesh from his belly, stretching it like dough, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Vegeta. The latter derided this as a child's play, claiming he could evade it even with his eyes closed. In response, Bu expelled an even larger energy wave, forcing Vegeta to ascend into the air to evade it. Seizing the opportunity, Bu hurled the dough-like mass at Vegeta, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile, before delivering a relentless assault upon him. Witnessing his father being pummeled, a furious Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed to assist. Goten swiftly followed suit, and with a decisive kick, he sent Bu flying, successfully rescuing Vegeta. However, against an opponent with such formidable regenerative capabilities, what could Vegeta possibly do to counter him? Chapter 63, Vegeta's Self-Detonation. As the battle progressed, Vegeta accumulated more injuries, his strength diminishing, and he lost all hope of defeating Majin Buu. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of options. The proud Saiyan Prince never anticipated that one day he would find himself resorting to the same foolishness as Kakarot, sacrificing his life to protect those he cherished. In this moment, he truly embodied the essence of the proud Saiyan Prince. After Trunks saved him, Vegeta awoke from his stupor amidst Trunks' incessant calls. Meanwhile, Piccolo approached Babidi from behind, attempting to flank him, only to be met with Babidi's derision. Piccolo's expression remained as grim as before. Enraged by the mockery, Piccolo unleashed a fierce strike, intending to cleave the impudent villain in two, but Babidi conjured a protective barrier to deflect the attack. Chanting an incantation, he unleashed a torrent of slime towards Piccolo. Yet, with a surge of fury, Piccolo batted the slime away and charged at Babidi, increasing the force of his strikes against the barrier. With a mighty roar, he shattered Babidi's defenses. Without a barrier, Babidi attempted to flee, but Piccolo swiftly appeared behind him, cutting off his escape route. With a precise hand strike, he sent Babidi hurtling away, and as he surveyed the fallen villain, Piccolo disdainfully spat. At that moment, the dislodged Buu sat up amidst the rubble and, in an explosive display of power, reduced the surrounding 10 miles of stone to dust. Observing the resurrected Majin Buu, Vegeta began to counsel Trunks to take good care of Bulma and urged them to find a place to hide promptly. Buu was to be confronted alone, yet Trunks, unable to bear the thought of his father facing such a formidable foe by himself, yearned to fight alongside Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta recounted how he had never held Trunks since his birth, gently cradling him in his arms. As he gazed down at Trunks, he savored this tender moment. Nearby, Goten, observing the scene, busied himself with his fingers. After relishing the brief father-son intimacy, Vegeta swiftly rendered Trunks unconscious with a decisive chop. Witnessing this, Goten rushed forward, shaking Vegeta incessantly and questioning his actions. In response, Vegeta delivered a punch that knocked Goten to the ground. Piccolo exchanged a knowing glance with Vegeta, then approached him, their eyes locking for a brief moment. After a couple of seconds, Piccolo reverted to his familiar role as caretaker, lifting both Goten and Trunks. Vegeta then inquired whether Piccolo would be able to meet Goku again after his demise. Upon hearing that the Dragon Balls still existed, Vegeta urged Piccolo to flee. As Piccolo departed, Buu attempted to intervene. Vegeta immediately entered into verbal assault mode, deriding Buu as a grotesque monster. Offended, Buu redirected his attention from Piccolo to Vegeta. As Piccolo passed by Krillin, he hurriedly called him over, and without hesitation, Krillin joined the fray. Watching his companions depart, Vegeta raised his energy to its zenith, enveloping himself in a protective energy shield radiating brilliant light. He proclaimed to Buu that this time he would shatter him, rendering him incapable of regeneration. Around them, countless specks of starlight began to appear. Subsequently, Vegeta ignited his very life force, coalescing it into a massive wave of energy, prepared to perish alongside the demon Buu. With a fierce roar, the prince's formidable energy enveloped the area for miles around, and this indomitable Saiyan prince was engulfed in a blinding luminescence. Upon his self-detonation, the vicinity was shrouded in overwhelming energy, the shockwaves reaching even the distant Bulma and her companions in their flying craft. A profound sense of unease surged within Bulma, as if something precious had slipped away from her heart. When the explosion subsided, a vast crater marked the site where Vegeta had stood, remnants of energy still crackling around it, forming arcs of lightning. Having burned through his life force, Vegeta had transformed into a statue, plummeting into the depths of the crater, shattered into countless pieces. A gust of wind swept by, carrying away the remnants of Vegeta. At that moment, Piccolo and Krillin could no longer sense Vegeta's presence. Piccolo entrusted Goten and Trunks to Krillin, intending to return to the battlefield to assess the aftermath. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo arrived at the epicenter of the explosion, where he beheld the scattered remains of the once formidable Buu, obliterated into countless fragments. As Piccolo marveled at the fact that it was Vegeta who had saved the Earth, a sudden noise caught his attention. Rushing over to investigate, he discovered Babidi, the very foe he had defeated, miraculously surviving amidst the chaos of the explosion. Just as Piccolo was about to eliminate Babidi once and for all, numerous pink masses began to writhe on the ground. Alarmed by the vibrant vitality of these masses, Piccolo swiftly unleashed a wave of energy to obliterate them into ashes. However, there were far too many for him to contend with, and, in no time at all, the small masses transformed into Majin Buu, leaving Piccolo momentarily stunned with fear. Before long, countless miniature boosts began to converge in unison, and in a matter of moments, they coalesced into 5 distinct Majin boosts. With a commanding call from the central Buu, the remaining 4 merged into a singular mass, gradually reshaping itself back into the formidable figure of Buu. Witnessing this, Piccolo was overwhelmed with dread and turned to flee, just as the full restoration of Buu was complete. As Buu resumed mocking Vegeta's foolish tactics, he heard Babbidi's desperate cries nearby. Babidi urgently requested Buu's assistance in restoring his own form, but Buu, indifferent, began to dance gleefully. When Babidi threatened him with confinement, Buu instantly complied, obediently firing a beam from the antenna on his head. After 2.5 minutes, Babbidi's body was restored, and Buu, like a loyal henchman, nodded and bowed in submission. Spotting that Majin Buu was still alive, Piccolo hastily caught up with Krillin to relay the alarming news, subsequently suggesting they seek refuge in the sacred world of the Kais. Su Buffon had been observing their battle from afar, finding their performance disheartening. His presence had accelerated their growth, yet only Goku seemed to be on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan 3. Realizing that they needed to experience pressure to evolve swiftly, Su Buffon decided against intervening, instead focusing on how to harmoniously combine the divine aura with the formidable physical prowess of the Saiyans, thereby extending his own path of growth. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin had also survived the explosion, staggering across the battlefield in search of Gohan. At that moment, Bulma and her companions were embarking on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Following Vegeta's massacre of numerous innocents at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Bulma sought the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had perished at his hands. Just then, the Dragon Radar indicated the location of a Dragon Ball, prompting Yamcha to pilot their vehicle towards that direction. After a brief journey, they arrived at the island where the Dragon Ball was located. Yamcha's clumsy piloting resulted in a tumultuous landing, causing everyone to huddle together in disarray. Taking advantage of the moment, Master Roshi crashed into Android 18's embrace, brazenly claiming he had no intention of shifting the blame onto Yamcha. After uttering these words, he buried his bald head into the deep cleft of 18, incessantly rubbing back and forth, which instantly turned Krillin's head a vivid shade of green. Android 18, without a moment's hesitation, set down her daughter and, with her hands pressed together, brought them down forcefully upon the uninvited guest. In the ensuing chaos, Master Roshi attempted to reach for 18, but she swiftly executed a 180-degree turn on his bald head, subsequently flinging him away. It must be noted that her strike was remarkably restrained. Chapter 64. The method to defeat Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo had arrived at the Sacred Temple, where Bubbles had taken over Piccolo's caretaker duties, ushering Goten and Trunks to rest. Concerned for Goku's well-being, Krillin fretted, while Dendry assured him that Goku was as good as dead and that there was no need for further worry. Oblivious to his own predicament, Krillin was unaware that his head had turned as green as Piccolo's face. At the same time, Bulma discovered Dragon Ball nestled within a bird's nest atop a steep cliff, while Yamcha and the others cheered her on from below. Just as Bulma was about to retrieve the Dragon Ball, an enormous tongue lashed out toward her, mistaking the sudden movement for an opportunistic advance. Bulma turned to see the monstrous creature behind her, rendering her momentarily frozen in fear. The beast extended its tongue, ensnaring the nest containing the Dragon Ball, swallowing both the orb and the eggs within. As the creature prepared to depart, Yamcha unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking it down into the lake below. At that moment, Chi-Chi contemplated diving in to retrieve the Dragon Ball, but her daughter-in-law was quicker, leaping into the water ahead of her. Videl soon spotted the creature beneath the surface, but her attack proved insufficient to harm it, instead inciting its wrath. Just as the monster's tongue was about to ensnare Videl, Chi-Chi and Yamcha arrived in the nick of time to restrain the creature's movements. Standing on the shore, Android 18 signaled for Master Roshi to assist, but he feigned illness. Without further ado, 18 delivered a swift kick, sending Master Roshi tumbling into the fray. Coincidentally, the monster leapt from the lake just as Roshi fell, eagerly opening its mouth to consume him. However, Roshi retaliated by releasing a Kamehameha wave from his rear, causing the creature to weep and retch, expelling the Dragon Ball from its belly, which landed squarely on Roshi's head. After a considerable time, Bulma and the others finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. At that moment, Goku, who had been knocked unconscious by Vegeta, awoke at last. Rising to his feet, he sensed the absence of Vegeta and Gohan's energy. Yet he could still feel the presence of Krillin and Piccolo, leading him to find them effortlessly. Upon sensing Goku's arrival, the others hurried towards him, reigniting hope within their hearts. However, they faced the formidable Majin Buu, and it remained uncertain whether Goku had a plan to defeat him. On the other side, Bulma and her companions had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, hoping to summon Shenron to resurrect the ordinary people slain by Vegeta during the martial arts tournament. Just then, Goku arrived at the wish site from the Heavenly Temple, intent on halting Bulma's wish. Dend, noticing Goku's injuries, rushed to heal him, while Piccolo seized the moment to inform Goku of the current dire situation, leaving Goku astounded. He was taken aback by the formidable strength of Majin Buu, who had even defeated Vegeta and Gohan. Krillin quickly reassured everyone that as long as Goku was present, he could surely vanquish Majin Buu. However, Goku lamented his recent breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3, explaining that had Vegeta not evaded his self-destruction, he too would have perished. With Vegeta now dead and Majin Buu still at large, Goku felt he had little chance against this formidable foe. Amidst this turmoil, Goku recalled the fusion technique, which he had learned during his time in space to enhance his power. Fusion involves 2 beings of similar size and strength merging to create a warrior with even greater prowess. Piccolo then remembered the god he had merged with, gaining immense energy post-fusion. Goku noted that the energy produced by fusion surpassed that of assimilation. However, with Vegeta deceased and Gohan unreachable, he had no one to fuse with. At that moment, Bubbles pointed out the sleeping Goten and Trunks in a room, suggesting their similar powers and sizes could allow them to successfully fuse. Goku found this plan feasible and decided to teach Piccolo the fusion pose, while he himself would do his utmost to hold off Majin Buu. Piccolo cautioned that before mastering fusion, Majin Buu would likely annihilate many humans, necessitating the use of the Dragon Balls to revive the innocent victims. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, she had successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. The inexperienced Videl was incredulous, unable to believe that these few orbs could summon the so-called Shenron. Subsequently, Bulma recited the incantation, and the once bright sky dimmed, a beam of light shooting from the Dragon Balls into the heavens. Observing the sudden darkness, those in the Heavenly Temple understood that Shenron had appeared, surmising that Bulma had gathered the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Vegeta. Din then warned that if 3 wishes were exhausted, the Dragon Balls would not be usable again for a year. Upon hearing this, Goku quickly sensed Bulma's energy, preparing to instantaneously transport himself to prevent her wish. At that moment, Shenron had manifested before Bulma, and as Shenron delivered his opening remarks, Yamcha hastily declared his wish to revive those who had died that day, excluding the evildoers. Subsequently, the dragon's eyes flashed with a crimson glow, and it granted the wish. Before long, all those who had perished in the martial arts tournament were resurrected, including Jebet, who had been slain by Dubra. At this moment, Goku finally arrived. But it was too late. One wish had already been expended. Goku communicated telepathically with Dandan to inquire about their next course of action. Dandan responded that the remaining 2 wishes need not be utilized in such a manner, as the Dragon Balls will be available for use again in 4 months. Hence, Goku instructed the dragon to depart, and then clarified to the others the purpose of his actions. He intended to lead them to the Heavenly Temple for temporary refuge. However, Bulma's parents expressed their reluctance to leave, asserting that even if they perished, they could simply be revived using the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Goku successfully escorted everyone to the Heavenly Temple. Meanwhile, Babidi, still riding on Buu, roamed the land in search of those who had thwarted him, intent on vengeance. Their path was marked by rampant destruction throughout the city. In a once thriving metropolis, Majin Buu merely used the antenna upon his head to transform all the inhabitants into candy. He then opened his mouth and, with a powerful inhale, devoured the transformed candy people. In a place where Majin Buu was resurrected, the awakened Jebet sensed the faint energy of the Supreme Kai and hurried towards his direction. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, battered and bruised, sought Gohan but collapsed to the ground, unable to bear the strain of his injuries after only a few steps. Chapter 65. The Realm of the Supreme Kai. At this juncture, Majin Buu, accompanied by Babidi, soared above a city, heading towards its center. As they landed on a street, a small-time thug happened to drive by. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of Buu, the thug approached while hurling insults. In response to the insolent thug, Buu tore off a piece of his own flesh, and, employing the same tactic he had used against Vegeta, hurled it at the thug. Moments later, the thug fell silent, prompting Bu to approach a nearby cake shop. Upon entering the cake shop, Bu began to devour the cakes displayed on the counter. Unsatisfied with merely one, he gathered an armful of cakes and swallowed them whole. Still yearning for more, he barged into the cake production factory. When the staff attempted to intervene, Bu effortlessly sent one flying with a single blow. Next, he approached the production machinery, hastening the assembly line's speed, and positioned himself at the end of the conveyor belt, eagerly awaiting the automated delivery of cakes. Meanwhile, Babidi was confronted by a shopkeeper demanding payment. Babidi proclaimed himself an evil sorcerer, claiming that even the destruction of Earth was merely a word away for him. However, to others, his words simply sounded like an attempt to dine and dash, prompting the shopkeeper to seize Babidi's cloak and toss him aside. Insulted, Babidi resorted to magic to make the shopkeeper vanish, which finally quelled the situation. At this moment, Jebet discovered the fallen Supreme Kai before a stone wall and swiftly rushed to his side, administering healing magic. In no time, the Supreme Kai regained his strength. Witnessing the resurrection of Jebet, the Supreme Kai was profoundly astonished, a sentiment echoed by Jebet himself, who found the occurrence utterly incredible. After a brief moment of reflection, the Supreme Kai recalled the fate of Gohan, who remained oblivious to his own peril, and summoned Jebet to accompany him in the search. Shortly thereafter, the duo stumbled upon the fallen Gohan amidst a patch of grass. Sensing that Gohan still clung to life, Jebet wished to administer healing. However, the Supreme Kai insisted they transport Gohan to the realm of the Kais before providing aid. Meanwhile, Goku had utilized instant transmission to transport everyone to the sacred temple. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma were still searching for Goten and Trunks when Goku delivered the devastating news that Gohan and Vegeta had been slain by Majin Buu. Chi-Chi fainted upon hearing this, while Bulma erupted into tears, and even Videl shed sorrowful tears at the loss of Gohan. On another front, Majin Buu, still on the hunt for sustenance, prompted Babidi to initiate a global broadcast. Through his sorcery, he connected with every inhabitant of Earth and issued a worldwide manhunt for Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo. He commanded everyone to shut their eyes as he implanted images of the three into their minds, threatening that if they did not appear, he would wreak havoc upon cities daily. As the days passed without any sign of Goten and the others, Majin Buu commenced his assault, employing his dark magic to consume an entire city's populace. Subsequently, Babidi ordered Buu to obliterate the city. In a horrifying display, Buu inhaled vast amounts of air and then expelled it towards the city below. In an instant, explosions erupted, transforming the once thriving city into a desolate wasteland. Witnessing this devastation, the onlookers were consumed with rage. Goku reassured Piccolo, advising him not to fret, for they could use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone in due course. At this moment, Goten and Trunks, who had been resting in a room, awakened, with Trunks recalling that he had been knocked unconscious by Vegeta. The two then ventured outside to assess their surroundings. Meanwhile, the presumed deceased Gohan had been transported to the Supreme Kai's realm, where the Supreme Kai immediately instructed Jebet to heal him. In a short while, Gohan revived from the brink of death. Upon awakening and learning he was in the Supreme Kai's realm, he mistakenly believed he had perished. The Supreme Kai hastily clarified that he was very much alive and had been brought there for a purpose. It was revealed that the Supreme Kai sought to have Gohan wield the sword of the Supreme Kai to confront Majin Buu. Jebet, overhearing this, displayed a look of astonishment, doubting that Gohan, being human, could wield such a divine artifact. Upon witnessing Gohan's displayed prowess, the Supreme Kai concluded that with Gohan's strength, he could draw forth the legendary Supreme Kai sword. Thus, he resolved to accompany Gohan on a quest to find this fabled weapon. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks arrived in the temple's kitchen, where they began to indulge in a feast. At that moment, Bubbles entered, seizing Trunks from behind, intent on escorting them to Goku. Trunks, unable to escape Bubbles' grip, transformed into a Super Saiyan and sent Bubbles flying. He then attempted to flee alongside Goten. However, Bubbles single-handedly intercepted the two, effortlessly contending with the two Super Saiyans. Grasping their feet, Bubbles rendered them powerless to resist, forcing them to drag him out of the room. When Bubbles persisted, Trunks unleashed a flurry of attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Goten attempted to escape, but Bubbles instantaneously appeared before him, blocking his path. Subsequently, Goten retaliated, delivering a kick that sent Bubbles sprawling. Sensing the energy fluctuations, Goku materialized behind them, halting their skirmish. At that moment, the Supreme Kai guided Gohan in search of the Supreme Kai sword. Observing Gohan's tattered attire, Jebet felt it incongruous with the sanctity of the Supreme Kai realm and cast a spell, transforming Gohan's outfit to match that of the Supreme Kai. After 2.5 minutes of flight, they finally arrived at the stone pillar housing the Supreme Kai sword, deeply embedded within. In the heavenly temple, Goku relayed the tragic news of Vegeta and Gohan's demise to the two young ones, prompting them to weep uncontrollably. Witnessing their tears, Goku, in rare frustration, addressed the two and proposed that they would be the ones to defeat Majin Buu. Following a series of events, Goku commenced teaching Goten and Trunks the fusion technique, while Gohan and the Supreme Kai realm endeavored to draw the legendary sword. Chapter 66, The Return of Super Saiyan 3. As Gohan and the Supreme Kai realm pushed his powers to the limit, he finally succeeded in drawing the legendary Supreme Kai sword, leaving Jebet astounded. It was astonishing that a mere human could wield the fabled sword of the Supreme Kai realm. Prior to attempting the extraction, Gohan inquired of the two beside him what would occur if he succeeded. Jebet responded that it would grant him an immense power, potentially capable of defeating Majin Buu. Eager to test this claim, Gohan could hardly contain his excitement. However, Jebet mocked Gohan, asserting that he would never be able to pull the sword from its sheath. While the Supreme Kai encouraged Gohan to try, Gohan then attempted to draw the sword. Yet despite his efforts, the Supreme Kai sword remained steadfastly unmoved. Gohan exerted himself excessively, causing his body to lean backward, and his head struck the ground with a thud, while his hands began to redden and swell from the friction. Yet, he remained unable to budge the Z-sword even slightly. Beside him, Jebet regarded Gohan with a mocking smirk, prompting Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan. With renewed determination, he grasped the hilt of the Z-sword once more, and a surge of potent energy enveloped his hands, causing electric currents to flicker around his grip. Observing Gohan's fervent efforts, Jebet continued to deride him, questioning how a mere human could possibly wield the legendary sword of the Kaishin. However, in the next moment, Jebet was about to be proven wrong. Fissures began to appear around the Z-sword, and it slowly started to rise from its resting place. At long last, the fabled Z-sword was drawn from its pedestal by Gohan, yet its weight proved to be an arduous challenge, making any attempts to wield it feel exceedingly difficult. Gohan pondered the sword's lack of remarkable qualities, doubting whether it could truly vanquish Majin Buu. In response, Jebet asserted that this was the mightiest sword known in the sacred realm, capable of defeating Majin Buu. But observing Gohan's shaky grip suggested that it would be ineffective in his hands. Upon hearing this, Gohan offered the sword to Jebet, inviting him to try. However, Jebet was unable to bear the sword's immense weight and fell to the ground alongside it. Undeterred, Jebet attempted to reclaim his pride by lifting the Z-sword again. But even as his hands became red and swollen from the effort, he could not move an inch. It must be said that the Kaishin realm was filled with exceptional beings. Meanwhile, in the KO's palace, Goku was preparing to teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique. Though the fusion lasted only 30 minutes, Goku believed that the incredible energy generated would far surpass his current Super Saiyan 3 form, enough to defeat Majin Buu within that time. However, the two boys looked at Goku with dissatisfaction, feeling that he had been absent during the battle against Majin Buu and suspecting that he was merely a coward hiding away. They doubted the effectiveness of the technique he was about to teach them. Beside them, Piccolo attempted to defend Goku, but Goku interjected, expressing his regret for being unable to defeat Majin Buu himself, yet assuring them that the technique he was about to impart would indeed be powerful. As their debate continued, Babidi once again initiated a global broadcast, during which Buu transformed the entire population of a city into chocolate. Once satiated, Buu unleashed a powerful energy wave, leveling everything within a 100-mile radius. Watching the live broadcast, Trunks and Goten resolved to master the fusion technique to defeat Majin Buu. Subsequently, Goku instructed Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans and elevate their energy to its maximum, allowing them to sense the disparity in their strengths. As the two individuals transformed into Super Saiyans, their energy surged rapidly, causing the entire Temple of the Gods to tremble. Piccolo was astonished that both children possessed such formidable power. After sensing their auras, Goku remarked that Trunks' energy was slightly greater than Goten's. In order to practice fusion, it was imperative that their energy levels were equal. Thus, Goku instructed Trunks to adjust his energy to match Goten's, urging both to remember this sensation before reverting to their normal states, intending to teach them the fusion stance. At that moment, Bulma burst in, chastising Goku for suppressing Trunks' abilities. Krillin swiftly intervened, positioning himself in front of Bulma to prevent her from causing further disruption. As Bulma's frustration escalated, Krillin carried her out. Yet, Bulma was merely venting her anger on Goku, seeking an outlet for her discontent. Realizing the plan was failing, she departed. Meanwhile, Krillin reflected on the commotion within the room. Reminiscing about his childhood training sessions with Goku, he couldn't help but feel the widening gap between himself and Goku. At that moment, Majin Buu wreaked havoc across the city, leaving destruction in his wake, transforming the surroundings into a nightmarish landscape. Previously defeated at the World Martial Arts Tournament, the blonde-haired boy and his mother watched a news report detailing the wanted status of Piccolo and his companions. The overweight woman quickly recognized Trunks, who had bested her son at the tournament, and informed Babidi of Trunks' residence in West City. Subsequently, Babidi announced to the world his intention to head to West City alongside Majin Buu. Upon hearing this news, Bulma rushed to Goku, inquiring what they should do. Goku suggested that they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had perished, asserting that even if destruction occurred, they could utilize the second wish to restore everything. However, Piccolo interjected, warning that if the first wish entailed reviving too many individuals, the remaining two wishes would be reduced to one. This prompted Goku to consider the possibility of outsmarting the Eternal Dragon. Bulma then remembered that the Dragon Radar was still at home, and if Buu destroyed West City, they would be unable to locate the Dragon Balls afterward. As Majin Buu approached West City, Goku instructed Trunks to retrieve the Dragon Radar, while he would confront Majin Buu to buy Trunks some time. Once Trunks set off, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear before Buu, obstructing his advance. This marked Goku's first encounter with Majin Buu. Despite Buu's rotund appearance, Goku remained vigilant and unyielding. To stall for time, he proposed to showcase his power to Buu, piquing Buu's curiosity. With a mighty roar, Goku enveloped the area in a blinding golden light. As his hair flowed dramatically, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. With the transformation complete, he approached Buu and Babidi, declaring that the trio they sought would soon make their entrance. Now, in their quest to vanquish Majin Buu, they are engaged in a unique form of training. Upon hearing this, Buu and Babidi erupted into laughter, convinced that no matter how long they trained, it would be impossible to defeat Majin Buu. As Goku completed his transformation, Babidi commanded Buu to confront him. However, Buu, disinterested in Babidi's orders, made faces at him. Observing Buu's reluctance to obey, Goku began to incite discord between Buu and Babidi, suggesting, with your strength, why heed others' commands? Wouldn't freedom be far more delightful? Babidi, upon hearing this, became flustered and resorted to threats of sealing Buu if he did not comply. Yet Buu retorted that if he were sealed, Babidi would be killed as well. Babidi was momentarily speechless, yet Buu still sought to confront Goku. Seeing his attempt to sow discord fail, Goku prepared for battle. At that moment, Trunks, who had rushed to retrieve the radar, sensed Goku's energy and halted, astonished that Goku's power surpassed even that of his father. As the two prepared for combat, Babidi mocked Goku, predicting he would meet the same fate as Vegeta. In a bid to buy time, Goku engaged Babidi in verbal sparring. However, sensing that Trunks had ceased moving, realizing the young warrior had paused to watch the unfolding events, Goku called out to him to resume his journey. Upon hearing this, Trunks hastily flew towards West City. To further delay the inevitable confrontation, Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan form and enthusiastically explained what a Super Saiyan was to the two before him. He then transformed into Super Saiyan and narrated his transformation, subsequently evolving into Super Saiyan 2. The deities in the heavenly realm, watching the broadcast, speculated that Goku was merely boasting to buy time, as he aimed to surpass Super Saiyan 3. However, as Goku unleashed a powerful roar, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and his energy surged, drawing the clouds in the sky towards him. A fierce gale swept across the globe, causing the earth to tremble in response. With each escalating roar, Goku's energy intensified, and his hair began to change. As he continued to elevate his power, images of his transformation from great ape to his infant state flooded his mind. Then, a brilliant golden light shrouded the scene. Once the golden light dissipated, Goku had successfully completed his transformation, marking the grand debut of Super Saiyan 3. The onlookers, stunned by the spectacle, were rendered speechless. Even Gohan, far away in the other world, sensed Goku's overwhelming energy. Initially incredulous, Gohan could hardly believe it was his father's power until the Supreme Kai confirmed it. Even Jabber was left astounded, realizing the enormity of Goku's energy, which could be felt all the way from Earth to the other world. In this chapter, Babidi meets his demise. This marks Goku's second transformation into Super Saiyan 3 for battle, and at first, Goku toyed with Buu as if he were a mere yo-yo. After an intense 2 minutes of battle, Goku delivered a powerful punch to Buu, subsequently seizing his antenna and spinning him in a full circle. Goku accelerated, gaining speed until he hurled Buu downwards, crashing him into a massive building and raising a cloud of dust. However, undeterred by the debris, Buu swiftly emerged from the wreckage and confronted Goku in midair. It was Goku's first encounter with Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities. Almost immediately, Buu raised his hands high and unleashed his Prince technique against Goku. Faced with the seemingly ineffective attack, Goku merely waved his hand, deflecting all the energy blasts effortlessly. Buu then approached Goku with a sinister grin, and Goku realized that once Buu engaged in combat, he would assimilate his opponent's abilities. At that moment, Buu extended his arm, landing a punch squarely on Goku's face. However, Buu was merely toying with him and did not exert his full strength. Such an attack posed no threat to Goku. In retaliation, Goku charged at Buu, delivering a kick that sent him flying 2.5 meters. Once Buu regained his composure, he lunged at Goku, delivering another punch to his face, to which Goku reciprocated with his own strike. The two then engaged in a flurry of wolf-fang fist attacks, completing a set of blows before they exchanged energy waves at close range. Following the explosive confrontation, Goku and Buu distanced themselves to continue their duel. However, as the battle wore on, Goku began to accumulate wounds, and his stamina dwindled, placing him at a disadvantage. At that juncture, Piccolo reminded Goku not to forget to teach the two young ones the fusion technique. Meanwhile, Trunks finally arrived home and hurriedly searched for the Dragon Ball radar. Sensing that Trunks had yet to mobilize his energy, Goku realized he had not yet acquired the radar, prompting him to charge back into the fray with Buu to buy Trunks some time. Goku launched a series of rapid strikes at Buu, culminating in an uppercut that sent Buu hurtling away. Frustrated, Buu charged at Goku again, initiating a fierce close-quarters brawl, their immense energies crackling through the air like lightning. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku relentlessly pummeled Buu. As Goku gathered power for a kick aimed at Buu's abdomen, his foot became ensnared within Buu's resilient body. Subsequently, Buu began to expand, attempting to engulf Goku entirely. Just as Buu's rubbery form threatened to suffocate him, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, bursting forth like a golden flash from Buu's grasp. Buu, now deflated like a punctured balloon, floated limply in the air. After inhaling deeply, Buu restored his form and resumed his Prince technique against Goku, who swatted away several energy blasts with ease. Goku retaliated with an energy wave, only for Buu to catch it with both hands and crush it. The two resumed their fierce melee, but the question loomed: how much longer could Goku endure? In the ensuing battle, Goku, determined to conserve his energy, opted to deftly evade Majin Buu's relentless assaults. As Buu pursued him without relent, Goku delivered a powerful kick to Buu's face, causing it to cave in. Once Buu restored his visage, he glared at Goku with clenched teeth, then swiftly lunged towards him, delivering a headbutt that sent Goku flying. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai's temple, Bulma suddenly recalled the Dragon Ball radar that had been left on their previous spacecraft. As everyone scrambled to inform Trunks of the radar's location, Videl produced her mobile phone, which Krillin eagerly seized to contact Trunks. At that moment, Master Roshi approached Videl, seizing the opportunity to indulge in her snacks, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Videl's retaliatory strike. Goku continued to engage in fierce combat with Buu, who unleashed an energy wave that sent Goku hurtling away. However, Goku managed to break free from the energy wave in a fit of rage. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Buu elongated his arm to strike once more. Goku evaded Buu's onslaught and retaliated with a kick. Yet Buu's extended arms ensnared Goku, pulling him in and delivering another headbutt. Quick to respond, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave that pierced through Buu's form. Nevertheless, Buu rapidly restored his body and mimicked Goku's stance, launching his own Kamehameha wave at Goku. Goku clasped his hands tightly, deflecting Buu's attack, and the resulting explosion shook the Supreme Kai's temple. Even Gohan, far away in the Kaioshin realm, sensed the fierce energy from their battle, as if he were witnessing the clash firsthand. In the midst of the fray, Goku praised Buu, calling him a combat genius, which caused Buu, who lacked a nose, to puff out proudly at the compliment. Meanwhile, upon learning that the Dragon Ball radar was on the spacecraft, Trunks rushed to search for it. After a thorough search, he finally located the radar and, without hesitation, made his way to the Supreme Kai's temple. Goku sensed Trunks' energy moving, realizing he had obtained the radar, and felt that his mission was accomplished. He then relinquished his Super Saiyan 3 form. Buu, finding the battle with Goku enjoyable, wished to continue fighting. But Goku informed him that he had no time to play with him, though stronger opponents would arrive in a few days. At that moment, Babidi emerged, issuing commands, prompting Goku to subtly suggest that Buu eliminate Babidi to break free from his control. Subsequently, Goku used instant transmission to depart from the battlefield. Observing Goku's departure, Babidi continued to provoke Buu with orders, deriding him as a fat pig, which solidified Buu's resolve to eliminate Babidi once and for all. At this moment, Buu's intellect surged as he feigned proximity to Babidi. Upon reaching Babidi, he swiftly seized the sorcerer's neck, rendering him speechless, and with a single punch, shattered Babidi's head, sending him straight to the abyss. Meanwhile, Goku successfully returned to the Sacred Realm, determined to ensure the successful fusion of the two young Saiyans. Chapter 68. The Commencement of Fusion Training. After Buu obliterated Babidi's vile head with a powerful strike, he carelessly discarded Babidi's lifeless body and unleashed a devastating energy wave, eradicating him to mere ashes. Witnessing Babidi disintegrate into fine dust, Buu erupted in ecstatic dance, reveling in his newfound freedom. At that moment, Goku in the Sacred Realm sensed the vanishing of Babidi, astonished that his suggestion prompted Buu to act so swiftly. On the other hand, free from the bothersome presence of Babidi, Buu soared through the skies, savoring the exhilarating sensation of liberation. Shortly thereafter, he hovered above a city, inhaling copious amounts of air, causing his form to swell grotesquely. He then expelled the air forcefully towards the city below, transforming a vast area into a desolate wasteland. The inhabitants, caught off guard, were still in disbelief when Buu descended to the ground, surveying the humans who remained frozen in place, prompting him to adopt a charging stance. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward for 2,500 meters, turning back to admire the ruins with a satisfied grin. In a nearby corner, Buu spotted a trembling girl who gazed at him in fear. Instantly intrigued, he inquired about his appearance. The terrified girl, startled yet compelled, hastily complimented Buu on his striking looks, causing his heart to swell with pride. However, when Buu suggested they share a kiss, the girl screamed in terror and quickly raised her hands in protest. Witnessing this scene, Buu's youthful heart felt betrayed, just as anger began to swell within him. He noticed a magazine that had fallen nearby. Spotting a popular superstar gracing its pages, he deduced that Earth girls favored that type, and promptly began to reshape his visage. In no time, he transformed into the very figure depicted in the magazine. With his elongated lips, he leaned in to kiss the girl, but her terror escalated as she waved her arms and shrieked in fear. Faced with rejection, Buu, in a fit of rage, transformed her into a piece of milk candy, declaring, "Since I cannot have you, I shall consume you instead." Disheartened, Buu ascended into the sky, releasing an energy wave that reduced the city to mere ashes. Observing from the Sacred Realm, Krillin and the others were rendered speechless in horror. At that moment, Piccolo turned to Goku, inquiring if he could have defeated Majin Buu had he employed his powers. However, Goku lamented that even he could not triumph over Buu, for his attacks were futile against Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities. Seeing no other options, Piccolo suggested seeking assistance from Zebufin and Broly, believing that their combined strength would be sufficient to confront Majin Buu. Goku interjected, stating that they could not rely solely on those two. This was precisely why they refrained from intervening. Such matters should be resolved by themselves. If they were to defeat Buu, who was to say that even more formidable foes would not arise in the future? Just then, Trunks finally returned, preoccupied with the powerful energy he had sensed earlier, persistently inquiring whether it belonged to Goku. With no way to evade the question, Goku reluctantly confirmed it, which only fueled Trunks' frustration. Given Goku's immense power, it was baffling that he had not appeared during the battle against Majin Buu, resulting in the demise of his father. Goku, recognizing Trunks' turmoil, chose not to speak, wearing a grave expression as he acknowledged that he too was no match for Majin Buu. Only through the fusion of Trunks and Goten would they stand a chance. Meanwhile, having exhausted his time in the city, Buu ventured to the outskirts, transforming a few humans into clay to construct a house. Shortly after, the newly built abode was complete, and Buu eagerly entered his new home to indulge in its comforts. Inside, he had not only fashioned a dining table, but also a bathtub for relaxation. It seemed that even a demon like him appreciated the finer things in life, as he had prepared a set of pajamas and even brushed his teeth before bedtime, revealing a surprisingly meticulous villain. Following this, Bu succumbed to an afternoon slumber, awakening 2 full hours later, his thoughts now turning to seeking further destruction in the city. At the Kai's temple, Goku continued to utilize this brief respite to guide Goten and Trunks in their fusion techniques. Trunks, however, expressed disdain for the unattractive fusion pose and was reluctant to repeat the practice, secretly hoping for a closer glimpse of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Goten echoed his sentiments. In order to facilitate their concentration on the fusion techniques, Goku acquiesced to their request and instructed them to pay close attention. He first transformed into a Super Saiyan, then heightened his energy before transitioning into Super Saiyan 3. With a mighty roar, Goku unleashed his energy, sending Trunks and Goten reeling. The entire temple trembled as Goku was enveloped in a golden aura, his hair gradually altering amidst his thunderous cries. When Super Saiyan 3, Goku finally revealed himself. This transformation inspired Goten and Trunks, who subsequently succeeded in their own fusion into Super Saiyan. Having previously fought Majin Buu, Goku was left physically drained from the exertion, and shortly after completing his transformation, he collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. Soon, he reverted to his usual state, and he entrusted the care of Trunks and Goten to the nearby Sun family caretaker, instructing Piccolo to provide them with thorough guidance. At this moment, Bu was wreaking havoc everywhere, and the fusion of Butan and Trunks was their last hope to stop him. Raditz and Nappa caught up with Goku. Could he truly entrust the fate of the Earth to 2 mere children? Goku confidently asserted that as long as they practiced their fusion diligently, they would surely succeed. Hearing Goku's unwavering assurance, the two refrained from further questioning, though their eyes conveyed an unspoken thought that they too could fuse, and their combined might would surpass that of the youngsters. Yet they ultimately kept this sentiment to themselves. Meanwhile, a recovering Goku asked the Kaioshin for a favor. Could he establish contact with King Enma? He wished to inquire whether a certain Son Gohan had reported in. Upon connecting with King Enma, Goku learned that Gohan had not perished. This news brought Goku immense joy, prompting him to spin with delight. At that moment, King Enma informed Goku that the Demon King Dabura had just been sent over. Originally destined for Hell, Dabura was spared that fate, as Hell and the Demon Realm were deemed indistinguishable, and thus he was sent to Heaven. Having just received the uplifting news about Gohan, Goku suddenly sensed his son's energy and, utilizing instant transmission, pursued it. At that moment, Gohan was in the Kaioshin realm, practicing with the Kaioshin sword. Just as Gohan swung the sword, Goku arrived beside him, narrowly avoiding being decapitated. Fortunately, Goku's reflexes were swift. Otherwise, it would have been a comically tender moment, leaving the humorous duo utterly astonished. Goku then noticed the Kaioshin behind Gohan, with Jebet still in shock at the sight of a human arriving here on his own. Subsequently, Goku and Gohan shared their recent experiences. Upon hearing about the formidable Kaioshin sword, Goku expressed a desire to try it out. Gohan handed over the sword, and Goku began to demonstrate, leaving the comedic duo once again astounded. They were taken aback by Goku's effortless wielding of the Kaioshin sword, marveling at the Saiyan race's extraordinary prowess. After a spirited display lasting 2.5 minutes, Goku inquired if he could remain in the Kaioshin realm. With the Kaioshin's consent granted, Goku commenced his habitual quest for sustenance. It appeared that Goku's visit to see Gohan was but a pretext. His true intent was to find a new place to indulge in meals. The Kaioshin then suggested that Gohan take a moment to rest while he and Jebet led Goku onward. Meanwhile, on Earth, a day had passed. Piccolo began his day as a caretaker, observing the two still slumbering. As a diligent caretaker, Piccolo initiated his wake-up service, urging the two young ones to rise and, after breakfast, resume their training. Just as Piccolo was about to step outside, the two once again succumbed to slumber. Chapter 69. The Shattered Kaioshin Sword. It is worth noting that Piccolo truly excelled as a caregiver, persistently encouraging Goten and Trunks to awaken and continue their training during this crucial time. Yet the two children continued to resist, rising from their slumber. In a moment of desperation, Piccolo resorted to a rather forceful method of waking his companions, delivering a resounding slap that jolted both from their slumber. He proclaimed that these were extraordinary times, with no luxury of wasted moments, as the fate of Earth now rested solely upon their shoulders. Nearby, Krillin and others observed how this dedicated caregiver managed the situation. At this juncture, Trunks began to voice his grievances against Piccolo. In retaliation for the earlier slap, Trunks insisted that Piccolo demonstrate the fusion pose once more, claiming he had only seen it once and could not remember it. Goten chimed in, echoing Trunks' sentiments, which only served to infuriate the caregiver, who pondered how it was solely up to them to save the planet. Reluctantly, Piccolo acquiesced to their request and called upon Krillin to assist him. Upon hearing that he was to perform such an embarrassing act, Krillin hastily suggested that Piccolo find someone else to partner with. However, when he turned around, he discovered that the others had already fled, leaving him no choice but to step forward and cooperate. The two mischievous boys in front of Piccolo wore expressions of triumph. Subsequently, Piccolo and Krillin began to demonstrate the fusion pose once again for Goten and Trunks. After their performance, a blushing Krillin hurriedly escaped, while Piccolo urged the boys to continue practicing before making his swift exit. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was still on the hunt for destruction in the city. During his search, he encountered a small boy leaning on a cane, determined not to overlook any human. Approaching the boy, Buu blocked his path. Unbeknownst to Buu, this boy was blind and unaware of the menace before him, engaging him in conversation. Upon learning of the boy's blindness, Buu placed his hands over the boy's eyes, utilizing his healing abilities to restore his sight. The boy, now able to see, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Buu. For the first time, Buu felt the complexities of emotion. Sitting beside the boy on the edge of a cliff and engaging in conversation, Buu inquired if the boy thought he was handsome, revealing the lingering hurt from previous encounters with human girls. When the boy complimented his appearance, Buu's face lit up with joy. Then, the boy reached into his pocket, retrieving the money he intended to use to buy milk, and offered it to Buu. With a casual flick, Buu tossed the coins aside and instructed the boy to wait. He then soared off in a particular direction. Soon, Buu arrived at a vehicle where humans were busy unloading cargo. Upon recognizing the approaching Majin Buu, one of the workers attempted to flee but was swiftly transformed into a bottle of milk by Buu's energy. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the boy was finally reunited with Buu. The latter handed the milk to the boy, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Without looking back, Buu flew away. At that moment, the corpulent Majin Buu, influenced by the great Kaioshin, still harbored a flicker of kindness within him, albeit tainted by Babbidi's teachings which twisted sincerity into amusement. After encountering Satan, he was profoundly moved and transformed into a benevolent being, ultimately becoming Satan's bodyguard. Of course, these events are tales for another time. At present, in the realm of the King Kai, Gohan has become adept at utilizing the techniques of this divine domain through his rigorous training. His execution of the slicing and thrusting combo flows seamlessly, yet he still fails to perceive the immense power spoken of by the King Kai. While others continue their deliberations, Goten and Trunks diligently practice their fusion poses, yet they struggle to synchronize their movements. Frustrated, Trunks complains that Goten is too slow, while Goten retorts that Trunks is too fast. Their quarrel escalates into a scuffle, prompting Piccolo to intervene, swiftly separating the two boys with a serious admonition. There is no time for frivolity now. After we defeat Majin Buu, you can spar for as long as you wish. Once the boys have calmed down, Piccolo relinquishes his hold on them, feeling the weight of his responsibilities as their caretaker. In the King Kai's realm, Gohan, having honed his skills, wields the King Kai sword with remarkable finesse. As he practices, Goku applauds his son's prowess, marveling at how swiftly Gohan has mastered the once daunting weapon. Eager to test the sword's might, Goku lifts a rock from the ground, intending to gauge its cutting ability. Gohan, confident, believes he can slice through the boulder as effortlessly as cutting tofu. As Goku hurls the stone at Gohan, the sword slices through it with ease, just as Gohan anticipated. Witnessing this, the King Kai becomes exuberant, proclaiming he must find the hardest material to further test the sword. He conjures a pitch-black metallic cube, explaining that it is known as the hardest metal in the universe, called adamantine. Goku strikes the adamantine with a few taps, marveling at its resilience. Then, with a powerful throw, Goku sends the adamantine hurtling towards Gohan, who prepares to counter with the King Kai sword. However, upon contact, the sword begins to bend, and within moments, it shatters under the pressure of the adamantine. The legendary King Kai sword, once thought indestructible, lies broken, leaving the comedic duo nearby utterly speechless. The onlookers are left in shock, while the adamantine continues to glide through the air for several meters. Goku, quick to deflect blame, scolds the King Kai for insisting on testing with the hardest material. Meanwhile, the King Kai and his companion tremble in fear, while Gohan contemplates the deception behind the so-called legendary sword. Having spoken, he casts the broken sword to the ground. However, the weight of this sword significantly enhanced Gohan's power. He further explained that perhaps the sword's true purpose was to grant him immense strength, provided he could wield it. Listening to Gohan's reasoning, the Supreme Kai found solace in his words and quickly asserted that this could indeed enable Gohan to transcend his limits upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Beside them, Jebbet eagerly nodded in agreement, yet they remained oblivious to the ripples emanating from the severed blade on the ground. While the Supreme Kai and Jebbet continued to console themselves, Goku doused their optimism with a cold reality, believing such measures would be insufficient against Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai, wanting to counter Goku's assertion, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 70. The Defeated Gotenks. Meanwhile, with the breaking of the sword, the seal on the Supreme Kai's sword was also lifted, resulting in the release of the old Supreme Kai trapped within. Upon seeing the elderly figure appear behind him, the Supreme Kai inquired about his identity. The old man then introduced himself as the ancestor of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior. The comedic duo was taken aback, resembling individuals who had encountered a ghost. So much time had elapsed, and the previous Supreme Kai had been unexpectedly slain by Majin Buu, leaving the current Supreme Kai with little knowledge before assuming his role. Having just been freed from his long slumber, the old Supreme Kai began to stir and muttered to himself incessantly. At that moment, Goku quietly remarked to Gohan that the old man did not seem particularly formidable. Gohan nodded in agreement. Hence, Goku decided to test the old Supreme Kai's strength, gathering a ki blast in his hand and launching it towards him. The blast struck the old Supreme Kai squarely in the face, causing him to tumble to the ground, his visage darkened. Witnessing this spectacle, the comedic duo rushed over to assess the condition of their ancestor. Once back on his feet, the old Supreme Kai was furious, exclaiming that Goku was exceedingly rude and attempted to ambush him while he was unprepared. Goku had not anticipated that the old man would merely be a braggart. Once upright, the old Supreme Kai proclaimed that his true prowess lay not in combat power, but in a terrifying ability he possessed. Intrigued, Goku inquired about this formidable ability. However, the old Supreme Kai, in a haughty manner, refused to disclose it, even making a face at Goku. The Supreme Kai, witnessing this, looked on in bewilderment, not expecting his ancestor to be such a mischievous old man. At this juncture, Goku offered a children's book as a trade for the old Supreme Kai to reveal his terrifying ability. Upon hearing about the book, the old Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled with interest, fixated on the tome in Goku's hand. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, feeling a sense of embarrassment for his ancestor, cleared his throat, prompting the old Supreme Kai to regain a semblance of seriousness. At this moment, the Supreme Kai hastily intervened to halt Goku's actions. Yet the old Supreme Kai remarked that, even without such a tome, he could observe the wonders of the world from afar. This declaration left the Supreme Kai dumbfounded, astonished to learn that his ancestor possessed the ability to peer into the lives of mortals using divine power. Goku, however, wore a playful smile. You can only watch, not touch. I can allow him to experience this firsthand. The old Supreme Kai gazed at Goku with palpable desire, revealing that indeed, the ancient beings within the Dragon Balls shared a certain flamboyance akin to Master Roshi. At this juncture, Gohan inquired how Goku intended to fulfill the old Supreme Kai's request. Goku indicated that he would not be returning to Earth for the time being and suggested that Gohan bring Biddy along so that the old Supreme Kai could indulge his whims. Upon hearing this, Gohan turned crimson and vehemently protested, asserting that he would never betray his wife. Subsequently, Goku recalled Bulma back on Earth and approached the old Supreme Kai to inquire if an older woman would suffice. The old Supreme Kai replied that as long as she possessed some allure, it would be acceptable. Thus, Goku urged Gohan to beseech Bulma for assistance. Gohan, upon hearing this, was struck with trepidation. Who would dare to offend Bulma at such a time? Next, Goku sought confirmation from the old Supreme Kai regarding his ability to defeat Majin Buu, to which the old Supreme Kai responded with pride, asserting that there was indeed hope against the formidable foe. Encouraged by this, Goku tasked Gohan with enlisting Bulma as help for the fate of Earth and humanity. Subsequently, Goku and the old Supreme Kai reached an agreement, prompting Goku to inquire about the terrifying abilities the old Supreme Kai had mentioned. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old Supreme Kai adopted a wise demeanor and proclaimed, "My power enables even the mightiest individuals to transcend their previous limits with my assistance." Upon hearing this, Goku dismissed the ability as unimpressive, noting that even the Grand Elder of Namek could achieve similar feats. This provoked the old Supreme Kai, who then aimed to enlighten Goku by applying his prowess to Gohan. He also took a moment to chide the Supreme Kai, who had expected a divine being to emerge, but was instead saved by a mere human. The Supreme Kai, upon receiving this rebuke, bowed his head in shame. On Planet Blue, the newly fused Gotenks reveled in his audacious nature, boldly challenging the mighty Majin Buu right after their fusion. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Trunks radiated immense energy, leaving onlookers in awe. Gotenks, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his veins, eagerly sought to confront the villain. Piccolo, concerned, attempted to intervene, but mistakenly called out the wrong name in his haste. Nevertheless, Gotenks disregarded the caretaker's pleas. Confident that 30 minutes would be more than sufficient to deal with Buu, and he soared towards the direction of the fiend. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, aboard Goku had awakened from a nap, mistakenly believing the ritual had concluded. However, he soon realized that only half the time had elapsed. This indicated that Gohan would have to endure watching the old Supreme Kai dance for an additional 2.5 hours before they could proceed to the next phase. The scene returns to the Blue Planet, where Majin Buu continues his relentless destruction. After demolishing a cruise ship, he prepares to leave, only to notice a human struggling in the water. As he approaches, the panicked individual clambers onto Buu without a second thought. However, upon realizing he is face to face with Majin Buu, he finds himself yanked upward before he can let go and is swiftly kicked into the air. A ki blast follows, sending the hapless human flying far away. At that moment, a ki blast pierces through Buu's body. While he searches for the source of the attack, Gotenks stands atop the wreckage of the ship Buu had just destroyed. Buu approaches Gotenks, inquiring about his identity. Yet, Gotenks arrogantly retorts that a dead man has no need to know his name. In an instant, Gotenks charges at Buu, delivering a flurry of rapid punches that leave countless imprints on Buu's body. He swiftly maneuvers to Buu's side and delivers a kick that sends Buu tumbling into the ocean, followed by another ki blast. Moments later, Buu emerges from a massive explosion, his form enveloped in the remnants of the blast. Gotenks teleports in front of Buu, thrusting his hands into the searing heat and seizing Buu's antennae, spinning him around before hurling him into the depths of the sea, then unleashing a ki blast aimed at the submerged Majin Buu. Just as Gotenks believes he has vanquished Buu, he derogatorily calls him a dead fatso, asserting that Majin Buu is nothing remarkable. Yet, in the next instant, his words come back to haunt him as the half-destroyed Buu reappears before him, quickly restoring his form. Infuriated by being called a dead fatso, Buu teleports before Gotenks and strikes him down from the sky with a single punch. Before Gotenks can react, Buu unleashes a barrage of punches upon the descending Gotenks, each blow raining down like a hailstorm. After 2 minutes of this relentless assault, Gotenks is left battered and bruised. Buu then seizes him, delivering a crushing headbutt that sends Gotenks flying, pinning him against a pillar of shame, rendering him immobile. As Buu gathers energy for a finishing blow, a human military force arrives on the scene, bombarding Buu with relentless fire. However, Buu remains unscathed amidst the onslaught. Frustrated by the incessant attacks, he retaliates with a colossal energy wave, engulfing everything in his vicinity. When the explosion subsides, the area has transformed into a vast crater. Seizing this opportunity, Gotenks retreats to the sacred temple, and observing his disheveled state, Piccolo advises them to practice diligently to enhance their strength before attempting to fuse again and ultimately defeat Majin Buu. Chapter 71, The Savior Satan. On the planet Blue Star, Satan, the martial arts champion of the Earth, heeding the cries of humanity, resolved to emerge once more to save mankind. Alone, he piloted his craft in search of the demon Majin Buu, soon arriving at Buu's villa. With a champion by their side, the nearby humans grew emboldened, stepping forward to urge Satan to confront Buu. Alarmed by their audacity, Satan hastily pulled the humans behind a stone for cover, urging them to depart, as their presence would only serve to distract him. After dispersing the crowd, Satan stealthily approached Buu's villa. He picked up a stone and hurled it towards the dwelling. After waiting for 2.5 minutes in silence, he cautiously advanced towards the villa. Upon conducting a thorough reconnaissance, Satan discovered that Buu was not inside the house, which emboldened him to unleash a torrent of punches and kicks against the empty structure. He boasted loudly, deriding Buu as a mere fatso, insignificant in his presence. Just as Satan reveled in his unrestrained bravado, a rustle in the surroundings made him believe Buu had returned, prompting him to kneel and plead for mercy. To his chagrin, it was merely the sound produced by a lizard, which incited Satan's wrath, leading him to stomp furiously at the creature. At that moment, Majin Buu returned to his villa. The once audacious Satan now stood frozen in fear, quickly bending over backwards in deference as Bu approached. As Bu contemplated how to transform Satan into a delectable dessert, Satan hastily produced a box of highly toxic chocolates from his backpack, presenting it to Bu. Observing Bu consume the chocolates, Satan believed his scheme would succeed. However, the poison had no effect on Bu, who swiftly devoured every last morsel. Witnessing the failure of his plan, Satan then retrieved a gaming console, eagerly instructing Bu on how to play. In his mind, Satan chuckled wickedly, for this was no ordinary gaming device. It contained miniature explosives. When he pressed the button on the remote, the console erupted in a cloud of smoke. However, Bu stood unharmed, finding the explosion quite amusing. He then approached Satan, proposing that he serve as his subordinate and part-time caretaker, even producing candies fashioned from humans to share with Satan. Satan's acceptance of Bu's offering signified that he had earned Bu's favor. Seizing the opportunity while Bu was distracted, Satan discreetly spat out the candy in his mouth, aiming to divert Bu's attention, and unleashed a powerful strike towards him. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, and with Majin Bu casting a glance in his direction, Satan quickly devised an excuse, claiming there were others ahead. In response, Bu unleashed a powerful energy wave, the explosion leaving Satan dumbfounded. He hurriedly praised Bu for his impressive display. In an attempt to deceive the inhabitants of Blue Star, Satan convinced Bu to pose for a photograph with him, suggesting Bu lie on the ground while he struck a victorious pose beside him to fool the other Blue Star residents. It must be said, Satan's Navet brought him unexpected fortune as he remained unscathed. At the sacred world of the Kais, when Goten and Trunks returned, battered and bruised, Bu in tow, their caretaker Piccolo expressed that they were now Earth's sole hope and urged them not to squander it like he had. Trunks then inquired if he could surpass his father. If he possessed such formidable strength, he could safeguard Blue Star and ensure his father would not meet a tragic fate in battle. Observing the two's fervor, Piccolo promptly encouraged them, reminding them that the blood of the warrior race, the Saiyans, coursed through their veins. He assured them that one day they would surpass their predecessors. Afterward, he instructed Den to heal their injuries and urged them to commence their training, prompting them to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyans for fusion. He continually reminded them not to become complacent after a successful fusion, recalling the earlier defeat they had suffered at the hands of Bu. The two, having experienced failure, trained with renewed vigor, and their efforts bore fruit. They were now capable of fusing in their Super Saiyan forms. Piccolo first guided them to transform into Super Saiyans, helping them balance their energy. They then assumed the fusion pose. A radiant golden light illuminated the sacred world, casting Piccolo's visage in even deeper shade of green. Thus, the mighty Gotenks was born. However, upon completing the fusion, the overly confident duo disregarded Piccolo's cautions, believing themselves invincible, and set off to challenge Bu. Seeing this, Piccolo quickly followed suit, transforming into Super Saiyan Gotenks, whose speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he circled the Earth several times before executing a graceful landing. As Piccolo struggled to catch up, Gotenks took the opportunity to rest on a nearby rock. Meanwhile, two individuals armed with firearms were on a quest to hunt down humans. It was these very two who would ultimately give rise to the nefarious Majin Bu. After eliminating the nearby humans, the duo returned to their vehicle, preparing to seek out their next target. After 2.5 minutes of rest, Gotenks awaited Piccolo, who finally caught up, panting heavily from the exertion. Gotenks arrogantly proclaimed that his recent speed should indicate the extent of his newfound power. Eagerly, they set out in search of Majin Bu. Observing the current Gotenks, one could not help but perceive him as a miniature version of Vegeta, brimming with audacity. Ignoring Piccolo's attempts to dissuade him, he soared toward Bu's location, blissfully unaware that his time of fusion was limited to a mere 2.5 minutes. Moments later, Gotenks arrived at Bu's villa, boldly calling for him to emerge. However, before he could complete his proclamation, the fusion time elapsed, causing the duo to separate. They gazed at their disjoined forms, exchanging awkward glances in the suddenly tense atmosphere. Upon hearing the commotion, Majin Bu responded, but the disbanded pair, startled by his voice, chose to flee without a second thought. By the time Bu ventured out to investigate, Goten and Trunks had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Satan quickly asserted that Bu must have imagined the voices. Who would dare call out to him so brazenly? This left Bu bewildered, wearing a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, in the Kais realm, after a lengthy wait, the Elder Kai finally progressed to the next stage. However, Gohan was incensed to discover that the Elder Kai had fallen asleep before him, prompting Gohan to shout in an attempt to rouse him. It was no wonder. Enhancing one's power required a grueling 20 hours. Who could withstand such an ordeal? Goku, too, had succumbed to slumber nearby. On Blue Star, the populace noticed that Bu had ceased his rampage, leaving the deities of the Heaven Temple in a state of uncertainty. This was, indeed, the result of Satan's efforts. He had proven himself to be the savior of the world, successfully rehabilitating Majin Bu through sheer willpower, convincing him to abandon his malevolence and pledge to cease the senseless slaughter and destruction. After Goten and Trunks slipped away, Satan, like a caregiver entertaining a child, began recounting stories to Bu, much to the latter's delight. After a joyous 2.5 minutes, observing the passage of time, Bu announced his intention to venture out once more in search of destruction, inviting Satan to accompany him. Satan quickly waved his hands, insisting he would remain behind to prepare a meal, boasting that his culinary creations would be the most delectable. He waved goodbye to Bu, and once Bu departed, Satan's demeanor shifted dramatically as he began plotting Bu's demise. Returning to his dwelling, he retrieved a bundle of firecrackers from his backpack, intending to use them to obliterate Majin Bu. He then concealed the explosives, planning to press the button at the opportune moment to eliminate Bu unnoticed. Truly, Satan was bearing the burden of humiliation, meticulously crafting a scheme to eradicate Bu while simultaneously playing the role of a caretaker. Just then, Bu returned earlier than expected, prompting Satan to rush to the door, only to be surprised as Bu brought back an injured puppy. During his path of destruction, Bu had encountered this little dog which, unlike others, did not flee but instead trembled before him. Therefore, the bewildered Majin Bu returned to inquire of Satan. Satan explained that the little dog, having been injured, did not flee upon seeing Bu. After hearing Satan's explanation, the mischievous Bu, who reveled in destruction, decided to use his healing abilities to mend the dog's wounds, believing that this would allow it to escape, thus presenting an opportunity for him to eliminate it. However, once healed, the dog did not choose to flee. Instead, it circled around Bu, regarding him as its savior. Satan then elucidated that the dog had developed a fondness for Bu. Upon hearing this, Bu began to play with the dog, marking a pivotal transformation in his character. Now, Bu resembled an innocent child. As long as one treated him with sincerity, he would reveal his benevolent side. He even contemplated offering the chocolate hidden in his pants to the dog, but Satan intervened, explaining that chocolate is harmful to dogs, and took the opportunity to suggest purchasing dog food instead. They drove to a distant boulder, where Satan intended to activate a bomb to eliminate Bu. However, through his telescope, Satan observed Bu frolicking with the dog and found his resolve to press the button wavering. Once he regained his composure and returned, Satan questioned Bu about his penchant for destruction. Bu confessed that he engaged in such behavior because the loathsome Babidi had told him it was a game, which led him to derive pleasure from chaos. This revelation excited Satan. Since it was the words of a detestable person, it must be wrong. He implored Bu to refrain from future acts of destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Bu readily agreed, leaving Satan astonished at his unexpected compliance, momentarily feeling justified in his role as the world's savior. However, this joyous scene did not endure for long. The harmonious family moment was abruptly shattered by the sound of gunfire. Witnessing the fallen dog, Bu's rage ignited. Chapter 72. The Emergence of Evil Bu. Gazing at the incapacitated dog, both Bu and Satan were engulfed in fury. At that moment, Satan noticed two humans on a nearby hillside. Just as Bu had embarked on a path of redemption, these humans appeared to disrupt everything, rendering Satan's efforts futile. Upon seeing the two individuals, their spirits lifted, and they promptly aimed a rocket launcher at Bu, unleashing a barrage of missiles that obliterated Bu's villa. Just when they believed they had vanquished the Majin, Bu stood firm, emitting a torrential stream of energy from above, his fury palpable. Clenching his teeth, he advanced toward the humans step by step. At that critical juncture, Satan emerged behind the two, swiftly dispatching one of them. He then kicked the remaining weapon away and unleashed a flurry of punches, venting his pent-up frustrations, leaving Bu utterly bewildered below. Subsequently, Satan cast the unfortunate human before him off the cliff, deriding them as the detritus of earth. Witnessing this scene, Bu's anger dissipated, and Satan approached the small dog, noticing signs of life and promptly relaying this to Bu. Upon hearing this, Bu rushed over and employed his healing abilities on the barely breathing pup. Under a cascade of purple and white light, the dog's wounds began to mend. Observing the restored canine, both Satan and Bu rejoiced, joining hands to dance around the little creature. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Piccolo and Den were astonished by Satan's unexpected display of bravery, having always regarded him as timid. Once the immediate trouble was resolved, Satan engaged in playful antics with the dog, while Bu seized the opportunity to repair his villa, even creating rooms for Satan and the pup. This deeply moved Satan. At the same time, in the Kai's realm, the Elder Kai was watching a gymnastics performance while assisting Gohan in enhancing his strength. Gohan, perplexed, questioned whether this time spent here could genuinely bolster his power. The Elder Kai, perceiving Gohan's thoughts, reassured him that he would indeed augment his abilities and reminded him not to forget the promise he made, bringing Bulma for a little fun when the time came. Back with Bu, Satan embarked on his journey as a caretaker, preparing meals and assisting Bu with his bathing. In return, Bu regarded Satan as his close friend, inviting him in a bathtub for a shared soak, where they frolicked and played. Rather than chastising Satan for his reckless behavior, Bu joined in the merriment, nearly exhausting Satan in their playful antics. After their bath, Bu's hunger struck again, prompting Satan to meticulously prepare a feast. Just then, the human who had previously survived appeared in Bu's villa, brandishing a gun aimed at Satan. Satan acted first, charging towards the adversary, but the yellow-haired human fired a shot. The sound of the gun echoed, and Satan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing Satan's fallen form, Bu could no longer contain his fury, his head releasing streams of gas. Struggling to suppress his wrath, Bu utilized his healing powers to mend Satan's injuries. After a brief moment of healing, Satan revived, eager to express gratitude, only to be told by the agonized Bu to depart swiftly. Despite his desire to check on Bu's condition, Satan was met with a fierce command to leave. Recognizing the urgency, he promptly took the small dog and distanced himself from Bu. As Satan retreated, Bu, in anguish, approached the villa, and a surge of energy erupted from him, enveloping the sky in a swirling mass of purple-hued gas. This gas, compressing steadily, gradually assumed a humanoid form. A flash of light illuminated the sky, revealing a gaunt version of Bu. To everyone's astonishment, he expelled the malevolent thoughts that resided within him, which manifested as another Bu. The slender Bu turned to gaze at the distant yellow-haired human and swiftly charged towards him, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the human completely. He then raced towards the corpulent Bu, confronting him directly, creating a stark contrast between the two. In this standoff, the corpulent Bu initiated the assault, launching a flurry of punches at the slender Bu. However, after 2.5 seconds, he failed to land a single blow and was instead sent flying by a kick from Slender Bu. The Slender Bu seized the moment, executing a relentless barrage of wolf fang fist strikes, leaving the corpulent Bu with no opportunity for retaliation. With a final kick, he sent the corpulent Bu hurtling away. Frustrated, the corpulent Bu tore off a chunk of his own flesh, intending to employ the same strategy he used against Vegeta to subdue the Slender Bu. As the corpulent Bu hurled the doughy mass, it ensnared the Slender Bu effectively. Gloating, the corpulent Bu reveled in his apparent victory. Yet, with a mere exertion of strength, the Slender Bu broke free from his bonds and proceeded to devour the separated flesh of the corpulent Bu, chewing it voraciously. Observing this scene, the caretaker Piccolo realized that the corpulent Bu could not contend with this malevolent counterpart and promptly urged Goten and Trunks to commence their training immediately. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma approached Piccolo, chastising him for being overly strict as a caretaker. Piccolo, exasperated, chose to disregard their comments, focusing instead on the escalating battle between the good and evil Bus. The Slender Bu maintained the upper hand, relentlessly assaulting the corpulent Bu and employing a series of energy blasts that bombarded him. Infuriated, the corpulent Bu's head emitted steam as he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha technique. In response, the Slender Bu mimicked this posture, and soon their energy waves collided, pushing and shoving against each other. As time elapsed, the energy wave gradually overpowered the corpulent Bu. With an explosive sound, the corpulent Bu was propelled backward. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a beam of energy from his antenna, aiming to transform the Slender Bu into chocolate. However, the beastly Bu exhaled a gust of air, redirecting the beam back toward the corpulent Bu, who was struck by his own attack and turned into chocolate. The Slender Bu gleefully scooped up the chocolate Bu and consumed him. Thus, the corpulent Bu was absorbed. Chapter 73. Bu pursues to the Sacred Realm. As the Slender Bu devoured the chocolate form of the corpulent Bu, his body began to undergo a transformation, with pores expelling a torrent of pink gas that enveloped him entirely. Subsequently, Flashes of lightning surged forth amidst the pink haze. As the mist dissipated, Majin Buu made his grand entrance. Having just undergone his transformation, Buu began to flex his muscles, unleashing a primal roar directed at the heavens. His formidable energy radiated outward, causing even the distant sacred realm to tremble. The presence of Buu reached the likes of Goku and others in the Kaioshin realm. Meanwhile, the elder Kaioshin remained engrossed in a comic, all the while attempting to bolster Gohan's strength. Once he had vented his energy, Buu set his gaze upon a nearby human, who, realizing he was being targeted, hastily scrambled towards the cliff where they had previously been. Armed with a firearm, he futilely attempted to shoot at Buu. However, such human weaponry was utterly ineffective against a creature of Buu's caliber. In an instant, Buu elongated his form and soared towards the human, transforming into a liquid state, which allowed him to infiltrate the man's body. The human's physique swelled at a visible rate, and, as Buu fully entered, he caused the unfortunate individual to explode. After dispatching his prey, Buu ascended into the air, reconstituting himself into his original form. Upon returning to the ground, he noticed Satan cowering in a corner. With a twist of his body akin to a spring, Buu launched himself towards Satan. Yet, as he approached within 2.5 meters, he abruptly halted. Believing Buu to have departed, Satan grew increasingly audacious. However, when he finally glanced upward to behold Buu in the sky, he froze in terror. Buu merely uttered Satan's name stiffly before turning away, seemingly thwarted by the absorbed fat Buu's influence over his actions. This demonstrated that Buu still held a memory of his companion, Satan. In the sacred realm, Piccolo and Din watched in a state of cold sweat. Piccolo remarked that their only hope now lay with Goten and Trunks. At that moment, Goten and Trunks, having just arrived and filled with sustenance, were considering a midday nap. Yet, Buu had set his sights on Karin Tower, heading directly towards the sacred realm. Piccolo and Din were taken aback, realizing that the current Majin Buu had learned to locate them through his energy sensing. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Buu appeared before them, instilling a deep fear that left them trembling. The realization that Buu could pinpoint the location of the sacred realm struck them with dread, especially as Gohan's training was yet to conclude. Goten and Trunks were uncertain if they could match Buu's strength, filling the hearts of all present with trepidation. Faced with the sudden arrival of Buu, the group stood frozen in shock. Buu then bellowed for them to surrender Goten and Trunks, having discerned through his energy perception that the formidable Gotenks was indeed among them. As he gazed upon the formidable Majin Buu, Piccolo's countenance turned a shade of green with trepidation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and approached, hoping to buy a moment's reprieve for Goten and Trunks. Yet, Majin Buu was not so easily deceived as his rotund counterpart. He dismissed Piccolo's entreaties outright. Faced with Buu's obstinacy, Piccolo resolved to delay him by offering the entirety of Earth's populace as a sacrifice, allowing Goten and Trunks the opportunity to confront him later. The onlookers shuddered at the grim notion, but alternatives were scarce. With a derisive smirk, Buu began to circle the Kaioshin temple, surveying the remaining inhabitants of Earth. Seizing the moment, Piccolo slipped behind Krillin, urging him to awaken the still slumbering Goten and Trunks and usher them into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Meanwhile, Kiki, armed with a mop, contemplated a surprise attack on Buu, but Piccolo swiftly intervened with a burst of energy to thwart her. Krillin, seizing the opportunity, hurried to rouse Goten and Trunks from their slumber. A mere 2 minutes passed before Buu completed his circuit around the temple and returned before Piccolo, raising his hand toward the heavens. Instantly, a multitude of energy blasts erupted from Buu's palm, cascading towards Earth's populace. In an instant, countless lives were extinguished under his ruthless assault, save for the likes of Tien and Kairatsu, who narrowly evaded his wrath. Yet, the hapless Satan on the ground seemed to float effortlessly away from the energy waves, as if guided by an unseen force, evading destruction with uncanny precision. Before long, the entirety of humanity was laid to waste by Buu's merciless onslaught, compelling him to demand that Piccolo surrender the two young ones. Witnessing the devastation before him, Piccolo could only internally lament, vowing to revive them with the Dragon Balls should an opportunity arise. In his moment of desperation, Piccolo tremulously implored Buu for 1 additional hour. Convinced by Piccolo's earnestness, Buu inquired as to the duration of an hour. In response, Piccolo conjured a sand timer from thin air, explaining that once the last grain of sand fell, he would be ready to face Goten and Trunks. However, Buu, upon observing the slow descent of the sand, outright rejected Piccolo's proposal. At that juncture, Rick pointed to the figure of Bidalai behind him, proclaiming her to be Satan's daughter, and beseeched Bu to grant them an hour in the name of Satan himself. Reminiscing about past exuberant moments shared with Satan, Bu acquiesced, granting them another hour. At this moment, the two young ones finally stirred from their slumber. Seeing that they were awake, Krillin urged them to hasten to the hyperbolic time chamber for their training. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Gohan, gazing at the unkempt old Kaioshin, could no longer restrain his indignation. Yet, as Gohan's fury erupted, he sensed a palpable increase in his own power. The old Kaioshin urged Gohan not to squander time and to continue his training forthwith. Gohan could only obediently sit down and apologize to the old Kai for his earlier reckless behavior. On Blue Star, Bu agreed to wait for an hour as requested by Piccolo, squatting in front of the hourglass while time slipped away. At that moment, Goten and Trunks were observing the transformed Majin Bu from within the room. Subsequently, Piccolo urged the two to seize the opportunity and swiftly enter the hyperbolic time chamber for their training. Just as they were about to head to the chamber, Goten noticed Kiki striding directly towards Majin Bu. Upon reaching Bu, Chi-Chi slapped him hard across the face. Truly, only formidable women could become the wives of Saiyans. Previously, Chi-Chi had fiercely struck Majin Bu, and now Bulma had dealt a blow to Beerus. However, she had overestimated her own strength. Bu hardly spared her a glance before using his antenna to transform Chi-Chi into an egg, which he then crushed beneath his foot. Chapter 74. Gotenks battles Bu again. Witnessing this scene, Goten instinctively wanted to rush down and confront Bu, but was halted by Piccolo, who reassured him that as long as they defeated Majin Bu, his mother could be revived with the Dragon Balls. Reassured by Piccolo's words, Goten calmed down, and the two proceeded to the hyperbolic time chamber to begin their training. While Trunks was still surveying the surroundings, Goten had already commenced his training. Meanwhile, outside, Bu grew increasingly impatient as he stared at the hourglass, ultimately losing his temper and standing up to obliterate the torturous hourglass with a surge of energy. Seeing Bu about to unleash his wrath, Piccolo quickly informed him that only half an hour had passed, but Bu had already lost his patience. He unleashed a powerful energy wave that penetrated the supreme Kai's temple. Fortunately, Bu directed the attack at Piccolo's feet. Bu then roared at Piccolo, expressing his eagerness to fight. It seemed that only Mr. Satan could pacify Bu at this point, though unfortunately, Mr. Satan's whereabouts were currently unknown. The immense energy emitted by Bu had triggered an earthquake, causing fissures to appear in the ground. Piccolo quickly lifted his companions, including Videl, into the air to evade the chaos, and once Bu settled down, he brought them back to the ground. Observing the rampaging Bu, Piccolo realized that the situation could not continue like this. Otherwise, everyone outside would be in grave danger. Reluctantly, he decided to lead Bu to a place where they could engage in battle, guiding him into the Supreme Kai's temple. As Krillin and the others watched Piccolo and Bu's figures disappear into the temple, they were puzzled as to why Piccolo would bring Bu into the Supreme Kai's domain for a fight. Dend explained that Piccolo likely intended to draw Bu into the hyperbolic time chamber, where if Goten and Trunks failed to defeat Majin Bu, he could shatter the entrance to the chamber and seal Bu within. Even if they were to perish, the outside world could utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. It is no wonder that Piccolo serves as the intellectual powerhouse among them. Even before the battle commenced, he had already devised an escape plan. To buy Trunks and Goten a little more time, Piccolo circled the sacred world of the Kais with Bu in tow. At this moment, Goten and Trunks had been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, surpassing the Super Saiyan level. With newfound confidence, they believed that once they fused, they could easily contend with Majin Bu. After a period of intense training, their spirits soared, and Trunks felt that even if they fused in their base forms, they would surpass Majin Bu. Trunks, in a playful mood, whispered to Goten during the fight, "Let us not use our full strength against Majin Bu at first. Let us have some fun, and then transform into Super Saiyans at the last moment to defeat him in one swift motion." "What do you think?" Goten, intrigued by Trunks' plan, eagerly agreed. These two mischievous children, true to their Saiyan heritage, had absorbed the essence of their fathers, Vegeta and Goku, reveling in their playful antics even in the face of loss. Meanwhile, Piccolo continued to lead Bu in circles, buying precious time. Frustrated by the delay, Bu's anger surged as he released his energy to vent his feelings. Realizing he could no longer stall, Piccolo hastily assured Bu that they were nearing their destination. He simultaneously communicated telepathically with the two in the hyperbolic time chamber, informing them that they would soon engage in battle with Majin Bu. Goten expressed concern about their fatigue after training, to which Piccolo replied that he had taken a longer route with Bu, allowing Goten and Trunks to rest and conserve their energy for the impending confrontation. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the two quickly prepared to recuperate. However, Piccolo sought to delay Bu further by inquiring if he would like a quick snack. Bu, lacking patience, threatened to eliminate Piccolo if he continued to prolong the journey. Startled by Bu's words, Piccolo, ever the diligent caretaker, risked his own safety to secure a moment of respite for the two young warriors. With no time left to waste, Piccolo led Bu to the hyperbolic time chamber, where Trunks and Goten had already been waiting. Upon seeing Bu, they understood that without fusion, they would surely be no match for him. Thus, they sought to emerge from their fusion dance in harmony, but upon seeing them, Bu became exhilarated and eagerly launched an attack, sending Trunks flying. As Trunks regained his footing, he expressed his frustration, while Bu's lack of honor left him utterly speechless. In a bid to render the battle more engaging, Bu tacitly accepted the fusion between Goten and Trunks. The two completed the 5 steps of their fusion, and a blinding white light enveloped the scene. The radiant warrior, Gotenks, made his grand entrance. Observing Gotenks before him, Bu recalled the pitiful state in which he had previously left him. With the success of their fusion, Gotenks became quite arrogant, proclaiming that he had grown significantly stronger than before. Even the caretaker behind him sensed the remarkable increase in Gotenks' power. Without hesitation, Gotenks charged at Bu, launching a series of wolf-fang fist strikes aimed at Bu's face. However, such attacks proved ineffective against Bu. Realizing this, Gotenks quickly called for a pause and distanced himself from Bu. Meanwhile, Piccolo watched the clash between Gotenks and Bu, his mind in utter turmoil as he witnessed Gotenks' performance, exclaiming that it was a painful sight to behold. After a brief respite, the battle resumed within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gotenks teleported into the air and rapidly descended towards Bu, delivering a powerful kick to Bu's neck, momentarily elongating it and nearly alleviating Bu's long-standing cervical issues. Yet, Bu swiftly recovered, mockingly twisting his neck. Seeing that his assault had no effect, Gotenks charged again, executing a bomb barrel attack before swiftly retreating. Facing away from Bu, true warriors never look back at explosions. As the sound of the explosion echoed, clouds of dust erupted, and Gotenks, reveling in his victory, made a silly face. However, the next moment, Bu's voice startled Gotenks, causing him to inadvertently bite his own tongue. When the dust settled, Bu stood unharmed, and realizing his attacks were futile, Gotenks rapidly waved his right hand and charged once more. Upon reaching Bu, he was halted by Bu's command to strike at his chin. Provoked by Bu's taunting demeanor, Gotenks accelerated his movements, landing a punch squarely on Bu's face. It had no effect whatsoever. Gotenks quickly retreated, but Bu unleashed his domain, altering the battlefield into an icy terrain. After freeing his frozen feet, Gotenks surged towards Bu again, unleashing a bizarre array of techniques. These unusual maneuvers left Piccolo astonished as Gotenks attacked, while simultaneously narrating his actions, only to forget his lines in the heat of battle. He then retrieved a small cheat sheet from his pocket, glanced at it, and charged at Bu once more. Yet, with a swift flick, Bu sent Gotenks soaring 2.5 meters away. This left Piccolo, who was watching, utterly speechless, as the scene was simply unbearable to witness. Observing the despondent expression of his caretaker, Gotenks felt a surge of frustration and approached Bu, demanding a 2-minute pause. He then stormed over to Piccolo, questioning the meaning of his earlier expression. While explaining that everything was under his control, Gotenks tugged at Piccolo's cape, leading him to a nearby corner to share his strategic plans. Meanwhile, Bu, feeling disregarded by the duo, erupted with fury. Noticing this, Gotenks charged at Bu once more, unleashing his peculiar techniques. However, just as before, they proved ineffective against the creature. Gotenks then struck a ballet pose, swiftly spinning in midair. In no time, he resembled a whirling top as he darted toward Bu, only for Bu to sidestep effortlessly. Gotenks, spinning too rapidly, lost control and buried himself. This left Piccolo in a state of utter disbelief. At that moment, Bu grew bored with the fight and decided to eliminate Gotenks. Upon hearing this, Gotenks erupted from the ground, intent on transforming into a Super Saiyan to confront Bu. Surrounded by a brilliant golden light, Gotenks completed his transformation, much to Piccolo's delight. It seemed the aloof Piccolo was no more. Yet, would this new Gotenks truly be capable of defeating Majin Bu? Chapter 75, trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gotenks radiated a golden aura, his power significantly amplified. Witnessing this, Piccolo's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. However, emboldened by his transformation, Gotenks grew overconfident, believing he was nearly certain to triumph over Buu. He then sat down to ponder which move to employ against the formidable foe, a sight that made Piccolo anxious. Soon after, Gotenks resolved to use a particular technique, convinced it would instantly vanquish Majin Buu. He conjured an energy ring above his head and hurled it at Buu, ensnaring him tightly. Buu began to wail in agony. Just when Gotenks thought he had secured victory, Buu, shedding any pretense, effortlessly shattered the energy ring with a mere exertion of strength, revealing his prowess as a masterful actor, which left Piccolo pale with shock. Buu tilted his head, indicating that it was now his turn to attack, and charged at Gotenks, launching him into the air with a powerful kick. Following that, he delivered a spinning kick, sending Gotenks crashing toward the ground. Just as Gotenks had adjusted his posture, he was suddenly startled by the unexpected appearance of Buu. With a swift punch, Buu sent Gotenks flying towards Piccolo, who served as an unwitting human punching bag, colliding with Gotenks in the process. Subsequently, Buu waved his hand, beckoning Gotenks to attack him. Faced with Buu's mocking demeanor, Gotenks charged forward, engaging Buu in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, Gotenks rapidly distanced himself, but Buu was quicker, soaring above him and delivering a kick that sent Gotenks plummeting from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Buu dove down once more towards Gotenks. Instead of retreating, Gotenks advanced to meet Buu head-on, resulting in a collision that left both combatants dizzy, with a large bump forming on Buu's head. In response, Gotenks assumed a friendly cosmic pose towards Buu, provoking a furious reaction from the latter. Recognizing that he was no match for Buu, Gotenks resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, confidently declaring that this time he would surely defeat Buu in one fell swoop. With a sudden surge of rage, he elevated his energy, causing the surroundings to revert to their original state. Gotenks continuously amplified his energy, radiating an immense aura that even made Piccolo ponder the possibility of emerging victorious against Buu. Suddenly, Gotenks expelled a massive white bubble from his mouth, which wriggled in the air before sprouting a pair of hands. Piccolo, witnessing the spectacle, was left astounded. Shortly thereafter, a head identical to Gotenks emerged from the bubble. However, these apparitions did not immediately attack. Instead, they clustered together, seemingly engaged in conversation. Buu, curious about the unfolding scene, approached to observe, only to be caught off guard by Gotenks' ghost bomb. To Buu's astonishment, Gotenks had the ability to create ghost-like constructs, mimicking his every movement. As Buu drew near, Gotenks commanded the ghost bomb to attack, sending it hurtling towards Buu. Initially dismissing the ghost's speed as inadequate, Buu struck out with a knife hand, hitting the ghost. Yet, upon impact, the ghost detonated in a massive explosion, distorting Buu's form. Observing Buu's disarray, Gotenks felt a surge of pride, prompting Piccolo to urge Gotenks to capitalize on the moment and eliminate Buu. However, Trunks reassured Piccolo, indicating that there was no need for concern. He then amplified his energy once more, expelling 10 ghost bombs from his mouth. Each newly released ghost bomb struck poses, with one even appearing to doze off. Gotenks then commanded the ghost bombs to line up in formation. Just as they were organizing, Buu had already recovered, casually sipping a drink. As the comic continued, Gotenks ordered 2 ghost bombs to charge at Buu. However, Majin Buu would not fall for the same trick again. He immediately leapt into the air to evade the attack of the ghost bombs and made a face at Gotenks. Observing this scene, Gotenks convened a brief meeting with the remaining ghosts to strategize on how to deal with Majin Buu. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Goku suddenly realized that he could no longer sense Buu's energy. The comedic duo beside him assumed that Buu had been vanquished. Goku was puzzled, noting that he could not even feel Goten and Trunks' energy. At this moment, the elder Kaishin, who was enhancing Gohan's power, offered an explanation, stating that they were currently battling in a different dimension of time. Upon hearing this, Goku recalled the hyperbolic time chamber on the sacred world of the Kais, realizing he was unable to sense their energy and was unaware of the state of their battle. Returning to the battlefield, Gotenks continued to discuss plans with his ghosts, while Buu simply stood there, dozing off. Beside him, Piccolo was astonished, questioning whether this was indeed a battle. After 2 minutes of deliberation, Gotenks finalized his combat strategy, while 2 of the ghosts, in a moment of uncontainable exuberance, clasped their hands, triggering a massive explosion. Buu, witnessing the spectacle, was left dumbfounded. Unfazed by the 2 exploding ghosts, Gotenks issued orders to the remaining specters. However, instead of charging directly at Bu, they approached him and halted to engage in idle chatter. Unable to curb his curiosity, Bu wandered closer to them. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost bombs lunged at Bu all at once. Following a tremendous explosion, Bu was left disfigured. Gotenks commanded the final ghost bomb to eliminate Bu. The last ghost dove into Bu's mouth, igniting yet another massive explosion. Consequently, Bu was shattered into pieces. Piccolo hastily urged Gotenks to eliminate these fragments, lest Bu resurrect himself. The two began meticulously clearing away Bu's remnants. Just as Gotenks and Piccolo believed they had finally vanquished Bu, a surge of formidable energy erupted in the air, sending pink smoke swirling together in a singular direction. In no time, this smoke gradually coalesced into Bu's energy. Subsequently, Bu re-emerged on the ground, smugly gazing at the two before him. Upon witnessing Bu's revival, Piccolo inquired whether Gotenks had any other techniques to confront Bu. Gotenks, however, commenced a new round of reckless behavior, pretending to be at a loss for any means to combat Bu, entirely oblivious to Piccolo's increasingly grave expression. At that moment, Bu extended the antennae atop his head, grasping Gotenks' foot and relentlessly smashing him against the ground before pulling him closer and delivering a powerful punch that sent Gotenks flying. As Gotenks prepared to unleash his ultimate technique against Bu, a powerful energy wave surged directly towards the entrance. In what seemed like a desperate moment, Piccolo decisively obliterated the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, intending to confine Bu eternally within this alternate dimension. He then addressed Bu, asserting that no one could escape from this place, where he would be deprived of his desired snacks. Bu, overwhelmed with despair, was further disheartened when Gotenks revealed that he still possessed a secret technique, which he had yet to employ. Piccolo was astonished, realizing that the two mischievous children were even more reckless than their fathers. The two then began to exchange sharp retorts, with Gotenks insisting that Piccolo restore the door, while Piccolo, infuriated, pointed out that he had reduced the door to rubble and it was beyond repair. At this moment, the snack-loving Bu, upon realizing he was to be deprived of his beloved treats, erupted in a furious declaration for snacks. The energy he unleashed sent both Gotenks and Piccolo flying, creating a rift in the air large enough for a vehicle to pass through. To everyone's astonishment, Bu's desperate display of power had inadvertently breached a connection to the real world. Seizing the opportunity before the rift closed, Bu escaped into reality. The instant he emerged, Goku, residing in the Kaioshin realm, sensed Bu's energy. However, after 2.5 minutes, he still could not detect the presence of Goten and Trunks. As Goku pondered the unfolding situation on Earth, the elder Kaioshin, who was enhancing Gohan's powers, conjured a crystal ball and hurled it towards Goku. Upon reaching Goku and the others, the crystal ball emitted a blinding white light, revealing scenes from Earth. At that moment, Bu had arrived at the Kaioshin temple, leaving everyone present in shock. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gotenks remained trapped inside the hyperbolic time chamber. Determined to escape, Piccolo and Gotenks resolved to imitate Bu's earlier roar, attempting to channel their energy to create an exit. Chapter 76, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and the battle against Bu once more. After 2.5 minutes of roaring in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gotenks and Piccolo were still unable to penetrate the dimensional barrier like Bu had. Meanwhile, the freshly escaped Bu was eager to indulge in his longed-for snacks, setting his sights on the individuals at the Kaioshin temple. Faced with the formidable Bu, everyone was filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, Krillin, wishing to protect Android 18 and his daughter, urged 18 to remain strong and bravely charge towards Bu, hoping to buy time for their escape. Yet, confronted by Bu's overwhelming power, Krillin tragically fell victim to his fate, transformed into chocolate in a mere instant. The fleeing crowd could not escape their tragic fate, all transformed into chocolate by Bu. Witnessing this scene from the Kaioshin realm, Goku could no longer contain himself. Previously, with Piccolo still around, the deaths of Chi-Chi and the others seemed bearable, as the Dragon Balls offered the hope of resurrection. However, given the current circumstances, he feared that if he did not act soon, they would all perish. Gohan, who was training nearby, noticed Goku's sudden movement and inquired about the matter. In an effort to allow Gohan to focus on his training, Goku chose not to disclose the dire situation. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, the two were striving to open a dimensional portal. Yet, with their current power, no amount of shouting could even create a crack. Just as Piccolo was losing hope, Gotenks decided to unleash his ultimate technique. Although Gotenks attempted to maintain a fade of bravado, Piccolo swiftly delivered a sharp blow to his head, prompting him to abandon his pretentiousness. Gotenks then stepped back, amplifying his energy. Lightning crackled around him, his muscles swelled, and his golden hair began to transform. With a mighty roar, a blinding golden light erupted, and when it subsided, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks made his grand entrance, leaving Piccolo utterly astonished. It turned out that Gotenks' final move was to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Overwhelmed by the transformation, Piccolo could hardly contain his expression. Gotenks, admiring his reflection, remarked that his face now resembled that of a villain, somewhat akin to Piccolo. At that moment, still reeling from the shock, Piccolo urged Gotenks not to waste any more time. After completing his transformation, Gotenks shouted towards the spatial void, instantly creating a circular rift in time and space. The two newly emerged figures soon spotted Bu, seated and munching on chocolate, who was equally taken aback by Gotenks' altered appearance. Unbeknownst to Gotenks, who was reveling in his Super Saiyan form, he had inadvertently caused the demise of everyone in the Kaioshin realm. Observing Gotenks transform into Super Saiyan 3, Goku was astonished. He could not believe that the two children had achieved in an instant what had taken him years to master. His thoughts of returning to Earth were momentarily set aside. Piccolo, surveying the devastated Kaioshin realm, inquired about the fate of Krillin and the others. Bu simply pointed to his belly, indicating that he had consumed them all after turning them into chocolate. Upon hearing this, Gotenks was consumed by rage, with lightning crackling violently around him, causing the entire Kaioshin realm to tremble. The realization that his actions had led to the demise of everyone in the Kaioshin realm pushed Gotenks to his breaking point. In a fit of fury, he charged at Bu, sending him flying. Piccolo, witnessing the destruction of their new home shortly after their arrival, transformed into a comical expression, embodying his disbelief. At this moment, Gotenks charged once more towards Bu, unleashing a flurry of wolf-fang fist attacks. A cacophony of strikes rained down upon Bu. Yet it was evident that they failed to inflict any substantial damage. Bu, brimming with excitement, remarked on how delightful it was to battle Gotenks. Observing Bu's audacity, Gotenks suddenly amplified his energy and launched another assault. This time, Bu contorted his rubbery form to evade Gotenks' onslaught. After 2.5 minutes of relentless assault, Gotenks had yet to land a hit. Instead, Bu seized Gotenks' kicking foot and spun him around. After 2.5 rotations, he hurled Gotenks away, creating a gaping hole in the Divine Temple. Gotenks plummeted straight down, while Bu awaited his emergence at the spot he had been thrown. Soon, Gotenks burst forth from behind Bu, executing a technique reminiscent of the 7-element slash, cleaving Bu in two. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres upon Bu. The multitude of attacks shattered Bu's form into countless pink fragments. However, Bu's tenacity was unmatched. Even reduced to mere debris, he remained unscathed. The pink remnants began to swirl around Gotenks at high speed, reassembling into Bu's likeness, ensnaring Gotenks and propelling him forward. After a brief flight, Gotenks was flung into a mountain. Amidst the swirling dust, he broke free from the mountainside and retaliated with a colossal energy sphere, following a resounding explosion. As Bu dispersed the surrounding debris with his aura, he found himself encircled by ghost bombs. These spectral explosives surged toward Bu, distorting his form upon impact. Witnessing this, Gotenks swiftly intervened with a kick, sending Bu careening away. However, Bu soon reappeared before Gotenks, his anger palpable as he glared at the smug warrior. In a fit of rage, Bu charged at Gotenks, only to be effortlessly dodged. Gotenks then attempted to outpace Bu, believing he had gained the upper hand. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Bu was behind him, seizing Gotenks by the hair and lifting him effortlessly. With a triumphant laugh, Bu unleashed a powerful energy wave directly into Gotenks' face, sending him soaring back into the already battered Divine Temple, which crumbled further upon impact. Gazing at the nearly destroyed temple, Piccolo was on the verge of tears. Bu hovered above the temple, eyeing the still defiant Gotenks with intense fury. He then crouched down, transforming into a spherical shape, and launched himself toward the temple, nearly striking the distraught Piccolo below. Bu relentlessly crashed into the Supreme Kai's temple, reducing Piccolo's new home to ruins. Witnessing this destruction, Piccolo hastily urged Gotenks to put an end to Bu's demolition spree. Consequently, Gotenks unleashed several golden rings of energy, encasing Bu within a honeycomb-like structure. Thereafter, Gotenks treated Bu as a volleyball, inviting Piccolo to join him in a game. Observing Buu's spherical form, Gotenks delivered a powerful strike, sending the creature plummeting downward and creating a massive crater with a diameter of 250 meters. At that moment, Piccolo descended from the Supreme Kai's temple to join Gotenks. Just as Gotenks arrogantly believed he had vanquished Majin Buu, a surge of purple energy erupted from the pit, revealing that even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Gotenks had not managed to eliminate the fiend. Initially convinced of Buu's demise, Gotenks was startled as a formidable purple energy burst forth from the very crater where Buu had been. Once calm returned, Piccolo expressed his astonishment, stating that if that energy had struck Earth, it would have been obliterated. As the smoke cleared, Buu emerged from the depths of the crater, and Gotenks, upon witnessing Buu's reappearance, acknowledged the creature's resilience before employing his signature royal technique against Buu below. In an instant, thousands of energy blasts surged toward Buu's position. At that juncture, Piccolo cautioned Gotenks that if this continued, Earth would face destruction, and should the Dragon Balls also vanish, all those slain by Buu would remain unrevived. Heeding this warning, Gotenks ceased his relentless assault. Just then, Buu erupted from the cracks below, battered but rapidly regenerating. Gotenks initially assumed Buu's energy had waned. Yet Piccolo remarked that while Buu's stamina was uncertain, his spirit had significantly weakened, indicating that Buu was encountering a formidable adversary for the first time in Gotenks. Flattered by the praise, Gotenks arrogantly proclaimed himself the strongest in the universe, his nose metaphorically extending with pride. In response to Gotenks' hubris, Buu charged at him, delivering a powerful headbutt that sent Gotenks flying, swiftly following up with a brutal assault. Amid Gotenks' cries, Buu grasped him tightly and dove toward the ground. As they neared the surface, Buu relinquished his grip, forcefully slamming Gotenks down. Emerging from the impact, Gotenks bore numerous injuries. Observing this, Buu initiated his attack on Gotenks, who narrowly evaded and retaliated with a powerful strike that sent Buu hurtling away. Seizing the moment, Gotenks pursued Buu, only to find that Buu's rubbery form allowed him to deftly evade the assault. Subsequently, Buu extended his arm, seizing Gotenks and pulling him close, firmly locking him in place. Unable to escape, Trunks resorted to biting Buu's arm, prompting Buu to release his grip on Gotenks in pain. Free from restraint, Gotenks, now filled with anger, charged at Buu once more. In response to the approaching Gotenks, Buu unleashed a powerful energy blast from his mouth, instantly engulfing Gotenks. However, this attack inflicted no harm upon him, and as Gotenks drew near, he retaliated with the same technique, sending Buu crashing to the ground. Upon returning to the Earth, Gotenks launched a relentless offensive against Buu, leaving him battered and disfigured. Just as Gotenks planned to muster his full strength to obliterate Buu, he found himself depleted of energy, reverting from Super Saiyan 3 to his normal state. Seizing this opportunity, Buu swiftly recuperated from his injuries and called out to the fleeing Gotenks. In response, Gotenks could only laugh to mask the awkwardness of the situation, engaging Buu in jest. Chapter 77. The mysterious Gohan emerges. After Gotenks reverted to his normal state, Goku, observing the scene from the Kaishin realm, urgently urged the Elder Kaishin to hasten Gohan's power enhancement. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, witnessing the two young fighters return to their normal forms, the hearts of the onlookers plummeted, realizing that resistance against Buu was futile. Raditz and Nappa stepped forward. Having trained alongside Gotenks and Trunks during their fusion training, they recognized that only a fusion between the two of them might temporarily hold Buu at bay until Gotenks could fuse once more. With a brilliant flash, a large, portly figure appeared, awkwardly gazing at the crowd, and it was evident that the fusion had failed. Initially, Piccolo had anticipated this outcome, but he had held onto a glimmer of hope, which was now extinguished. The disparity in their physiques was too vast, effectively sealing their chances of success, as both size and energy must align during the fusion process. At that moment, the Elder Kaishin addressed Gohan. If you wish to assist, then do so. In truth, they had completed their task long before. This revelation astonished everyone present. Noticing the bewildered expressions around him, the Elder Kaishin remarked, "They finished this 2 minutes ago." Gohan, irate, demanded to know why he had not been informed sooner. The Elder Kaishin casually responded, "Wouldn't it be more dramatic if they arrived at the most critical moment?" It appeared the Elder Kaishin had a knack for directing. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, Buu advanced steadily towards Gotenks, who was forced to retreat continuously. Faced with Buu's relentless approach, Gotenks resorted to his ultimate technique, the Ghost Kamikaze attack, to counter Buu. However, when Gotenks commanded the Ghost Bombs to attack Buu, They instead gathered together for a brief conference. Impressed by the prowess of the Majin, they felt an overwhelming reluctance to confront Bu directly. However, under the forceful directive of Gotenks, they charged forth. As spectral bombs surged towards them, Bu inhaled a considerable volume of air and regurgitated it towards the incoming bombs, instantly obliterating them. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his ultimate technique, Gotenks made the swift decision to retreat. Yet, Bu unleashed a key blast in the direction of Gotenks' escape, forcefully propelling him back to his original position. With a triumphant expression, Bu regarded the thwarted Gotenks. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gohan inquired of the old Kai how he might transcend his limits and unleash his latent power. The old Kai advised that it required concentration akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Eager to implement this newfound knowledge, Gohan endeavored to release the power within him. As he let out a mighty roar, the old Kai was instantly sent flying by the shockwave of Gohan's unleashed energy. The sheer magnitude of power astonished both Goku and the comical duo. A tempest raged in the Supreme Kai realm, with lightning crackling through the air. After 2.5 minutes, Gohan finally released his inner strength, shedding his youthful countenance for a more mature and composed demeanor. Thus, the enigmatic Gohan made his grand entrance. Having just augmented his power, Gohan boasted to Goku about his newfound strength, leaving Goku equally astonished that such formidable power could be attained without transforming into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the Supreme Kai urged Gohan to hurry along, expressing his desire to join the fray on Blue Star. Jebbet, on the other hand, suggested that he could simply deliver food instead. The Supreme Kai was keen to debate this, but Jebbet retorted that his presence would only be a hindrance, revealing a degree of self-awareness that the Supreme Kai lacked. Subsequently, Goku approached Gohan, confiding that he was no longer a match for Bu and could not accompany Gohan back to Earth. He encouraged Gohan to persevere and defeat the Majin Bu. After absorbing his father's words of wisdom, Gohan embraced Goku. Following their farewells, Gohan was swiftly transported back to Blue Star by Jebbet. Upon his return, Gohan requested Jebbet to assist him in donning a battle outfit akin to his father's. When Jebbet pondered which attire Gohan referred to, Gohan clarified it was the one from the Supreme Kai realm. Moments later, Gohan was adorned in a suit reminiscent of Goku's, sparkling with celestial energy. After Jebbet completed the transformation, he hastily departed from that tumultuous place, while Gohan set forth towards Bu. At the battlefield, Gotenks, lacking the enhancement of Super Saiyan 3, had become a mere plaything for Bu's wrath. To make matters worse, Gotenks' fusion time had ended, resulting in their separation into Goten and Trunks, leaving them with even lesser prospects for victory. At that moment, Din approached the two young boys from the audience, intending to join the fray. Just as they contemplated using an apology to negotiate peace with Bu, Din informed them that such a strategy would prove futile. While the three were still deliberating on how to confront Bu, he unexpectedly dozed off, settling down for an afternoon nap. Goten and Trunks moved closer to assess Bu's state, confirming that he was indeed asleep. The two mischievous boys were daringly testing the limits of danger, which left Din visibly trembling in fright. He advised Goten and Trunks to seize this opportunity to prepare for their next fusion, clearly exasperated by their reckless antics. Suddenly, everyone sensed an overwhelming energy, which even roused Bu from his slumber. It was at this moment that Gohan finally arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Gohan clad in his battle attire, Din momentarily mistook him for Goku. However, Goten quickly recognized his elder brother, Gohan, who surged towards Bu like a radiant beam of light. Coming to a halt before Goten and the others, Gohan's presence ignited a wave of excitement, as Goten rejoiced at the sight of his brother's survival. Gohan explained that he had been rescued by the Supreme Kai and had spent some time in the Kai's realm. Din, sensing the immense aura emanating from Gohan, realized that it was drastically different from before, almost rendering him unrecognizable. After reminiscing briefly, Gohan strode purposefully towards Bu, confronting him directly. The two stood in a tense standoff for 2.5 minutes, during which Bu recalled this audacious young man as the one he had nearly defeated not long ago. Bu scoffed, questioning Gohan's audacity to speak so arrogantly. Nevertheless, Gohan remained unperturbed, which only fueled Bu's ire, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration while masking his inner trepidation with a roar. Gohan merely exhaled, sending a chill of fear coursing through Bu. Taking the initiative, Gohan launched his assault, delivering a single powerful punch that sent Bu staggering backward. He then charged at Bu, executing a kick that knocked Bu back an additional 2.5 meters before landing behind him. Bu, seething with rage, demanded to know if Gohan was tired of living, and threw a punch at him, only for Gohan to deftly catch Buu's fist. With a swift high kick, he struck Buu's chin, followed by a punch to Buu's abdomen, causing the formidable creature to stagger back in disbelief. Chapter 78. The Desperate Self-Detonation of Majin Buu. Just how formidable is the mysterious Gohan? Faced with the powerful Majin Buu, Gohan managed to bring the creature to its knees with just a few ordinary attacks. Once Buu healed the injuries inflicted by Gohan, he became enraged, intent on punishing the audacious youth before him. He rapidly charged at Gohan, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Yet, Gohan effortlessly blocked each of Buu's advances. With a swift leap, Gohan distanced himself and charged towards Buu. Before Buu could react, a powerful knee strike landed squarely on his face, sending him flying 2.5 meters. Gohan approached Buu slowly, urging him not to feign unconsciousness, for such paltry attacks were futile against him. Upon hearing this, Buu ceased his charade, springing to his feet in a swift motion. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he noticed Gohan advancing toward him. Observing that Buu hesitated to strike first, Gohan took the opportunity to deliver a forceful kick to Buu's abdomen. He then seized Buu's antennae and began to spin him wildly before hurling him away, nearly colliding with his father and two mischievous children watching from a distance. From the nearby mountains, Buu opened his mouth wide and unleashed a purple energy wave towards Gohan, which Gohan effortlessly swatted away. Subsequently, Buu curled into a ball and charged at Gohan with astonishing speed. In response, Gohan extended his hands to block, yet he was still pushed back by Buu's formidable force. Buu thrust Gohan into the massive rocks behind him, and amidst the chaos of flying debris, a fierce battle ensued. Nevertheless, Buu was unable to reverse the tide of battle, remaining firmly under Gohan's control. Gohan seized Buu's outstretched fist, and with a sudden burst of energy, propelled Buu skyward. Following this, Gohan dashed towards Buu, teleporting above him to deliver a crushing blow, sending Buu plummeting from the heights. As Buu regained his footing, he searched for Gohan's whereabouts. At that moment, Gohan's voice echoed from behind, prompting Buu to turn around, only to find Gohan mocking him as a fool. Enraged by the insult, Buu's entire body flushed red with anger. He attempted to teleport behind Gohan for a surprise attack, but Gohan anticipated his movement, delivering another kick that sent Buu crashing into the mountainside. After a brief pause, Buu unleashed a powerful burst of energy, shattering the stones pressing down on him, hurling them towards Gohan. Gohan effortlessly dodged the incoming projectiles, while Buu concealed himself behind one of the rocks. Seizing the moment when Gohan was distracted, Buu lunged forward, intending to unleash a close-range energy blast, only to have Gohan forcefully redirect it back into him. The energy wave erupted within Buu, enveloping him in a cloud of white smoke. Witnessing Buu's dismal state, Gohan pressed the advantage, landing a series of powerful blows to the back of Buu's neck, bringing him to his knees. Gohan dominated the battle against the evil Majin Buu with overwhelming superiority. However, instead of showing anger, Buu slowly stood up, chuckling as he brushed off the dust from his body. It became apparent that during his battle with Gotenks, Buu had sensed Gohan's immense power emanating from the far reaches of the Supreme Kai's realm, recognizing Gohan as a formidable presence. Beside him, Gohan remarked, "So what? Am I not here now?" Piccolo was equally astonished, realizing that even then, Buu had sensed the existence of his own son. The two young ones raised questions, wondering why Buu had chosen to battle Gotenks at that time. Yet Buu declared, "I shall never let you escape, son Gohan," as a frenzied expression transformed his countenance, and his energy began to surge uncontrollably. Observing this, Piccolo quickly embraced the two boys, while Buu's power ascended dramatically, cloaking the sky in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars. Buu intended to employ Vegeta's self-destruction tactic against the seemingly helpless Gohan. Veins bulged across Buu's body, and an overwhelming aura erupted around him, embodying a mad demeanor as he fixated on Gohan. Sensing the imminent danger, Gohan hurriedly flew towards his father and the two boys. Suddenly, explosions erupted from Buu's location, engulfing the surrounding area in a cataclysm of energy, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that rose high into the atmosphere. The site of the explosion was left with a vast crater, and fortunately, Gohan had swiftly taken Piccolo and the two boys to safety above the chaos. After distancing themselves from the blast zone, Piccolo assumed that Buu had perished in the explosion. However, Gohan countered this notion, and the two young ones were astonished. believing Bu had intended to perish alongside Gohan. Gohan clarified, if Bu truly wished to take me down with him, he would have annihilated the Earth, much like Cell did. He surmised that Bu had likely concealed himself, plotting something sinister. At that moment, Gohan inquired if the Dragon Radar was with Piccolo, to which Piccolo replied that it was of no use now, as Dend had been killed by Bu, and the Dragon Balls had reverted to mere stones. Yet, Gohan shook his head, asserting, Dend is still alive. I can sense his energy. Upon hearing this, they promptly closed their eyes to search for Dend's presence. Moments later. As Gohan had predicted, they too detected Dend's aura. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo found it perplexing that only Dend had survived, given Bu had ample time to locate and eliminate him. Gohan provided clarity. He's the king of hell. Just then, Dend emerged from the stones below, and upon seeing him, Trunks once again subjected Dend to the exhilarating experience of high-altitude bungee jumping. Thus, all the warriors still alive on Planet Blue gathered together. In Chapter 79, Buu's scheme, after Gohan and the others discovered the hiding Dend, they pondered how he managed to survive in Buu's grasp. Dend recalled the events that transpired in the Supreme Kai's temple, when Buu intended to turn everyone into chocolate. It was Bubbles who had thrown Dend down to the lower realm, allowing him to escape calamity. At this moment, Satan inquired of Trunks about the pale-faced Dend before them, expressing surprise upon learning that Dend was the Supreme Kai of Earth. Meanwhile, Goku, observing Dend's survival from the Kaishin realm, breathed a sigh of relief, signifying that the dragon of Planet Blue was still alive. The elder Kaishin, perplexed by Buu's unpredictable nature, questioned Buu's intentions, noting that despite his inability to defeat Gohan, he seemed intent on stalling. Back on Planet Blue, Satan learned from the others that Videl had been consumed by Buu, leading him to burst into tears. He then instantly transported himself before Gohan, chastising him for failing to protect Videl. Goten reassured Satan, stating that as long as they could defeat Buu, the deceased would be revived. Upon hearing this, Satan flew to Goten, his face brimming with excitement. At that moment, everyone sensed Buu approaching. Piccolo speculated that Buu had undergone yet another transformation, stealthily moved closer, all in silence. Only the little dog sent by Satan witnessed this scene. However, the attention of the crowd was entirely focused on the two young boys and Buu, oblivious to the impending danger approaching them. In response to Buu's re-emerging as the formidable Super Gotenks. With the combined might of Gotenks and Gohan, the onlookers believed they had the upper hand against Buu, considering the confrontation a mere formality. Just as Gotenks prepared to confront the rampaging Buu, the latter's eyes erupted with a brilliant gleam. A mass of gooey flesh fell from his body, hurtling towards Gotenks and Piccolo, ensnaring them and rendering them immobile. Gotenks struggled frantically, yet the adhesive quality of the substance proved insurmountable. After what seemed like an eternity of effort, he remained ensnared, as did Piccolo beside him. Observing this predicament, Gohan urgently inquired what trick Buu was employing. With a mere flick of his finger, Buu summoned the pink sludge back to envelop his own form. Moments later, Buu emerged, clad in Gotenks attire. His scheme had succeeded. He had absorbed both Gotenks and Piccolo, now possessing their strength and intellect, bolstered by Piccolo's wisdom. Upon absorbing Gotenks, Bu discovered that his long-standing neck ailment had miraculously vanished, and he began to shake his head in delight, a sight that incensed Gohan below. In an instant, Bu teleported before Gohan, who accused Bu of despicable actions. Bu retorted that the blame lay squarely with Gohan. The moment Bu sensed Gohan's formidable presence, he had devised a plan to absorb Gotenks. However, learning from Gotenks that the fusion was temporarily limited, Bu opted to delay by self-destructing, awaiting the next fusion opportunity to absorb Gotenks. Gohan, upon hearing Bu's rationale, deemed him foolish, questioning why Bu did not simply absorb him, given his superior strength over Gotenks. Bu, however, laughed heartily, proclaiming that no matter how powerful one becomes, without a worthy opponent, it loses its significance. After elucidating his motives, Bu and Gohan assumed their battle stances, both launching into the air, engaging in a fierce clash. Their strikes exchanged in rapid succession, so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. The velocity of their movements rendered even Piccolo unable to discern their actions, merely perceiving the tremors of battle in the sky. The two warriors reveled in their combat, trading blows with exhilarating fervor. Suddenly, Gohan seized an opportunity, gripping Bu by the heel and forcefully throwing him from the heights. The impact created a massive fissure in the ground, stretching for kilometers. Gohan intended to pursue Bu along the crack, but was abruptly met with a powerful energy wave barreling towards him. Gohan could only evade attacks by instantaneously dodging to the side, yet Bu unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Gohan's back, forcing him to continuously evade. In response to Bu's unscrupulous tactics, Gohan retaliated with an energy wave of his own. Observing this, Bu swiftly countered with a single-handed energy blast, resulting in a collision between the two waves. The two fighters became locked in a stalemate, but as they intensified their output, the energy waves erupted in an explosion, sending Gohan hurtling away. In that moment, Bu deftly maneuvered behind Gohan, striking him down from the air to the ground. As Gohan regained his footing, Bu transformed into a spherical form and charged at him. Realizing the imminent threat, Gohan hastily distanced himself. Bu, undeterred, launched another assault, utilizing the terrain for leverage. Gohan charged towards Bu, and after exchanging blows, both fighters instinctively created space between them. They soon collided with tremendous force once more, the devastated landscape bearing witness to the ferocity of their battle. As the fight progressed, Gohan found his stamina and energy severely depleted, while Bu's remarkable regenerative abilities rendered the damage Gohan inflicted inconsequential. The prospect of victory for Gohan appeared increasingly bleak. Chapter 80. The Power of the Evolved Majin Bu. It is difficult to fathom the strength Bu attained after absorbing Gotenks. Even against Gohan, who had transcended his limits, Bu faced him with an air of composure, overwhelming Gohan and stripping away his earlier confidence. Following their initial clash, the two adversaries distanced themselves, entering a standoff. Bu then challenged Gohan to unleash his full power, dismissing any need for further testing of his capabilities. Gohan, with a grave expression, acknowledged Bu's perceptiveness, noting that his thoughts had been completely seen through, likely due to Bu's absorption of Uncle Piccolo's intellect. After exchanging verbal jabs, they struck classic battle poses, commencing a new round of combat. Gohan initiated the attack, only to have Bu seize his kicking leg. Amidst Bu's taunts, Gohan gathered energy for a wave aimed at Bu's head, but Bu effortlessly bent to evade it. Subsequently, Bu's tendrils extended from beneath him, ensnaring Gohan's neck and pulling him behind. With a powerful punch, Bu sent Gohan flying. Following this, Bu unleashed another energy wave, which Gohan was unable to avoid, being engulfed by the blast. In the Kaioshin realm, Goku and the others anxiously watched the live broadcast, concerned for Gohan's plight. The elder Kaioshin questioned whether Gohan stood a chance against Majin Bu, to which the old Kaioshin admitted he could not discern who held the upper hand. Back on the battlefield, Bu unleashed an energy wave towards the billowing smoke below, where Gohan had taken cover among the rubble. Realizing Bu had discovered his position, Gohan ceased his concealment and boldly launched an attack against Bu. Despite Gohan's relentless efforts, no matter how fiercely he struck, he could not reach Bu. Instead, Bu grasped his fist and taunted him, questioning why he had claimed he would kill him, likening him to that green-skinned fellow who possessed no strength. Enraged by the insult to his father, Gohan turned to attack Bu, but was deftly evaded, only to be met with a swift punch that left him astounded by Bu's incredible speed. As Gohan regained his composure to retaliate, he was sent flying by a powerful kick from Bu. In the blink of an eye, Bu unleashed an explosive attack, pinning Gohan beneath a heap of rubble, resulting in a massive detonation. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Goku and the others watched the battle with mounting anxiety, while the elder Kaioshin regarded Goku with a contemplative expression. Back on Earth, Gohan, fueled by rage, blasted the debris off himself. As he looked up, he saw Bu gathering a formidable technique, instilling fear in Gohan. Just as Gohan made his appearance, Bu launched his energy attack downward. With no time to evade, Gohan braced himself against Bu's assault, triggering a tremendous explosion that enveloped the area in dust and smoke. When the haze finally settled, Gohan found himself half kneeling on the ground, utterly drained. Observing this scene, the elder Kaioshin felt utterly helpless, realizing that even the current Goku would struggle against Bu. At that moment, Bu approached the battered Gohan, intent on delivering another round of mockery. However, Gohan seized the opportunity to launch a surprise ki blast at Bu. Unfortunately, the ambush failed, and Bu extended his arm to press Gohan's head down, forcefully pushing him forward. The massive boulders along the path shattered under the impact. After struggling to rise from the rubble, Gohan looked up to see Bu readying a ghost bomb aimed directly at him. Gohan quickly took to the air to evade it, but the ghost bomb adjusted its trajectory and charged at him once more. Gohan fired several ki blasts in an attempt to intercept the ghost bomb, yet it skillfully maneuvered around them, heading straight for him. Unaware, Gohan fired a hand cannon at the approaching ghost bomb, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion upon contact. When the dust settled, Gohan plummeted to the ground, having survived the fierce blast. At that moment, Bu instantaneously appeared and seized Gohan by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Watching from the Kaioshin realm, Goku felt a surge of urgency, while the elder Kaioshin, taken aback by the turn of events, suggested that Goku intervene on Earth. This proposal astonished everyone present, but Goku acknowledged that even if he were to join the fight now, he would not stand a chance against Bu. The elder Kaioshin proposed to grant Goku the Patera earrings, enabling him to fuse with Gohan. Initially, the Kaioshin hesitated, yet the elder Kaioshin remained pragmatic, recognizing that failure to act would result in the universe's destruction, ultimately preventing him from reuniting with Bulma. Meanwhile, in the underworld, King Enma observed someone entering slowly. Upon seeing the distinctive hairstyle, he recognized it as Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. It turned out that King Enma had retrieved Vegeta's soul and, much like Goku, endowed him with a corporeal form, instructing the fortune teller to escort Vegeta to Earth to assist in combating Majin Bu. Returning to the battlefield on Blue Star, Gohan had succumbed to Bu's suffocating grip. Just as Bu prepared to eliminate Gohan with his golden right hand, a small dog belonging to Satan dashed forward, barking furiously and successfully diverting Bu's attention. Seizing the moment, Satan lunged at Bu, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Just as Bu was about to obliterate his former ally, Gohan suddenly regained consciousness and delivered a kick to Bu, rescuing his father-in-law. However, when Gohan charged at Bu once more, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Bu then employed Gotenks techniques, launching several golden rings at Gohan, ensnaring him completely. Ascending into the air, Bu prepared to unleash the Kamehameha, intending to finish Gohan in one decisive blow. At the very last moment, Gohan broke free from his bindings, narrowly evading this lethal attack. Nevertheless, Bu remained unfazed. To him, Gohan was merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready to be transformed at his whim. Meanwhile, on an island where Broly trained with Su Buffon, he could no longer contain himself. The formidable opponent before him was a chance too precious to miss. Although Su Buffon had previously restrained him from intervening, it seemed that only he was capable of standing against Bu.